Chapter 405. The Final Preparations, a Chronicle of Education, reflecting the myriad facets of life, encompassing all paths. It narrates the struggle against injustice, the defiance of adversity, and the journey through darkness. What may appear as mere gossip is, in truth, the saga of the new warrior's relentless struggle and sacrifice. Countless individuals have laid down their lives, giving rise to the declaration, a toast to humanity. But what are we to celebrate? Each despair following battle transforms into hope. Every sacrifice soothes the wounds, alleviating the pessimism of the strong. This is a chronicle of an era marked by strife and bloodshed, and ultimately, they emerged victorious. At this moment, Li Hao set aside the book. While others perceived gossip, he discerned the indomitable spirit of the new warriors, unyielding in the face of oppression and courageous in their resistance. This is the essence of true martial spirit. Li Hao murmured to himself, akin to his own resolve. Should he stand and resist? Indeed, he too resisted the cruel hand of fate, challenging the trials that every generation must endure. He had underestimated the new martial spirit and the genuine warriors among them. He once believed that figures like Zheng Yu could truly represent this new martial ethos. A slight smile escaped Li Hao's lips, tinged with disdain. It seemed these individuals were not worthy of the title. Only those like Blood Emperor, who had directly participated in the struggle, had fought back and vanquished formidable foes, could be considered true new warriors. Zhang An, as a participant, felt rather insignificant and somewhat indecisive. Having lived through such an era, he failed to cultivate the necessary ruthlessness. Indeed, ruthlessness. The narrative of the new martial struggle is punctuated by a fierce resolve, a violent counter to violence. Even the revered Zhang family patriarch did not shy away from the grim realities portrayed in the text, killing enemies, compatriots, the ancients, and the future. A relentless tale of slaughter conveyed with an almost casual tone. Are such individuals merciful? No, it is their very ruthlessness that defines them. When compared to his grandfather, Zhang An pales in comparison. The voluminous tomes are, in essence, a history steeped in blood and tears, forged by sacrifice. No wonder the Blood Emperor's blade harbors an insatiable thirst for slaughter. In contrast to them, Li Hao felt a sense of relief. At least in this era, neither Zheng Yu nor the Blood Moon Emperor had made it a point to slay the ordinary, nor did they feel compelled to guard against them. Only Zheng Yu, for a time, sought to achieve the revival of the world through death. Yet, once the world awakened, that individual lost interest in the mundane. Thank goodness. Li Hao murmured softly, closing his eyes in contemplation. Within his mental realm, stars swirled like an animated spectacle. After a moment of observation, an idea struck him, prompting a smile. Perhaps the elusive nature of understanding was not so unfavorable. The Tao is inherently mysterious and capricious. Li Hao continued to ponder, and in the next instant, he vanished from his place, entering the realm of the spirit. He gazed upward at the heavens, watching the stars dance playfully, imbued with profound mysteries. The essence of sword intent overflowed, as below, the river of time resembled a swimming pool, allowing the stars to ripple and traverse at will. The entire cosmos seemed to undergo a subtle transformation, appearing more vibrant than before. Life thrives in motion, yet he suddenly sensed that the vast universe lacked a certain vitality. The stars seemed diminished in their movement, their liveliness waning. Only that celestial star of time seems to revel in restlessness. Various realizations surge once more within my heart. The distinction between order and disorder is trivial, for the essence lies in vitality. When the path loses its vigor, whether it be orderly or chaotic, it becomes a lifeless road. At this moment, the true veins within me are in turmoil, as if yearning to join the fray. A glimmer of joy ignites in Li Hao's eyes. It appears that an opportunity has arrived. The fusion of the path is a natural process. At this instant, the celestial veins resonate with a desire to partake. This is the moment. The auspicious chance has come. By opening the physical body's celestial veins, one can become the master of the true path. In this instant, such thoughts flood Li Hao's mind. The celestial star of time presides, interweaving the internal and external realms. A multitude of notions arise, distinguishing between the realms of illusion and reality, with the celestial star of time serving as the boundary. Converging the power of the stars into a singular point, the heart of time. Seated in meditation, Li Hao stretches his physical form. As the 360 paths within him shimmer with a faint radiance, he ponders deeply, gazing into the void. Still, 180 stars are missing. Otherwise, merging 360 paths with 360 forms of sword intent would yield a true perfection in unity. Yet, at this moment, there is no time to achieve such a multitude. Opening 360 physical paths already qualifies as the pinnacle of a semi-emperor, merely a step away from the revered emperor tier. If it were so simple, he would have attained that level long ago. Having reached such heights, why fear those individuals? Merging the realms of illusion and reality into 360 is not to claim parity with an emperor, but it could certainly contend with the 7th level of path unity. Which is no small feat. The 7th level of path unity is akin to stepping into the semi-emperor realm, albeit slightly weaker than some of the most formidable semi-emperors. Li Daoheng and Zheng Yu are among the elite. Nevertheless, at that juncture, they would be of comparable standing. At this moment, thoughts flicker within Li Hao's mind. He carries with him 360 celestial stars from the Great Path universe, while the spiritual universe comprises an additional 180 stars, providing him with ample energy for the time being. Currently, all preparations seem in order. The 3 great saints can endure the sword intent of eternal life. In terms of fusion, they should be able to withstand it. However, where should this endeavor take place? Opening the physical realm of heaven does not require a specific location. Any place will suffice. Yet, to attract the celestial stars of time, it is preferable to do so within the Great Path universe. Perhaps, it is best to open the physical realm of heaven within the Great Path universe. Yet, this presents its own complications, as it may expose the Great Path universe to potential incursions. In the past, everything was under his control, but now, if an incident were to occur and the Hong Yi Tong had fully integrated into the Great Path universe, it could very well implicate him, potentially leading to the fragmentation of the Great Path. Such thoughts arise, and Li Hao feels reluctant to proceed in that realm. Yet, if not within the Great Path universe, how can he attract the celestial stars of time? To open within the illusionary path universe? That would be courting death. Currently, 3 semi-emperors are present there. Entering the illusionary path universe, those 3 could obliterate him without a hint of mercy. As for exiting the Silver Moon world, that is even less feasible. Or perhaps amidst the barriers of worlds. But the celestial stars of time cannot emerge from there, can they? A multitude of ideas continuously emerge. Where to merge the realms of illusion and reality, and open his physical realm of heaven, has become a pressing dilemma. He constantly pondered and contemplated the potential upheavals that might arise. Should the celestial phenomena truly manifest, how would he capture them? And if, during this period, the energies of heaven and earth ascended to accommodate the emergence of a half-emperor, how would he manage that? The 3 half-emperors gathered in the Void Dao universe seemed to have ceased hostilities. Were they perhaps devising a strategy against him? Where lay the will of heaven? Would that ineffectual queen, more a hindrance than a help, bring forth unforeseen complications? All these considerations weighed heavily on his mind. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. During this time, could the seals of the 8 main cities effectively suppress the true body of the emperor? If the emperor's true form were to appear, how would he respond? Surrounding him were Qian Wuliang and Daojian. Were they mere pawns, or were they truly the chosen ones? What unexpected developments might arise from the northern Great Li? The multitude of thoughts left him somewhat melancholic. It was indeed challenging. At this moment, he found himself envying some of the new martial kings. Perhaps he needed a protector, someone who could assist him in countering external disruptions at critical junctures. Yet, currently, the strongest ally he had was Hong Yi Tong. However, Hong Yi Tong might also be a player in this grand scheme, and his non-involvement could be the wisest course. Should he enter the fray, it might provoke even greater turmoil. What a predicament! Moreover, while Hong Yi Tong had swiftly integrated into the Great Dao universe, his strength was still far from that of a half-emperor. To act as a protector would be tantamount to courting death. Lastly, he thought of his inexpensive wife, a truly inexpensive one, as Li Hao had not laid a finger on her. In this instance of manifesting his physical body, should he take away her great celestial essence? Thoughts surged like a tide. Difficult. The entire narrative echoed one sentiment. Difficulty. A moment's carelessness could lead to his downfall. Yet, having chosen this path, he must persevere, even if it meant crawling forward. He was reluctant to exploit the unwitting. Though perhaps involving them in the Northern Great Li could be a viable option, perhaps he should place himself in a position of peril to achieve rebirth. In Silver City, which was closest to the seals. He might even choose to release the suppression of heaven and earth, breaking the seals to allow the two half-emperors to confront the emperor. Would they choose to contend with him or the half-emperors? Since he could not opt for a different course, he might as well treat this as a pivotal move. Of the 8 main cities, 7 were outside and required suitable, obedient personnel to govern, all while being cautious of potential annihilation that might lead to chaos within the cities. His trump cards were still insufficient. Li Hao mused, feeling that his security remained tenuous. His reserves lacked the necessary strength. He must cultivate some trump cards that could counter a half-emperor at crucial moments, even if only for a fleeting instant. He still needed to harness the power of time. Should he once again summon his future self? After all, having faced one crisis, why fear a second? Of course, to employ it consecutively might invite certain doom before he had even overcome the first crisis. Yet it could also yield an additional ace up his sleeve. Rewind 30 seconds. Li Hao suddenly murmured. He could indeed reverse time by 30 seconds, not merely summoning figures, but truly resurrecting the past for that brief span. Perhaps this notion could be put to good use. In the absence of guardians, one must safeguard oneself. Without a hidden card, one must create opportunities for oneself. It is of little consequence. Relying on no one, what is there to fear? The future shall bestow greater freedom. Suddenly, Li Hao recalled something. A smile fleetingly gracing his visage. The king of De Li was darting about in every direction. The celestial realm had assigned him several tasks: to capture the will of heaven, to seize the bloodlines of the 8 great families, and to utilize the title of Warring Heaven. Indeed, there were numerous tasks at hand, and recently, he had resigned himself to his fate. No longer concerned with competing for supremacy over the heavens and earth, he merely wished to complete a few tasks, hoping that when the time came for conflict, someone would extend protection to De Li. Alas, he had made remarkable progress, believing himself capable of vanquishing the skeletal foes. Li Hao, the benevolent, had even graciously yielded all the skeletal remains to him. How splendid was that! Ultimately, he did indeed advance rapidly, even stepping into the realm of the celestial sovereign. Consequently, the dynamics of the world shifted dramatically as Li Hao eliminated a significant number of celestial sovereigns. At this point, he felt no need to struggle any longer. It was futile. Perhaps it was best to simply surrender to fate. After all his efforts to surpass Li Hao had proven fruitless, he resigned himself to merely observe. While he was in search of heaven's will, an individual appeared, one who had brought him torment and exasperation. It was Li Hao. Aligning himself with Li Hao had its pros and cons, the advantage being his current status as a celestial sovereign. But the disadvantage was having been misled by Li Hao on several occasions. Were it not for the intervention of the celestial realm, he would have found it nearly impossible to complete even a single task in his lifetime, a lamentable truth. Thus, he dreaded encounters with Li Hao, as the mere sight of him suggested misfortune. He often thought that he would be better off associating with the initial deity of martial arts. At least that individual seemed disinterested in scheming against him. Moreover, that deity too was a passive character, unlikely to engage in subterfuge. Fortunately, now that Li Hao had grown powerful, he might not require his assistance any longer. Long time no see. Li Hao greeted with his signature radiant smile. The king of De Li felt an eye roll coming on. Had it truly been so long? Li Hao, I was just looking for you. The phrase Warring Heaven has been returned to Warring Heaven City, and for the time being, it is no longer needed. Some of its essence has already been absorbed by that cat. Is that so? Upon hearing this, the king of De Li felt a sense of relief. This was fortuitous, as it alleviated a rather troublesome task. Li Hao suddenly grinned and inquired, "Do you wish to grow stronger?" Once again, the same line of questioning. Not particularly. Li Hao paused, casting a glance at him before responding. Your answer makes it difficult for me to continue the conversation. You, the illustrious king of the north, have chosen to lie flat? The king of De Li, resigned, replied, What am I to do? We are amidst a struggle between semi-emperors and emperor lords. I painstakingly absorbed what appeared to be an immensely powerful skeletal form. And yet, what has transpired? You slay celestial sovereigns at will. Both I and that individual from the west are but unfortunate souls who have merely stumbled upon the celestial sovereign level, yet it serves little purpose. What else can be done? Do I wish to become a semi-emperor or an emperor lord? The king of De Li rolled his eyes. What do you think? If I could achieve that, you would have done so long ago. Would it even come to me? Li Hao chuckled, stroking his chin. I do appreciate your straightforwardness. How about we converse? I am not inclined to seek the wisdom of ancient sages, yet I would not mind discussing the future with contemporaries. Not interested. Are you truly content to lie flat? The greatly king hesitated, proclaiming that he would never willingly comply. Yet, he was a sovereign himself. You seek me out, which likely indicates ill intentions. Speak plainly, what is it you desire? To confront a half-emperor or an emperor? Farewell. The greatly king clasped his hands in a gesture of parting and turned to leave. No need for theatrics. I shall pretend not to see you. Once the task is accomplished, the rewards shall be substantial. The greatly king scoffed, remarking, and if the endeavor fails, then death awaits. Li Hao replied with an air of tranquility, but was it not during the Forbidden Sea incident that you ascended to the level of a sovereign? Without my guidance, you would have struggled for a lifetime to achieve this. From the mid-phase of the sun and moon to your current state of harmonization. Can you honestly claim you would have reached this level in such a brief span without my assistance? Though seeking your help is perilous, the potential gains are immense. The greatly king rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath about the dangers involved. Are you afraid of death? Li Hao chuckled. Do you no longer wish to take the risk? Turning to face him, the greatly king frowned. Your expectations are unrealistic. Even those two half-emperors have the potential to ascend to emperor status. The god of initial martial arts has stated that should complications arise, it could escalate into a battle of emperors. Li Hao nodded, acknowledging, those two indeed have a chance at becoming emperors, but if we succeed, their ascension will become exceedingly challenging. I refuse. The greatly king still sought to depart, while Li Hao remained silent, watching. After walking a few hundred meters, the greatly king suddenly halted, glancing back at Li Hao. You do not press the matter? Li Hao smiled. No, you may leave. Rest assured, I can find others unafraid of death. The greatly king wrestled with indecision, gritting his teeth in defiance and frustration. What must I do? Are you not fleeing? With a huff, the greatly king retorted, I was merely testing the waters. Would I fear for my life? Do you truly think that likely? However, the probability of success must be at least 50%, not even 1%. The greatly king cursed under his breath. Would uttering a falsehood be fatal? Not even 1%. Damn, this fellow used to deceive me effortlessly. Why has he grown so weary of lying? In a moment of conflict, he inquired. How do you propose I assist? What is the plan, and how do we reap the rewards once the task is completed? What you need to do is simple. I require your presence whenever I summon you. I will grant you a glimpse into the past and the future. Admittedly, success will be elusive, but by providing you with a pair of gauntlets, you may have a chance at a successful reversal or summoning. Li Hao examined the gauntlets, stating, these artifacts, whether from the Overlord Emperor or the Iron Emperor, can serve as conduits for the summoning. Only such treasures possess the strength to bear this burden. You also train in martial arts. Even if your future is uncertain, what do you mean? Li Hao clarified, you may not survive to see the future, or it may be weak and inconsequential. Thus, as a precaution, I will provide you with the reversal gauntlets. Regardless of the circumstances, both the Overlord Emperor and the Iron Emperor are formidable beings. Even a mere hint of their essence could empower you significantly. He continued, as you grow stronger, your power may prove ephemeral, likely lasting no more than a few minutes. During this brief window, I need you to at least help me withstand one half-emperor, Zheng Yu, Li Daoheng, or the avatar of the Crimson Moon Emperor. Choose one. Certainly, the probability of meeting a fatal end is quite substantial, depending on one's own choices. Furthermore, if I have not concluded matters in a few minutes, your demise will be inevitable. Speaking of which, aside from the perils present here, the future holds immense dangers as well. At any moment, one might be killed, instantaneously losing one's strength, particularly during combat. Why, Greatly Wong, do you seek my assistance? The gloves. Greatly Wong, somewhat irate, retorted. Is it merely because of the gloves? Li Hao nodded. These gloves are extraordinary. Only weapons of this caliber can bear the weight of the past and the future. Besides you, there is also the Empress Shui Yun, whom I am contemplating approaching. Her power is somewhat lesser, and while she may enhance the connection, it might not be as significant as yours. Surely, you can summon a future of half-emperor level, correct? Li Hao scrutinized him closely, uncertain. It's hard to say. However, with the gloves, the issue should not be insurmountable. Greatly Wong, utterly speechless, queried, are you planning to stir up trouble again? No, I intend to cultivate. They may come to disrupt my progress. What is that supposed to mean? When we cultivate, the half-emperors do not interfere, yet the moment you begin, they do? They cannot emerge at present, can they? However, During my cultivation, they might very well emerge. What are the benefits then? Great Li Wang pressed on. Li Hao pondered and replied. First, to experience the sensation of a half-emperor in advance, the insights of a half-emperor, even if illusory, are genuine realizations. Second, to grasp the essence of time, I shall impart to you the secrets of time manipulation, which is no trivial matter. This is my life-s technique, one I do not share lightly. Great Li Wang rolled his eyes. What does that even mean? Yet, Li Hao's points held merit. He contemplated pragmatically. What about something more tangible? Li Hao racked his brain and responded. If luck is on our side, by that I mean true fortune, if we were to slay a half-emperor, their physical form and essence would belong to you. What do you think? By heavens, to kill a half-emperor? Why not seek out that figure from the divine temple? Li Hao shook his head. Silver Moon people should deal with their own kind. There is no need to seek the ancients. Moreover, they willingly recline, having earned that right, while you have not. The drive to strive comes from desire. They are devoid of such needs, yet you still harbor ambitions. Great Li Wang rubbed his temples, feeling as though this endeavor was akin to balancing a precarious existence on the edge of a knife, ready to fall at any moment. Li Hao's proposed benefits seemed rather impractical, as they did not directly facilitate an ascension to half-emperor status. Just as he mused upon this, Li Hao remarked contemplatively, if it were as simple as an immediate leap to greatness, I would seek out my friends, rather than you. Can you discern my thoughts? They are plainly evident on your face. Why not approach the Empress Shuiyan first? Women tend to be more reliable in their dealings. Really? Absolutely. Great Li Wang nodded slightly, finding the sentiment palatable. Li Hao continued. Moreover, she possesses delicate skin while you are rugged and resilient, better suited to withstand blows. Curse you. Great Li Wang muttered under his breath, somewhat vexed. Li Hao chuckled. So what do you think? To speak candidly, following a steady path. Half-emperor status may elude you in this lifetime. And as for the emperor rank, merely observe it from afar. You lack the conditions and qualifications. Great Li Wang exhaled sharply. You speak far too harshly. Why should I not aspire to the pinnacle of half-emperor or emperor status? Your talents are average, and your reluctance to strive prevents you from reaching the summit. The king of Delhi felt unwilling to listen. Yet he had to concede that it was indeed the truth. If becoming the emperor was so effortless, why did Zheng Yu and Li Daoheng need to scheme for so many years? After careful contemplation, he spoke. I have another condition. Stated, I shall agree. The king of Delhi was somewhat incensed, retorting, you are being too dismissive. Li Hao replied earnestly, if we succeed, your conditions will be trivial. If we fail, we shall both perish. What does it matter then? Even if you aspire to be the emperor, it is merely a pipe dream. Li Hao sighed thus. It is prudent to propose something more tangible now. The unrealistic matters can only be addressed post-success. How logical you sound. Can you truly summon the past and future as you claim? Who knows? Perhaps we should test it now, just in case, Li Hao urged. One trial, a life-and-death crisis? Indeed. With a cold laugh, the king of Delhi retorted, do you take me for a fool? I shall not attempt it. Then let us wait. Should we fail, it shall be your concern. If I fail, I can merely retreat to Delhi. What can a king do if he hasn't fought? If we succeed, I may consider whether to participate. Li Hao smiled and nodded. Very well, it is settled then. In a few days, when I require your assistance, you shall return. Do not divulge anything to anyone, especially concerning the deity of the temple. The king of Delhi nodded, replying coolly, of course. I am my own master and do not need to heed the opinions of others. Excellent. With that, he prepared to depart. The king of Delhi, seeing this, hurriedly exclaimed, do not rush off. You have yet to specify what we are to do. Train. That is obvious. The king of Delhi, feeling helpless, changed his approach and inquired, if your training is successful, can you become a semi-emperor? There is hope, but even if I succeed, Li Hao calculated, I would only be a feeble semi-emperor, stronger than the peak of a king, yet weaker than Li Daoheng and his ilk. However, there is significant potential. If I could seize something of value, I would not be inferior to them. He referred to the star of time, yet acknowledged the immense difficulty. The king of Delhi gasped in astonishment. Is progress truly attainable so swiftly? Can one casually become a semi-emperor? Suddenly, he felt that his own training was utterly inferior. Yet, there are currently 3 semi-emperors. Even if I could fend off one, what are the other 2? What shall I do? Shall I charge and head first against the odds? Thus, I must consult Empress Shuiyan. However, she may not be inclined to assist. Women, After all, now that Shuiyun has integrated into the Celestial Star Dynasty, her pressures have lessened, and she may be disinclined to take risks or fight. The sword of the Empress, in her possession, would require a formidable vessel to bridge the past and future. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to traverse time for integration. As it stands, only a few weapons could succeed. The king of Dili found himself at a loss for words. He thought to himself that perhaps he should leave it be. For if there were no hope, he would not venture out to meet his demise. Quickly, the king departed, sensing that encountering Li Hao was not a fortuitous event. Feeling as if he had been ensnared, he pondered whether his agreement signified a harbinger of doom. Meanwhile, Li Hao contemplated and decided to inquire further. The Empress Shuiyun's refusal was not unexpected, and there was no compulsion to persuade her otherwise. Beyond the Haotian continent lies an expanse of seas. In recent times, numerous cities have relocated, filling in the original seas, creating a new realm that encircles the outer perimeter of the continent. This place serves as the garrison for the Shuiyun army. Though the Empress appears delicate, she once possessed formidable strength. However, due to her peripheral position, she has only recently entered the 9th layer of the sun and moon, still a step away from achieving true unity. She is neither competitive nor aggressive, content to lead the Shuiyun army in patrolling the seas, displaying no impatience. As a new martial practitioner, her physical form remains unaltered, classifying her as a silver moon cultivator. She now practices a new path, embodying both the old and the new, drawing her foundational energy from the sword she bears. Presently, as a dual practitioner of both pathways, her strength, while at the 9th layer of the sun and moon, is not to be underestimated, comparable to that of an average practitioner of unity. Yet, having just crossed into the saintly realm, her prowess is somewhat overshadowed within the ranks of Li Hao's faction. On the grand ship, the Empress, appearing exceedingly fragile, listened attentively to Li Hao's intentions. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "It may be quite challenging for me to withstand a half-emperor." Li Hao, undeterred by disappointment, nodded and began to take his leave. The Empress added, "While the difficulty of resistance is one aspect, there is also the matter of your esteemed lord's abundant talents. I am somewhat reluctant to involve myself and become a target from all directions. If I understand correctly, as long as the sword remains, it can serve as a vessel. Am I right?" Li Hao raised an eyebrow, offering a slight nod. "Even if it is not the inheritance of the king of humans, it should still be of use." The Empress, in her delicate manner, suggested, "Perhaps I might lend this sword to you, esteemed lord, and you could seek others instead?" She gazed at Li Hao. "I am merely at the 9th layer of the sun and moon, and it is difficult for me to predict the future, lest I hinder your important ventures." Li Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. "To lend the sword? Though this carries its own risks, the potential rewards are significant. Should we fail, neither of us would escape unscathed. Therefore, with the protection of the great Li King, the danger is somewhat mitigated. His refusal does not surprise me. But your refusal, if I were to fail, would also mean your demise. Now, the act of lending the sword suggests reluctance on your part, possibly due to some reservations." The Empress, appearing exceedingly fragile, responded, "You speak wisely, esteemed lord, yet I feel that perhaps Governor Zheng Yu would be more suitable." Li Hao raised an eyebrow. The Empress continued softly, "She has achieved unity, which is one reason. Additionally, she practices with the blade. Swords and knives are inherently connected, enabling her to utilize the sword effectively. Furthermore, she possesses greater ambition and thoughtfulness. Her current standing is a gift from you, esteemed lord. To safeguard you, she would be even more dedicated. Lastly, should she succeed, and I find hope for the half-emperor, would it not be difficult for us to coexist later if she remains without hope?" Li Hao, feeling a headache coming on, lamented, "Why is it that your considerations diverge so greatly from ours? My focus is on achieving success. Yet you, my lady, ponder whether conflicts will arise post-success. This is infuriating. The very prospect of success remains uncertain." However, the Empress smiled gently, "Esteemed lord, you shall undoubtedly succeed. If you do not, then the silver moon shall have no hope. I shall lend this sword to Governor Zheng Yu, fostering goodwill for the future." Li Hao nearly rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "You truly think far ahead. Without consideration for posterity, how can one establish oneself in the world?" The Empress Shuiyun must have praised this notion, her smile gentle yet delicate. "Moreover, I possess self-awareness. My future is uncertain. Yet if the Marquis succeeds and Governor Lin Zheng Yu thrives, the future shall not be bleak. Even if one were to summon the past, a future must still exist. When the Marquis previously summoned his future, it suggests that his future remains intact. Thus, being so intimately connected with humanity, he is bound to journey further. This sentiment seems to possess a degree of wisdom. Yet, Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly, and after a lengthy pause, he remarked, "Never mind. The multitude of reasons you present matters not. Let us make use of the sword. Do you have any requests?" "Indeed," Empress Shuiyun, unreserved, replied, "if the day ever dawns when the Marquis steps beyond the silver moon, he shall undoubtedly become a significant figure. When that day arrives, should the Marquis encounter the formidable of the new Marshal, I wish to pursue further studies under the Queen of Humanity. Is that permissible?" Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. Before breaking into a chuckle, "Your foresight is truly remarkable. You have considered this thoroughly." Empress Shuiyun laughed. "Let us see. If that day truly comes, and the Marquis consents, it shall be my fortune. Otherwise, as a mere individual, even if I were to acquire a treasured sword, what difference would it make? The great figures of the new Marshal are lofty and distant. How could I ever approach them? I am not the Marquis, yet if he agrees, I would naturally gain an opportunity." Li Hao appeared somewhat envious. "Why must I be deemed inferior to the king of new Marshal?" Empress Shuiyun smiled. "That is not the case. Should the Marquis defeat the Emperor, his potential is boundless, and I cannot fathom it. As the Marquis' subordinate, I would undoubtedly reap some benefits. However, a person of the Marquis' caliber, should he ever emerge from the silver moon, could he be confined to one place? For us women, a figure like the Marquis, though carefree, will undoubtedly face tumultuous challenges. I fear I may struggle to endure such upheavals. It would be wiser to seek a solid ally, to patiently remain in the background, and watch as you, the Marquis, display your might across the realms." "How intriguing." Li Hao chuckled, refraining from further comment, nodding in agreement. Despite the fact that this day seems a distant prospect, what harm is there in acquiescing? The treasured sword once again rested in Li Hao's grasp. He sensed its power, assured it could bear the burden, being the sword of the Queen of Humanity. Although it is said this emperor is somewhat weaker than the Blood Emperor and others, he remains an emperor, and as the spouse of the King of Humanity. With such support, his strength should not be lacking. In the vastness of the world, there should exist another weapon capable of bearing the weight, the Starry Sky Sword, also known as the Sword City. However, retrieving it from within the seal poses challenges. Nevertheless, it may serve as a contingency, should the seal be broken or partially unsealed. Perhaps Hong Yitong could utilize Sword City. As for the Sword of the Queen of Humanity, should it be entrusted to Lin Hongyu? She is not a swordswoman. Li Hao fell into contemplation. A swordsman like Zhou Shichang would indeed suffice. Yet, Li Daoheng is, after all, his brother. Additionally, there is another individual in the world of considerable strength, Zhang Yan. Of course, regarding Zhang Yan, Li Hao of New Marshal is not particularly inclined to seek their assistance, as it could prove cumbersome. The Queen? In this moment, a solitary figure comes to mind, one that embodies the weight of the past and future. The Queen, with her silver lunar form, perhaps possesses the capability to navigate these tumultuous tides. The silver moon represents the heart of the cosmos. Yet the entanglement between the Queen and Li Daoheng poses significant risks, especially with a rather inept ally whose blunders could lead to one's downfall. Thus, the Queen must concede for the time being, though she may yet serve as a contingency. Li Hao commenced his relentless endeavors, meticulously refining his plans and preparing various contingencies. Lacking firm assurance, he was unwilling to rely solely on fortune, for excessive luck could lead to his utter obliteration. Simultaneously, within the realm of the Void Dao universe, an oppressive atmosphere permeated the vast expanse, as if the very fabric of existence were on the brink of collapse. Zheng Yu sat in meditation, engrossed in his cultivation, when suddenly, a figure materialized beside him. The Red Moon Emperor revealed a faint smile. "You seem quite at ease, Zheng Yu. I am curious as to what preparations you have made to maintain such calmness." Zheng Yu chuckled softly. "I am merely a latecomer. What could I possibly prepare? The Zheng family is but a minor household, not even recognized as the direct lineage of the Zheng clan from Jinqing City, merely a collateral branch. The only asset I possess is the half-emperor strength I can muster." The Red Moon Emperor smiled knowingly, refraining from further discourse, and communicated telepathically. "If you fail in this contest, it may be wiser to assist me in unsealing the barriers." There exists another method to break the 8 great cities if necessary. In that case, I shall confront the northern figure while you assist in shattering the 8 cities. What say you? You can no longer return to Xinshi. As you mentioned, Li Daoheng may have the sword sovereign's protection, contingent upon the demise of all witnesses who could reveal his slaughter of the Li family. As for you, regardless of whether there are leaks, I firmly believe that with Zheng Yu and Li Daoheng dead, your return to Xinshi is utterly impossible. Why not assist me? And I shall introduce you to the Red Moon Great World. The Red Moon Great World is far more formidable than you can envision. The Red Moon Emperor enticed further. In my Red Moon universe, the number of beings at the Yang God tier exceeds mere handfuls. The retreat of the Yang Gods is no mere coincidence. My realm's lord is well aware of the might of the king of Xinshi, the existence of the Zhang Emperor, and the strength of other sovereigns, yet still dares to challenge Xinshi. This speaks volumes of our realm's power, far beyond what one can imagine. Over these years, my Red Moon universe has successfully conquered several major universes, each victory resounding. Zheng Yu chuckled lightly. That indeed is impressive. However, at present, we are all ensnared by the silver moon, rendering such discussions somewhat moot. Not at all. The Red Moon Emperor shook his head, his tone laden with significance. Zheng Yu, the disappearance of the silver moon, regardless of whether the Red Moon has triumphed, signifies that Xinshi is in dire straits. Otherwise, it would have been retrieved long ago. The absence of recovery indicates immense pressure on Xinshi, suggesting they have encountered formidable challenges. Would you not agree? He paused momentarily. The Silver Moon realm is likely situated near the Red Moon universe. When we launched our assault, even if we failed to capture the Sword Sovereign, we were thoroughly prepared, and it is quite possible that through our cosmic formation, we have relocated the Silver Moon close to the Red Moon. He turned to Zheng Yu. Thus, even if we were indeed engaged in a life-and-death struggle here, should we manage to escape, you may find that we are within the confines of the Red Moon's dominion. Zheng Yu's eyes flickered, yet he remained silent. The Crimson Moon Sovereign remarked, You and I harbor no significant enmity. Quite the contrary, you are among the first to embrace the power of the Crimson Moon. Collaborating with me could yield no detriment. Allow me to ponder this further. Consider it well. With that, the Crimson Moon Sovereign gracefully departed, leaving Zheng Yu to observe the retreating figure with a smile. Choosing not to utter another word, might we indeed exist within the confines of the Crimson Moon universe? While it is not devoid of possibility, the circumstances remain enigmatic. Perhaps we linger behind the new martial realm? The new marshal has not sought us out, perhaps deeming us of little threat and choosing to remain indifferent. Who can ascertain the truth? Turning his gaze to the void Dao universe, he beheld countless stars in the distance, cascading toward the mortal realm. It appeared that they might soon descend upon the silver moon. Was Li Daoheng in a hurry? Was he so eager to eliminate Li Hao? Perhaps I too am included in his designs. He chuckled softly, closing his eyes to dismiss such thoughts, continuing his cultivation. The abundance of void Dao energy in this place rendered it an excellent locale for honing his skills. Further afield, a moon emerged once more, radiating with even greater brilliance than before. The moon goddess, having endured multiple grievous wounds, seemed to have recovered, appearing less damaged than anticipated. Even farther away, waves of desire spilled forth, akin to the power of the Crimson Moon. Zheng Yu recognized the essence of this force. Qian Wuliang. It appeared that Li Daoheng was well aware of the situation, perhaps even orchestrating some scheme. Would Qian Wuliang become a vulnerability for Li Hao? Or rather a method of counterattack? Who can truly know? Since Li Hao's emergence, the Silver Moon has grown increasingly intriguing. Chapter 406, An Unexpected Appearance Silver City. Ultimately, Li Hao decided this would be the chosen location. Born and raised here, should misfortune befall him, it would be akin to returning to one's roots. This place is not only home to the Sovereign Seal, but also houses the 8 principal cities that stand sentinel. Fate and chance have conspired here. Notably, Li Hao has emerged victorious in numerous battles within Silver City. It has become a place of fortune for him. Previously, he had vanquished the shadow of the Crimson Moon and slain the Heavenly King, all within this very locale. This site has borne witness to Li Hao's fortunes, though even destiny itself may have forsaken him, who decrees that luck must be intertwined with fate. The army has withdrawn. Of the 8 principal cities, 7 now hover above Silver City, acting as seals to contain the true form of the sovereign. Each city is fortified by formidable guardians. At this moment, Li Hao traverses the realm, contemplating the seals as if engaged in profound thought. The true form of the sovereign. The 8 principal cities, in essence, are also divine weapons, powerful artifacts controlled by saints, capable of thwarting even the heavenly kings. Yet, should the necessity arise to employ the 8 principal cities, it would imply that the seals have already been compromised. At present, the great saints, united in their paths, are stationed within the principal cities. Has Li Hao truly never harbored doubts about anyone? That would be an exaggeration. The adage, trust those you employ, do not employ those you doubt, is often spoken. Yet the individuals among his ranks possess complex backgrounds. Can one genuinely remain entirely unguarded? Those who are that careless have long since met their demise, leaving no trace behind. Such words are mere pretense, intended to convey an illusion of trust to all. In reality, for many individuals, Li Hao has implemented various precautions, such as Dao Jian and Qian Wuyang, alongside several new martial saints. Presently, the arrangements consist of multiple saints from each city uniting to maintain order, leaving little room for any formidable opponents. Following the demise of the Red Moon, the seal relies entirely on the suppression of the 8 principal cities. Should any issues arise, it could potentially lead to the shattering of the seal. Consequently, Li Hao believes that Zheng Yu and Li Daoheng have devised more intricate strategies. With little regard for the Red Moon Emperor, these two would not intentionally release the Emperor's true form. Otherwise, the presence of these guardians would be far from secure. Fortunately, at this juncture, the objectives of Li Hao, Zheng Yu, and Li Daoheng remain aligned. Semi-emperors may emerge, but the emperor must remain confined. Thus, even with the chess pieces of these two, there is a semblance of reassurance, prompting Li Hao not to delve deeper into the matter. Among these individuals, whether there exists a deliberate attempt to instill a sense of crisis within him remains uncertain. However, he keeps core elements remarkably concealed, seldom disclosing them to others. After surveying the 7 principal cities, he found the powerful to be remarkably stable, engrossed in closed-door cultivation or the comprehension of new paths. Regarding the transition of the great Tao, these individuals possess almost no knowledge. In Li Hao's mental realm, a few of the Tao veins remain preserved, serving as a precaution against any upheaval within the great Tao universe. Even amidst the transition, he has refrained from relinquishing them, primarily out of concern that Hong Yitong may become overly complacent and be affected by these entities. Above Silver City, beneath the seal, Li Hao did not shy away from the presence of others, appearing as though engaged in a routine practice. At that moment, he sat cross-legged in midair, lost in contemplation. His spiritual ocean churned relentlessly, as energies from all directions began to converge upon him. Within the city, some individuals glanced upward, but did not pay much heed. Li Hao's cultivation often generated considerable commotion, and this occasion was no exception, lacking any prior notice. Currently, with the adversaries situated within the Void Tao universe, Silver Moon remains quite secure. Although the realm of Silver Moon is home to the northern semi-emperor of Tianji, the Western Queen, a formidable monarch, and the hidden force of Tianyi, these entities, apart from the northern figure, pose little threat to Li Hao. In the distance, Zhang Yin observed with increasing interest. He finds himself at a pivotal moment, having officially crossed into the realm of the kings. His aspiration of becoming a king transcends the simplicity of merely being like the great Li King or the Queen. Otherwise, he would have ascended long ago. Zhang Yin seeks the essence, the fusion of the two paths of Hao Xing, a singular tome of the great Tao capable of encapsulating all, harmonizing the outcomes of both paths. As the grandson of a supreme being, to still be merely a quasi-king today is a source of great embarrassment. Individuals such as Zheng Yu and Li Daoheng, despite being his juniors, have ascended to the status of semi-emperors, ruling over the entirety of Silver Moon. In recent days, he has been continuously comprehending new paths while simultaneously unifying the essence of his Tao. In the void, Li Hao persistently draws upon the forces surrounding him. As countless energy stones shatter instantaneously, these were seized from Hurricane City in significant quantities. The destruction of these energy stones transforms the diminutive Silver City into a sanctified ground, where energy rain seems almost imminent. The seal in the heavens seemed to sense something, flickering with a faint glow. Although the seal was suppressed by the 8 main cities, rendering it only slightly weaker than before, the formation had indeed been breached, and the remnants of the formation were not as formidable as they once were. As Li Hao practiced, a subtle force of the Red Moon permeated the air, reminiscent of days long past. Above, a gentle drizzle began to fall, akin to the rainy seasons of Silver City in its glory days. In those times, during the rainy season, the red moon often stripped the 8 noble families of their bloodlines, an act intertwined with this encroaching force of the red moon. On this day, as Li Hao trained, the light rain returned, cascading over Silver City. In the void, the rain, infused with strands of red energy, seemed to coalesce into a visage, lacking any offensive power. Yet the emperor seemed overly leisurely, wishing to emerge for a breath of fresh air. Li Hao could easily dispel it with a gesture, yet he chose not to. He allowed the rain to gather, and gradually, it intensified, the face becoming increasingly discernible. Li Hao. A voice of authority resonated in his ears. Li Hao activated his mental realm, where stars pulsated with vitality, and opened his eyes to behold the enormous face, larger than his entire being. He merely observed in silence. The Red Moon Emperor, noticing Li Hao's lack of dismissal towards his projection, chuckled. In this day and age, should the world be divided into 4, you would be the weakest. Yet those 2 individuals possess formidable strength. Have you considered collaborating with me? Are you selling rat poison? Li Hao retorted calmly. The Red Moon Emperor was taken aback, perplexed by the implication. Do you truly think so little of yourself, Emperor? Li Hao continued. In the Void Path universe, you've been quite the salesman, haven't you? Is this how you conduct yourself? Merely spouting words of collaboration without any constructive proposals? The Red Moon Emperor frowned slightly, visibly displeased. Li Hao remained composed. If you seek collaboration, what can you offer? Let us be realistic. Do you possess anything? You seem to believe I, Zheng Yu, and Li Daoheng are foolish. Who among us lacks intelligence? The Red Moon Emperor felt a flicker of anger rising within him. Li Hao smiled lightly. Very well. I find myself with ample time, and so do you, which is why I allowed you to emerge for a few words. I had hoped for something of value. Yet you seem only capable of empty promises, devoid of sincerity. The Red Moon Emperor regarded him with a furrowed brow. Is it necessary to deceive? Am I not speaking the truth? What qualifications do you have to compete with them? Both Zheng Yu and Li Daoheng are no ordinary figures. Do not underestimate them. Even as semi-emperors, they harbor ambitions to dominate the world. In critical moments, they might even have a chance to ascend to the status of emperor. Li Hao's curiosity piqued. Does achieving the emperor status currently involve facing the emperor's calamity? With the source universe vanished, is that still a requirement? If not, wouldn't T1 become an emperor instantly? He found this notion intriguing. The Red Moon Emperor pondered for a moment. It's hard to say. With the source and new martial arts gone, perhaps the emperor's calamity has also faded. Of course, the calamity of the emperor in the new martial arts was artificially created by the likes of the human king. Just because these 2 have reached the semi-emperor stage doesn't mean they are free from the emperor's tribulation. If there truly exists a calamity of the emperor, it may seep in from beyond the Stargate, potentially ravaging it. Hence, these 2 individuals dare not traverse the tribulation lightly, lest I, the emperor, be unsealed. Li Hao pondered deeply. So, the calamity of the emperor may still be a reality? Indeed. Li Hao smiled. At last, you have provided a somewhat satisfactory answer. The Red Moon Emperor remained silent. Li Hao continued. Why does the Red Moon universe seek to conquer the new martial realm, which is no weakling? You do not understand. The Red Moon Emperor replied defiantly. In the vast universe, countless worlds consume chaos to augment themselves. A single successful consumption can equate to eons of cultivation. My Red Moon universe, unparalleled in strength, has endured countless epochs, while the surrounding worlds have been obliterated. In every realm, it is a case of the large devouring the small. The stronger the new martial realm, the better. Once we engulf the new martial realm, the Red Moon universe will naturally become even mightier. Is cultivation merely a means of continual consumption? Li Hao regarded him. You are, after all, a significant world. Cannot you seek alternative paths? Why seek other routes? This is the fastest, easiest, and most direct method. Even if it takes 100,000 years to conquer a world, it is worth it. The Red Moon Emperor perceived no issue with this, believing Li Hao to be ignorant. He had little interest in elucidating these matters to Li Hao and stated again, your cultivation is far too slow. Even now, though you grasp the essence of the true universe, advancing to the status of a semi-emperor is exceedingly arduous. Li Hao, let us collaborate. Just as he spoke, an unsettling feeling enveloped him. The energy around them was intensifying. Not only that, But even the red moon power he exuded was being drawn upon by this fellow. He frowned slightly. You truly are indiscriminate. You dare to consume my red moon power? The current seal is not what it once was. Be cautious, or I may just project it back and obliterate you. Li Hao paid it no mind, instead feeling a thread of red moon power, and inquired, is the red moon power primarily driven by desire? Desire? The red moon emperor chuckled. That could be said. If a cultivator lives without desire or ambition, do you think there remains any motivation? What you do not realize is that living for too long, once desire is lost, can be profoundly terrifying. Countless worlds have succumbed to such decay. The red moon emperor lamented. In days of yore, my red moon world besieged a certain universe, and the sovereign of that realm possessed formidable strength. Yet, in the final moment, he allowed my red moon to consume him. Why? He had lived for too long. So long that he felt no difference between life and death. Only my red moon, after countless years, remains vibrant. Li Hao was taken aback, nodding in agreement. It is indeed reasonable. Living for too long. For the sovereign of a world, perhaps they can exist for millions, tens of millions, or even billions of years. As the world undergoes endless cycles of change, civilizations rise and fall, eventually, perhaps, only oneself remains, shrouded in infinite solitude and loneliness. At such a time, if one has lost all desire, to seek death or to wish for it seems entirely natural. The true fear lies in the fact that no one can slay you. The red moon world, existing for countless years and still harboring an insatiable desire for conquest, is indeed a rarity. Do your paths all align in the same manner? Li Hao inquired once more, while the red moon emperor surveyed his surroundings and slightly furrowed his brow. What purpose does it serve for Li Hao to absorb such vast energy? Upon hearing Li Hao's question, he let out a cold laugh. This is the realm of the advanced. Do you comprehend? Comprehend what? The Tao ultimately converges into unity. There are too many frills at the outset. In the latter stages, the convergence of myriad paths represents the ultimate form of existence. Li Hao felt a stir within his heart and nodded. That makes sense. So, in the red moon realm, with the myriad paths unified, does that mean that those who come later will all cultivate the same Tao? Naturally. Li Hao was somewhat perplexed. Then doesn't that imply that those who come later have no hope of surpassing their predecessors? The red moon emperor paused for a moment and regarded him. Why must one surpass their predecessors? Are not the predecessors human? They open the heavens, and the successors bask in their residual glory. Should we not simply accept it without rebellion? Li Hao was taken aback. After a lengthy silence, he slowly replied, so, the unity of the Tao ultimately results in a loss of creativity, leaving successors forever inferior to their predecessors, with classes entirely solidified. The rulers of the world will forever be the rulers, and the emperors will eternally be emperors, leaving little hope for successors to surpass? Not necessarily. The red moon emperor shook his head. By invading the great worlds and achieving feats, there are naturally opportunities. This is precisely why we have been engaged in continuous warfare. As you mentioned, we cannot deny hope to the successors. Our rulers are not so foolish as to disregard this. Hence we wage war. Each successful invasion births top-tier powerhouses. Li Hao was stirred once more. This indeed presented a viable solution. If the class system is solidified and internal conflicts cannot be suppressed, then external wars shall be employed to resolve such contradictions. If successors lack opportunities, I shall create them for you. War. Endless warfare. The prerequisite is to be sufficiently strong, lest we exhaust our resources. The red moon, evidently, possesses such strength, formidable beyond comparison to the new marshal. It seems that the new marshal, though not long established, does not appear weak across the vast cosmos. The red moon emperor was scanning the surroundings, increasingly puzzled, as the commotion seemed to intensify. He casually remarked, the new marshal evolves rapidly, with each generation surpassing the last. The speed at which the successors overthrow their predecessors has led to a relentless rise in combat prowess. Logically, the initial phase of the new marshal should last for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years, yet they swiftly transitioned into the Source era, which also did not last long before being rapidly overthrown by the new marshal, resulting in an explosive escalation of combat capabilities. Thus they are not considered weaklings in the myriad worlds. However, Li Hao questioned, logically, a world is akin to a seed. A young seed absorbs minimal chaotic energy. Why then can it surpass the red moon? It is not a matter of surpassing. The red moon emperor retorted with dissatisfaction. though the new marshal is strong. It still pales in comparison to my Red Moon realm. The inability of the Red Moon to swiftly conquer the new marshal is due to various factors. He then snickered. Do not be deceived into thinking that the rulers of the new marshal are benevolent, while they profess a desire for mere self-preservation. Their sun gods traverse various realms of existence. Do you truly believe they wander the cosmos merely for exploration? What a jest! When they enter a realm, they often consume vast amounts of world energy, taking far more than themselves. Many powerful beings of the new marshal are indeed roaming the universe. In the realm of New Wu, there exist two sovereigns, one of whom possesses the fortitude to endure solitude. The king of New Wu remains unperturbed by the potential for rebellion from the other. Thus he himself has ventured forth on numerous occasions. Li Hao felt a stir within. Are you suggesting that New Wu has covertly annexed certain realms? Not annexation, the Red Moon Emperor replied, shaking his head. It is akin to banditry, entering a universe under the guise of exploration, while in truth, they siphon the energies of various realms. They profess to refrain from initiating attacks. Yet behind the scenes, they engage in unspeakable deeds. Otherwise, do you think New Wu could have grown so swiftly? Li Hao stroked his chin in contemplation. Could it be to such an extent? Humph. The Red Moon Emperor scoffed. Let us put it this way. These individuals are masters of deception. They dispatch emissaries to traverse worlds, and should anyone impede them or meet with an untimely demise, the king of New Wu, alongside his supreme and solar deities, would swiftly retaliate, either exacting vengeance or reclaiming energy. Numerous worlds, once not far from New Wu, have since fled. Why? Because of New Wu's overwhelming tyranny. In the absence of our formidable strength, the solar deity would have extracted countless energies and departed. Is that so? Li Hao mused. It seems that New Wu is indeed the one instigating conflict. Yet, I recall the king stating that we do not seek trouble, but are not afraid of it. If you wish to kill me, I shall respond in kind. These two narratives appear rather divergent. Moreover, New Wu's existence has been relatively brief, spanning nearly a millennium, after which it fell into obscurity and the silver moon became independent. Was it not said that within the chaos, locating oneself is exceedingly challenging? Once departed, one might be unable to return for many years. Though this is indeed the case, the apex powers are not easily lost. However, the king of New Wu himself has, on several occasions, ventured out under the pretense of being lost, inadvertently trespassing into grand realms, soliciting directions, and often igniting conflicts. A ludicrous pretext. As a ruler of a realm, could one truly be so disoriented? Such a farcical excuse. Li Hao pondered once more. It's difficult to assert. I have encountered accounts in certain texts indicating that the king of New Wu possesses a profound lack of directional sense, having been lost since his infancy. Could it be that he genuinely became disoriented, merely seeking directions, leading to your misunderstanding? The Red Moon Emperor dismissed this notion with a derisive snort, clearly unconvinced. Who are you trying to fool? While the chaos is indeed intricate, a ruler of a realm could not so easily lose their way. If they cannot locate their own universe, how could they find another's? As they continued their leisurely discourse, the Red Moon Emperor suddenly intoned gravely, "What are you doing?" Around them, energies began to coalesce like a tornado, gravitating towards Li Hao. An energy storm swirled above him, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Was this mere cultivation? Such commotion could hardly be conjured even by a semi-emperor. What was he up to? Li Hao smiled. Oh, nothing much, simply practicing. It may be a tad noisy, but I trust the emperor does not mind. By the way, may I inquire, your avatar, composed of Red Moon's power, has been in the Void Dao universe for so many days now, yet has not been struck down? Is it possible that the Void Dao universe lacks the great thunder of the Dao? The Red Moon Emperor, preoccupied, did not engage with his inquiry. Instead, he scrutinized his surroundings, a hint of perplexity in his eyes, and cast a glance above at the ceiling formation established by the 8 cities, which seemed to exhibit signs of disturbance. What new trickery was this individual about to unleash? Li Hao, perceiving the indifference directed towards him, suddenly turned hostile. I ask you a question, yet you remain silent. What purpose do you serve? With a resounding clap, he struck down, shattering the insubstantial projection in an instant. The speed of his change in demeanor was astonishing. The phantom of the Red Moon Emperor disintegrated with a hint of anger and annoyance. This wretched being had not responded even with a single word, and yet was so easily obliterated. Infuriating. Moreover, what was he truly up to? Li Hao found little inclination to engage in idle conversation any longer. At that moment, within the realm of the spirit, violent tremors erupted as stars began to quiver. Within him, the celestial pathways stirred with fervor, yearning for convergence. Suddenly, a star emerged from within Li Hao, transforming into a magnificent dragon. The dragon soared, piercing through the spiritual sea world, entering through his brow. In the 7 principal cities, some observed the event, albeit without comprehension. Others, like Zheng Yu, felt a sudden twinge of anxiety. Within the spiritual sea, the dragon commenced its flight, causing the entire realm to convulse violently. Chaos reigned. 180 stars trembled wildly as the dragon appeared to seek out compatible celestial bodies for amalgamation. Abruptly, it locked onto a specific star and surged towards it. In an explosive moment, the dragon plunged into the star, resulting in a cataclysmic upheaval within the spiritual sea. Uncounted forces of spiritual energy, vitality, and new pathways were stirred into a frenzied tumult. The convergence of reality and illusion seemed to herald an unprecedented transformation. The entire world quaked, and this was merely the first star. Moreover, Li Hao's virtual and actual pathways were not situated within the true cosmic realm. One could only imagine the terror that awaited within the genuine cosmic pathways, where reality and illusion fused. At this moment, the principles of heaven and earth appeared to shift. The entire silver moon seemed to be affected in some way. Within the cosmos, the embodiment of the physical realm was Li Hao's choice. Yet this also imparted a sense of impending threat to the universe. Boom. The air seemed to gather countless bolts of thunder. In the distance, it felt as if the will of the heavens began to stir. In that instant, disturbances arose from every direction. Within the virtual cosmic realm, a sudden tremor rippled through. Moments later, Li Daoheng's voice echoed, tinged with confusion and irritation. Who was causing turmoil in the universe? In an instant, 2 figures materialized. Zheng Yu surveyed the surroundings. At that moment, the entire virtual cosmos appeared to undergo some anomaly, trembling slightly. Though the disturbance was not monumental, such unrest in the cosmic realm was uncommon without extraordinary circumstances. He furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Simultaneously, the avatar of the Red Moon Emperor swiftly appeared, lost in thought, uttering not a single word. In the realm of the actual cosmos, a figure emerged, observing from afar. At that moment, a star seemed to manifest briefly, yet it felt as though its presence was shallow, the disturbance not significant, as it flickered into existence before vanishing once more. In Dali, Tianji gazed into the distance, frowning slightly, muttering under his breath, "What are they up to now?" As I glance at the distant Greatly King, he is currently brandishing his fists as if preparing for some action. He is compelled to speak, his voice low. "Baiwuj, what are you doing?" Without turning his head, the Greatly King replies, "Training." "Training? What sort of training involves merely swinging your fists? Did you not speak with Li Hao earlier? Did he mention how to deal with those individuals?" "He did. He said to confront the soldiers with arms and to shield ourselves against the torrents of water." "Nonsense." Heaven's extremity ceased to question him further, his gaze lingering with suspicion towards the direction of Silver City. "Why must there be such commotion? Can there not be a moment of peace?" Time and again, it seems tranquility is a mere illusion. A star and a dragon merge, creating an immense disturbance. Li Hao did not anticipate that such a simple convergence of a star would trigger such a significant chain reaction. What is the origin of this thunder? At this moment, dark clouds shroud the sky, and colossal thunderbolts gather, leaving Li Hao perplexed. What have I done? Is this thunder of the heavens a manifestation of fate? Or perhaps the essence of the Tao? Does fate dare to provoke me? Is the thunder of the Tao spilling forth to obliterate me? How strange. Or is this thunder emerging from some unknown source? Filled with countless questions, he gazes upward, furrowing his brow. He had not foreseen the birth of thunder. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhang Yu murmurs, "The Emperor's calamity? Why does this seem reminiscent of the Emperor's calamity? Surely not. Let alone whether there is an Emperor's calamity within Silver Moon. Even if there were, it would not pertain to Li Hao. Moreover, this thunder does not seem potent. It lacks the overwhelming force of an Emperor's calamity that could annihilate a heavenly sovereign in an instant. Yet, this appears to be merely the beginning. What exactly is Li Hao doing? He realizes he can no longer discern Li Hao's intentions. The thunder begins to gather but does not descend. The dark clouds obscure the sun, instilling a sense of unease. Li Hao pays no heed, continuing to merge a pulse. Another dragon emerges, entering his mind to seek the next star for unification. At this moment, the thunder intensifies. This thunder is not a product of fate. Simultaneously, within the seal, the Red Moon Emperor's expression shifts as he perceives a change. Above him, the crimson blood moon door, radiant with starlight, appears to be penetrated by some force as bolts of thunder, intertwined with chaos, surge from the outside. His heart trembles violently. Without hesitation, he ascends towards the sky. Has the stargate opened? Might I break free from this seal? Exit through the stargate, regain some strength, and return to shatter the seal? As he collides with it, a tremendous explosion of thunder erupts above him. Below, the seal trembles, while above, the stargate flickers with brilliance, obstructing him and unleashing an onslaught of formidable apocalyptic thunder. Boom. The Red Moon Emperor is left battered and furious. Why? Why does power surge in, yet I cannot escape? Why? Furthermore, why do these thunderous forces suddenly infiltrate the Silver Moon world? Who instigated this? The Emperor's calamity? How could this be? Neither Zheng Yu nor Li Daoheng has attained the status of Emperor, and Li Hao has just observed that the other party possesses merely the power of the fifth realm of the Tao, which is still far from the Emperor's level. He can only watch helplessly as those forces, like a stroll through an uninhabited realm, penetrate the seals and descend. Li Hao murmurs, filled with confusion and astonishment. What has he done to provoke the influx of the external thunderous power? Is this an attempt to annihilate him? In the chaos, there exists the heavenly tribulation, which he is aware of, yet has never witnessed. It is said that within the chaos, such tribulations can be triggered by supreme beings. The reasons for their manifestation remain beyond his current understanding. Perhaps it is the awakening of enlightenment that has resonated with the chaos. Or perhaps he has committed some grave transgression that the chaos can no longer ignore. However, Li Hao, confined within the Silver Moon, wonders what actions he could possibly take. The Silver Moon is a secluded microcosm. At this moment, the power of thunder is feeble. The Red Moon Emperor senses its weakness as it seeps in, growing even weaker. Barely potent enough to vanquish a saint, which is an overestimation. Strangely, the intensity of these thunderous forces gradually amplifies, continuously permeating and strengthening. Below, Li Hao merges stars, 1, 2, 3, and the aura surrounding him begins to intertwine and grow powerful. The ominous clouds above expand, stirring something within him. Suddenly, the wind and cloud treasure mirror materializes before him, reopening the celestial curtain. People of the Haoxing continent, there is no need for alarm. The last attempt of the great Tao universe to descend failed. This time, I intend to allow the great Tao universe to consume the Haoxing continent. Since it cannot descend, I shall proactively enter and assimilate the heavens and the earth, enabling countless cultivators to grasp the Tao up close. Originally, the ominous clouds were spreading, and the heavens trembled, leaving everyone puzzled and speculating about Li Hao's actions. At this moment, upon hearing his words, they felt reassured. So that is it. If you will not come to me, then I shall go to you. Is it possible to consume the Haoxing continent? Who knows? At this moment, the great Tao universe abruptly splits open, revealing a long river that swells within it. Waves crashing tumultuously. Li Hao's voice resonates once more. Do not be concerned. The river merges with the world. I shall attempt to assimilate the Silver Moon realm, allowing all within to become denizens of the Tao. What heavenly will, semi-emperors, or emperors can infringe upon my Silver Moon people? In the void, the thunder grows increasingly intense. Li Hao's voice rises again. It appears that the heavens will not allow it, nor will the world, nor will the cosmos permit my assimilation of the Silver Moon. Yet I, Li Hao, am determined to be that defiant individual. His voice, cold and resolute, reverberates through the heavens and earth, leaving people both shaken and profoundly astonished. The heavens will not permit it? After the great Taoist descent failed, Li Hao turns to consume the cosmos? At that moment, in the distance, a moon materializes, followed by another, 2 moons in total. One is a queen, the other a moon deity who has survived numerous trials. Both are now visibly shaken. Li Hao intends to consume the cosmos? This is outrageous. Even the queen, at this moment, sensed a faint awareness that should the great path truly engulf the realm of Silver Moon, the core of Silver Moon, its very essence, would undoubtedly suffer devastating damage. Furthermore, in the distance, it appeared as though the will of heaven was stirring. The will of heaven, founded upon the very fabric of existence, would be rendered meaningless should the realm be consumed. leaving behind a gaping void devoid of life. Even if the will of heaven persisted, could it still be called the will of heaven in such a state? It was akin to pulling the rug out from under one's feet. That scoundrel, Li Hao. Infuriating. Coupled with the thunderous storms above Silver City, in that moment, everyone believed, there was no denying it. Such a tremendous upheaval was most likely a prelude to the complete annexation of Silver Moon. The tempestuous clouds of thunder were spreading across the entirety of Silver Moon Province. A terrifying spectacle indeed. Meanwhile, Li Hao's aura grew increasingly formidable. At that moment, he transformed into a colossal figure. Streams of chaotic energy emanated from his being as his voice resonated like a great bell. Li Daoheng, Zheng Yu, I care not for your intentions. I desire only the true path universe and this Haoxing continent. I shall carry away my life, old age, sickness, and death within the great path universe. Whether it be the star of time or the realm of Silver Moon, they belong to you. I shall consume the Haoxing continent and seal off the great path universe. Henceforth, you may contend amongst yourselves while we remain unperturbed. Li Hao spoke with utmost sincerity. His voice echoed once more. Do not attempt to obstruct me. Should you dare, I shall shatter the seals and summon the Emperor to act. Red Moon Emperor, all I seek is a mere continent and the true path universe. It holds no relevance to you. At this moment, the void path universe began to fracture slowly. 3 figures emerged, faintly visible yet not fully materialized. The voice of the Red Moon Emperor reverberated throughout the realms, tinged with amusement. Do as you wish. Li Hao, seeking to engulf the cosmos. For him, there was little to lose. However, should he succeed, Zheng Yu and Li Daoheng would undoubtedly be displeased, and the will of heaven would not acquiesce. This fellow consistently delighted in stirring up fresh disturbances. This time, it was particularly pronounced. Yet, he remained somewhat perplexed, casting a glance at the immense, ominous clouds and the flickering lightning, his brow slightly furrowed. Would the annexation of the cosmos herald a chaotic tribulation? As an emperor, even in a fragmentary form, his insight was not lacking. This must have been a tribulation seeping forth from the chaos, albeit not as formidable as the Emperor's tribulation of the new martial era, yet still powerful. Could it be that the great path universe's desire to engulf the cosmos was something the heavens, the chaos, and the realms could not abide? It was oddly peculiar. Yet, given the magnitude of the disturbance, it seemed to be the only explanation. Chaos would not permit it, the great path would not permit it, nor would the cosmos. The annexation of Silver Moon was intolerable. Another star emerged, and the heavens trembled even more violently. Faint cries could be discerned. The anguished wails of the will of heaven under unbearable strain. It must not be allowed. Simultaneously, the void path universe appeared to draw ever closer, as if it were about to descend upon the mortal realm. The man with the sword on his back wore an expression of indifference. Engulfing the cosmos? How could that be permitted? The crux lay in the fact that while it seemed like he was consuming the cosmos, something felt amiss. In the distance, the colossal Li Hao radiated a faint chaotic energy, a power that seemed to diverge slightly from the force of the Great Path River. At this very moment, Li Hao's integration with the stars intensified once more. Boom! The heavens above grew increasingly fierce, and it was evident that a tempest was brewing, ready to descend upon the mortal realm. The swordsman, cloaked in shadows, suddenly remarked, "Is he truly devouring the heavens and the earth? It seems somewhat implausible." Zheng Yu observed silently, his gaze flickering. "How much longer?" "Half an hour," the swordsman replied softly. "What concerns me more is whether this escalating thunder will breach the stargate. This tribulation seems to be an external force, not one from within the Silver Moon." After saying this, he scanned the surroundings, as if searching for something. The will of the heavens might be restless. If Li Hao truly succeeded, the celestial order would be doomed. Zheng Yu suggested, "Why not allow the will of the heavens to take a look first?" "You believe you can control the will of the heavens?" "I mean you." They exchanged banter. At that moment, a figure emerged from the distance, drawing closer to Li Hao. It halted at a distance, standing upon the central continent, and with a cold shout declared, "Li Hao, cease your actions. If you truly intend to consume the star continent, I shall eradicate the entire human race." A formidable force swept through the surroundings. The will of the heavens stirred, as if it were roaring. At this instant, within the 7 main cities, someone's eyes flickered, whispering, "It truly is him. The 9th prince of the star. The remarkably youthful prince, a disciple of the Southern Fist." who had nearly quarreled with the Silver Moon martial artist for his sake. In the void, Li Hao appeared remarkably unperturbed. The ninth prince? He mused, glancing into the distance with a smile, learning from the bad rather than the good. The ninth prince, exuding a potent aura, possessing the power of convergence, gritted his teeth and said, Li Hao, the star belongs to my Zheng family, not to you. You may have swayed the hearts of the people, but now you lead 100 billion souls to their doom. In the vast cosmos, there is no sanctuary. Should the star continent enter there, countless lives will be lost. How wicked of you, to sacrifice billions for the sake of your own enlightenment. At this moment, the world trembled slightly. The ninth prince's voice resounded once more. People of the star, I am of the royal lineage. Li Hao's actions are treacherous and detestable. This thunderstorm heralds his doom. His rise is built on your faith. Should you sever your devotion, he cannot succeed in leading us into the cosmic realm, which is devoid of life. And entering it would mean certain death. At least 90% of the populace would perish. Upon hearing this, the entire continent shifted slightly. Li Hao, maintaining his composure, retorted, the Zheng family is utterly decayed. Out of respect for Master Nanquan, I spare you from death. Yet, you dare conspire with the will of the heavens to create chaos, thinking that I, Li Hao, cannot eliminate you? The ninth prince clenched his teeth. Even if it costs me my life, I will expose your true nature. Li Hao, you have gone mad in your quest for enlightenment. Dare you claim that consuming the heavens and the earth will not cost lives? You are courting your own demise. Your actions may even provoke several semi-emperors and revered beings. Once you are gone, peace will return to the world, and these mighty beings will not target the innocent. He gazed skyward at the powerful beings. Zheng, Li, esteemed ones. Do you harbor intentions of annihilating the world? Zheng Yu chuckled softly, his laughter resonating through the cosmos. How could that be? If one wished to kill, the entire world would have already been obliterated. What purpose does it serve to slay ordinary people? Those who hold dominion over the realm require the common folk. Otherwise, can the universe still be deemed a universe? The world would cease to be the world. Do you hear me? The voice of the ninth prince resonated, reverberating through the heavens and earth. Li Hao, you fiend. For your own selfish desires, you disregard the lives of billions. What face do you have to wield control over the myriad paths of this world? The will of heaven trembles, sweeping across the cosmos and swaying the hearts of men. This is a realm in which the celestial will excels. Yet, Li Hao merely observed in silence. Surely, the ninth prince is not the sole instrument of heaven's design. How intriguing. Chapter 407. Great wisdom appears as foolishness? Li Hao resembled an ancient giant. At this moment, he hovered atop Silver City, gazing at the ninth prince with a smile. Time and again, he was branded as a villain and a sinner, leading the populace to their demise. Standing on the moral high ground to condemn Li Hao is, I must admit, a mark of greater cunning than some who came before. They hoped to coerce Li Hao into relinquishing his ambition to devour the heavens and earth. Yet, at this juncture, can mere words alter the course of fate? On that day, out of respect for Master Nanquan, I spared your life. You showed no gratitude. Instead, you colluded with the celestial will to sow chaos and incite the hearts of men, an unforgivable sin. Now, with Master Nanquan departed, it is time you accompanied him. Li Hao spoke with an unsettling calmness. In the distance, the ninth prince's expression shifted, teeth clenched as he shouted, Li Hao, colluding with the celestial will? A farce. This world is governed by the will of heaven. Those who align with it prosper, while those who oppose it perish. It is you who acts against the heavens. As for Hiyong, the ninth prince seethed, this realm rightfully belongs to my Zheng family. We nurtured him for 20 years, and he shows no gratitude. Instead, he devours his own master. Li Hao, do you not find your words laughable? Daring not to approach Li Hao, he sensed Li Hao's impending advance, and, gritting his teeth, roared, if you dare come closer, I shall submerge this starry continent, ensuring you do not attain your desires, leading them to their doom. Li Hao smiled. How fascinating. You threaten me with the lives of the populace, yet you consider yourself the embodiment of justice. The logic is entirely on your side. I ask the people of the world, would you accompany this ninth prince to death? No, we do not wish to. The roar of the crowd echoed like a cataclysm, the earth trembling beneath their fervor. In that instant, a sound akin to a landslide erupted. This is no longer the era of your for more than a year. The people's minds have been awakened. Literacy has spread, knowledge has flourished, and martial arts have thrived across the land. This is no longer the world the ninth prince once envisioned. At this moment, his identity as a prince of the Zheng family became trivial. Countless voices rose in unison, proclaiming, "Exterminate the remnants of feudalism. Eliminate the Zheng family's remnants. Down with the feudal system." The thunderous chorus reverberated throughout the cosmos. Did you believe it was still the past? Did you think the populace remained under Zheng family rule? The tides have long since turned. At this moment, near the ninth prince, thousands upon thousands of empowered individuals surged forth, weapons in hand, crying out, "Slay the evildoers, restore our world." The ninth prince's complexion shifted. Truly, the world has changed. The era in which the Zheng family could rally the masses with a single call has long passed. Moreover, having endured the era of the nine offices, what prestige remains for the Zheng family today? The transformations of this year rival those of the past century. The ninth prince still seeks to manipulate the hearts of the people with such outdated methods. It is a folly. At this very moment, the heavens themselves reveal his anxious visage to the world. What a spectacle this is! Then, Li Hao's voice resounded throughout the realm, imbued with an air of indifference. "I do not wish to eradicate entirely. According to the principles of the Silver Moon martial artists, some legacies must endure, even in retaliation. I find it inconsequential. However, since you disregard the rules of the Zheng and dishonor the martyrs, today you shall face justice." The ninth prince's complexion shifted, and he clenched his teeth. "You dare? Li Hao, let me enlighten you. Do you truly believe I have done nothing during these days? The Zheng family has stored countless super bombs over the years, now scattered across the entire Tianqin continent. Should you choose to kill me, I shall trigger them, and the entire continent shall be plunged into the abyss. Do you think I am unaware of the consequences? If you dare to kill me, countless lives shall perish alongside me, the continent shall shatter, and the multitude shall meet their demise together." His voice echoed with fury. He had some measure of confidence in his threat. Did he fear death? Yes. He understood the formidable power of Li Hao, capable of ending his life, even with the favor of fate. Thus, he recognized that this was perhaps the very means to bind Li Hao. "Should you take my life, I shall obliterate the Tianqin continent." Li Hao turned to regard the sages of the great cities, some of whom paled at his words. If the opponent had indeed buried countless super bombs, then all present would bear culpability in this monumental matter. Yet the ninth prince had been under Li Hao's watchful eye from the beginning. Meanwhile, the adversary remained blissfully unaware. Having concealed explosives beneath the continent, Zheng Yu and the others, one and all, would share in the blame. In the distance, the ninth prince's eyes glimmered with a trace of delight and excitement. "The populace aids in your cultivation, yet you, Li Hao, possess vulnerabilities. You too are constrained by the multitude." Li Hao yearned to declare, "Go ahead and detonate," but reconsidered, murmuring an apology to Master Hong. Especially now as Master Hong's connections with the masses grew ever tighter, it was perilous. Should he unleash a massacre, annihilating the Silver Moon, the great Tao might very well collapse, presenting a double-edged sword. At this moment, thunderclouds gathered overhead. In the sea of consciousness, stars continued to merge, the process still incomplete, or perhaps it was merely the beginning. Indeed, it was just the inception. The pivotal moment had yet to arrive. A mere buffoon would dare threaten him. How laughable. This was merely a pawn in the grand game of their respective powers. With a soft sigh, Li Hao lamented, "In days of yore, when I first laid eyes upon you, you still bore an air of elegance. At the fall of the Zheng family, I spared your life, having seen you commit little wrongdoing. Yet, you failed to cherish that mercy, entangling yourself with that absurdity of fate." Li Hao's smile blossomed. "Very well. I shall grant you your wish." In that instant, a chaotic river materialized, and Li Hao found himself hovering above it, flowing along its currents, instantly vanishing from sight. The ninth prince's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed once more, "If you dare approach, I shall detonate all the bombs at once." At this moment, he possessed the power of a sage. Yet, he was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of Li Hao. What significance did being a sage hold in the presence of Li Hao? Witnessing Li Hao's indifference, his expression shifted dramatically. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly soared towards the luminous moon in the sky, the domain of the moon god. Not only that, but at this moment, it seemed as if waves of energy were emanating from every corner of the world. A frenzied glint sparkled in his eyes. "You have forced my hand, Li Hao. You shameless wretch, you truly care nothing for the lives of these people. If so, let them perish." In that instant, he chose to ignite and detonate. Li Hao, you have compelled me. He himself raced towards the moon god, seeking refuge in the cosmic void, hoping to evade Li Hao's wrath. At least for now. There remained a foundation for cooperation. I shall sever your myriad paths. The ninth prince grew increasingly deranged. From all directions, countless bombs began to explode in that fleeting moment. The populace was struck with alarm. How much explosive material had this man concealed? How many lives would be lost this time? Just then, a unique river materialized at the end of the chaotic stream, swiftly enveloping the ninth prince, as if time itself were flowing backward. The ninth prince, who had initially ascended skyward, suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. In the next moment, he experienced a disorienting sensation, as though he had returned to his original position. What transpired? From all directions, the detonating bombs suddenly dissipated, vanishing as if nothing had occurred. At this moment, Li Hao emerged from the river's end, extending a hand towards him. A force of destiny trembled instantaneously, shaking the void. The ninth prince jolted to awareness, but destiny fled in the blink of an eye. Terrifying. Li Hao paid no heed to destiny, instead reaching out towards the ninth prince. Crack. Gripped by Li Hao, the ninth prince's face was a mask of unbounded terror. What have you done to me? Li Hao sighed. Alas, I must apologize for the well-intentioned efforts of Master Nanquan. My regrets to you, Master Nanquan. This was not a slight against the individual, but rather a lament towards Nanquan itself. Crack. Boom. His head exploded instantly, his body shattered, disintegrating into dust, with energy spilling forth, cascading towards the approaching ordinary cultivators. Li Hao's voice resonated. This power is bestowed upon you, as a reward. Boom. The sound of explosions echoed relentlessly. The ninth prince, from beginning to end, was obliterated in an instant, a scream of disbelief and despair reverberating through the heavens. Is this how I meet my end? At the entrance to the cosmic void, several powerful figures exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. Zheng Yu muttered, "This fellow truly possesses mastery over time. He has reversed time itself, even if only for a few seconds." The Red Moon Emperor's countenance also shifted. It is but a small area, yet the ability to truly reverse time is indeed astonishing. The concept of controlling time is relative. It merely involves pausing a specific region while time continues elsewhere. These two notions are fundamentally distinct. To pause means that only a certain area experiences a halt in time, while elsewhere time proceeds uninterrupted. However, Li Hao has just achieved a retreat of time within a small domain. This signifies that Li Hao's mastery over time has become increasingly terrifying. Though it lasts but a fleeting moment, for the powerful, it represents an unfathomable outcome. The ninth prince's probing was not in vain. At the very least, it unveiled a deeper layer of Li Hao's hidden cards, revealing him to be even more formidable than before. However, Zheng Yu quickly shook his head, stating, "It is not a complete reversal. It merely reversed the situation for the ninth prince alone, without encompassing a vast area. Just a small fragment, a mere individual. The bomb did not detonate. And this involves certain causalities. Regardless, such methods are already astonishing. In this new era of martial arts, no one has truly mastered time. Why then has this new path given birth to the power of time? The death of a ninth prince means little to them. What is a saint, or a forcibly catalyzed saint, worth? The demise of a few heavenly kings would hardly warrant a blink. The royal lineage and those of the Zhang family are but a joke in their eyes. The ninth prince's greatest contribution lies in forcing some of Li Hao's hidden tactics to surface. How much longer? Zheng Yu furrowed his brow slightly. It is rather improper for Li Hao to employ the power of time against a mere pawn. This suggests he may possess even greater secrets and ambitions. Li Daoheng, whatever methods you have, unleash them and delay Li Hao. A mere pawn. The ninth prince, even in his death, would likely never fathom this as the assessment from several top-tier entities. At this moment, from afar, a sword-bearing man frowned slightly. Indeed, there are greater schemes at play. I have sensed something amiss. Li Hao's intentions extend beyond merely devouring the heavens and earth. Zheng Yu, at this juncture, we need not conceal anything. Minor tactics may suffice against the weak, but for us, they hold little value. It is better to reveal our full strength. Zheng Yu chuckled and nodded. Very well. Let us unleash our power without delay. Simultaneously, the queen, suspended in the air, suddenly underwent a drastic change in expression. In that instant, a vast force surged through her, pouring into her being via the silver moon's essence. It was a familiar power, the power of the silver moon, the moon goddess. Indeed, just as she had surmised, and as Li Hao had anticipated, in the eyes of the moon goddess, in Li Daoheng's perspective, and in Li Hao's view, she was merely a pawn. No matter how powerful, she could not escape the fate of a mere piece on the board. Not only that, but in that very moment, several figures materialized nearby, familiar to the queen. She recognized several deities: the prophet god, the god of misfortune, the god of fate, the god of calamity, numerous ethereal deities. These beings exuded formidable auras, transcending mere saints, for they possessed the power of saints and appeared to have regained their peak form, perhaps even surpassing it. Their energies erupted instantaneously, a wave of misfortune and calamity enveloping the entire realm. Meanwhile, the queen's aura transformed into that of the moon goddess. As Li Daoheng's voice resonated, "Slaughter the heavens and earth, eradicate all cultivators, and bring calamity to the mortal realm." Understood. The deities, seemingly not devoid of consciousness, exchanged complex glances at the queen, who struggled nearby, before soaring in all directions to bring calamity upon the world. The queen gritted her teeth, gazing towards the distant horizon, where the resplendent moon resided, the abode of the moon goddess. At this moment, however, a formidable force was sweeping across the realm, ensnaring and controlling her. She had long believed she wielded power, yet it was merely a jest. She had always been but a pawn in their game. A cold expression crossed her face as she clenched her jaw, her eyes emanating a crimson glow. "You wretches, do you truly think I am unaware, unprepared? Do you believe you can manipulate me at your whim?" In that instant, her corporeal form was forcibly propelled towards Li Hao, as if she were to be used as a pawn to probe him further and delay his actions. These individuals did not anticipate the queen would eliminate Li Hao. Drawing upon an immense reservoir of silver moon power, she was now nearly as formidable as a late-stage heavenly monarch, rivaling Li Hao's strength. Yet, Li Daoheng, Zheng Yu, and even the queen herself understood that they could not contend with Li Hao. He was a being whose prowess transcended mere realms. As she soared towards Li Hao, her gaze flickered with uncertainty. After a prolonged moment, as she drew near to him, a glimmer of joy and relief surfaced in her eyes. "Is it delightful to control me?" In the distance, Li Hao observed silently, seemingly awaiting something. Just then, he furrowed his brow slightly, casting a puzzled glance at the queen. A full moon hung in the sky, radiating an imposing aura. Li Daoheng and his cohorts appeared to have cast aside all pretense. As if they no longer deemed it necessary, an overwhelming force surged through the cosmos, transcending mere silver moon power. Another force surged towards the queen's Dao vessel. Li Hao was well aware of its location, firmly anchored within his mental realm, as this power assailed his consciousness. Naturally, this was within Li Hao's expectations, and he deemed it inconsequential. However, just as he was about to extinguish this force, the queen suddenly smiled, a smile not of the moon goddess, but rather one of her own foolishness, reminiscent of her habitual self-assuredness. At the sight of this smile, Li Hao sensed an unsettling premonition. Could it be that she intends to betray us once more? This woman was adhering strictly to Li Daoheng's plan, and while Li Hao was not particularly concerned, he feared that her antics might not only ensnare her allies, but ensnare everyone involved. He genuinely believed the queen was a source of trouble, for the cunning could intuit the thoughts of the clever, yet the actions of the less astute often led to unforeseen consequences. In that fleeting moment, the queen scoffed. "Control my life? Is this monarch so easily subdued?" Upon hearing her words, Li Hao suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He shouted, "Do not act recklessly." The queen disregarded his warning. In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted, a crimson energy sweeping across the realm, momentarily startling a certain sealed emperor. At the center of the seal, a small aperture appeared, causing him to pause momentarily before a vast power began to seep forth. The Red Moon Emperor was equally bewildered. Yet he had no time to dwell on his confusion. It seems that this place was originally the domain of the Silver Moon. In that very instant, the queen erupted into a hearty laugh, declaring, "Let this king perish." With a thunderous roar, the overwhelming power of the Red Moon surged forth, and in a fleeting moment, another figure appeared beside her, emanating an extraordinarily potent force of the Red Moon. This was not the true form of the Red Moon Emperor, yet it was indeed another avatar, one whose strength was not to be underestimated, rivaling even the previous one that had been separated. The second avatar of the Red Moon Emperor was momentarily bewildered. Had I truly just manifested another self? However, the queen was filled with exuberance as she suddenly summoned the true form of the silver moon. A brilliant moon materialized, hurtling directly towards the Red Moon Emperor. Her voice sharp and commanding. Let us unleash our fury together. The second avatar of the Red Moon Emperor was taken aback. Without further ado, he struck out with a punch towards the luminous moon. In the Void Tao universe, the sword-bearing man cast his gaze upon the first avatar, who remained silent, merely observing the unfolding scene. I have manifested yet another avatar, he mused. In that case, I shall relinquish my concerns. If this avatar can enter the Void Tao universe and merge with myself, I shall become even more formidable. As for how the queen managed to reopen the original passage, I remain perplexed. Last time, she did not appear directly within the seal but traversed the established pathway, which was subsequently sealed off. How did she manage to unlock it? Who knows? Yet, for me, there is no loss. Since my true form cannot emerge for the time being, any fraction of strength I can manifest is advantageous. If I can manage a few more separations, my true self will remain uninvolved, and aside from losing a corporeal form of the true emperor, I can unleash my power entirely. This is a tremendous boon for me. Meanwhile, at this moment, Li Hao was plagued by an overwhelming headache. He could counter Li Daoheng's schemes and thoughts, yet the queen, as a pawn, was not adhering to the expected path and insisted on causing disturbances. This was indeed a source of great frustration and helplessness. Damn it! Another avatar of the Red Moon Emperor has been released, and judging by its strength, it may be nearly as formidable as a half-emperor. Another half-emperor? I am utterly at a loss for words. I was not prepared for this. Dealing with an entity so close to a half-emperor is problematic, especially since the heavens cannot currently accommodate a half-emperor, and the very existence of this entity hinges on that half-moon. It is enough to drive one to despair. But please, do not jeopardize my grand plans. In contrast, the queen wore a face of contentment, radiating an immensely gratifying smile. So, you think you can scheme against me? Well, I am not one to be trifled with. You believe I am easily manipulated? If Li Hao dares to provoke me, I shall summon the Red Moon Emperor and eliminate you all. She turned her gaze towards Li Hao, as if to convey, do you see? I am not to be underestimated. I can also retaliate against Li Daoheng. However, upon observing Li Hao's ashen countenance, the queen felt a jolt of confusion. What is the matter? Is the appearance of the Red Moon Emperor's avatar not beneficial for you in confronting the true form of the Silver Moon? It spares you from conflict with me. I assist you in countering Li Daoheng, and you are not pleased? At that moment, Li Hao erupted in fury. What chaos is this? Nonsensical foolery. Li Hao, rarely known for his temper, was indeed incensed. I had foreseen that once this woman set her mind to mischief, calamity would inevitably befall all. The merging of the two avatars of the Red Moon Emperor was decidedly not in our favor. It was sheer folly. With a thunderous roar, he bellowed, Li Daoheng, explode. In the Void Tao universe, the swordsman clad in darkness wore an expression of grave concern. Suddenly, the half-moon erupted in a dazzling brilliance, a resounding roar reverberating throughout the heavens. An overwhelming force swept across the cosmos, as half of the moon disintegrated into oblivion. The queen, in a frenzy, spat blood and cast a bewildered glance at Li Hao, questioning whether he had allied with Li Daoheng. Li Hao, disinterested, noted a blood shadow surging toward the heavens, striving to breach the great Tao universe and penetrate the Void Tao universe. Without hesitation, he conjured a river of energy that engulfed the land, charging toward the crimson figure. Within the Void Tao universe, the first avatar of the Red Moon Emperor displayed an unsettling countenance, icy and sinister. This is quite intriguing. Both Li Daoheng and Li Hao, upon the emergence of my avatar, choose to target it immediately. Cursed be this fate. Even half of the silver moon has been obliterated. How utterly vexing. Zheng Yu merely observed the spectacle, chuckling softly. The Red Moon Emperor had both overestimated and underestimated himself, misjudging his own intellect while underappreciating his strength. Neither he, Li Daoheng, nor Li Hao wished to engage in conflict with an emperor, at least not at this juncture. Should the two avatars unite, this individual might very well breach and seal his true form. The Queen's reckless actions nearly disrupted everyone's plans. At this moment, if we do not eliminate his avatar, whose avatar shall we destroy? When the power of an avatar eclipses that of its original, breaking the seal on the true form becomes a trivial matter. The considerations of the three were far more complex than the Queen's simplistic approach. At that point, the Emperor could possibly break his seal outright. Who would dare allow an emperor to fully emerge at this moment? Otherwise, the seals of the 8 cities are not impervious. They would have been breached long ago. Below, Li Hao soared into the air, a river of energy sweeping forth. At this instant, both Li Daoheng and Zheng Yu, along with several deities who had initially intended to wreak havoc upon the populace, chose to halt their advance, granting Li Hao the time he required to resolve this avatar. One was sufficient. A second would shatter everyone's plans, a prospect unfavorable to any of us. Such tacit understanding was absent in the Queen. Thus, in that moment, Li Hao unleashed a sword that pierced the heavens, striking at the Red Moon Emperor. The second avatar of the Red Moon Emperor, somewhat disordered and filled with rage, ground his teeth and exclaimed, "Fool! Once my avatars merge, I shall first deal with those two. Do you think they are easy to handle? Li Hao dares to obstruct me. Cursed be this fate." Li Hao remained silent, knowing well that while he was eager for the Emperor to confront those two, the release of the Emperor's true form today would spell disaster. If you merge your avatars, you might very well summon your true form. Have we not considered this? The long sword cleaved through the cosmos. Yet this avatar was no mere wretch. At that moment, another luminous moon appeared instantaneously, crashing down with a thunderous resonance that shook the universe. The crimson figure staggered back, a manifestation of the moon god. At this moment, a figure as cold as frost materialized above the moon, casting a glance at the Queen, who was still spewing blood, seemingly pondering why she had chosen such a fool in the past. The second generation was truly exasperating. The long sword sliced through the air. Simultaneously, the true form of the moon god erupted with unparalleled power, suppressing the cosmos, once again forcing the red shadow down. The red shadow retaliated with a fist, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. Originally intended to confront Li Hao, the situation had transformed dramatically. One must admit, fate plays tricks. Moments ago, Li Hao and the opposing party were bent on mutual destruction, yet in an instant, they forged an alliance. Boom. The second avatar was suppressed, the long sword pierced through. Time froze, and the second avatar of the Red Moon Emperor roared, "You wretches! How dare you attempt to slay the avatar of the Emperor?" Boom. An explosive sound erupted as the immense red shadow shattered, countless powers of the Red Moon spilling forth in all directions. The voice of the Red Moon Emperor: "I see. To kill the Emperor's avatar, I shall transform this realm into a land of the Red Moon." In that moment, boundless energy began to engulf the entire cosmos, seeking to shroud it beneath the dominion of the Red Moon. Li Hao furrowed his brow, preparing to strike once more, when suddenly a chaotic river emerged, enveloping the entire realm in an instant, devouring the multitude of powers of the Red Moon. In the blink of an eye, numerous bolts of heavenly thunder erupted. Threads of Red Moon power were shattered instantaneously, one after another. Meanwhile, Li Hao, his expression shifting, suddenly vanished, reappearing within the river. In the sky, the moon god refrained from intervening again, instead gazing at the Queen with a cold glint in her eyes as the massive moon descended, aiming to suppress her. This woman had become a liability. Time and again, she had delayed matters. Were it not for the Queen's meddling, there would have been no need for such waste. His half-moon avatar could have delivered a devastating blow to Li Hao. Of course, for Li Hao. Had it not been for the Queen's interference, had she not summoned the avatar of the Red Moon Emperor, he might have used this half-moon to trace back to the moon god's true form and devised a way to eliminate her. Now, it seemed that no one would benefit. At this moment, the Queen also sensed an overwhelming crisis and the disdain of others. She too was incensed. Did you all intend to treat me as a mere pawn for eternity? Scoundrels! As the true form of the moon god descended to suppress her, it was apparent that they deemed her useless, believing her presence to be a curse. Did you truly think I was oblivious? The Queen bellowed fiercely, and the next moment, she suddenly unleashed a piercing roar. The faith of the world, converge within me. Followers of the divine kingdom, burn yourselves and offer your lives. In that instant, across the western lands, countless individuals floated into the air with an air of piety, suddenly igniting themselves, murmuring, "The divine descends, consume my flesh, illuminate the cosmos. Ignite my body, and let the divine manifest in this realm." In an instant, within the domain of the divine kingdom, an explosion of faith erupted, igniting fervently. as a formidable power surged into the queen's being. With a cold snort, the queen declared, "The divine kingdom has been under my dominion until today. Did you truly believe it belonged to you?" In that moment, the injury she had just sustained vanished, her aura surging fiercely. Not far away, Li Hao cast a glance that was both unexpected and peculiar. How utterly fascinating. The queen had indeed concealed a trump card. In the next moment, a sharp pang shot through his teeth. At this juncture, the voice of Hong Yitong echoed in his ears. "What shall we do?" She suddenly ignited the entire faith of the divine realm. If Hong Xiu is truly an avatar of the moon goddess, wouldn't that mean she has no faith left to draw upon? Li Hao found himself at a loss for words. How could I possibly know? I had meticulously devised my plans, only for the queen to leap forth, stepping outside the confines of the board to play a hand of her own, unveiling new variations I had never anticipated. It is likely that even Li Daoheng could not have foreseen this. Who would have thought the foolish queen would still hold a card up her sleeve, allowing the divine realm to continue its devotion to her? I had presumed that after several failures, and with Li Hao's intervention, the faith of the divine realm would have crumbled, yet astonishingly, there remained a substantial number of devoted followers willing to pursue this queen. Can you believe it? In an instant, the queen's aura surged, her scepter materializing, and suddenly, a radiant sun appeared above her. Humph! The queen scoffed coldly. "I am a celestial deity. What is the moon in the face of the blazing sun?" Boom! An inexhaustible force erupted instantaneously, shaking the very heavens and earth. The true form of the moon goddess was caught off guard, struck by the scepter. Meanwhile, Li Hao remained silent, the river of chaos enveloping the realm, suppressing and devouring the countless powers of the crimson moon. The moon goddess was momentarily taken aback by the impact. With a resounding bang, the sound reverberated throughout the cosmos. The queen's strike had indeed brought her significant advantage, shattering half of the silver moon. Just as Li Hao pondered how to proceed, the queen suddenly vanished, transforming into a beam of sunlight, dissipating into the expanse. "Li Hao, I shall execute those traitors. This fellow is now your responsibility." Remarkably, she had learned the art of fleeing, vanishing in an instant and rushing toward the prophet god and his companions, who were labeled as traitors, though in truth, they were all part of the moon goddess's retinue and hardly traitors at all. Li Hao chuckled softly, materializing across the heavens and earth. There was no need for further words, though the plan had shifted somewhat. However, since the true form of the moon goddess had been wounded by the queen, I need not hold back any longer. At this moment, the moon goddess's frosty visage finally displayed some fluctuation, a hint of anger and exasperation breaking through her composure as she barked, "Nonsense. Everything of the second generation was bestowed by me. Yet today, I have been outmaneuvered by her." In an instant, she burned through all the faith of the divine realm. Had I known it would come to this, I should have eliminated her long ago. In the distance, the fleeing queen raced toward the prophet god, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Prophet god, could you foresee this moment?" With that, the scepter descended, causing the heavens to shatter and the earth to crack. The prophet god revealed a bitter expression, unable to predict that the queen, deemed a symbol of failure and folly, had indeed orchestrated a covert scheme. Though it was said that Hong Xiu was controlling the divine realm, in truth, this woman had been quite active of late. Otherwise, since the last breach of the divine realm and the collapse of faith, how could so many still believe in her? This woman had undoubtedly employed various underhanded methods. This led countless devotees, heedless of their own fates, to ignite themselves, their faith, and ultimately fulfill her desires. What a ruthless individual! As she struck with her scepter, an immense power surged forth, and simultaneously, the expressions of the other deities shifted dramatically as they hastily converged to mount a defense. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the will of the heavens swept in from all directions. In an instant, a grand sun appeared above the queen's head, and at that moment, torrents of celestial intent rushed forth, reinvigorating the queen's formidable presence, as if her scepter commanded the very fabric of existence. With a single strike, the fleeing prophet deity's countenance changed, sensing impending doom. A resounding crash echoed. The heavens and earth shattered as the queen's scepter obliterated him, displacing reality, while the other deities materialized, only to be vanquished in swift succession by her relentless strikes. Li Hao, amidst his own battle, managed to inflict pain upon the moon goddess with a single sword strike. Upon glancing sideways, he was momentarily taken aback. "The will of the heavens resided within you? How well you concealed it." When did the queen seize this celestial intent? In the distance, the queen, with her relentless scepter, continued to slay several deities. Noticing Li Hao glance in her direction, she uttered a low command. Will you allow that wretch to escape? Eliminate her. As for the celestial intent residing within her, the queen regarded it as entirely justified, was it not? In this era, Li Hao had forsaken it. While a fragment of the emperor's essence existed on the side of the greatly king, the world deemed her foolish, yet in truth, she was born of celestial intent. With the demise of the crimson moon, she had merely been a tool employed by the moon deities to ensnare celestial intent. Naturally the most suitable vessel for it. What was strange about the celestial intent being with me? She was, in fact, of the same age as Li Hao. Both born of the cosmos. Previous defeats, compounded by Li Hao's usurpation of celestial favor, had led to his eventual abandonment, inciting the wrath of the heavens. In this realm, who was more suited to the celestial intent than she? At that moment, the queen's aura surged, rivaling her previous strength, as she seized the opportunity to obliterate the silver moon's true form, igniting the power of belief and completely liberating herself from all control. Taking advantage of this moment, even before Li Hao had begun his own schemes, she had already executed her plan. With a few strikes, she had slain the deities. Looking upwards into the void, she regarded the swordsman and Zheng Yu with a scoff. To think you could manipulate me? A vain delusion. Despite all your calculations, I have emerged unshackled. At this instant, in the realm of the void, Zheng Yu and the others exchanged glances and broke into laughter. Zheng Yu sighed lightly. Now this is rather intriguing, Li Daoing. It seems that plans are often outpaced by unforeseen changes. Meanwhile, Li Hao had yet to make any significant moves. The Western Queen had preemptively completed her own strategy, thoroughly liberating herself from the silver moon's grasp, shattering the manifestation of the silver moon. Crucially, her prior utilization of the Crimson Moon Emperor's power now appeared far from foolish. It was rather deliberate. She understood that these beings would not permit the merging of the two manifestations, thus seizing this opportunity to ensure the annihilation of both the silver moon's true form and the fragment of the Crimson Moon Emperor. And she succeeded. Otherwise, the escape would not have been so effortlessly achieved. Moreover, this woman had long since grasped the will of the heavens. Perhaps it had always been with her. The so-called ninth prince was merely a puppet of destiny. This individual was the only one chosen by fate. At this moment, Li Hao chuckled, unperturbed, merely feeling that after relentlessly hunting the wild goose, he had been blinded today. Indeed, he had misjudged. Of course, it was no loss to himself, yet. With the queen having captured destiny, he would need to deal with this woman. For now, he decided to eliminate the moon goddess first. After all the scheming, being outmaneuvered was not something he found troubling. Plans often do not unfold as one desires. One could only assert that the queen's misfortune was, in truth, a facade. For her, it was a stroke of good fortune. Clearly, he had underestimated her. Her good luck was indeed the misfortune of others, and that was destiny. Furthermore, destiny had no better choice. Selecting the queen was the optimal outcome, for she was formidable and possessed exceptional talent, holding an advantage over all others. At that moment, Li Hao struck with his sword, causing the heavens to shatter and the earth to tremble. The river surged around him. The moon goddess's countenance darkened as the void above her suddenly fractured, the cosmic void descending as an entrance materialized. She was evidently attempting to escape, confident that Li Hao would not dare enter the cosmic void. Even if the universe had not fully descended, with several semi-emperors unable to emerge, Li Hao would not dare act recklessly. Li Hao raised his brow slightly, having anticipated this outcome. Should she escape again, it was of little consequence. As he pondered this, suddenly, a great sun re-emerged. The queen, who had previously fled, returned once more. This time, atop the great sun, the will of the heavens stirred. Mountains crumbled and tsunamis surged. The heavens and earth were swept in all directions, the will of destiny oscillating, misfortune descending. In that instant, the entrance to the great Tao universe shifted slightly. Not only that, but the queen snorted disdainfully, gritting her teeth. Die, you old hag. Who do you think you can manipulate? Am I so easily bullied? Boom. The great sun shattered instantaneously, exploding the heavens and earth. Moreover, at that moment, the will of destiny transformed into a colossal visage, seemingly taken aback. However, the queen clenched her teeth and suddenly, the will of destiny surged violently, Trapped within the remnants of the shattered great sun, the queen roared, "Li Hao, you killed destiny. The moon goddess belongs to me." Li Hao was genuinely taken aback. At that moment, he felt incredulous, engulfed by a sense of bewilderment he had not anticipated, and struck towards the great sun with his sword. The will of destiny tremored violently, suddenly emanating a voice of cosmic will. "Why? The will of destiny entered your being to aid your success. Why do you abandon me now?" The queen remained silent. Why? To survive, to break free from everything. She charged directly at the moon goddess, intent on devouring her, relinquishing the will of destiny to amplify her strength once more. With the will of destiny slain by Li Hao, she could completely evade his wrath, escape the moon goddess's control, and elude the manipulation of destiny. Why? Of course, it was for her own liberation. Who could manipulate this queen? Indeed, at this moment, Li Hao, somewhat unexpectedly, broke into a smile as his long sword emanated an overwhelmingly fierce aura. With a single stroke, he cleaved towards the heavens, the chaotic river encircling the fragmented sun. Meanwhile, the queen manifested instantaneously, charging at the moon goddess. A tremendous force surged forth, shattering the moon goddess with a single strike of her staff. She devoured her whole, casting aside the usual clumsiness. In one gulp, she consumed half of the small moon, her staff relentlessly crashing down. The true form of the moon goddess emerged, radiating coldness and fury. "How dare you, fool!" This time, the queen let out a chilling laugh. And with a thunderous roar, a mightier power erupted, her staff obliterating the opponent's head. The moon goddess was formidable. The divine was formidable. "I fear you not. I will consume you. Not the incomplete half-moon from before, but you in your entirety, free of traps." Boom. The sound of explosion reverberated once more. At this instant, not far away, Li Hao struck again and again, the will of heaven roaring, shaking the surroundings. The will transformed into a grand visage, with a small sword appearing in its mouth, not gazing at Li Hao, but rather at the queen. "You have hope of becoming the sovereign of the silver moon. Yet you are utterly foolish." Everyone condemned her for her folly, yet the queen merely sneered. "Am I foolish? You are the true fools." Boom. With another strike, the moon goddess was nearly annihilated. She opened her mouth wide and devoured again, consuming the entire essence of the silver moon. In the distance, the sword-bearing man seemed poised to step forward, but the queen remained unperturbed. At this moment, a bright moon re-emerged above. "Today, I am the true deity." She tilted her head to the sky, and in the next instant, the moon above enveloped the entire moon goddess. Boom. The sounds of explosions rang out incessantly. Not far away, the will of heaven trembled, roaring fiercely, yet was also severed into fragments by Li Hao. Moreover, the chaotic river and the river of time, two torrents, raged fiercely, seeking to annihilate this will of heaven completely. The entire silver moon sky seemed on the verge of shattering. It was unclear how long had passed when suddenly, a tremendous sound echoed throughout the universe. Boom. The sky unexpectedly rained blood, a torrential downpour. In this instant, the blood rain poured down not because Li Hao had slain the will of heaven, but because, at that moment, within the virtual Tao universe, a great star had suddenly exploded. The moon goddess had fallen. The sword-bearing man turned his head, a hint of shock and confusion crossing his features. The moon goddess's natal star was here. Logically, even if slain, it should only be the physical form that perished. How could her true essence be utterly destroyed? The will of heaven was not yet completely dead. Li Hao hadn't even had the chance to slay the will of heaven. And yet the moon goddess was first vanquished by the queen. Over here, the queen ravenously consumed the boundless power of the silver moon, appearing thoroughly satisfied, her face glowing with pride. At this moment, it felt as though she had returned to a previous state, laughing maniacally. "The universe needs but one deity. I have devoured her, grasping the lineage of the moon goddess. Self-destructing my natal star is tantamount to my becoming her. She is I, and I am she. For years, I have integrated with her power source. Li Daoling, did you think of this? You regarded me as a mere avatar, yet I am the true essence." Boom. Her body trembled as she continuously spat blood, evidently from the explosion of her natal star, yet she laughed maniacally. "I have triumphed." A luminous full moon hovered in the sky, only to swiftly retreat into the depths of the world. The queen's voice resonated. "Li Hao, I owe you nothing. I have slain the moon god, and you have vanquished the heavenly will. We each have our own needs. From this moment forth, I shall become the true moon god, the one and only deity. In that instant, the heavenly will collapsed, the small sword shattered, and countless forces surged across the heavens and the earth, devoured by Li Hao's vast river of energy. The universe seemed to shatter, an overwhelming deluge of blood rained down, mingled with immense energy and sorrow. Astonishingly, the heavenly will was brought to ruin by a foolish woman. All others were mere puppets in the game of the heavenly will. Only the queen had the audacity to abandon it, devouring the fragmented moon without opting for fusion. What a spectacle! In that moment, in the north, Tianji bellowed, seizing the king of Dali and landing a punch on his head, slightly exhilarated. An impressive character indeed. You shattered the waning moon, discarded the heavenly will, won Li Hao's favor, neutralized Li Daoheng's contingency, killed the moon god, and ascended as the sole deity of this realm. This foolish woman, no, this cunning woman, has turned the tide. While you have become the most foolish of them all. The queen's maneuver left Tianji astounded. Meanwhile, the king of Dali stood in utter disbelief, muttering, "Isn't this going to offend Li Daoheng?" Bang! A punch struck his head as Tianji gritted his teeth. Fool! They were enemies from the start. She was merely seen as a vessel for gathering the heavenly will, while the moon god regarded her as a mere container to disperse energy. Yet, the so-called vessel has turned the tables, and you still fail to comprehend that as long as she does not offend Li Hao, she will be fine. She has discarded the heavenly will and taken the moon god. Li Hao will not utter a word against her, but instead commend her actions. And here you are, worrying about offending whom? The king of Dali regained his senses, nodding, murmuring, "Wasn't this woman supposed to be foolish? Suddenly, she has turned the tide, and here I am, still unable to reverse my own fortunes." At that moment, the blood rained down heavily. In Li Hao's spiritual realm, numerous stars began to merge. The slain heavenly will had part of its essence captured and absorbed by the three great sages, while another portion was forcibly devoured by the chaotic river, known as Hongyi. Li Hao gazed into the distance, where a full moon rapidly fled. He murmured, "I underestimated the world. The queen, whom I always considered a hindrance, has unexpectedly broken free from the game, slain the moon god, and obliterated the heavenly will. Could it be that she has not been acting all along?" In his ears, Hong Yitong's voice gradually emerged. "Is the heavenly will truly dead?" With the blood rain pouring down, it appeared to be completely fallen. Yet Li Hao responded, "Not yet. As long as the heavens and the earth remain, it is not entirely extinguished. There is still a chance for it to rise again. The main force has been nearly eradicated, but I did not anticipate its severe downfall at the hands of the queen. Indeed, whoever allies with her meets their demise." Chapter 408. As one act concludes, I take the stage the world turned upside down. The queen's move was utterly unexpected. The moon goddess has been slain, and the will of heaven lies shattered. The queen has completely extricated herself, and even Li Hao has been ensnared in this web, unwittingly becoming her ally. The Red Moon Emperor has suffered similarly, losing a fragment of himself in vain. Yet, the queen herself remains unscathed, previously nearing the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm. She has now wholly consumed the moon goddess, maintaining her strength without any advancement, though the outcome is starkly different. Once, all her power was borrowed, susceptible to being stripped away at any moment. Now, however, it is distinct. She has replaced her losses with a fragment of herself. This, indeed, has shattered Li Hao's plans. He had contemplated that if Hongxiu were truly a fragment of the moon goddess, he could traverse the river of time and eliminate past and future threats, substituting a fragment for the true self. Yet, the queen has outmaneuvered him. At this juncture, the queen has reaped considerable benefits and vanished, drawing the gaze of the world once more upon Li Hao. There is no denying that the commotion on Li Hao's side is far more pronounced than that of the queen. The crux is that even though the queen has escaped, she is incapable of inflicting fatal harm upon several semi-emperors and emperors. It is merely the case of a small fish leaping from the pond, of little consequence. Li Hao, however, cannot afford to ignore this. In this moment, Li Hao has indeed garnered some advantages, albeit not monumental. Whether by the will of heaven or through the fragment of the Red Moon Emperor, the primary energy has been funneled into the Chaos River, which essentially is Hongyi. Li Hao has merely siphoned a small portion. At this moment, he is engaged in battle, continuously merging with the stars, resulting in an increasingly significant commotion that has become somewhat difficult to conceal. Previously, The queen's magical duel had inadvertently provided some cover for Li Hao, but now, with her departure, such concealment is no longer feasible. In the Void Dao universe, the swordsman silently observes, abruptly turning to Zheng Yu. This time, he has incurred considerable losses. The moon goddess, the key to his dominion over heaven and earth, has been extinguished by the queen. Zheng Yu, did you truly mean to expend everything? Where are your resources? For so many years, the two of them have plotted in the Silver Moon, primarily targeting the emperor and those who aspire to ascend. Yet do you truly possess no means to deal with Li Hao? Zheng Yu, upon witnessing the situation, shakes his head. At this moment, further obstruction would bear little fruit. It would only grant him resources. You should first devise a way to descend upon the Silver Moon. As he speaks, Zheng Yu glances again at Li Hao and then at the Chaos River beside him. Furrowing his brow slightly, why has Li Hao deliberately separated the Chaos River from the River of Time? Wouldn't it be more advantageous to wield chaos through time? With a hint of curiosity, he murmurs, moreover, what transformation has occurred with the emergence of the Chaos Thunder Tribulation? Can mere absorption of the Silver Moon's realm through the Great Tao truly generate the Chaos Thunder Tribulation? He whispers to himself. Not far away, a fragment of the Red Moon Emperor has also recovered from recent displeasure, coldly stating, you too, renowned as the Silver Moon's dual prodigies, are indeed adept at devising plots against me. Yet now you repeatedly falter in your dealings with Li Hao and that moon goddess puppet. Truly pathetic, utterly devoid of strategy. Zheng Yu chuckles lightly. The emperor is simply too formidable. The strong will only conspire against the strong. What purpose is there in targeting the weak? Who would bother with a swarm of ants? Even if those ants are remarkably robust, they remain ants, nonetheless. Before the rise of these ants, could one have imagined that ants could consume elephants? To calculate the strong is a necessary practice, and indeed a source of amusement. However, to calculate the weak, given the power to simply eliminate them, why bother with schemes? This statement holds a measure of truth. The two individuals rarely devised plans against the weak. Even if they did, it was not specifically to target Li Hao and his contemporaries, but rather to contend with the will of fate, to attain the path of the emperor, and to confront the imperial sovereign, not specifically aimed at this group of feeble ones. Yet, this group of weaklings persistently leapt from the chessboard, a provocation and a blow to them. As they spoke, suddenly, Li Hao in the distance felt his aura surging. Above him, the thunderclouds nearly enveloped the entire realm. The Red Moon Emperor frowned slightly. This individual is certainly no ordinary being capable of merely swallowing land. If we do not descend soon, we may encounter troubles. At this moment, the three were not blind. They perceived the unfolding situation. As for the queen, she was no longer of concern. Even if she reached the late stages of the king realm, it was insignificant. However, Li Hao, despite his current low realm, possessed formidable combat strength. Should he achieve further gains, he might truly be able to rival a half-emperor. Suddenly, a new opponent would complicate matters. Just a moment longer. The swordsman glanced upward. The chaotic thunder tribulation had yet to reach the point of descent, indicating that he had not yet succeeded. There is still time. Upon hearing this, the remaining two fell silent, merely observing. Meanwhile, within the realm of his spiritual sea, Li Hao was in a frenzy of tumult. At this juncture, he had nearly merged with 100 stars, yet he still had a distance to cover before success. Li Hao furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings. Those individuals had ceased to delay him. Their previous attempts to hinder him were, in fact, beneficial. On one hand, they masked his movements, and on the other, they could eliminate troublesome figures to prevent future hazards. Now, however, their negligence was not a good sign. Currently, the three powerful beings hovered silently in the skies, intensifying his pressure. Once the virtual path universe descends, he would undoubtedly face a thunderous strike. Moreover, he could discern that Li Daoheng was on the verge of entering the virtual path universe, and it did not appear to be far off. He might have been preparing to descend for quite some time. Li Hao murmured to himself. Otherwise, if the other party were to descend at the outset, their speed would have been too swift. Of course, even if the virtual path universe did not descend, once Li Hao commenced, the other party might also soon emerge amidst the heavens and the earth. With the demise of the will of fate and the moon deity, the entire realm was now in a frenzy, countless energies spilling forth, saturating the silver moon. If this continued, it would not be long before the heavens and earth could accommodate the emergence of a half-emperor. Time passed gradually. One side of the universe was on the brink of fully descending into the mortal realm. At this moment, within the virtual path universe, Zheng Yu suddenly remarked, I may have discerned something. Li Hao could be utilizing his own false Great Path universe to merge with the true Great Path universe, creating a semblance of the virtual path universe, a fusion of the real and the illusory. Li Daoing, do you believe my judgment to be accurate? There is a possibility. At this moment, a voice resonated through the void, that of Li Daoing, who seemed to acknowledge the conjecture, the merging of the real and the illusory. A true and false chaotic river of time, splitting into two. Was this division intended for integration? Quite possibly. As the two engaged in conversation, the gaze of the Red Moon Emperor flickered. Could success be achieved this way? Zheng Yu responded, it is hard to say. The false Dao universe is exceedingly weak, while the true Dao universe is remarkably strong. The imbalance between strength and weakness could easily lead to a rupture, perhaps even resulting in self-destruction. He pondered, glancing into the distance, deep within the cosmos. The time stars may yet emerge. At that instant, all three felt a stirring in their hearts. Zheng Yu ceased to speak, silently observing the horizon, then glanced at Li Hao below, finally directing his gaze northward, his eyes growing increasingly profound. How intriguing. If the time stars truly manifested, could they be captured this time? Boom. The heavens trembled, thunder erupted, and faintly, the rumble of thunder began to descend, weak yet menacing, as if still gathering strength, causing a portion of its power to dissipate into the void. The firmament shattered. At this moment, even the fleeing queen observed quietly from afar, absorbing the energy of the moon goddess while contemplating the movements of Li Hao, lost in thought. Could Li Hao withstand this confrontation against the semi-emperor? She and Li Hao did not share a cooperative relationship. However, Li Hao now served as her shield. Should he be breached, her own fate would be similarly dire. These Silver Moon warriors were, in essence, one entity. If Li Hao failed to thwart this impending crisis, even if she escaped her predicament, she would soon find herself ensnared in new peril. As the queen contemplated, Li Hao's aura intensified, resembling a multitude of dragons swirling around him. He returned to the Silver City region, gazing skyward with a grave expression. The time was near, not that he was on the verge of success, but rather that the illusory Dao universe was rapidly approaching. How fortuitous. Before he could achieve success, the adversary was poised to descend, perhaps serving as a trial, a test from heaven and earth, a trial of chaos, or even an inherent calamity. The counterfeit Dao universe began to merge, an act defying the natural order. This time, it was all about whether he could hope to reverse the situation. Li Hao mused, casting another glance at the three in the sky whose expressions had darkened. Li Daoing seemed to fare worse than anticipated, while Zheng Yu had remained inscrutable throughout. This only heightened Li Hao's wariness. The seemingly foolish Zheng Yu had repeatedly suffered at Li Hao's hands, and had nearly lost everything, ultimately entering the illusory Dao universe alone. This semi-emperor, despite his considerable strength, appeared rather mundane in intellect. Yet, why did Li Hao feel an inexplicable depth to him? Even the seemingly foolish queen had managed to outmaneuver him, leading Li Hao to adopt a more cautious stance. If he were Zheng Yu, what other contingencies might he possess? Certainly, even if there were any, they likely would not be aimed at him, but rather at Li Daoing and the Red Moon Emperor. Li Hao was acutely aware that these individuals had long regarded him as a hypothetical adversary. Their true enemies lay solely with the other two. At this moment, he cast his gaze towards Zheng Yu. This individual, who had earlier emerged as a doppelganger, claiming to be red dust, seemed to have genuinely transcended worldly concerns. He had killed Li Hao's second brother and father, yet his anger appeared fleeting, and he had not sought further conflict thereafter. The more Li Hao pondered, the more he felt something amiss. Was it possible that he was being urged to liberate some of Zheng Yu's constraints? If so, it would indeed be ruthless and terrifying. He could no longer afford to dwell on such thoughts. Human efforts initiate endeavors, but the outcome rests with the heavens. He had already pushed himself to the limit. And if he were to fail now, there would be nothing more he could do. A thunderous explosion reverberated in his mind, and it felt as though the very heavens and earth were collapsing. The entire realm of his spiritual sea began to quiver once more, with tumultuous vibrations. Within this spiritual ocean, 180 stars had already coalesced to approximately 140. Li Hao's aura began to strengthen. At that moment, he had achieved the 6th level of harmonization. This sixth level necessitated the opening of at least 216 meridians. It represented a genuine pinnacle within the late stage of the Celestial King. Ascending further would lead one into the realm of a semi-emperor. Li Hao exhaled softly, the energy within him surging, providing him with a modicum of reassurance. However, his expression soon turned grave. The heavens trembled, and a segment of the universe appeared poised to descend upon the world. At this moment, three formidable figures emanating overwhelming auras materialized. The Red Moon Emperor was eager to engage, while Zheng Yu stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of indifference. Li Daohong, bearing a long sword on his back, was accompanied by a celestial river, albeit less grand than the chaotic river on Li Hao's side. Yet the stars shimmered like divine beings. The three mighty figures focused their unwavering attention on Li Hao, and an immense pressure began to envelop him. In the 7 major cities, all present felt the suffocating aura. In the distance, Zhang Yun's energy momentarily faltered as he gazed skyward, his expression laden with gravity. The three semi-emperors were about to formally descend into the mortal realm. Zheng Yu observed Li Hao from afar and suddenly spoke. Li Hao, while there is still a fleeting moment, I have a query. It may be inappropriate to ask, but would you be willing to enlighten me on a matter? Li Hao raised his brow. What inquiry does Senior Zheng have? Zheng Yu smiled gently. I once mentioned that approaching the 4 extremes of heaven and earth could allow one to perceive a faint essence of the source. Have you truly grasped it? Is the source universe still situated near the 4 extremes? Li Hao's eyes flickered with understanding. What was he implying? Did the elder himself lack clarity? Zheng Yu shook his head. I have long surpassed the time for comprehending the source. I merely once sensed a weak essence of the source at the 4 extremes. Yet whether it was merely remnants of the past or the genuine source universe enveloping the silver moon, I cannot discern. However, I informed you that it seemed you were on the verge of understanding and connecting with the source. I wish to know if you have truly encountered the path of the source. Li Hao's mind raced with thoughts. What did this mean? Meanwhile, not far away, the Red Moon Emperor cast a cold glance at Zheng Yu and remarked, Zheng Yu, you cannot possibly believe that the silver moon still resides within the realm of the new martial? The great Tao universe, though boundless, is, in truth, finite. The primordial source has utterly vanished from the silver moon, which evidently lies beyond the realm of the new martial arts. Zheng Yu remarked with a smile, Your Majesty. I merely inquired about Li Hao, not you. With the primordial source absent from the vicinity, I can rest easy. The tribulation of Your Majesty shall not manifest. After a lifetime of cultivation, I find myself unable to overcome the tribulation of Your Majesty. Perhaps I can find a shortcut to ascend to the throne without facing the tribulation. Why, indeed, is it for the tribulation of Your Majesty? Li Hao pondered but dared not conclude. Perhaps it was not solely for that reason. What exactly does he wish to uncover? Why not probe himself? Even if he has surpassed that phase, there may still be others who can explore it. This thought crossed his mind as he spoke. Perhaps it still exists, albeit separated by barriers. On that day, when I comprehended the momentum, I triggered a tremor in the primordial power. Had it not been for the barriers, I might have entered the path of the primordial source. Zheng Yu seemed contemplative and refrained from further questioning. Boom. At that moment, the heavens trembled slightly. In that instant, a force of the void universe enveloped the entire world. The three formidable beings, previously somewhat ethereal, suddenly appeared before the eyes of the people, their overwhelming auras sweeping across the silver moon. In the sky, even the thunderous clouds quivered. Countless cultivators felt an immense pressure pervading the surroundings. It has arrived. The void universe has officially descended upon the silver moon. At this juncture, in the north, Tianji felt a stir within. Danger loomed. Or rather, it seemed almost hopeless. What is Li Hao doing? Perhaps he has succeeded in resisting the half-emperor. Yet it appears the opponent has not faltered. At this moment, 3 half-emperors have descended. Unless the 3 turn against each other, Li Hao has no hope whatsoever. As he contemplated these matters, the recently battered Great Li King, whose head was swollen, suddenly exhaled, grinned, and vanished from his original position. Tianji reached out, intending to say something. The voice of the Great Li King faintly echoed, Senior, if the queen can leap away, then I too wish to escape this chessboard. You have been the players all along. After 100,000 years of playing, are you not weary? Do not hinder me. At worst, I shall perish. Without a backward glance, the Great Li King, initially apprehensive, found calmness in this moment. Moreover, having witnessed the queen's leap, he felt stirred. I am not inferior to her. You shall not be stopped. Tianji replied with a cold smile. I merely wish to advise that when that time comes, do tend to the swelling on your head, lest you bring shame upon yourself. The great Li King paused, and the tremor of the void subsided. In an instant, the swelling on his head vanished. The next moment, the great Li King completely disappeared. Beside him, Jiang Li wore a worried expression, and Tianji remarked indifferently, each has their own path. What is there to fret? In every era, some shall rise. Seize the opportunity, or face demise. There are many who have attained their path in the new martial arts, and many who have risen. Yet countless have perished along the way. The survivors are often skewed, each believing they will be among the select few, but the outcome is uncertain. Naturally, without striving, one has no chance whatsoever. Jiang Li expressed unease. My God, my king is too weak. How can he be deemed too weak, considering he is still a heavenly king? In a serene yet profound manner, Tianji remarked, to embark on the path of primal martial arts is to strengthen the corporeal form. Logically speaking, one should not be weak. Those individuals lack the essence. As long as Li Hao possesses means, he may not truly be inferior to the half-emperors. Despite these assertions, a slight frown adorned his brow. Even with capabilities, what could a great king of the Dali accomplish? What of himself? Countless thoughts cascaded through his mind. At that moment, three formidable figures descended upon the mortal realm. Concurrently, a vast river materialized, suspended between heaven and earth. Li Hao understood that avoidance was futile. He ceased to ponder further. The river's emergence was also due to the constraints of time. The future appeared nebulous, and perhaps the great king of Dali and his companions would not endure for long. As the river manifested, in the heart of the main city, a figure emerged, wielding a longsword. Zheng Yu gracefully stepped forth, hovering in the air. With a decisive stride, she entered the river, casting her gaze upon Li Hao and the three half-emperors, a smile gracing her lips. In such a high-caliber battlefield, it is a privilege for a humble woman to partake. It is indeed a blessing accrued through cultivation. I possess a past, yet the future remains a mystery. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that in the realm of Silver Moon, only those of Silver Moon lineage are destined to wield dominion. As my husband commands the cosmos, I too shall embrace a future filled with boundless possibilities, where one among myriad outcomes shall see the Silver Moon kin emerge victorious. A long sword materialized, radiating an immeasurable brilliance. Zheng Yu, with her stream sword, reached forth into the future, embodying my essence. Time reversed, and the universe stilled. The river surged with relentless waves. In that instant, amidst the infinite void, the sound of flowing water cascaded forth, reminiscent of a babbling brook, its crystalline tones resonating throughout the cosmos. The three half-emperors, upon their arrival in the mortal realm, sensed an unusual stillness in the void. Time appeared to halt. They faintly discerned an extraordinary shift. The river of time felt more potent than before. Queen of the Monarch's sword, murmured Zheng Yu. At that moment, at the far end of the river, an ominous presence seemed to emerge, exuding an aura of death, as if it had ascended from the depths of hell. Zheng Yu gazed on silently, her expression somewhat dazed. A specter of death? Indeed, at this instant, it seemed as if a deceased entity had materialized, traversing from the future, clawing its way from the abyss. The suffocating aura of decay enveloped it. No longer did it bear the vibrant visage of life. It was replaced by an overwhelming chill and a sense of mortality, as though she had truly perished in the future, stepping forth from the unfathomable depths. One deliberate step after another, transcending time and space. Am I dead? Zheng Yu pondered, observing the spectral figure of her future self, overwhelmed by indescribable emotions. Can I truly emerge even in death? Meanwhile, Li Hao, engaged in the fusion of his Dao veins, turned his gaze, momentarily entranced. Has she met her demise? Has the future version of her been slain? Even if this is merely one among countless possibilities, what does Zheng Yu's death signify? In that future realm, did I suffer defeat? Moreover, what does it imply that the deceased Zheng Yu can still traverse this realm? Lost in thought, as the river surged, a voice resonated. Shaking the heavens, I wield the fist of supremacy, summoning my future self. In the realm of Silver Moon, the Silver Moon people shall reign as the sovereigns of the world. A singular figure of unparalleled dominance emerged from the cosmos, brandishing twin fists. In this moment, the fists radiated boundless light, as the river unleashed titanic waves. Upon the gloves, a faint shadow emerged, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Yet, this apparition was not the future incarnation of the greatly king. At the river's end, a solitary figure seemed to yearn for emergence, yet no silhouette materialized. The greatly king momentarily paused, then suddenly chuckled bitterly. Do I not even possess a future? Zheng Yu, at least, had managed to manifest a deathly form. And here I stand, devoid of any future? How ironic. It appears I may meet an early demise, perhaps even today, thus I am bereft of a future. Such irony. The greatly king laughed, and in the next moment, he thrust both fists into the river with a roar. Though I lack a future, what of it? I shall summon the power of the past. Boom. The river surged, the heavens and earth trembled. At this moment, a spectral figure gradually materialized above his fists. The greatly king's gaze turning steely. If I possess no future, I shall forge one for myself. Whether it be the emperor of dominance or the iron sovereign, I embody my own future. Boom. A phantom fully emerged, instantly merging with the greatly king through his colossal fist, an unparalleled aura radiating, shaking the very fabric of existence. Simultaneously, Zheng Yu stepped forth, her sword guiding her towards that deathly form. The chilling essence caused her body to fracture, as if her vitality was rapidly siphoned away. As the deathly form integrated with her, Zheng Yu too began to smile, emerging from the depths of hell. Slaying a half-emperor seems hardly a loss. In an instant, their energies erupted, reaching an extraordinary peak. However, there was a slight sense of unreality. At this moment, all present were utterly astonished. Is this truly possible? The two rivers of time abruptly vanished, as if they had never existed. Nearby, Li Hao's complexion turned ashen, the power of time within him seemingly dissipating entirely. Not only that, but in that instant, Li Hao appeared to age dramatically. Without the chaotic river and the replenishment of myriad powers, each utilization of time energy was, in fact, a depletion of his lifespan, causing him to age rapidly. In that moment, everyone was taken aback. Even Zheng Yu and his companions were momentarily stunned, gazing at Li Hao, who now resembled the future version of himself they had previously encountered. It was strikingly similar, despite the formidable presence of Zheng Yu and the greatly king. How could three half-emperors be daunted? Yet, Li Hao appeared to have aged profoundly, almost indistinguishable from the future Li Hao they had observed before. Could it be that the last time he fused with the future was not too distant, perhaps even today? The chaotic river now encircled Li Hao. Among them, Hong Yitong felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He was aware of certain circumstances. Extracting the future must entail a significant calamity, initially presumed to occur after Li Hao ascended to the status of half-emperor. However, today's Li Hao bore a striking resemblance to that day, suggesting it may indeed happen today. Furthermore, if successful, Li Hao might ascend to the pinnacle of half-emperor. Yet, he had not yet mastered the thousand-path sword, indicating a distinction from that previous encounter. But the future is not fixed. Could this truly be the moment? If Li Hao were to falter at a critical juncture, he might lose his power. At this moment, the three semi-emperors also awakened, and the Red Moon Emperor gazed at the others, exclaiming, "Impressive, what a remarkable strategy." However, it appears that the strength is rather insubstantial, and the drawbacks seem considerable, indeed quite formidable. A smile graced his lips as he added, "It seems that the two of you are proving to be more intriguing and challenging than I had anticipated." In the next instant, he vanished from sight. He did not seek out Tianji, but instead reappeared above an ancient city, for he had no intention of pursuing Tianji at this moment. Rather, he aimed to breach the 8 principal cities and see if his true self might emerge directly. After all, why engage in battle with a mere semi-emperor avatar? Li Hao remained silent. In a fleeting moment, Zheng Yu, the king of Dali, Zheng Yu, and Li Daoheng, for formidable beings, materialized in the skies above the ancient city. Their gazes fixed intently upon the Red Moon Emperor. The expression of the Red Moon Emperor shifted slightly, a hint of irritation crossing his features. "What is the meaning of this, esteemed ones?" Zheng Yu spoke softly. "Emperor, I believe it would be wise for you to first engage with the one in the north, even if it is merely for a casual encounter or to stir some excitement. It would be far more beneficial than remaining here, would you not agree?" Not far off, Li Hao remained mute, his focus solely on merging with the Dao veins. He held no concern that the 8 principal cities would fall. After all, no one wished for an emperor to truly emerge at this juncture. Thus, the urgency did not rest upon him. The Red Moon Emperor's countenance darkened. He had expected that the appearance of these two powerful figures would summon the past and the future, thereby granting him an opportunity. Yet, none among them were allies. They would not allow him to unleash his true form. This was, of course, within the realm of reason, yet he could not suppress a sense of discontent. Coldly, he remarked, Zheng Yu, King of Dali, have you considered this? Your strengths are insubstantial, and you are certainly no match for these two. Once I emerge, I shall become your adversary. If you can merely delay them, perhaps by releasing the seals of the 8 principal cities, you may find yourselves as the true beneficiaries. He turned his gaze towards Li Hao. Li Hao opened his eyes, sharp as a sword, and looked at the Red Moon Emperor. If the Emperor does not wish to partake, then keep your distance and observe. Should you desire to engage, whether to slay me or them, make your choice. If you wish to manifest your true form, you should first await the outcome between us, or perhaps become the opportunist once our fates are decided. The Red Moon Emperor surveyed his surroundings and suddenly smiled coldly. How amusing. Li Hao, you are truly arrogant, banking on 2 temporary semi-emperors to contend with 2 seasoned semi-emperors, one of whom is but a step away from ascending to emperor. Your intellect seems to falter. He mused that there was no need to defeat these 2. Simply waiting would see their strength dissipate. Did Li Hao truly believe they could halt Zheng Yu and his companions? Or did he think he could withstand 2 semi-emperors at this moment? With a cold chuckle, the Red Moon Emperor vanished once more, the void rippling as he sped northward. Since the 4 formidable beings would not permit him to lay siege to the cities, he would simply evade them. His journey northward did not lead him directly to Tianji. Perhaps a resolution would soon be at hand, rendering a search for Tianji unnecessary. If these individuals were to inflict mutual destruction upon one another, why seek out Tianji? He would breach the 8 cities directly. On the northern front, the celestial pole merely observed in silence. He understood that the Red Moon Emperor sought to break free from his confinement, which necessitated the destruction of 8 cities and 8 meridians. His own Bloodblade would play a pivotal role in this endeavor. However, as long as the adversary did not seek him out, he would remain indifferent. If the Red Moon Emperor refrained from making a move, he would not intervene. Besides, it was merely a projection. What consequence would there be if it were vanquished? In an instant, formidable auras erupted. The Great Li King, brimming with impatience, sensed his own overwhelming power, an unfathomable strength that led him to believe he could even triumph over an emperor. Thus, he hesitated not to take the initiative, launching the first assault among the 4 mighty beings. With fists that could shatter the heavens, he charged directly at Zheng Yu, disregarding Li Daohong entirely. Li Daohong was a swordsman, while Zheng Yu wielded a blade. At this moment, she wielded the royal sword of the human king, embodying both sword and saber mastery, making her the appropriate match for Li Daohong. As for Zheng Yu, he was left to contend with the Great Li King. With a punch unleashed, the very fabric of the world seemed to fracture. The Great Li King felt an unimaginable ferocity in that blow. Boom. The resounding roar and explosive sound even led him to believe that this strike would surely be fatal for Zheng Yu. What of queens, moon deities, or Li Hao? No one could withstand this punch. The influences that had previously weighed upon him dissipated in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. As the void shattered, the Great Li King reveled in his triumph, but in the blink of an eye, his expression shifted. He turned to deliver a punch, only to find that Zheng Yu had vanished from the collapsed void and now stood at his right side, quietly observing him. As the Great Li King swung his fist, Zheng Yu softly remarked, "Your strength is indeed formidable. However, borrowed power is ultimately not one's own. Great Li King, if the Emperor of Dominance or the Iron Emperor were here, they could easily slay me with a single punch. Your prowess falls far short." With a gentle flick of his hand, it seemed as though a 9-section whip resounded, and with one crack, the void trembled. The Great Li King's punch was instantly shattered. An overwhelming tempest of fury was abruptly quelled by a single strike from Zheng Yu, who appeared as a demigod at that moment. His smile indelibly etched into the Great Li King's mind. "You cannot prevail." Boom. The Great Li King was sent flying, blood spraying forth as his vital energy surged chaotically. His robust form bore a deep, bone-revealing gash from that single whip, even shattering his very bones. The excruciating pain penetrated his soul. The Great Li King grimaced in torment, blood spurting forth, overwhelmed by disbelief. He had believed his aura comparable to his opponent's, yet after that whip, he faced utter defeat. How could this be? While he suffered defeat, Lin Hongyu, like the harbinger of death, cleaved through the heavens with a single stroke. Opposite her, the sword radiance blazed like the sun. With one draw, the world crumbled, the blade's light dissipated, and death itself was extinguished. In an instant, a sword mark appeared upon Lin Hongyu. Yet no blood flowed. Only an overwhelming aura of death enveloped her. Lin Hongyu chuckled. It seems there are indeed advantages to being among the deceased. The king of Dali turned his head, and in the next moment, the sound of a whip slicing through the void echoed in his ears. He quickly rolled away, shattering the air and vanishing from his original position. Just as he reappeared, a resounding crash reverberated as the whip struck directly above him. The impact was staggering, blood spilling from his head. The overwhelming force seemed only to bolster his opponent's defenses, with little else changing in their might. Faced with a true semi-emperor, not only did he fail to land an attack, but he could not even evade his opponent's assault. Li Hao, are these two your trump cards? Zheng Yu chuckled lightly. They seem somewhat lacking. If so, you might underestimate us. Against ordinary peak kings, these two would suffice. However, who were they? The two most gifted and powerful individuals of the Silver Moon realm. To attempt to vanquish them using borrowed powers from the past and future was sheer folly. And even delaying them appeared to be a daunting task. At that moment, in the distance, Zhang En's aura shifted, subtly crossing into the realm of kings. He stepped forth, shattering the void as he approached, a grave expression on his face as he addressed the king of Dali, stating, "Your power is too insubstantial, and your mastery of the Tao is lacking. How can you hope to contend with him? You should focus on defense and block his attacks. I shall engage him." The king of Dali's expression changed, his teeth clenched in anger. "Defend? You, a newly emerged king, cannot possibly match my strength, which surpasses even that of the emperor who guided me. How do you intend to fight him?" Meanwhile, Zheng Yu's expression shifted slightly as he regarded Zhang En. At this moment, a tome of the Tao materialized, revealing threads of Tao power. Zhang En's strength surged, and simultaneously, phantoms merged into his being. In his hands appeared a book, a ruler, and a blade. The book overshadowed the sky, the ruler to the left, and the knife to the right. He looked towards Zheng Yu, his expression serene. "I do not possess my grandfather's strength, nor their talents. In the early stages of the new martial era, I was quite mediocre. Had it not been for the support of my grandfather and others, I would have fallen short even against my contemporaries in martial studies. I have learned much, yet my knowledge is vast and unfocused." At this, he smiled. "But I possess certain strengths you have yet to witness. I have fought alongside kings, stood shoulder to shoulder with sword sovereigns against foes, and crossed into other universes, battling fiercely. Though I remain insufficient, I have seen realms you have not." In an instant, the tome of the Tao enveloped the heavens, suppressing all around. Countless threads of Tao power surged forth, and Zhang En's aura exploded as he bellowed. "Betray the new martial era, let it be punished." With a strike of the ruler, the long knife materialized, the ruler striking first, followed by the knife aimed to cleave a deity. Zheng Yu's eyes flickered as he lashed out with the whip. Yet at that moment, a figure emerged, grasping the long whip, blood pouring from their arms. In an instant, the fists encased in gauntlets erupted with radiant brilliance, sending shockwaves forth. The king of Dali roared, gritting his teeth, "If I cannot defeat you, then you shall not harm anyone in my presence." At that moment, clarity returned to him. In his fury, he realized that if he could not overcome this adversary, he would serve as a shield. How infuriating! I am even outmatched by two women. Lin Hongyu could at least exchange blows with the opponent, while I was utterly crushed in a single encounter. It was a bitter pill to swallow. At this moment, Li Hao remained indifferent to them. Stars continued to merge, and surges of chaotic energy relentlessly spilled forth, enveloping the entire realm in the essence of the great Tao. The air crackled with a growing tempest, as if the thunder was gathering its might, poised to descend at any moment. With a sigh, Li Hao reflected on the chaotic thunder tribulation, an unforeseen challenge given his utter lack of experience. Countless strategies paled in comparison to sheer strength. He feared that Lin Hongyu and the others would not survive long enough to see him succeed in overcoming the tribulation. Boom! A colossal bolt of lightning surged towards Li Hao, who instantaneously vanished, reappearing nearly Daoing. Yet the lightning paid no heed to Li Daoheng or anyone else. It remained unwavering in its precise trajectory, aimed directly at Li Hao. Boom! The sound of thunder echoed as Li Hao's physical form cracked. a testament to the overwhelming force unleashed. His skin tore, and disbelief flooded his gaze as he looked skyward. In a single strike, this peak celestial king had nearly met his demise. Ironically, he had intended to use the power of the thunder to divert disaster, only to encounter failure. At that moment, a distant voice sighed, "You are overthinking it. Do you truly believe you can involve others with the chaotic thunder? This tribulation is tailored for you alone. No one else will suffice." It was the voice of Tianji, who, having witnessed Li Hao's attempt to divert misfortune, felt compelled to offer a warning. The thunder targets only you. Do not entertain notions of using it to vanquish your enemies. If you think the chaotic thunder can be easily managed, you are gravely mistaken. In that instant, Li Hao's expression shifted. Only aimed at me? His lack of experience had led to further misjudgments, a rarity as few possessed such insights. Perhaps Tianji, due to his long existence, had encountered similar circumstances before. Li Hao had initially considered the formidable lightning might serve as his secret weapon, only to discover that it was not to be. Tianji's voice resonated once more. Thunder typically strikes in multiples of 9, at least 9 times, and potentially an infinite number. It will not relent until it has claimed your life. Handle it as you see fit. Boom. In an instant, the second bolt of lightning descended. And in that fleeting moment, the Silver City vanished, sparing all others but Li Hao, who was obliterated in an instant, reduced to mere ash. The sheer force left everyone in awe. How could this be? At that moment, a river slowly materialized, and Li Hao, pale as death, emerged from its depths. Disbelief etched across his features. This was overwhelmingly powerful. I merely grasped the false path, not the true Tao. I am not even half an emperor. Yet this second strike possessed the might of a half-emperor. Why was this happening? Were it not for the power of time, reversing 30 seconds, he would have been struck down. In the void, a third bolt of lightning reappeared, even more formidable than before, seemingly intent on annihilating Li Hao in a single blow. Filled with fury, Li Hao looked skyward. I cultivate my own path. What concern do I have with the chaos? His anger surged uncontrollably. With a fierce resolve in my heart, I vow that should I survive one day and emerge from the silver moon, I shall unleash the heavens once a day, stirring the chaos into an unrest that may soothe my soul. Damn it! The chaotic thunder tribulation seeks to strike me down. Chapter 409. Plans change, subscription and monthly votes requested. Before the semi-emperor could engage, the thunderous wrath descended. Whether it be Lin Hongyu, the king of Dali, or Zheng Yu, they could only hold on for a fleeting moment. Their purpose was merely to delay the semi-emperor, not to determine the outcome. Yet at this moment, Li Hao had yet to turn the tides, and the thunderstorm approached. 2 successive strikes ensued, with the second achieving the strength of a semi-emperor, shattering Li Hao. Now, a third strike rapidly approached, with no respite in between, devoid of any time for preparation. This thunder had brewed long enough. There was but one target in its path, to obliterate Li Hao. Cursed be it. Li Hao cursed vehemently, no longer maintaining his composure. Indeed, plans are always outpaced by change. Before this, I could never have anticipated that my humble endeavor to explore my internal realm would attract the chaos of the thunder tribulation. What is this? Already outmatched by the semi-emperor, I now face further misfortune. How utterly helpless. The third bolt of thunder arrived in the blink of an eye, affording Li Hao almost no time for recovery. Indeed, the ancient texts I had perused were misleading. It was said that during tribulations, one could attract the thunder to strike down others, and that after a single strike, one could refine oneself. How absurd. In this brief moment, could I truly transcend my limitations? Moreover, this thunder was purely destructive, entirely devoid of any intent to foster growth. Boom. The third bolt of thunder descended. Still ferocious and insatiable. Boom. Li Hao's recently restored body was instantaneously shattered, countless forces of destruction erupting forth, reducing him to mere fragments. In the next heartbeat, a feeble essence of time emerged, yet the thunder continued its onslaught, seeking to obliterate this flicker of temporal power. Should this essence of time be vanquished, Li Hao would be irrevocably lost. Evidently, the thunder seemed aware that this essence constituted Li Hao's very being, as countless forces of annihilation surged forth, rumbling ominously. The fabric of reality was left in tatters, as if a river had been brutally severed. 3 strikes of thunder. Merely 3. And Li Hao's river of time lay nearly extinguished, only a small fraction remaining. After a full 20 seconds, he finally staggered forth from the abyss of existence. Utterly frail and weary. Around him, the formidable beings of the 8 cities bore expressions of shock. They could feel it, the overwhelming weakness of Li Hao, the palpable approach of his demise. Even Zheng Yu and the others were taken aback. Such formidable, thunderous power, while not on par with the tribulation of the emperor. What was Li Hao's true strength? The thunder he had summoned was astonishingly potent. Even a semi-emperor could be harmed. And this was merely the 3rd strike. If the celestial realms were to be believed, with 9 strikes as the foundation, Li Hao might not require their intervention, as he could very well perish entirely. Let alone 9 strikes, he might not even withstand the 4th. Merely 3 instances, coupled with guiding 2 individuals towards their future selves, have nearly shattered the continuum of time for him. Should another encounter arise, and should it wield even greater potency, it would undoubtedly obliterate Li Hao. At this moment, Lin Hongyu, the king of Dali, and Zhang An all bore a heavy burden. Their collective resistance against the semi-emperor was rooted in the belief that, should Li Hao succeed in opposing the semi-emperor, they would have no cause for concern. Even in death, there would be a chance to resurrect. But what if Li Hao were to perish first? The king of Dali bellowed, "Li Hao, you have plotted against the unparalleled. Reveal all your hidden cards." With a thunderous roar, a whip tore through the air, striking him and drenching him in blood, leaving the king of Dali in a state of despair. Were you not the master of schemes? Time and again, you have ensnared your foes. Yet this time, as I resolve to join the fray, you cannot truly seek to sever my future, can you? It is no wonder that I lack a future self. If Li Hao dies, what future remains? In the void, Li Hao emerged once more, gazing skyward with a flicker of anger in his eyes. Hidden cards? Schemes against the unparalleled? I have never experienced such things. How could I possibly know they even existed? Any calculations made must be grounded in a tangible basis. How can one plot against something that has never materialized? And that is solely aimed at you? Plot against the air, perhaps? As the 4th thunderbolt prepared to descend, Li Hao clenched his teeth and roared, causing the void to tremble. In that moment, he cast aside all else. A realm manifested, the realm of the mind. Upon witnessing this domain, both Zheng Yu and Li Daoheng's eyes flickered, directing their gaze towards it. This space, at this moment, was a celestial body, both real and illusory. More than 160 stars had completely merged, while some others were still in the process of unification. Indeed, the merging of the real and the illusory. However, would this fusion trigger the chaotic thunder? They observed silently, sensing a disparity from their own imaginings of this convergence. Moreover, the magnitude of Li Hao's enhancement did not seem particularly grand. Even with the pinnacle of a heavenly king's power at his disposal, it appeared insufficiently formidable. The realm of the mind materialized. At that instant, a seal, a stone, and a tree emerged. The 3 formidable beings looked skyward, witnessing the apocalyptic chaotic thunderstorm. Feeling a tremor of awe and inexplicable trepidation, a force of annihilation. How had Li Hao provoked such a phenomenon? Li Hao, presenting his mental realm, forcibly merged several stars in an instant, striving to complete the fusion of 180 stars swiftly, testing whether he could succeed. If the thunder were to erupt before he completed the fusion, it would be an egregious injustice. Should he succeed in his amalgamation, a transformation would surely follow. Yet, his adversaries offered him no opportunity. How shameless! For the first time, Li Hao perceived the sheer audacity of this thunderstorm. The tribulation of the emperor respects the process. It awaits the moment of a breakthrough, striking at the final instant, providing at least a modicum of chance. In contrast, this phenomenon was genuinely lethal, devoid of any intention for tempering. In the face of overwhelming adversity, the once formidable peak of the celestial realm had long since crumbled to dust, leaving no glimmer of hope. At this moment, Li Hao gritted his teeth and uttered a low growl, imploring his 3 allies to lend him their strength. Use the realm of the mind to obstruct the impending thunder. I require a brief respite to recuperate. The expressions of the 3 mighty beings shifted, for this thunder appeared formidable. In this moment, the world belonged to Li Hao's mental domain, a fragment of himself, while they could indeed attempt to halt it. The risk loomed that this thunder could obliterate the very foundation he had painstakingly constructed. He had forsaken the cosmic pathways, relinquished all but his mental realm. Should it be destroyed, the river of time itself would collapse. The 3 powerful figures had no time to ponder further. As the thunder descended, They bellowed in unison, and the realm of the mind transformed into a colossal seal, surging forth to confront the thunder. Yet, as they approached, blood streamed from Li Hao's 7 orifices, and the 3 saints let out anguished cries, their voices piercingly sorrowful. The entire mental domain quaked violently. Had it not been for the foundation forged by the 3 saints, they would have been annihilated in an instant. In this moment, the stars within the mental realm erupted with resplendent energy. A cacophony reverberated through the cosmos as stars began to dim and fracture. The efforts Li Hao had devoted over the past half-day now seemed futile, dissipating into nothingness. The mental realm fell into an eerie silence, akin to death itself. The colossal thunder continued its relentless assault, rumbling ominously, heralding signs of impending collapse. At this critical juncture, Li Hao raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike. The sword cleaved the heavens. With a resounding crash, the 4th thunder was extinguished, though the blade itself bore fractures. Within the mental realm, the 3 strong figures lapsed into a profound stillness, the world resembling a desolate void. Li Hao, blood streaming from his orifices, gazed skyward. The mental realm plummeted, vanishing into the expanse, while the stars that had yet to merge ceased their convergence. At this moment, Li Hao beheld the sky, where the 5th thunder was poised to descend, offering him scant time to restore himself. The river of time remained feeble, the mental realm on the verge of annihilation. This thunder sought to sever Li Hao's hopes, and it was only at this instant that he had managed to withstand the force of 4 thunderbolts. In that moment, Zheng Yu let out a piercing roar, shattering the void with a single stroke, charging directly toward the thunderclouds. She sought to cleave through the tempest. Remarkably, Li Daoheng refrained from obstructing her, instead watching thoughtfully as Li Hao coughed blood and bellowed, "Get away." With a resounding crash, her strike shattered the heavens. Yet Zheng Yu's blade inexplicably traversed the thunderclouds as if they belonged to an entirely different realm. She failed to make contact with the clouds. At that moment, the cosmos fell into a profound stillness. In the distance, the Red Moon Emperor was taken aback. This thunder was not of the same plane as they were. This meant that no one could shield Li Hao from his fate, except for himself. The realm of the mind was his own, enabling him to withstand one strike. Yet now Zheng Yu, risking her life, had failed to breach the clouds, signifying that even their attempts to protect Li Hao were rendered powerless. Due to the thunder, they exist in entirely different dimensions. In the distance, the heavens let out a sigh. Futile. The moment this thunder erupted, I knew trouble was imminent. Apart from Li Hao himself, no one can be touched. The thunder will not harm others. It will only strike down Li Hao. Initially thought to be a mere illusion of chaotic tribulation, it turned out to be all too real. A tinge of nostalgia and reflection washed over him. The chaotic tribulation. In the realm of new martial arts, someone has encountered it once. However, I have never delved deeply into it, only aware of its unparalleled danger. Far more troublesome than the tribulation faced by the emperor. There was nothing he could do. Truly, he was powerless. He had not experienced the chaotic tribulation himself. Only others had endured it and survived. At this moment, the king of the greatly roared. How did that person overcome it? Speak. Boom. He was once again pierced by the long whip, while Zhang Yu slashed with his blade, causing the whip to veer off course. Zheng Yu remained unfazed, glancing toward the heavens. Truth be told, at this moment, everyone was filled with curiosity. Is this thunder tribulation truly something one can survive? In the realm of new martial arts, who has ever faced the chaotic tribulation? They were unaware. At this juncture, it seemed unnecessary for them to take action against Li Hao. He might perish in the next thunderstrike. If he dies, the power of time will dissipate, and the king of the great Li and Zheng Yu would likely be unable to retain their current strength, facing instant demise. In this moment, Zheng Yu was equally intrigued. How does one navigate the chaotic tribulation? The heavens emanated a mental wave, though reluctant to partake in this affair. Nonetheless, quickly conveyed. The one undergoing the tribulation is the human king. The crowd was taken aback. The human king? The human king had encountered the chaotic tribulation once. The specifics elude me, but I know he faced it. How he traversed it appears to involve the human king incorporating it into his own inner world, subsequently entrusting it to the Zhang Emperor for consumption. In essence, the human king and the Zhang Emperor collaborated to resolve the chaotic thunder. Typically, outsiders cannot intervene. Yet the Zhang Emperor is exceptional, co-governing the realms with the human king. thus embodying the duality of yin and yang, permitting their alliance. The Zheng Emperor consumes all. Even if the chaotic tribulation is ensnared by the human king, it would become sustenance for the Zheng Emperor. Silence enveloped the surroundings. An instant of quietude. Is this method a jest? The human king ensnared the thunder, then the Zheng Emperor devoured it. These two unparalleled powers of the new martial arts, sovereigns of the world, could resolve such matters, yet now, it seems utterly ineffective. The heavens were also puzzled. You must have done something. The fusion of reality and illusion has drawn the attention of the chaotic thunder. Li Hao, if possible, relinquish all of this. Perhaps it could disperse the thunder. This might be Li Hao's only path to survival. As for how Li Hao resolves it, does he possess the strength of the human king? Does he have the aid of the Zheng Emperor? The thunder faced by these two sovereigns of the world is undoubtedly far more potent than what Li Hao encounters. Yet even so, it seems the human king alone could not entirely resolve it. Perhaps he deliberately offered it to the Zheng Emperor as sustenance. However, it is evidently beyond the reach of someone of Li Hao's caliber. Relinquish? Li Hao gazed at the sky, feeling somewhat helpless. Relinquish what? The spiritual realm teeters on the brink of extinction, and yet the thunderstorm remains unabated. Clearly, even if one were to surrender, it is absurd to simply depart after having come this far. How could one leave without facing the storm? At this moment, a chaotic river swirls around him, and the voice of Hong Yitong echoes in his mind. The fifth strike, I shall attempt to block. I am the Tao, not of human origin. The Tao is formless. I should be able to withstand your rapid restoration of temporal power just once. As long as resurrection is still possible, there remains hope to endure through 9 trials. Of course, this could merely be a comforting sentiment. Even if he could withstand 1 strike, with 4 remaining, it would be insurmountable for Li Hao. A dead end. The semi-emperors posed no significant threat to Li Hao, yet this inexplicable thunder forced him into a corner. Li Hao gazed at the heavens and sighed. Is it true that heaven does not entirely forsake humanity? Perhaps I have slain the will of heaven, and now I face retribution? A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. In that moment, he rose to his feet. Not far away, Lin Hongyu's despair erupted as she looked towards Li Hao, filled with a sense of hopelessness, since there is no path left. Let the true form of the Red Moon Emperor be unleashed, and let this silver moon accompany us to our graves. Her roar, tinged with defiance, anger, and sorrow, echoed around them. How could it have come to this? Previously, Li Hao had shared certain truths with her, and she had firmly believed that once Li Hao succeeded, the 2 semi-emperors would be powerless against them. Yet, this thunder was utterly bewildering. If this were the case, then perhaps it was better to shatter the blockade of the 8 cities and plunge this world into utter chaos. Let these emperors and semi-emperors engage in a brutal struggle. Someone must perish. They could die for Li Hao, or perhaps at the hands of the Red Moon Emperor. Either way, it would not be in vain. In this moment, Lin Hongyu's aura was in utter disarray as she glanced at the swordsman and then towards the 7 primary cities, her eyes flashing with the light of death, as if she was ready to break the seal of the 8 cities. Zheng Yu and Li Daoheng both bore a sense of wariness at this moment. They felt somewhat helpless. Indeed, they were genuinely concerned that this woman might recklessly break the seal of the 8 cities, while in the distance. The avatar of the Red Moon Emperor seemed eager, as if anticipating the chaos. An opportunity. With Li Hao on the brink of death and Lin Hongyu and her companions with no escape, they might naturally break the seal, allowing themselves to benefit directly from the chaos. What a stroke of fortune. Today, does it mark a day of luck for them? Although one avatar had been vanquished, what significance did that hold? At this juncture, Li Hao suddenly laughed. Is this thunder aimed solely at me? Are we not in the same void? Not in the same dimension? Can the king of humanity capture? In that moment, he seemed to have an epiphany. He looked towards all directions. Towards Lin Hongyu, towards the king of Dali, and towards Zheng Yu and the others, laughing. So that is how it is. A tremor of realization coursed through the hearts of those present. What could he mean by so that is how it is? Li Hao gazed at the skies, at the impending 5th strike of thunder, murmuring, the thunder cannot harm others, it can only harm me. Truly, they are bullying me to the utmost. At this moment, he flashed a toothy grin, casting his gaze around at the myriad directions, grinding his teeth in agitation. I initially intended for you all to contend amongst yourselves, indifferent to the outcome. Yet now, let us revel together. What does this mean? Just as their thoughts swirled in turmoil, Li Hao suddenly bellowed, and the realm of his spirit manifested once more. At this juncture, the spiritual realm appeared utterly shattered. Li Hao gazed into this ethereal domain and murmured, "Since it has come to this, let us indulge together and see if this thunder is indeed an invincible force." Suddenly, the spiritual realm began to expand and stretch infinitely. The entire Silver Moon realm seemed to be enveloped in an instant. With a cold smirk, Li Hao stepped into the void, where a celestial star of time flickered dimly. The spiritual realm could serve as a barrier. Could my inner realm not envelop and seize the entirety of the Silver Moon, transforming it into my own inner sanctum? Li Hao chuckled, tilting his head skyward, and roared, "Then let me, Li Hao, become the will of this realm. The universe is mine." With that, a thunderous explosion erupted. The star of time, at that moment, shattered instantaneously. The entire universe expanded, and the ocean of spirit surged tumultuously. Li Hao raised his hand to obscure the heavens, tearing through the void, and seized an individual. The queen merely gazed at him in silence. The one he grasped was indeed her. Li Hao met her gaze, calmly stating, "Lend me the power of the Silver Moon for a moment. Grant me a fragment of divine will. Today, I shall embody that divine will and seize control of the universe. If I succeed, I shall return it to you." The queen, devoid of her previous anger and fear, merely furrowed her brow slightly and nodded. Streams of Silver Moon power flowed towards Li Hao's fragmented world. In that instant, a small sword coalesced from the cosmos. Before the thunder from above could descend, Li Hao suddenly chuckled coldly, grasping the feeble sword, murmuring, "Ultimately, I cannot escape this calamity. Let us play together." In an instant, his physical form shattered, transforming into colossal stars that fell throughout the universe. Boom! The heavens and earth were struck, creating countless massive craters, as stars exploded one after another. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu's expression shifted slightly. "You are embodying divine will." This rascal, Li Hao, actually intended to refine the entire Silver Moon, or rather, to merge himself with the Silver Moon realm, becoming its divine will. At that point, he would be the Silver Moon, and the Silver Moon would be him. This was not Li Hao's original plan. Likewise, it was not anyone else's design. It was a desperate move born out of necessity. Li Hao sought to make these individuals share in the burden. Once he embodied divine will, their existence within this realm would render them part of him, thereby potentially enabling the thunder to become Li Hao's ally in confronting all enemies. Yet for Li Hao, this was not the outcome he desired. It was supposed to be an opening of the inner realm and the physical realm, yet now, he was compelled to become the will of the Silver Moon. The connection between him and the Silver Moon would become exceedingly difficult to sever. Severing that bond was not the crux of the matter, nor did he care too much about it. But such a course of action would complicate many affairs. However, to survive, to fight for his life, he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. The Star of Time had not yet contemplated what to merge with. Now, it had found its resolution, to merge with itself. "I am the essence of time. I am the will of destiny. I am the very core of my own path. The pivotal force that connects the realms of the tangible and the ethereal. Cursed be it," Li Hao exclaimed in fury, casting his gaze towards the heavens. "I once proclaimed that what the sword sovereign and others rejected, I too would spurn. Yet today, I find myself compelled to proceed. The prospect of success is uncertain, but in this moment, it is profoundly distressing for him. The path I meticulously charted has once again been shattered. The crux lies in the Silver Moon's will. I had suggested that the Black Panther take on this role, yet, in the blink of an eye, I found myself hastening to assume it, usurping even the position of the Hound. I embody the cosmos." Boom! Blood drenched the earth, flesh shattered, and stars plummeted from the heavens. In that fleeting instant, the formidable trio of Zheng Yu, Li Daohong, and the Red Moon Sovereign surged forth, intent on thwarting Li Hao's ascent. They could not allow him to prevail. If what Li Hao claimed were true, his transformation into the Silver Moon's will would portend a cataclysmic tempest of chaos for them all. Meanwhile, Lin Hongyu's eyes suddenly sparkled with newfound vigor, casting aside her previous despair. With a fierce shout, she cried, "Slay!" Boom! An inexhaustible force erupted from within her, as if she had instantaneously returned to her zenith, charging towards Li Daohong. In the distance, the king of Dali and Zhang also erupted with power, while Zheng Yu, furrowing his brow, conjured a long whip that shattered the tome of the Great Path. He paid no mind to Zhang, launching a punch towards a colossal star in the sky. Li Hao was attempting to embody the will of heaven itself. This development caught everyone off guard. Even Li Hao had not anticipated this turn of events, let alone his adversaries. In that moment, a river of chaos materialized, instantly intercepting the opposing fist. Zheng Yu's strike unleashed a cataclysm. The heavens quaked, and the firmament split asunder, as if a million stars were cascading down. At that instant, countless stars emerged. Concurrently, the Red Moon's sovereign, poised to obliterate several stars, was suddenly confronted by another figure. Tianji gazed skyward, positioning himself before the Red Moon's sovereign, disregarding him entirely. His brow slightly raised. "Consider this your debt to me." In that moment, he actually took action. Turning, he unleashed a punch. He did not wield the blood knife. Merely with his fist did he collide with the opponent's strike, annihilating the void. The Red Moon's sovereign's expression shifted. As he murmured in a low voice, "If he truly succeeds, the thunder will not spare just me. You too will be within its grasp." And then, Tianji remained unfazed, declaring, "I am but a fragment here. If I perish, so be it. Besides, if one truly embodies the will of heaven, perhaps even your true self will be ensnared within it. Why fear a trifling chaos thunderstorm?" He chuckled softly. "Perhaps you might even shatter the seal by enduring the thunder." Zheng Yu and the others are anxious. "Why should you be?" The Red Moon's sovereign paused, momentarily taken aback. There was some truth to his words. Tianji no longer paid him heed, glancing once more at the sky, murmuring, "If the will of heaven is truly bound to the silver moon, then its achievements shall be limited. Limited achievements." This proclamation, uttered from his lips, seemed to suggest that the will of a minor realm was of little consequence. Li Hao, in this instance, had incurred a significant loss. He had beckoned forth the chaos thunderstorm, which could have promised boundless potential. Yet, should he transform into the will of heaven, his highest attainable achievement would now merely be that of the sovereign of this realm. Yet he could not fathom a better solution. At this moment, it was commendable that Li Hao could devise a response. In such critical times, every second counted. The fact that he could channel fate to envelop the silver moon and rally everyone to confront the tribulation of thunder was indeed a remarkable display of quick thinking. However, the heavens are often fraught with regrets. There remains a strong belief in Li Hao. Alas, he was unfortunate enough to encounter this predicament, unable to confront it directly, resorting instead to self-detonation, transforming into the Tao and merging with the cosmos, becoming a vein of the universe. While this may seem grand, the diminutive realm of the silver moon could potentially confine Li Hao's future. Even if he emerged victorious this time, it was still a pity. Furthermore, he had begun to discern that Li Hao had withdrawn from the Tao universe, rendering him no more than a sovereign of the heavens, which significantly diminished his accomplishments. At best, he would merely be regarded as an ordinary emperor. For others, this remains an unattainable feat, yet for a favored child of destiny, it is indeed a lamentable outcome. The cosmos is not lacking in such emperors, and the Red Moon's emperor remains an emperor in his own right, as does he. If Li Hao's highest achievement culminates in nothing more than an ordinary emperor, what significance does that hold? In this fleeting moment, celestial bodies rained down from the heavens, merging into the silver moon, a tremendous force rising from all directions, while Li Hao's flesh scattered across the land. The thunder seemed to lose its target for a moment, refraining from striking, yet still locked onto him. In the void, a luminous moon appeared, instantly transforming into the stars of time. Li Hao's river of time gradually manifested, and from it emerged a figure, Li Hao himself. As he stepped into the stars of time, a thunderous explosion resonated, merging him with the temporal constellations. At this moment, a small sword circled around Li Hao, and he instantly fused with it. The essence of Li Hao permeated the entire cosmos, his voice echoing softly, "To sever my future and avenge the Tao is detestable, to be eradicated." Fueled by profound resentment, countless manifestations of Li Hao appeared throughout the world, becoming phantoms that melded into the void. The power of the universe coalesced within Li Hao. Suddenly, another surge arose, manifesting 180 stars, akin to a spiritual realm. However, everything had transformed. This spiritual realm no longer belonged solely to Li Hao, but to all beings, merging with the land of the silver moon. Stars emerged, each ignited anew, as those once extinguished began to shimmer once more. 1, 2, 3. Soon, over 160 stars blazed back to life. It was only at this moment that the void's thunder seemed to fully lock onto Li Hao. The fifth bolt of lightning surged toward the star of time that Li Hao occupied. Yet, at this instant, Zheng Yu, Li Daoheng, and the Red Moon Emperor all furrowed their brows. In the void, Li Hao transformed into stars, enveloping the entire land, radiating brilliance, resembling the deity of the silver moon, and chuckled lightly. "Let us unite." Boom. Countless bolts of lightning emerged, and those few locked onto by Li Hao found thunder manifesting above them, the force of destruction cascading down. They could only mutter curses under their breath, bewildered at how swiftly he could embody the will of heaven. Indeed, it is also related to the fate that led to the demise of Tianyi. At this moment, not just they, but in various places, some individuals felt the ominous presence of thunder looming above them. In the central continent, a young man, his eyes reflecting despair, gazed at the thunder overhead and muttered, "Damn it." Beside him, a woman's expression shifted drastically. "How could the thunder target you?" The young man forced a bitter smile, his aura suddenly intensifying. "Senior sister, I too am favored by fate. I seek revenge for my master, thus I have accepted this fate. Moreover, I lack the strength to resist it." With the demise of Tianyi, remnants linger, and now that Li Hao has transformed into Tianyi, all who are favored by fate are targets of this thunderous wrath. Nearby, Sun Hongxiu, sharing a name with Hong Yitang's wife, wore a face of despair as she looked at her junior brother, gritting her teeth. "You fool. Do you stand a chance against him? How could you dare to accept the olive branch of fate? Everyone knows that in this silver moon, he is far more formidable than fate itself." At this moment, the youngest disciple of the Chimai Club felt a twinge of bitterness. "I understand. Yet I desire to grow stronger. The master's legacy, the heavenly sword, was bestowed upon senior sister, not me, but I believe I can also." When Tianyi met his end, he was relieved that Li Hao had not discovered him and grateful that the ninth prince had become a stepping stone. Yet now, he was locked in by the thunder. Not only him. At this moment, numerous others found themselves similarly ensnared. Many exceptionally gifted young individuals, ambitious souls secretly amassing strength, and those favored by fate were all simultaneously targeted by the thunder. Meanwhile, far away in Silver City, Li Hao was completely indifferent to these individuals. Their being locked onto was not a deliberate act on his part. Rather, it was a consequence of him forcibly merging with fate. As fate and he became one, the chaotic thunder would naturally seek to lock onto all. It can only be said that these individuals chose this path themselves. They were aware of the attachment of fate. Had they truly wished to resolve their predicament, the Tianqing governor's office had been searching for them, even publicly announcing that anyone favored by fate could seek assistance there. However, they did not go. Their absence indicated their own intentions, and thus, the outcome they faced now was a result of their choices. Li Hao had no inclination to concern himself with them. He was struggling to ensure his own survival, let alone expend energy on those who were not wholly committed. Boom. Countless bolts of thunder struck, their force significantly diminished compared to before. In that instant, Zheng Yu, Li Daoheng, the Red Moon Emperor, and even Li Hao himself were all struck by the thunder. The powerful lightning, even when dispersed, remained incredibly formidable. Zheng Yu spat blood, his long whip reduced to ashes. Not far away, Li Daoheng's sword was similarly shattered, the force of the thunder threatening to collapse his swordsmanship avatar. Meanwhile, the Red Moon Emperor roared in fury, unleashing a punch that manifested with destructive power, turning his fist to ashes. In that moment, even the half-emperors found themselves in dire straits, let alone the others. Those ensnared by the thunder were almost instantaneously reduced to ashes. As Li Hao was struck by the thunder, a resounding boom echoed, and the stars flickered. Yet, compared to before, he felt significantly better. In this moment, a smile graced Li Hao's face. The fifth bolt. Upon hearing this declaration, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Cursed be it, they thought. They had previously believed that this thunder would not serve as an aid to Li Hao, but now misfortune had befallen them. The Red Moon Emperor could not contain his fury, exclaiming, "You two imbeciles, have you so easily allowed him to become a manifestation of destiny?" Although the previous manifestation was vanquished, letting Li Hao envelop the world and transform into the Silver Moon's destiny with such ease is utterly frustrating. What have you two been doing all these years? This is only the fifth bolt. Zheng Yu slightly raised an eyebrow, gazing skyward as the sixth bolt of thunder loomed ominously above. He sighed with a wry smile and shook his head, saying, The manifestation of destiny is merely a tool in the eyes of the masses. Who among those truly seeking transcendence would desire to become such a thing? Moreover, the manifestation of destiny already exists, and we were prepared to capture it. Emperor, this cannot be blamed on us. Besides, the manifestation of destiny has always been within our grasp. What difference does it make if it has now changed hands? He then chuckled. No matter, let us join forces. The power of thunder will likely not be able to strike us down. Consider it a congratulatory gift to Li Hao for becoming the Silver Moon's destiny. He seemed to take it in stride, entertaining himself. Meanwhile, within the Void Dao universe, another figure resembling Li Daoheng materialized. This Li Daoheng was even more enigmatic than the swordsman, composed of countless stars. He stood at the entrance of the Void Dao universe, observing the crowd, casting his gaze upon Li Hao in the sky, and glancing at the distant chaotic river. Suddenly, he laughed. How intriguing. Alas, the chaotic thunder tribulation has shattered my plans, reminding me not to engage in actions that defy chaos. Li Hao, you are indeed bold and audacious. In the vast expanse, Li Hao remained silent, merely watching the heavens. In the next moment, another bolt of thunder descended, unparalleled in speed. Boom. The powerful beings were struck by the thunder. This time, they once more endured the force of the thunder. Li Hao's great star shattered and quickly reformed, drawing energy from countless sources across the realm, transforming the entire world into the visage of Li Hao. His voice resonated like a mighty bell. Reassemble. With a thunderous roar, numerous stars ignited in the sky, and colossal dragons soared from the earth, racing towards the celestial bodies. At that moment, Li Hao was still in the process of merging. Even upon becoming the manifestation of destiny, he did not abandon his plans. In an instant, 170 stars completely fused and ignited, intermingled with some of the thunder's power and a hint of destructive force. At this juncture, the Red Moon Emperor was filled with urgency. Damn it. He was furious. The sixth bolt of thunder struck him directly, tearing his flesh and leaving him in agony. Though it was merely a clone, it felt no different from his true self. This blow nearly forced a cry of pain from him, having been an emperor for so many years, despite being sealed for much of that time. Experiencing a thunder strike was a first, and the pain was excruciating, especially as he bore it for others. How could he not be enraged? Yet he had no time for revenge. Scarcely had the sixth bolt descended when the seventh thunderbolt followed. This time, it was even more formidable. Li Hao was also taken aback. Even if he were to avoid transforming into the will of heaven, he would still find it nearly impossible to withstand the fifth and sixth bolts of lightning. The seventh would undoubtedly bring about his demise. This time, the intensity had escalated. The chaotic thunder seemed relentless in its pursuit of Li Hao. One could only hope there were merely 9 strikes. Any more, and it would be catastrophic for all. Boom. The explosion resounded once more, and even the semi-emperors began to falter. At that moment, Li Hao's voice rang out. Senior Tianji, you should join in as well. Tianji was momentarily stunned, but as the 8th bolt of lightning prepared to descend, he suddenly realized another strike loomed above him. His expression shifted dramatically, and he gritted his teeth, cursing, I just assisted you. Li Hao could only respond with exasperation. I fear if you do not share the burden of the 8th, we all may perish, and the entire Silver Moon could be shattered. That would be the end for us all. At this moment, we are all in the same boat, akin to grasshoppers tied to a single string. Tianji, however, was furious. Your wife and Beiwang also possess semi-emperor strength. Why not share the burden with them? Need I even explain? Li Hao retorted impatiently. They are but false semi-emperors. A single bolt would likely obliterate them. I must allocate this to you, a true semi-emperor. Boom. The 8th bolt of lightning erupted, and before anyone else could scream, Tianji let out a horrific wail that reverberated throughout the universe, piercingly sharp. It hurts. It hurts so much. Li Hao, I curse your ancestors. Tianji bellowed in rage, his fury palpable. Li Hao chose not to respond. He did not wish for things to come to this, yet they were forced into such circumstances. Let us endure this together. I, too, wish it were otherwise. Senior, pray there are truly only 9 bolts of lightning. If we engage in a life and death struggle only to be struck down by this force, it would be a most unfortunate outcome. I am curious, how did this phenomenon come into being? Li Hao was equally at a loss. Boom. At that moment, a colossal bolt of lightning manifested, seeming to envelop the entire cosmos. The sky churned with dark clouds, and the ninth bolt of lightning appeared to be the final assault. The entire universe was shrouded in thunder. At this moment, anyone standing beyond the Stargate would witness the silver moon world enveloped in a blanket of dark clouds. Within the chaotic universe, vast accumulations of clouds gathered. Were it not for the closed state of the silver moon and the Stargate, the clouds would have permeated entirely, capable of striking down any formidable being. Once the chaotic thunder is birthed, how easy is it to navigate? In this inconspicuous realm of darkness, as the final strike descended, the clouds surrounding the silver moon world began to gradually dissipate, as if acknowledging the uniqueness of this place. Soon, the clouds started to disperse. At this moment, the silver moon world inexplicably expanded, devouring portions of the chaotic realm. Within the silver moon, the tremendous thunder roared, altering the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Countless versions of Li Hao emerged and perished, only to rise anew. In the starry sky, celestial bodies began to twinkle in radiance. The luminous stars surged from 170 to 179 in an instant. The last of these was the Time Star, which Li Hao inhabited. At this moment, this star was enveloped by myriad bolts of thunder. In the distance, the avatar of the Red Moon Emperor, in a fit of rage, cursed vehemently. Half of his form utterly obliterated. Zheng Yu and Li Daoheng fared no better, their bodies ensconced in the might of thunder. Meanwhile, the entity known as Tianji furiously swore, "Damn it, Li Hao, this is far from over." His power was formidable, and had he not been embroiled in the conflict, it was likely that Li Hao and the others would have faced dire consequences. In that moment, they were inexorably bound to endure the calamity together. Li Hao contemplated seizing the opportunity to eliminate Zheng Yu and his companions, but the shared burden of power rendered such a course perilous, should they perish. It was highly probable that Li Hao would meet a premature end as well, thus dragging Tianji down with him. As the ominous clouds began to dissipate, the formidable beings continued to suffer under the weight of annihilating force. In an instant, a wave of deathly intent surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. The waiting figures of King Dali and Lin Hongyu exchanged no words, darting directly toward the two semi-emperors. Seizing the moment of weakness, they aimed to strike. Such an opportunity was rare. If they did not eliminate these foes now, when would they? The borrowed strength of their adversaries was rapidly waning. And should they fail to vanquish the two, a resurgence would spell trouble for Li Hao. Despite having transcended to the will of heaven, Li Hao's prowess still appeared to fall short of the semi-emperor tier. At that pivotal moment, Zheng Yu's eyes abruptly snapped open, and he swiftly subdued the destructive force coursing through him. With a muffled grunt, he vanished, hurtling toward the celestial horizon where Li Hao's temporal star resided. He paid no heed to anyone else, fixated solely on Li Hao, a glimmer of joy illuminating his eyes. It seemed he had glimpsed the outcome he had longed to witness. Although this result was unexpected, the Silver Moon world had transformed. Through the baptism of thunder, Li Hao, a paragon of talent, had become the embodiment of heaven's intent, thereby elevating the potential of the entire realm. This moment's microcosm was undeniably distinct from the last. In his pursuit of the will of heaven and the consumption of the world, he was destined to attain the path of emperorship. Moreover, his potential would surpass previous limits. The thunder he summoned rivaled the effects of an emperor's complete assimilation into the world upon death, allowing the Red Moon Emperor's true form to be left unaddressed for the time being. The immediate priority was to eliminate Li Hao, not only him, but at this very instant, within the Void Dao universe, myriad stars emerged, and Li Daoheng manifested, seamlessly merging with the figure of the swordsman. A tremendous force surged throughout the cosmos. Li Daoheng uttered not a word. Rather than advancing toward Li Hao, he set his sights on the chaotic river. Their objectives diverged. One fixated on Li Hao while the other targeted the river of chaos. In that moment, they seemed to have reached an unspoken understanding. You pursue Li Hao, and I shall pursue the chaotic river, with no interference between them. Their prior feebleness and impotence now appeared to be mere facades. Yet, the avatar of the Red Moon Emperor remained woefully weak, and upon witnessing this scene, he could not suppress a curse. These two rascals, behind them, King Dali and Lin Hongyu roared in fury, traversing the void with reckless abandon, intent on pursuing the two. It was clear that those two had retained a remarkable degree of strength, even as the avatar of the Red Moon Emperor teetered on the brink of collapse. In the distance, anguished cries echoed from the celestial realm, resonating with a haunting intensity. Observing this scene, a slight frown creased his brow as the cries ceased. He allowed the force of destruction to engulf him, gazing upward with defiance. In his hand, a bloodied blade materialized silently, accompanied by the disdainful snort of the Red Moon Emperor. Suddenly, he turned sharply, bringing down the blade with a resounding clash. The shattered remnants of his doppelganger were obliterated in an instant, the Red Moon Emperor's avatar trembling before disintegrating completely. With a furrowed brow, he hesitated momentarily before charging toward the celestial star above. The Chaos River may no longer belong to Li Hao, and he found himself indifferent to its fate. However, the celestial star above undoubtedly belonged to Li Hao, and he felt compelled to intervene. The young scion of the Zheng family was formidable. Li Hao might not be able to contend with him. In the expanse above the silver moon, the celestial star hovered, as Zheng Yu soared through the void. An opportunity had arisen. The plan had been disrupted, not solely Li Hao's design, but a collective endeavor that had been thwarted. Yet the outcome proved advantageous, at least for Zheng Yu. To seize the will of the heavens, to harness the silver moon, and to claim dual pathways. Should he succeed today, coupled with his previous encounters with the Chaos Thunder Tribulation, he would be well prepared for the impending trials of the Emperor's Tribulation. Destined to attain the exalted status of Emperor, Zheng Yu ascended, while at that moment, Li Hao's presence flickered. As if the 180th star was on the verge of illumination, yet something eluded its unification with the others. Li Hao's aura fluctuated, at times formidable, at others feeble. Following the tribulation, he seemed to have gained something, yet it also felt like a void remained. As Zheng Yu approached, the looming threat intensified for Li Hao, while the aura of the great Li King receded swiftly. Once the great Li King lost his semi-imperial power, even with Zhang and S aid, he would be unable to withstand the onslaught for long. In an instant, Zheng Yu reached the starry expanse, eschewing pleasantries. He extended his hand toward the void, summoning an immense power that surpassed even the previous thunderous tribulations, as though he sought to seize the temporal star and annihilate Li Hao, devouring him whole. At that very moment, Li Hao's silhouette emerged, standing resolutely before the celestial star, gazing at Zheng Yu. In his grasp, a long sword manifested, piercing the void with a single stroke, sending tremors through the cosmos. From all directions, countless energies surged forth, coalescing into Li Hao's formidable might. Their blades intertwined. The fabric of the void shattered like glass, fissures spreading across the expanse, while the 180 stars vibrated violently. In this instant, Zheng Yu unleashed the true power of a semi-emperor, radiating unparalleled strength. Behind him, the great Li King, expending all his energy, struck with a fist that threatened to rend the very heavens. The three factions converged, Zheng Yu caught between them, seemingly unfazed. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from behind him, a resounding explosion that shattered the entire void. The great Li King's fist crumbled instantly. At this juncture, Zheng Yu appeared vastly more powerful than during their previous encounters. It seemed he had ceased to conceal his true capabilities. Once again, a whip materialized in his hand, piercing through the void and hurtling towards Li Hao. With a single strike, the heavens trembled and the earth shattered. Although Li Hao's sword radiance was formidable at this moment, the 180 stars had not yet formed a complete cyclical system. Even with power nearing that of a semi-emperor, it was swiftly overwhelmed in the hands of this true semi-emperor. In the rear, Tianji traversed the void with remarkable speed. Wielding a blood knife, he unleashed a slash that cleaved the firmament from afar. Despite Li Hao declaring that he owed nothing to himself, Tianji chose to join the fray, his blow infused with boundless vitality, threatening to obliterate the entire world beneath a tide of blood. Zheng Yu cast a sidelong glance, softly remarking, "Why must the senior wade into this murky water? For 100,000 years, you have remained indifferent, yet now you choose to meddle." Tianji responded with a cold chuckle. Indifference does not equate to inability. Zheng Yu remained unmoved, stating, "Even if the senior intervenes, it will not alter much. The semi-emperor is powerful, yet you are merely a projection, not your true self. Besides, you did not simply materialize here." Upon hearing this, Tianji's expression shifted slightly. It was true. He had slumbered in the north for 100,000 years, and Zheng Yu was evidently aware of his existence. This implied that the senior's arrival was fortuitous, and perhaps success today might hinge on the senior's assistance. Three parties were poised to strike. In front stood Li Hao, Behind him the king of Dali and Zheng Yu, while to the side was Tianji, wielding the blade of the Blood Emperor, a genuine imperial projection. Such might was something that an ordinary semi-emperor could hardly contend with. Although the projection of the Red Moon Emperor had been severely wounded, Tianji's prowess in battle seemed untroubled. At this moment, however, Zheng Yu remained remarkably composed. Suddenly, a change occurred. In an instant, Li Hao furrowed his brow, and Tianji's countenance also shifted. At that moment, 8 bloodlines emerged above Zheng Yu's head, robust and formidable, reminiscent of the Red Moon-s, yet far more powerful than the frail 8 bloodlines of the latter. As Tianji grew uneasy, the 8 bloodlines converged in a flash. Tianji's expression darkened. Zheng Yu had unified the 8 bloodlines. At this instant, his aura surged, exuding an oppressive force that surpassed even that of the Red Moon Emperor's projection and Li Daoing. The entire realm seemed to revolve around Zheng Yu's dominance. The blood knife in Tianji's hand trembled. The slumbering cat appeared to sense something, stirring as if it yearned to consume this burgeoning energy. The blood knife quivered violently. Zheng Yu unleashed a punch, repelling the king of Dali once more, then delivered a kick that shattered the void, obliterating Li Hao's sword intent. He then remarked softly, "Li Hao was not part of my calculations, yet having lived for so many years, how could I be unaware of your character, senior? You claim to be indifferent. Yet if an opportunity presents itself, you would not seize it?" He smirked disdainfully. "You, the esteemed Prince Tianji, have famously feigned madness to deceive many. And when the king of humanity arose, did you not begin to serve him? While I may not know if a new generation of kings will rise in this era, it is evident that you do not appear as indifferent as you would have us believe. In the realm of the heavens, this individual possesses profound understanding. In the era of the new martial arts, though it is said that he remains indifferent to worldly matters, in truth, his speculative prowess is unparalleled. Amidst the demise of countless formidable beings from the primordial age, he, the son of the Western Emperor, not only survived until the end, but also ascended to the esteemed rank of the Emperor of Blood, evidently with the tacit approval of the human king, who even lent his support. Otherwise, how could one attain such exalted status? The Emperor of Blood entrusts this blade to the Guardian, which signifies a form of trust, compounded by the fact that the Guardian's father is an authentic, genuine top-tier emperor. Such a person would not exhibit such languor. True idleness would not lead one to this place, where they have peacefully slumbered for 100,000 years, awaiting the revival of a feline. This, in itself, is an immeasurable investment. An investment in the Emperor of Blood, in the Azure Emperor, and in the human king. This cat bears connections to all three, particularly to the Azure Emperor, as this being is a manifestation of the Azure Emperor's projection, who perished alongside the projection of the War Emperor in ancient battles, causing even the merciless Azure Emperor to weep. In this moment, Zheng Yu reveals his brilliance. The 8 great bloodlines above his head swiftly coalesce and merge entirely, causing the blood blade in Tianji's hand to tremble violently. Tianji's expression shifts. The king of Dali bellows, "Slay him." Yet the king of Dali is filled with exhilaration. On that fateful day, the Red Moon was rendered powerless when the 8 veins were severed by a single strike. Today, Zheng Yu, astonishingly, has also unified the 8 veins, appearing to be exponentially more powerful than the Red Moon. However, the blade is wielded by Tianji. With a single stroke, the 8 veins can still be severed. Nonetheless, Tianji's expression grows grave as he rapidly contemplates. Myriad thoughts flood his mind as he prepares to withdraw the blade. Yet at this moment, the blood blade seems somewhat uncontrollable. Tianji's face pales. Zheng Yu softly states, "My father has nourished this blade with his own bloodline for 100,000 years. You have witnessed it and rejoiced within your heart. With my father being such a generous benefactor, you have been spared considerable trouble. I trust that you, esteemed one, have found joy in the past 100,000 years." Zheng Hanyuan. At this moment, Tianji realizes that he may have acted carelessly and made a grave mistake. Indeed, Zheng Hanyuan nurtured the blade for 100,000 years, continually striving to seize it, feeding it with his own bloodline. For Tianji, this was a fortuitous circumstance, as the other party could not take it away, thus benefiting himself by not having to constantly provide sustenance for the blood blade. Yet now, it is evident that he has fallen into the other party's scheme. Zheng Yu's 8 veins grow increasingly potent. He chuckles softly. Although this is the Emperor of Blood's blade, the wielder has been absent for 100,000 years. My father has nurtured this blade for that same duration, Even if he is not the blade's master, he remains the finest source of sustenance for the blood blade. To some extent, my Zheng family should indeed hold a degree of kinship with it. Furthermore, the being within the blade has yet to awaken, merely acting on instinct. My Zheng family's ancestors would not believe that we have truly accomplished nothing in 100,000 years, would they? Boom. The blood blade suddenly quakes violently, attempting to break free from Tianji's control. Not only that, but the colossal 8 veins above Zheng Yu's head suddenly extend toward the blood blade. Within the blade, a cat, accustomed to slumber, instinctively opens its mouth, biting down on the tip of the 8 veins of blood. At this moment, the blade soars toward Zheng Yu, as if it has tasted something delectable, and the cat does not relent. Suddenly, Tianji realized he had lost control over the blood blade. His expression changed dramatically. Damn it! A mere clone. After all, if his true self were present, such a blunder would not have occurred. Yet at this moment, he recognized the gravity of the situation. But it was too late for rectification. Who could have anticipated that Zheng Hongyuan's true intention was not to seize the blade, but to nurture it? All for this moment, so that the blade could become acquainted with the Zheng family bloodline, to forge a bond with it. For 100,000 years, it existed solely as sustenance for the blade. If this was indeed the Zheng family's grand scheme, it was utterly terrifying, indicating that they had long been plotting against Tianji, considering him as a hypothetical adversary, never once contemplating letting him go. Meanwhile, Li Hao swiftly retreated. The expression of the king of Dali changed as he witnessed the blood blade thrumming violently, attempting to break free from Tianji's grasp. How could this be? Zhang also looked alarmed. What audacity from the Zheng family. They spare no effort to ensure their success. Zheng Yu's father had, astonishingly, regarded himself as a blood reservoir, nurturing the blade for 100,000 years. From the very beginning, Zheng Hongyuan never aspired to be the master of the blood blade. Instead, everything was laid out to pave the way for his son. Zheng Yu reached out towards the blood blade, which had fiercely resisted others. Even Li Hao had been repelled when he attempted to seize it. Yet at this moment, it offered no resistance to Zheng Yu, indicating the profound effectiveness of the nurturing process. Not only that, but the cat within the blade also seemed to relish this essence, offering no resistance, allowing the blood blade to be easily grasped by him. Tianji's choice to join the battle and assist Li Hao appeared to be within the machinations of this individual all along. He had made thorough preparations. The sudden emergence of Li Hao could occasionally disrupt his plans, but Tianji, who had been in his sights for some time, could not shatter his strategy. The blood blade quivered, even unleashing a tremor not directed at Zheng Yu, but at Tianji himself. Tianji's arm trembled violently. With a furious roar, he declared, seeking death. Even if the blood blade was out of control, he remained a formidable presence, wielding the blade with one hand while launching a punch at Zheng Yu with the other. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire realm. Yet at this moment, an astonishing force emanated from the blood blade, even suppressing Tianji and the very heavens themselves. Zheng Yu softly asserted, the 8 meridians united is not akin to the red moon. This cat has yet to be revived. It acts solely on instinct. I am nurturing it. If you interrupt a cat during its meal, are you unaware of the temperament of a sovereign? One who does not provide it with a good meal will never afford you the opportunity to eat. Boom. A phantom of a cat materialized above the blood blade. Eyes closed, gnawing at one end of the 8 meridians, devouring this immense power, yet it could not consume it all at once. The moment Tianji threw his punch, the cat instinctively extended its claws to protect its meal. Crack! The collision of claw and fist. In that instant, an unfathomable force erupted, resounding through the realm. Tianji let out a muffled groan as blood marks surfaced upon his fist, his expression shifting drastically. This cat had followed the war sovereign for countless ages. Even if it is but a projection, its true power is unimaginable. Coupled with the blood knife that has been nourished for countless years, even in a state of unconsciousness, its mere presence exudes a strength far surpassing that of an ordinary semi-emperor. The opponent acted instinctively, and in an instant, a claw struck, nearly shattering the fist of the celestial extreme. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Yu deftly snatched the blood knife. The cat upon the blood knife continued to gnaw at the 8 meridians, and at this moment, Zheng Yu astonishingly managed to control the feline in a unique manner, transforming it into his protective talisman. Celestial Extreme's expression shifted rapidly, a mix of anger and frustration directed at himself. Damn it! I was overly confident and careless. A member of the Zheng family has actually taken the blood knife. At this moment, Zheng Yu chuckled softly. Senior Celestial Extreme, perhaps it would be wise to retreat. Otherwise, if you harm me, you will also harm this cat. Disrupting its revival process means that even if you kill me, your mission will still fail. For the Blood Emperor and the others, your act of killing me will not rectify the errors made. Currently, this cat is with me. Once I succeed and it absorbs all 8 meridians, it will have a genuine chance of revival. At that time, even if you lose a fragment of yourself, the cat's revival would not be considered a failure for you. Celestial Extreme's countenance darkened. The cat within the knife was pivotal to his station here, and now. His mission appeared to be unraveling, with both the knife and the cat slipping away. The critical issue was that any attack directed at Zheng Yu would be thwarted by this very cat. Should he forcefully unleash his power, it could shatter the cat and extinguish the hope of revival, just as Zheng Yu had articulated. Even if he succeeded in killing Zheng Yu, it would be to no avail. At this moment, Li Hao, positioned further back, couldn't help but sigh, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Last time I used this cat, it led to the demise of Ying Honyue. I never expected it to return so swiftly. Truly, the wheel of karma turns. Previously, he had leveraged this tactic to incur a favor from Celestial Extreme, while simultaneously dispatching Ying Honyue to her despairing end. Now, with Celestial Extreme proactively assisting, it was immensely advantageous for Li Hao. He never compelled others to aid him, but how could he refuse when they offered their help? However, at this juncture, the issue was not merely Celestial Extreme being constrained. The cat had become Zheng Yu's talisman, essentially granting him the prowess of dual semi-emperors. This cat would remain in proximity to him until it had consumed the bloodlines. Moreover, Zheng Yu's 8 meridians appeared to possess a unique quality. The cat could only consume them one by one, indicating that Zheng Yu had orchestrated all of this well in advance. For Li Hao, such a plan bore little consequence. Yet for Celestial Extreme, this maneuver was nothing short of brilliant. In an instant, Celestial Extreme found himself in a quandary. Before he could eliminate Zheng Yu, he must first dispose of the cat. Zheng Yu beamed brightly. I may lack other skills, but I excel at hindering others. I am quite adept at dragging Senior Celestial Extreme down a peg. I do not seek your assistance, but I must insist that you withdraw while I deal with Li Hao. Celestial Extreme's expression shifted drastically, and the great Li King urged anxiously. Senior, you must not. He murdered Li Hao, yet would not spare the elder. Zheng Yu chuckled. Great Li King, you are exceedingly naive. Even if I were to truly slay the avatar of the esteemed Tianji, it would hold little consequence for him. However, should the elder's act of killing this cat become known, his true self would be in peril. The Blood Emperor and the Azure Emperor would never allow it. Once it becomes public knowledge that he sacrificed this feline for a stranger, who do you think would bear the greater weight of consequence? Who is Li Hao? Are those new martial artists even acquainted with him? To provoke the wrath of the Blood Emperor, the King of Man, and the Azure Emperor for someone unknown, would this be the choice of a man as astute as Tianji? In that moment, the great Li King finally regained his composure. Indeed, this was merely Tianji's avatar. Losing it would not be a significant loss. Yet, persisting in his attack now would lead to far greater troubles. All of this was evidently within Zheng Yu's foresight. He paid no further heed to Tianji, even turning his back, unfazed, for should Tianji strike, the cat would surely protect its territory. This too was a form of overt strategy. One could only watch helplessly as I remained unscathed. Tianji's fury reached a boiling point. Previously, he had deemed the Red Moon Emperor foolish, and now he wished he could slap himself for his own naivety. How was I any better than that fool? Damn it. For 100,000 years, he had indeed been observing, watching Zheng Honyuan repeatedly nourish the blood blade with his own vitality. He had thought the other was seeking to seize the blade, but it was never the case. The goal was not to claim the blade and kill the emperor, but rather to nurture it, using oneself as bait. At this moment, Zheng Yu too was in the same predicament. He was merely sustenance for the cat. Did this matter? Not in the least. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that this formidable half-emperor avatar of Tianji dared not act. Li Hao's voice rang out. Elder, thank you. Since this involves your task, you should withdraw and not concern yourself with us. Zheng Yu smiled. It's not merely a matter of concern. If you resist, this cat will also deal with you. If you possess the capability to slay a half-emperor, then first, slay this cat. I trust that Elder Tianji will know how to choose. Li Hao, now, you face not 2 half-emperors, but 3. He, the cat, and Tianji. Originally, Li Hao might have turned the tide, but at this moment, with a single harmonious strike of the 8 meridians, he had sealed all possibilities and avenues of retreat. Zheng Yu sighed. You truly surpass my expectations. Yet, one must say, the time is too short. However, this was inevitable. An era shapes you, and that era shall not afford you ample time. As he spoke, a whip struck towards Li Hao. The long whip fell, and in an instant, a blood blade surged toward Li Hao, the weapon of the Blood Emperor. In the hands of a half-emperor, this blade was exceptionally formidable, akin to the last occasion when it severed the 8 meridians of the Red Moon without leaving any hope for the opponent. Zheng Yu seemed to employ the same tactics against Li Hao. The long sword erupted. Li Hao charged forward with his sword, as time appeared to freeze. Yet it was futile. His strength was still inferior to that of this half-emperor, and moreover, this half-emperor did not stand alone. Though gathering the 8 meridians had drained Zheng Yu significantly, it had simultaneously spared him from the conflict with Tianji. The great Li King was in a state of agitation. At this moment, his breath faltered, rendering even the act of approaching him a challenge. Zhang An rapidly contemplated how to navigate this seemingly fatal predicament. Yet the only entity capable of providing resistance, Tianji, was restrained. They could only watch helplessly as despair set in. A few individuals were on the verge of breaking down. Having narrowly escaped death from the recent thunderous calamity, did Li Hao truly have another chance to turn the tide? Their urgency was palpable, tinged with helplessness. Tianji, too, was enveloped in a gloomy disposition, his face twisted in frustration, while he harbored a desire to eliminate this scoundrel. In truth, Li Hao paled in comparison to the significance of the cat. He felt utterly stifled, compelled to bide his time. Only when the cat had devoured the 8 meridians could he act. Once the cat ceased its guarding, regardless of whether there was a resurgence or not, he could finally strike down this rogue who dared to threaten him. Yet, by that time, Li Hao might have already perished. In the meantime, Li Hao, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Since you have intervened, Senior, he has already offended you. Although your hands are tied due to the cat's presence, could you not at least help me by holding him off for a moment? You could rely solely on defense. Is it not possible for you to withstand for a while, rather than just watching?" Silence enveloped the surroundings. Tianji's avatar was momentarily caught off guard. Hold him off for a moment? It seemed no one had ever contemplated such a notion. In the eyes of the powerful, at this juncture, Tianji was rendered nearly useless due to his constraints, a sentiment echoed even by Zheng Yu. Yet Li Hao implored for assistance. While killing was off the table, the strength of his physique was such that even a half-emperor could hardly compare. Even in complete defense, it would require time for the adversary to breach his defenses. Would it not? He felt a wave of frustration. Tianji was merely watching. Would it truly be so shameful to endure a beating? After all, could Zheng Yu truly eliminate him in an instant? If he could, then there would be no need for such scheming. This straightforward line of thought had, however, eluded the powerful, as the disparity in status, strength, and perception led them to dismiss the concept of pure defense. When Tianji spoke of the King of Dali, he articulated it with conviction. While one may be unable to defeat him, it was still possible to hold him off for a time. Yet, when faced with his own predicament, he seemed to forget this principle. In an instant, Tianji's expression shifted. He materialized between Li Hao and Zheng Yu. Gritting his teeth, "It seems I can indeed defend." Such a naive declaration slipped from his lips, for he had genuinely forgotten. Zheng Yu, too, chuckled in disbelief. Momentarily taken aback, "Apologies, I also overlooked that the senior cannot strike, yet can still defend." With that, he laughed heartily, the sound resonating with an infectious joy. Indeed, having arrived at this juncture, who would consider mere defense? Such a simple realization had eluded both of them. The longer time passed, the more ignorant they became. It is no wonder that it is often said one must seek fame and strength early. Delay leads to rigidity in thought. In an instant, he took action. Boom. An overwhelming intent of the blade descended in an instant, and golden light radiated from Tianji, transforming his entire being into a resplendent golden hue. The power of the golden body surged forth, culminating in a thunderous roar. Tianji emitted a muffled grunt. Solely relying on defense was still somewhat unfamiliar to a being of strength. Fortunately, his physique was sufficiently formidable. Zheng Yu struck down with a single blow. Yet he remained steadfast. In the next moment, more golden light surged forth as he solemnly inquired, "Do you possess a solution, Li Hao? Is there a way?" Continuously adopting a defensive stance was far from an optimal choice. Failing to engage in offensive action would inevitably lead to calamity and ultimately result in his demise at the hands of Zheng Yu. In the rear, Li Hao gazed at the sky, then turned his attention to the not-so-distant Lin Hongyu, whose vitality began to wane, while Chaos River was being pursued by Li Daoing. If this stalemate persisted, it would prove exceedingly detrimental to their side. Lin Hongyu appeared on the verge of losing her half-emperor prowess. And if Li Daoing succeeded in devouring the Chaos River and Hong Yitong, the latter might not even be able to retaliate. Unlike the queen, he could not mask the real with the fake. Even if the opponent were merely a clone, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Thus, a resolution was imperative. Were it not for this cat, Tianji alone might have been able to contend with Zheng Yu, but with its presence, Tianji's continued defense could lead to his own demise. They needed to wait until all 180 stars were ignited. The final star, his own time star, remained unlit, not due to incapacity, but rather reluctance. The genuine time star had inexplicably failed to manifest amidst such commotion. The fusion of reality and illusion. Even the Chaos Thunder Tribulation could not elicit its appearance, despite Li Hao's attempts to seize the true time star and make it the core of his path. He found himself thwarted. Consequently, even if all 180 stars coalesced and he barely stepped into the 7th layer of harmony, he would only achieve a modest half-emperor status, capable of resisting them to a degree, yet devoid of any advantage. This outcome diverged somewhat from Li Hao's expectations. However, having reached this juncture, he felt powerless. Regardless of the circumstances, advancement was paramount. Indeed, there remained a strategy to draw forth the time star: patience. They must await Li Daoheng's forcible fusion with Hong Yitong. Once the true paths of reality and illusion intertwined, the stars would inevitably emerge. Whether they would be captured by Li Hao or Li Daoheng remained an uncertainty. Nonetheless, once that moment arrived, Hong Yitong would be doomed. Li Hao took a deep breath as countless energies converged, manifesting a long river. Above, the time stars shimmered, casting radiance that illuminated the cosmos, rendering the entire realm seemingly suspended in time. Stepping forward, the stars flickered and merged into his forehead. The light of the stars radiated throughout the heavens. Zheng Yu continued his relentless assault, striking Tianji repeatedly, causing him to be sent flying, his body marred with bloodstains. His aura significantly diminished. For him, solely defending without countering presented an immense challenge. Never had he felt such frustration. Each attempt to retaliate was thwarted by the cat's interference, driving Tianji to the brink of despair. Left with no recourse, he could only endure the onslaught. At this moment, Li Hao let out a long sigh. Merge. The stars above began to coalesce, one by one. First one, then two, then three. These stars fused with celestial intent, mental force, sword will, momentum, and Dao veins, surpassing the mere strength of singular Dao veins. Even with 180 Dao veins, he barely breached the 5th layer of harmony. At this moment, infused with these elements, Li Hao's aura visibly began to strengthen. One by one, stars entered Li Hao's temporal constellation, causing the entire constellation to shine even more brilliantly. Zheng Yu's eyes flickered, and he once again cleaved through the heavens, heading straight for Li Hao. Given the circumstances, even if Li Hao failed to seize the temporal constellation, once he succeeded, he would at least attain the 7th level of the Dao, crossing into the realm of a semi-emperor, although newly ascended and not as formidable as himself. Allowing the opponent to advance would significantly increase the variables. Of course, if Li Hao achieved semi-emperor status, devouring him would yield even greater benefits, albeit with heightened risks. Zheng Yu traversed the void with astonishing speed, his power beyond imagination. The heavens could not hinder him, primarily due to the restrictions placed upon him. Meanwhile, Li Hao paid him no mind. In an instant, the temporal constellation vanished along with Li Hao, causing Zheng Yu to strike at empty air. His expression shifted slightly as he turned and sliced downward, causing the earth to fracture instantly. Zheng Yu remained silent, now heading straight for the central continent, his blade poised to cleave the heavens. The will of heaven resided with Li Hao. At this moment, he evaded swiftly. However, should he annihilate the human race of this world, the will of heaven would suffer, and not only that, but Hong Yitong would also endure severe repercussions. These two individuals were far too deeply entwined with the silver moon. Li Hao manifested, standing before Zheng Yu, who displayed a faint smile. You wish to sever ties with the silver moon, but it appears you cannot escape. These individuals have become your constraints. Li Hao, you dare to forsake them. Yet fate still binds you to the silver moon. Had Li Hao not transformed into the will of heaven, he could have remained indifferent, as it would only affect Hong Yitong and not him. However, that was no longer an option. In truth, Li Hao did not care much. Even if it did not concern him, the entanglement with Hong Yitong compelled him to act if the other sought to obliterate the entire silver moon. Yet at this moment, disappointment washed over Li Hao. It seems you are somewhat more astute than I imagined, yet you have still failed to escape the treacherous path. In that instant, the world was illuminated, enveloped by a vast river. Li Hao's aura surged dramatically, and at last, he ignited the final star. His power sword, faintly revealing the might of a semi-emperor, or rather, he had stepped into the 7th level of the Tao, with 180 stars harmonized. It was comparable to the 7th level of the Tao of illusion and reality. At this moment, Li Hao finally possessed the strength to withstand a semi-emperor. However, he did not rush to strike. Instead, he gazed into the distance, where Lin Hongyu had been sent flying by Li Daoheng's blade. Witnessing the chaotic river being captured and violently quaking in struggle. At this moment, it seemed as though another constellation had emerged in the sky, the true temporal constellation appearing. Yet it remained at a distance, hesitant to approach, perhaps feeling that it was still not extraordinary enough. Li Hao turned his gaze toward that direction and suddenly asked, "What is your relationship with Li Daoheng?" Zheng Yu remained silent, stepping toward Li Hao, slicing his blade. The heavens shattered. Li Hao raised his long sword and struck back. At that moment, a cat-like figure manifested from Zheng Yu, swiping its paw toward Li Hao. Tianji felt a sense of urgency. Li Hao's resistance would inevitably lead to such consequences. Li Hao's advancement seemed to bear little significance. "Could it be that you are the same person?" Li Hao murmured, pondering the terrifying implications of such a notion. "Over the years, what have you truly been researching? Surely you are not playing chess against yourself?" Zheng Yu swung his blade, cleaving through the heavens, and chuckled lightly. "You certainly have a lot on your mind." Boom. The blade and the cat simultaneously charged forward. As a top-tier half-emperor, Tianji arrived swiftly, yet his presence proved of little consequence. He could only brace himself with trepidation. Li Hao's actions provoked an even stronger backlash from the cat, which had become the pivotal factor restraining both Li Hao and Tianji. While Li Hao remained indifferent, the current predicament was uncomfortable for both. Bang! Despite having just advanced to half-emperor, Li Hao was instantly gravely injured, a single strike leaving him bloodied and with a deep gash upon his body. Tianji fared worse. As the cat clawed at him, he found himself unable to retaliate, his face smeared with blood. At this moment, Zheng Yu exuded an aura of intimidation, chuckling softly. "It appears I have achieved a small victory." With that, he lunged toward Li Hao once more. At this critical juncture, Li Hao suddenly extended a hand, unleashing the power of time that enveloped the realm. He targeted the cat's paw that had unexpectedly reached out, and the currents of time swiftly surged forth. The entire cat momentarily froze, and the next instant, time resumed its flow. What had merely been a shadow tinged with the 8 meridians was suddenly capable of devouring half of the blood dragon. In an instant, Li Hao appeared significantly aged, as if his life was nearing its end, yet a smile crept upon his face. Zheng Yu's breath hitched as he glanced at the cat before him, which had seemingly traversed a long span of time, voraciously consuming half of the bloodline that Li Hao had gathered through the 8 meridians. Should it manage to do so once more, the cat would no longer serve as his shield. "Your technique is commendable, but can you replicate it? After all, what is false remains false. This is not the true essence of time and stars." Regaining his composure, Zheng Yu looked at Li Hao, opting for silence as he struck once again, unleashing another devastating blow. Li Hao found himself enveloped in a shroud of danger as Tianji made his move. At that moment, the long blade shifted direction, cleaving through the heavens, causing the very fabric of reality to fracture, and Tianji plummeted into the abyss of shattered void. Li Hao staggered back several steps, breaking through the space around him. He gazed at the cat, then at Zheng Yu, ultimately revealing a hint of a smile. The convergence of the 8 meridians? Suddenly, in the distance, 7 colossal cities trembled. The 7 main cities began to shake. And Zheng Yu cast a glance back, calmly stating, "You intend to seize the 8 cities to merge the 8 meridians? If so, the figure from the red moon shall truly emerge. Is that something I should be concerned about?" Li Hao chuckled softly, affirming his intention to transform the 8 major cities into the 8 meridians, thereby diverting the cat's attention. Zheng Yu smiled, seemingly unconcerned. At that moment, within the 8 major cities, the city of hurricanes began to tremble violently. The saints suppressing the city of hurricanes suddenly coughed up blood profusely. This principal city was now under siege. This formidable saint, however, found it increasingly difficult to maintain control, even as he transformed into his true form. The city of hurricanes, originally set to merge the 8 meridians, came to an abrupt halt. The entire city seemed to have spiraled into chaos. It was not just the city. Nearby, the figures seated in the boundless city, particularly Dao Jian, suddenly changed countenance. At that moment, Dao Jian's expression shifted unpredictably as he gazed into the distance. Murmuring, "Am I truly your avatar?" It appeared he harbored such doubts. Or perhaps, since his ascension to the realm of unity, everyone had experienced similar uncertainties. Dao Jian had ascended far too swiftly to the realm of unity, a pace that raised suspicions among the onlookers. A person who evoked such doubts did not align with the strategic disposition of formidable beings. Yet paradoxically, this might pave the way for unexpected triumph. Beside Dao Jian stood others. Not only was Dao Jian stationed in the boundless city, both Director Zhao and the Elder Tortoise were also present. Upon hearing Dao Jian's voice and sensing the fluctuation of his aura alongside the tremors of the entire boundless city, their expressions shifted dramatically. Dao Jian was their target of vigilance. Yet at that moment, it appeared that something had indeed gone awry with him, stirring a sense of unease within them. The 8 major cities had transformed into 8 veins, and losing 2 of these cities diminished their significance considerably. Director Zhao and the Elder Tortoise exchanged no further words and hastened towards Dao Jian, one employing the 8-direction seal, while the other morphed into a tortoise shell, intending to subdue Dao Jian. Meanwhile, Li Hao cast a glance at the scene. Dao Jian? This figure, so overtly a pawn, was indeed Zheng Yu's avatar? If it were not for the sudden surge in Dao Jian's aura, causing the boundless city to resonate along with him, what could this possibly signify? Observing Dao Jian seemingly acclimating to his newfound power without making an offensive move, appearing somewhat bewildered as he regarded the 2 powerful figures approaching to suppress him. It seemed he had no intention of retaliating, merely awaiting the impending attack. Li Hao furrowed his brow, and in the next moment, he shouted, "Cease." Startled, the Elder Tortoise and his companion turned, bewildered, towards Li Hao, who had unexpectedly called for their halt. However, Zheng Yu paid no heed to this. Striking once more towards Li Hao with his blade, Li Hao found himself retreating incessantly, utterly unable to contend with Zheng Yu. Had it not been for his recent ascension, he would have long been vanquished. At the same time, Tianji, drenched in blood and just emerging from the void, was again struck by a blade, cursing loudly before being thrust back into the abyss of the void. In that moment, Li Hao suddenly glanced towards the boundless city, his expression shifting, then looked back at Zheng Yu, who smiled and asked, "What are you pondering?" Li Hao's countenance changed rapidly as he fled, making a beeline for the boundless city. Zheng Yu, in an instant, appeared before him, slicing downwards. "Where do you think you're running?" Boom. The 2 clashed fiercely in the void. Li Hao's expression continuously shifted. Even in the face of defeat, he was rapidly contemplating the situation. It seemed that Dao Jian and Zheng Yu were untroubled by the prospect of Dao Jian's demise. Or rather, Zheng Yu's control over the situation suggested that Dao Jian's sudden surge in power was orchestrated by him. Thoughts raced through his mind. Dao Jian, a prodigy of this era, had reigned as a genius swordsman far before Li Hao's arrival, a pure superhuman, a born pathfinder. At that moment, realization dawned upon Li Hao, and he roared, "What is the celestial measuring rod? Whose weapon is it?" The new martial artists. The celestial measuring rod, a weapon of moderate power. It once served as the catalyst for a conflict between the 3 major organizations and the Night Watchers long ago. Subsequently, it was claimed by the Dao sword. Li Hao had only glimpsed it once, considering it an inconsequential weapon, and thus paid it little heed. This weapon was particularly attuned to the Dao sword. Once it fell into the hands of the Night Watchers, it was seized by the Dao sword, or rather, the celestial measure chose the Dao sword of its own volition. Although it lacks formidable strength, it possesses a significant degree of spiritual essence. In comparison to the sacred weapons, celestial weapons, and even imperial weapons that later emerged, it is merely an early treasure, gradually forgotten by almost everyone. At this moment, when Li Hao's voice rang out, the crowd appeared somewhat bewildered. The celestial measure seemed unfamiliar, as if it had not been heard of before. Does the new martial era even acknowledge the existence of the celestial measure? Li Hao thundered again, Tao sword. Retrieve the celestial measure. In the distance, the Tao sword appeared perplexed, or perhaps it had always been in a state of confusion. He suspected he was likely a fragment of Zheng Yu. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically, catapulting him from the first realm of harmonization into the second. And almost as quickly, he ascended to the third realm. Such velocity was unimaginable, an astonishing rapidity. Coincidentally, Boundless City was also trembling, perfectly aligning with the signs of Zheng Yu's fragment. Upon hearing Li Hao's call, the Tao sword produced the celestial measure, which he rarely utilized. It was a ruler, crystalline and translucent, exuding an exquisite beauty. This object possessed the innate ability to measure one's cultivation aptitude. In that moment, aside from Zheng Yu and Li Hao, everyone turned their gaze towards the ruler. Tianji cast a glance as well, unfamiliar with it, perceiving it merely as an ordinary weapon. Others followed suit, failing to recognize it. In the new martial era, there were countless relics left behind, and its origins were obscure, lacking any significant power. In Warheaven City, Commander Zhou also took a fleeting glance. He had heard of the celestial measure, but regarded it as a weapon of little importance. So he was even less inclined to pay attention. At first glance, the ruler appeared unfamiliar. Yet, in the next moment, he studied it further. A sense of confusion washing over him. Frowning slightly, he scrutinized it again, his expression shifting. Celestial measure, Tao sword? The phrase self-restraint echoed in his mind, and his countenance changed instantly as childhood memories resurfaced. His elder brother had a penchant for toying with others as a child, leading to parents reprimanding their offspring. Yet Commander Zhou vaguely recalled an incident. During a class at the private academy of the Li family, their teacher had gifted his brother a sword, not particularly powerful, named the Tao sword. The teacher had stated it was used by ancient sages, embodying a form of self-control and self-regulation. Only by mastering oneself could one venture further. His brother, possessing remarkable talent, was cunning even at a tender age, though the Li family paid it no heed. It seemed that the teacher had discerned something, bestowing upon him a sword, which was also the weapon used by Li Daoheng during his childhood. In an instant, a thought flickered through the mind of the ninth commander, leaving him somewhat incredulous as he gazed into the distance at the Tao sword. Utterly astonished, is that the Tao sword of Li Daoheng? How could it possibly be in your possession? With a hint of shock, he bellowed, impossible. That sword has long since vanished. How could it be here? Li Hao retorted with a fierce shout. Whose sword is it then? It belongs to Li Daoheng. The ninth commander exclaimed, the Tao sword was a gift from our master to Li Daoheng, given many years ago as a counsel to adhere to one's path and restrain oneself. In the next moment, he continued, our master departed many years ago, and it is rumored that he could very well be the Blood Emperor. I am uncertain of the truth, but it is said that the Blood Emperor lingered for a period in Silver Moon and formed a friendship with our ancestral sword sovereign. Hence, some speculate that our master is an incarnation of the Blood Emperor, though the sword sovereign has never mentioned it. At that moment, Li Hao seemed to suddenly grasp something profound, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a sword strike, radiating immense power, causing Zheng Yu to squint in response. Li Hao then turned to flee, racing towards the Tao sword. Zheng Yu, however, raised an eyebrow slightly. Li Hao, why run? Your points of concern always differ from others. Ignoring him, Li Hao continued to escape while casting a glance towards Li Daoheng, who was currently apprehending the chaotic Tao, seemingly intent on devouring it. Portions of the river appeared to be under his control, being consumed. A terrifying thought arose in Li Hao's mind. He had been mistaken. Someone had usurped the nest. Cursed be it. Zheng Yu had indeed taken the nest for himself. The calculating Li Daoheng was extraordinarily powerful, a master of the Void Tao, embodying all the traits of his counterpart. But what if the master of the Void Tao, Li Daoheng, was actually Zheng Yu? What if the man with the sword on his back was the true Li Daoheng, merely the reincarnated self of the genuine Li Daoheng, who perhaps had chosen to reincarnate and assimilate into this era, akin to that fellow from the Fengyan Pavilion? Cursed be it. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts surged forth. Perhaps the man with the sword on his back was indeed Li Daoheng, but subsequently, he was usurped. All of Li Daoheng's will was invested in this new era. The Tao sword? Thus, whether it was consuming the chaotic Tao or himself at this moment, it all pertained to one individual, Zheng Yu. Was that even possible? A chill ran down Li Hao's spine as he glanced sideways at the pursuing Zheng Yu, who remained unfazed. Li Hao, you cannot escape. Li Hao gritted his teeth. Aren't you in a hurry to kill me? It seemed as though he was not particularly anxious. Even as Li Daoheng was devouring the chaotic river, he appeared to be proceeding with greater ease, a step ahead. Suddenly, the aura of the Dao sword surged, its power escalating. Was it truly connected to this fellow? Or was it because the energy of the man with the sword on his back had dissipated excessively, subsequently merged by Li Daoheng, the master of the void Dao, leading to further dispersion of power? At that moment, Li Hao seemed to comprehend everything. Yet, it also felt belated. If his conjectures were accurate, then Zheng Yu, despite appearing formidable, was merely cunning and did not truly embody unparalleled might, did he? Zheng Yu displayed a slight smile. I merely act as a hindrance, holding everyone back. And that suffices. Why rush? Haste often leads to mistakes. The more frantic one becomes, the more errors ensue. Therefore, there is no need to be in a hurry. He is certainly not anxious. At the very least, Li Hao, Tianji, Ermao, and Bloodblade have all been held back by him, have they not? I have always been the one lagging behind. I shall adjust the 3 updates for tomorrow. Tonight's writing was overly cumbersome. A slight modification will suffice. And tomorrow's 3 updates will compensate, which does not count as a request for leave. Chapter 411, Beyond the Silver Moon, Seeking Subscriptions and Monthly Votes. Has Li Daoheng been reincarnated? At this moment, Li Hao found himself engulfed in confusion. The swordsman bearing a sword was but a sword avatar left by Li Daoheng, or perhaps a manifestation of his former strength. Did he choose to reincarnate and integrate at some point? Yet, later on, his sword avatar was seized by Zheng Yu. Did Li Daoheng reincarnate without any precautions? Furthermore, the so-called integration from Fengyun Pavilion carries significant drawbacks, and although many memories remain, some are conspicuously absent. The Silver Moon world cannot facilitate a flawless reincarnation, and it appears that the Dao sword possesses no recollections at all. How is this possible? Various thoughts surfaced, yet at this juncture, pondering such matters seemed futile. Li Hao could endure for a while longer, but on Hong Yitong's side, they were on the verge of collapse. Regardless of whether the swordsman was Li Daoheng or Zheng Yu's avatar, at this moment, both were consuming the chaotic river. If this continues, the chaotic river will be devoured entirely. Li Hao's plan to consolidate the 8 cities and 8 veins has faltered due to these unforeseen events, making it impossible to gather new veins and compel the cat beside Zheng Yu to depart. It mattered little who these 2 individuals were. What truly mattered was that even if Li Hao successfully merged the stars, he would only have just crossed into the realm of a semi-emperor. A semi-emperor, clearly, cannot contend with so many others of the same tier. The key lies in the fact that the true time star has yet to emerge. This has hindered Li Hao from capturing it, resulting in an enhancement in combat power that is not as substantial as anticipated, failing to reach the level to rival Zheng Yu and his companions. Only by resolving the issue of the 8 veins and allowing that cat to depart can Tianji truly unleash its formidable power to assist me in thwarting Zheng Yu, or perhaps even slaying him, so that I may rescue Uncle Hong. The time force I have cultivated has just been nearly exhausted, having allowed that cat to consume half of the 8 veins. The remaining half, merely a fraction of my temporal energy, is insufficient to accelerate its consumption. Furthermore, if the master of the Void Dao stars is indeed Zheng Yu, this fellow may very well be capable of stepping into the Imperial Venerable Realm at any moment. Yet he has refrained from doing so. What is he plotting? Is there danger upon entering the Imperial Venerable tier? An impending catastrophe? Or is he concerned about something else? Out of the corner of his eye, Li Hao glanced at Zheng Yu once more. Zheng Yu's reluctance to ascend to the Imperial Venerable tier undoubtedly stems from some form of trepidation. As for the Great Dao Universe, even if one were to ascend to the Imperial Venerable tier, it does not preclude the possibility of devouring. There is no need to wait indefinitely. There must be some underlying issues, for this individual does not dare to recklessly enter the Imperial Venerable realm. The Dao sword ahead remains shrouded in uncertainty. Behind, Zheng Yu is pursuing leisurely, while further back, Tianji continues to struggle, attempting to act multiple times, but being thwarted by that cat. If this persists, misfortune is inevitable. I am, indeed, the will of heaven. At this moment, Li Hao chose to abandon his myriad thoughts. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the other side. Lin Hongyu was on the verge of complete annihilation, while Hong Yitong struggled violently, yet was helpless against a being of half-emperor stature. I am the will of heaven. The celestial intent, the convergence of the 8 meridians. The 8 meridians embody the very essence of the forces of heaven and earth, the entirety of the silver moon realm. The energies that seep from it, the 8 divine weapons, transform into 8 principal cities. Indeed, the cat within the blade thrives by devouring celestial intent and the power of the silver moon, thus awakening. The nascent world, the rebirth of celestial intent, serves as the finest nourishment for the cat. The 8 meridians merely represent one manifestation of the forces of heaven and earth. In this moment, the cat seemed on the brink of opening its eyes. Yet, it remained just shy of that threshold, having consumed the radiant crimson moon previously. And now the power of the 8 meridians from Zheng Yu. The cat teetered on the edge of revival. Coincidentally, I had transformed into celestial intent. Celestial intent signifies the will of the entire silver moon realm. He ceased to ponder whether Li Daoheng had left any contingency plans. Nor did he dwell on the question of Li Daoheng's existence, alive or dead. These considerations were inconsequential. Should that cat revive and awaken, would it continue to safeguard Zheng Yu? Most likely not. The events of today had been tumultuous. Li Hao felt akin to a solitary vessel adrift in a vast sea, striving repeatedly to elevate and reverse his fate, yet still finding it difficult to ensure his own survival. If such were the case, then none would find solace. Regardless of your myriad schemes and intricate calculations, having reached this juncture, I shall overturn this chessboard and shatter all your plans. The river of time swirled around him once more. Li Hao ceased his flight, turning to point at the cat. Zheng Yu, witnessing this, chuckled. Your power of time is insufficient. He could sense that Li Hao's temporal energy had diminished significantly. It was inadequate to allow the cat to devour the remaining power of the 8 meridians. It would be a fruitless endeavor. In the next moment, he directed a finger at the cat's paw, which, protective of its food, denied Li Hao the opportunity to harm Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu beamed with a radiant smile, brandishing his blade towards Li Hao. At this moment, he appeared nearly invincible, unless the Crimson Moon Emperor could break free from confinement. It was evident that at this very moment, that sovereign was the most wretched, having been nothing more than a meal for all. The 7 principal cities now found it exceedingly difficult to shatter the seals. With a mere gesture, Li Hao's attempt crumbled instantly. His temporal power was exhausted, having little effect on the cat, while the long blade descended towards him. Behind, Tianji seethed with fury, feeling a profound sense of error for having been toyed with by several juniors. Just as he contemplated intervening, Li Hao sighed softly, remarking, "You two are playing an exceedingly intricate game, far too advanced. You are intertwined, and I can scarcely discern who you are. Are you Zheng Yu or Li Daoheng? I can no longer differentiate whether the individual beside you is Li Daoheng or Zheng Yu. Or perhaps, from the very beginning, you were one person or two. A distinction I can no longer perceive." Zheng Yu wore a faint smile, eager to articulate something. How dull, how lonely it has been. After 100,000 years of silence, he too yearned to express a thought. At that very moment, the heavens and the earth quaked slightly. Li Hao sighed. "Forget it. I no longer care about your circumstances. Senior Tianji, without this cat, can you truly kill this man?" Tianji, seething with rage, retorted, "Without the interference of the 2 cats, I could obliterate him. Then let us wait and see." At this instant, a smile graced Li Hao's face, and his figure suddenly became ethereal. It was as if, at that moment, he had truly transformed into the will of heaven. The will of heaven is formless. The long blade missed its target. Suddenly, the power of the 8 meridians manifested around Li Hao, albeit in an insubstantial form. This was the power of the 8 meridians, born from the will of the universe. He stepped forward and gently caressed the cat's head. Surprisingly, the cat did not retaliate. It merely closed its eyes, as if attempting to open them. Its nose twitched slightly, as if it had caught a whiff of something intriguing. Zheng Yu's expression shifted subtly. The 8 meridians? Li Hao recalled something and chuckled self-deprecatingly. In the past, I feasted upon the red moon. Today, through the cycle of cause and effect, I, Li Hao, shall become the sustenance. Zheng Yu, as long as the will of heaven endures, I shall return. If you do not perish, we shall see. In an instant, like a wisp of smoke, Li Hao vanished into the cat's mouth. Zheng Yu's expression darkened. At that moment, the cat, which had been gnawing on the power of the 8 meridians, suddenly released its grip, as if it had tasted something far more delectable and fragrant, instantly breaking free from Zheng Yu's grasp. Not only that, the cat's eyes trembled, as if it were on the verge of awakening. In Zheng Yu's hand, the previously docile blood blade began to tremble violently, erupting with resplendent blade intent. With a thunderous sound, it pierced through Zheng Yu's palm, breaking free and returning to the side of the two cats. Tianji was taken aback. He glanced at Zheng Yu and then at the cat. At this moment, the two cats remained still, as if absorbing and digesting something. The entire world trembled violently. And within the cat's belly, a figure seemed to flicker into existence. Li Hao had transformed the will of heaven into sustenance for the cat. Whether it was the power of the 8 meridians or something else, it was inherently a part of the silver moon. At this moment, Li Hao represented the entirety of the silver moon, directly offering it to the cat's mouth, which was far more delightful than the power of the 8 meridians to the feline. Tianji's expression shifted. Li Hao had fed the cat. This was the projection of the Azure Emperor, a being that consumes and digests all, capable even of devouring the universe. Though the two cats were not the true embodiment of the Azure Emperor, the mere essence of the silver moon, if fully consumed, could be completely digested. Once Li Hao was entirely consumed, even if transformed into the will of heaven, it would be a dead end. He suddenly turned to Zheng Yu, who was also frowning, glancing at the two cats, then at Tianji, and finally at the figure of Li Hao within the cat's belly, seemingly smiling with a hint of mockery. His gaze darkened slightly. What is the necessity of this? The entire cosmos seemed to tremble, and in that moment, Tianji gritted his teeth. You little rascal. How dare you toy with me? Even in this new era of martial arts, few dare to jest with me. In an instant, the power of his blood surged forth. Fierce and formidable, far beyond what it had been before. Die. With a single punch unleashed, it resembled the cosmos crashing down, the heavens crumbling and the earth splitting apart. Surrounding this moment, a formidable domain seemed to manifest, enveloping the entire universe. In that instant, the cat remained motionless. Even though Zheng Yu still possessed half of the power of the 8 meridians, the cat chose to disregard him entirely. Zheng Yu's expression shifted slightly, and he retaliated with a punch of his own. He was a top-tier semi-emperor, while Tianji was the avatar of an emperor. Logically, the avatar should be inferior to him. Much like the avatar of the Crimson Moon Emperor, who was indeed weaker than they were. Until now, Tianji had only been on the defensive, making it difficult to gauge his offensive capabilities. However, with this singular strike, everyone became acutely aware of his might, diverting their attention from other matters, including the Dao sword and Lin Hongyu, directing their gaze toward this confrontation. Boom! An overwhelmingly powerful punch, capable of shattering the very essence of the silver moon. A colossal sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as if the barriers of the world were being torn asunder. Zheng Yu's figure soared like a cannonball, crashing with a thunderous noise, and he collided directly against the wall of the world. In the sky, the barriers of the universe appeared to fracture. Blood coursed from Zheng Yu's wounds as he glanced at his arm, realizing his fist had vanished, and a transparent void now marred his chest. Below, Tianji's aura surged with unparalleled ferocity. In this moment, the new martial emperor revealed his true strength, gritting his teeth. You possess immense audacity. Knowing that I wish to remain uninvolved, aware of my status as an emperor, and understanding that the two cats are of utmost concern to the Blood Emperor, the Human King, and the Tsang Emperor, you dare to toy with us. Do you comprehend that, even within the new martial realm, your Zheng family and the Li family, or anyone else, including that member of the Zhang family, are mere top tier beneath us? Are we to be your pawns? Tianji was incensed. Striding step by step into the sky, his presence growing ever more formidable. To think he had been mocked by a younger generation, relying on Li Hao. He had nourished the two cats, which granted him the opportunity to showcase his strength, an utter humiliation. For years, I have held but one thought, whether it be you or Li Daoheng, whoever ascends to the status of emperor. It matters not to me as long as it does not impede my path. Once the silver moon shatters and returns to the new martial realm, you shall address your own affairs with the Human King. Yet, why are you so obtuse? Boom. A fist radiated brilliance across the heavens, sending tremors throughout the world, as if to break the barriers of existence. Do you presume I am the useless emperor of the Crimson Moon? My true self, though not among the most elite, far surpasses that feeble emperor. Having weathered the epochs of initial martial, primordial, new martial, and silver moon, this new martial era survival prince is not as feeble as perceived. He merely prefers to evade confrontation. In truth, during the entire new martial era, He only fears the human king and the Zheng emperor, showing little regard for the supreme of the Zheng family. Today, having endured such humiliation, his wrath ignited. Boom! Another punch was unleashed, tearing the firmament asunder, with cracks emerging in the barriers of the world. Zheng Yu's expression shifted as he rapidly unleashed his power, the might of a top-tier semi-emperor erupting forth. Bang! 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 A cacophony of sounds reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, as he was struck repeatedly, his body erupting in disarray. The celestial realm transformed into countless phantoms, revealing only an endless barrage of fists, alongside the recently invincible Zheng Yu, who relentlessly battered against the barriers of existence, grunting with each blow. Zheng Yu himself was taken aback. How could something so formidable arise? Merely a doppelganger, yet so powerful. You wretched fool, have you never faced true combat? Do you genuinely believe that all new martial powerhouses are as inept as you? The sovereigns of the new martial realm, those who have forged their own paths, surely possess strength that rivals yours. Even a mere projection holds the essence of an emperor. What need is there for schemes? We do not require such tactics. The celestial realm raged, striking at the very fabric of reality. What need for calculation? We strike down our foes with our fists. Only the weak resort to cunning. Boom! The sound of explosions filled the air, as Zheng Yu continuously defended himself, unleashing wave after wave of formidable power, yet still found himself suppressed, mercilessly restrained. Without that feline charm as his shield, the might of the celestial realm exceeded all imagination. In that moment, all onlookers were left dumbfounded. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Senior, Li Hao." Li Hao had sacrificed himself to feed the cat, now on the verge of being consumed, as the entire world trembled violently, a manifestation of its unbearable burden. The celestial realm ignored this, focusing solely on vanquishing Zheng Yu. How infuriating! As for Li Hao, he could only wait, pray for the awakening of the second cat. Perhaps it would not need to fully digest Li Hao before regaining consciousness. Once it recognized its attributes, given the nature of the second cat, it would not continue to devour Li Hao, for it was a benevolent creature, unlike the Azure Emperor, who, upon awakening, might find the taste delightful and continue feasting. The second cat would not behave thusly. In this moment, all that remained was to gamble, to hope that the second cat would awaken before Li Hao was entirely consumed. His singular task was to eliminate this insolent fool. How dare a novice, who has seen so little of battle, challenge an ancient being? Boom! Another tremendous crash echoed. The world quaked as Zheng Yu was mercilessly battered, his form reduced to tatters, plummeting downward. In that fleeting instant, Li Daoheng, still engulfed in the chaotic river, suddenly flickered into existence before Zheng Yu. At that moment, Zheng Yu's eyes widened in terror, not at Li Daoheng, but at the celestial realm. He glanced at his battered body and murmured, "Am I truly so far from the Emperor's realm?" He had reached the pinnacle of a semi-emperor, yet was reduced to such a state by the avatar of the celestial realm. As the celestial realm had asserted, in the face of true power, all schemes are rendered meaningless. And indeed, it was in this moment that he realized. Previously, with the second cat as his guardian, the celestial realm had not spoken thus. Zheng Yu let out a bitter laugh, turning to face the returning celestial realm, recognizing that even the old had their advantages. At that instant, Li Daoheng suddenly split into two. One was a swordsman, while the other transformed into a being of stars, and among them, the starry figure instantly revealed its true form. Identical to the version of Zheng Yu with whom he often conversed in Hurricane City, he was identical to himself. The two Zheng Yus suddenly converged, and a surge of overwhelming energy emerged, causing Zheng Yu's injured body to begin healing instantly. Tianji did not rush forward immediately. He merely cast a glance and sneered. "You certainly possess quite a few tricks. It appears you have always been in control of the Void Dao universe, and have even seized the true sword body of Li Daoheng." Zheng Yu's aura continued to rise, and beside him, the man with the sword on his back appeared somewhat dazed, standing motionless. Zheng Yu looked towards Tianji, expressing his sentiments. "Tricks, you say? What do you consider to be true grand tactics, Senior Tianji?" Li Daoheng invested his spiritual will into the heavens and was reborn. Does that qualify as a grand tactic? Yet what was the outcome? He still failed. A mere oversight leading to my advantage. His aura grew increasingly formidable, even hinting at a progression towards the realm of the emperor. Li Daoheng had devised numerous plots. What had they achieved? He chuckled, knowing I was at the side. You still dared to make such choices. Your audacity is commendable. The Silver Moon realm is incomplete. In this rebirth, it amounts to self-destruction, does it not? He gazed at the Dao sword, where the sword still seemed somewhat perplexed. Zheng Yu smiled. Senior, observe. Both Li Daohong and Li Hao are now rendered useless, and I remain. In your eyes, is this still merely a trick? He reached out and grasped, revealing a long river of chaos that began to tremble, within which a face could be faintly discerned, exhibiting signs of anguish. Zheng Yu seized the river, a smile gracing his lips, dispelling any previous shock. Senior, if I consume this river, I shall ascend to the emperor level. In your perspective, is this still a minor trick? His arm transformed into a colossal dragon, plunging into the river, unleashing a devouring force that swiftly drew upon its power. Within the river, Hong Yitong displayed a look of torment. Before a true top-tier half-emperor, he was utterly powerless. Li Hao had once envisioned that on the day Li Daohong consumed him and took his place, it would be a splendid affair, but when faced with reality, he found himself incapable of retaliation. Zheng Yu's presence grew increasingly potent. The earlier shock dissipated as he exhaled lightly. Senior, why do you hesitate to approach? At that moment, he brimmed with confidence. Yet Tianji ignored him, turning his gaze towards a cat in the void. The cat's eyes were quivering as if on the verge of opening. Meanwhile, Li Hao had vanished without a trace, but the will of heaven had not yet completely perished. Otherwise, there would have been a reaction in the world. At the very least, the rain of blood had not yet fallen, signifying that the will of heaven still lingered. Tianji paid no heed to Zheng Yu, instead glancing at the man with the sword on his back, suddenly stating, Li Daohong, as the most outstanding heir of the Li family, have you truly allowed yourself to be toyed with by a scion of the Zheng family? Li Daohong, the most gifted individual in the Li family apart from the sword sovereign, had been so easily outmaneuvered by Zheng Yu? This sword body, though powerful, seemed to lack substantial memories and appeared quite dull. Looking at the Dao sword not far away, which showed no signs of further enhancement and remained equally bewildered, Zheng Yu remarked, it seems the memories have yet to awaken. Does the senior still expect him to deliver a thunderous blow on my behalf? With the words spoken, before Tianji could take action, he initiated the offensive himself, not aimed at Tianji, but rather reaching out with a colossal hand to grasp at the Dao sword within the boundless city. The reincarnation of Li Daohong had always been a source of uncertainty for him. He had only pinpointed two individuals of interest, one being the Dao sword and the other, Hong Yitong. Indeed, including Hong Yitong. Today, utilizing Li Daohong's past life to devour the incarnation of Hong Yitong would result in a significant surge in the Dao sword's aura. It was evident that the Dao sword was, in fact, the true reincarnation of Li Daohong. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to eliminate one potential calamity, lest this individual awaken and reclaim his former self, which would pose a considerable nuisance. The immense hand lunged toward the Dao sword. At that moment, within the boundless city, Director Zhao and Old Tortoise were visibly shaken. They had yet to engage with this strike, yet felt their physical forms begin to fracture under its pressure, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance. Although the Dao sword had made substantial progress in strength, it appeared insufficient to withstand this attack. Beside them, Tianji could have intervened, yet chose to remain passive. Zheng Yu caught a glimpse of this scene and felt a stir of apprehension. Is he refraining from intervening? At this juncture, after the fusion of his dual forms, Tianji may not even be his match. If the Dao sword were to regain his memories and merge with the man bearing the sword on his back, their combined strength would be troublesome. Yet, Tianji's inaction suggested that even if the Dao sword were to recover his memories, he would still be unable to contend with him given the current circumstances. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. The gargantuan hand had already descended, not with the intent to slay Old Tortoise and the others, but solely to seize the Dao sword and crush it. He had previously questioned whether the Dao sword was indeed Li Daohong, but after consuming the river of time, the sword-wielding man had emanated a will of the sword, causing the Dao sword's power to rise, thereby confirming his identity as Li Daohong's reincarnation. Moreover, the Dao sword had willingly recognized him as its master upon its emergence, further substantiating this claim. Li Daohong was indeed a significant threat. If this individual was not dealt with, he would inevitably become a menace. At this very moment, in the distant Battle Heaven City, the ninth commander was in a state of alarm. If Li Daohong had indeed reincarnated early, it suggested he was not necessarily a traitor, but rather his brother. Observing the impending demise of the Tao sword, he was consumed with urgency, yet utterly powerless to obstruct that hand. The only one capable of stopping it, Tianji, merely watched. Indifferent. This left him both anxious and astonished. Why did Tianji not intervene? If his brother was not a traitor and could reclaim his past life, they could join forces to battle Zheng Yu, whose dual forms were immensely powerful, his aura almost akin to that of an emperor. Tianji, however, chose to disregard the matter. Initially, he had intended to intervene, but at that moment, he halted. Not far away, the eyes of Air Mao trembled, as if awakening, and within them, a faint image began to materialize, none other than Li Hao. At this moment, Li Hao's will was somewhat fragmented, yet he was aware that he was alive. In the instant before total annihilation, when he was on the verge of being entirely consumed, that cat had revived. As if he had been drawn into the ocean of the cat's consciousness, a realm of pure and untainted will. This cat resembled an infant, devoid of any convoluted thoughts. The vastness of will, akin to the boundless ocean, exudes an extraordinary purity, evoking a sense of curiosity in all things. It resembles a benevolent cat, and the moment it opens its eyes, it ceases its voracious consumption. At this moment, Li Hao perceives the entirety of the world through the cat's gaze. He observes Zheng Yu, the Tao sword, the celestial realm, and the man with the sword on his back. Through the eyes of this cat, he appears to witness many things previously unseen. These two individuals have truly calculated to the utmost degree. Is it really necessary? Why must it be so? In this instant, Li Hao moved, or rather, the cat moved. He seemed to merge with the feline, and with a mere thought, Li Hao manifested above the boundless city. With a swift paw strike, a crack resounded. The void split open, and Zheng Yu's arm was instantly torn apart. Zheng Yu's expression shifted as he looked at the cat, asking, "You have awakened?" After a glance up at the sky, he suddenly inquired, "Are you Li Hao, or a projection of the Tsang Emperor?" Li Hao's voice echoed, "What do you think? You have usurped the Tsang Emperor's projection?" Zheng Yu's face paled slightly. "You possess great audacity." "Usurpation." Li Hao interjected, "You are mistaken. It is not usurpation. Merely a temporary borrowing of the cat's form. Do you believe I am as frivolous and shameless as you, engaging in division and usurpation? Would it not be more advantageous to wield one's own power? Do you intend to obstruct me?" Zheng Yu's aura intensified, his long river trembling in his grasp as he glared at Li Hao. "It is too late to hinder me now. I shall ascend to emperorhood. Even if I do not slay Li Daoing, you will be powerless to stop me." Zheng Yu chuckled. "The new Tao universe has emerged, encompassing the real Tao universe. The virtual Tao universe, and including your incarnated celestial will, the projection of the Tsang Emperor, the avatar of the celestial elder, Li Daoheng's past life, and the true form of the Red Moon Emperor. Once I absorb them all, I believe I shall become the most supreme existence among the emperors. I have awaited this day for far too long." Zheng Yu's smile broadened. "At last, I have thoroughly unearthed all the potential of Silver Moon. I once believed my greatest adversary to be Li Daoheng. Thus, I pondered endlessly on how to confront him. Little did I expect he would choose reincarnation, which unexpectedly benefits me." He laughed heartily. "They say Li Daoheng is unparalleled in scheming, yet he has proven too arrogant. Did he truly think that by concealing his sword Tao avatar, I would be unable to find it?" Boom. A powerful aura once again pierced through the heavens and the earth, as a palm struck towards Li Hao. At this moment, transformed into a cat, Li Hao also swiped his paw, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before his opponent. He aimed a claw at the chaotic river, while behind him, the celestial realm also moved swiftly, not to confront Zheng Yu, but to deliver a powerful punch at the man with the sword on his back. The seemingly wooden figure of the sword-bearer stood motionless, as if reduced to a mere puppet, on the brink of having his corporeal form shattered. Zheng Yu's expression shifted as he realized that Li Daoheng's past life was one of his resources for advancement. He had refrained from devouring it earlier as he awaited the capture of its reincarnated form. Now, witnessing one person seize his chaotic river and another poised to claim Li Daoheng's past life, he felt the stakes rising. His expression shifted momentarily before vanishing, reappearing instantaneously before the sword-bearing man. With a disdainful snort, he proclaimed, "If you insist on forcing me to ascend to the throne now, then let it be as you wish." He extended his hand, grasping the sword path doppelganger, and an overwhelming force of devouring energy emerged. The sword path doppelganger offered no resistance. Waves of potent energy were consumed by Zheng Yu, causing his aura to surge dramatically. At that moment, Li Hao suddenly interjected. Li Daoheng, have you played enough? Zheng Yu was taken aback, instinctively glancing down at the sword of Dao, which remained oblivious, genuinely unaware of the unfolding events. Li Hao's voice resonated again. I am the will of heaven, and at this moment, I have merged with Air Mao, capable of seeing through all illusions. Can you hide anything from me? In that instant, the sword-bearing man, who was being devoured, suddenly exhibited a glimmer of awareness in his previously vacant gaze. The next moment, an extremely formidable sword intent radiated from him. He unleashed a strike, causing Zheng Yu's countenance to shift dramatically. Just as he attempted to retreat, he realized the energy he had just absorbed was now in turmoil within him. In an instant, a sword pierced through him. Zheng Yu felt a torrent of energy dissipating from his body. His once approaching Empyrean strength was suddenly consumed by the sword-bearing man before him, continuously flowing into his adversary. The sword-bearing man wore an expression of haughty pride, no longer the dullard he had been, reminiscent instead of the imposing figure Li Hao had encountered previously. He proclaimed that the demise of the Crimson Moon Emperor was merely a matter of time. In that moment, it felt as though he had returned to that very time. The sword-bearing man turned his gaze to Li Hao, extending his hand which transformed into a long sword, enveloping Zheng Yu in a multitude of blades. With horror in Zheng Yu's eyes, one blade pierced into him, relentlessly consuming his power, as he raised an eyebrow, saying, Li Hao, you have thwarted my plans. This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. Zheng Yu's aura began to wane. Disbelief etched across his face. You did not reincarnate? The sword-bearing man regarded him with a tranquil demeanor, responding, why would I need to reincarnate? I merely closed off my six senses to seek a new path. What use is reincarnation in this imperfect world? After reincarnation, am I still truly myself? Those like the Battle Emperor and the Overlord Emperor, do they still believe they are the same after their so-called reincarnations? With such precedents, why would I choose to undergo reincarnation and start anew? He revealed a trace of proud amusement. It is merely the closure of my six senses. After a brief respite, you will prepare everything for me, will you not? Look, I have taken a moment to rest, and you have already arranged everything, have you not? Zheng Yu, in disbelief, lowered his gaze to the sword of Dao, breaking into a violent cough. What about him? The sword-bearing man, also known as Li Daoheng, cast a glance downward, smiling faintly. What has happened to him? Just a promising young lad, nothing of significance. The sword of Dao still harbors some remnants of my power. Since it is of no use to Li Hao and the others, why not gift it to him? At this moment, in the distance, the ninth master was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the sword-bearing man, unable to comprehend. You are alive? Li Daoheng turned his head. At this moment, he was connected to Zheng Yu. The power within Zheng Yu continuously surged into his body, and Li Daoheng's gaze held a rebellious glint. I am undeniably alive. Do you truly believe I am dead, or like this fool, think I have been reincarnated? Reincarnation? As Li Hao stated, is it not more advantageous to cultivate oneself than to cultivate others? After reincarnation, am I still myself? He scoffed, then turned to Li Hao. You little rascal. You are quite bothersome. Could you not wait a moment longer until this fellow has devoured the chaos river entirely, consumed me, attained the status of emperor, and then call for me? That way, I would have it much easier. One step to become emperor. At this moment, Tianji also sighed. I can't believe you haven't been reincarnated. I thought you had, but it seems you have remained awake all along. Li Daoheng persistently absorbed Zheng Yu's power, while Zheng Yu, at that moment, struggled violently, incredulous and shouting. So you have never had a past life. It has always been you. You plotted against me? Aren't you the one who enjoys holding me back? Li Daoheng remained remarkably calm. You are quite annoying. Like a fly? You seem to think you can control everything. Since that is the case, I will grant you an opportunity, but you appear rather inept. Countless energies surged into his being. Li Daoheng's aura suddenly grew immensely powerful, and at that moment, shadows of thunder flickered in the void. He looked up at the sky, somewhat regretful. I do not wish to be tested. The thunder tribulation is bothersome. Originally, I only needed to assist Zheng Yu in crossing the tribulation, yet you insisted on awakening me prematurely. Now that the tribulation is imminent, it appears I must face it alone. He seemed to detest crossing tribulations, not out of fear, but simply out of distaste, for becoming an emperor should not entail tribulations. At this moment, Zheng Yu was wildly struggling. However, he was firmly bound. And Li Daoheng chuckled lightly. You have integrated with my true form multiple times and absorbed a significant portion of my sword intent. We are one entity now. Can you truly break free? Upon saying this, he turned to Li Hao and Tianji. It would be wise for both of you not to interfere at this moment. Otherwise, upon my awakening, I may use you as sacrifices. Zheng Yu then comprehended the situation fully, driven to madness. To kill you, Li Daoheng? You wish to absorb me? That is impossible. Boom. Within him, formidable energy surged violently, and even a primordial avenue began to manifest. He struggled fiercely, causing turbulence in the void. At that moment, Zheng Yu felt both despair and unwillingness. He was on the brink of success. Suddenly, Li Daoheng appeared, or rather, had always been present, from beginning to end. He merely feigned the notion of reincarnation, and all the talk of the sword path was mere illusion. Li Daoheng had never been reincarnated. Beside him, Tianji furrowed his brow, gazing at the sky where the thunder tribulation was about to manifest. This was the true tribulation of the emperor. It seemed that even if Silver Moon attained the status of emperor, as long as it was the primordial emperor, it would still attract the emperor's tribulation. This also proved one point. New Martial still existed, the primordial still persisted. And even the land of Silver Moon was not too distant from New Martial. He glanced at Li Hao, slightly frowning. Can you still break free? I revived the Blood Emperor's second cat, not merely a human cat. I hope this fellow Li Hao has not taken over the second cat and decided to stay. Li Hao spoke. However, this feline elder seems to be lost in thought, still in a state of slumber. While it remains in this half-awake state, I shall temporarily borrow its corporeal form. Tianji glanced at Li Daoheng, then at the struggling Zheng Yu. Frowning. These two have spent 100,000 years scheming against each other, and here I am, left speechless. Zheng Yu believed he had everything under control, having seized Li Daoheng's previous incarnation, only to discover that Li Daoheng had not truly reincarnated. Instead, over the decades, he had skillfully merged with Zheng Yu, ultimately consuming him. Neither of these individuals were paragons of virtue. Their rivalry, which began 100 millennia ago, seemed to culminate in Li Daoheng's complete triumph. At that moment, the tribulation of thunder was about to manifest. Li Daoheng was on the verge of becoming an emperor. He understood that intervening now would not be wise. For this was not the chaotic thunder tribulation, but rather the tribulation of the emperor, a force he knew well. If he acted now, the emperor's tribulation would indiscriminately target anyone who interfered. He turned to Li Hao, pondering their next move. He was disinclined to dwell on such matters. For the time being, the revival of the second cat signified the completion of his task, provided he could return the second cat to the new martial realm. Yet, should this fellow succeed in ascension, it was likely he would not allow their departure. Li Hao remained silent, gazing skyward at the impending thunder tribulation. The emperor's tribulation. Its aura appeared even more formidable than the chaotic thunder tribulation he had previously encountered, which was but a weak manifestation. The emperor's tribulation was designed to test the mettle of an emperor. The crucial aspect was that this force would strike indiscriminately. Everything was in flux today, and the unfolding events had far exceeded Li Hao's expectations. Li Daoheng and Zheng Yu were intertwined. At present, it seemed Zheng Yu was at a disadvantage. Although not wholly consumed, he found himself ensnared, and when the thunder struck, Li Daoheng might very well use him as a shield to weather the tribulation. Li Hao exhaled, maintaining his feline form, and the sound of his breath resonated through the air. Li Daoheng was still grasping the chaotic river. Hong Yitong was also within the range of the opponent's absorption. Should the adversary successfully ascend, there would be no means of resistance. These two were indeed troublesome. Li Hao shook his head. In that instant, he suddenly directed a powerful force of absorption towards the heavens, a formidable energy that rippled through the void. Simultaneously, a faint river of time materialized. From the cat's form emerged a hint of the river's power, as if attempting to trace back through past and future. Meanwhile, Li Daoheng continued to absorb Zheng Yu's strength in preparation for the tribulation, unperturbed by Li Hao's potential interference, believing that anyone who meddled would meet their doom. Yet, he suddenly turned to look at Li Hao. At that moment, Li Hao let out a low shout. "Come forth to meet me." "Come forth?" Tianji's heart quaked. "What do you mean by come forth? You are currently transformed into a cat. What past do you speak of?" In that instant, it felt as though the very heavens and earth were collapsing. From the distant void, An endless past seemed to materialize, revealing the shadow of a great cat, flickering in and out of existence, imbued with a sense of confusion and peculiarity. Meanwhile, Li Hao paid no heed to these manifestations as he soared towards the tangible universe. At this moment, in the vast cosmos, a star emerged, motionless, as if it were gazing vacantly at Li Hao, or perhaps at the great cat turning its head in this boundless expanse of time and space. At the edge of heaven and earth, there lay a cat, identical to the two cats possessed by Li Hao, yet with subtle differences, slightly more corpulent, more cunning, and immensely more powerful. The plump cat turned its gaze this way, filled with a semblance of bewilderment, surprise, and curiosity, radiating an air of sentience. Meow cat? Two cats? At that instant, the heavens seemed to collapse, the firmament to crack open, and the very fabric of time and stars appeared on the verge of rupture. Li Hao, in that fleeting moment, felt as if he had traversed back to something extraordinary. Neither the prior emergence of the Blood Emperor nor the summoning of his future self had created such a tumult. Yet now, as Li Hao delved into the past of the cat he embodied, it felt as if he had pierced the heavens. At this moment, even Li Daoheng, who was on the cusp of attaining the status of an emperor, underwent a dramatic change in countenance. How could this be? Zheng Yu, who had been struggling, momentarily forgot his plight, staring vacantly at the sky, gazing at the cat at the edge of the universe, as if it were about to approach. Yet, it appeared that the river of time conjured by Li Hao was inadequate to accommodate such a being. The river of time was crumbling. Around Li Hao, the authentic stars of time trembled, revealing their own frailty, dwarfed by the might of that cat. Oh, this bridge is so weak, it lamented. I cannot pass. The cat at the edge of the universe muttered to itself. Is the two cats truly alive? It seemed too heavy, too plump. As it stepped onto the river of time, the river collapsed entirely. Li Hao's soul quivered intensely, a sense of incredulity washing over him. He had not summoned this cat. Rather, he aimed to pique the curiosity of the stars of time, intending to capture them. Yet now, it was not merely the stars of time that were curious. They were also somewhat fearful, as the cat appeared intent on approaching, but the river of time could not bear its weight. I cannot pass, it exclaimed. Is that dilapidated place so far away? I seem unable to find it. We are in the midst of a battle. If I cannot go, then I shall stay. Remember to come find me. This place is delightful. We have vanquished many, and I have nurtured countless fish. Oh, little Tianji is still here. The cat, at the edge of the boundless void, continued its soliloquy. The next moment, sensing the imminent collapse of the river, it expressed a hint of resignation. I cannot go. It is too far. Where have you all drifted to? At that moment, it seemed to glimpse something anew, and a grinding stone materialized in its paw, adorned with flickering lightning. The enormous, rotund cat mused aloud. Oh, is it time to transcend? Will it strike the two cats? In an instant, it opened its mouth, swallowing a surge of thunderous power, letting out a hearty belch, and mused, then I shall not transcend. Perhaps another opportunity will arise in the future. All right? The two cats seemed quite newly alive, rather feeble. In the silver moonlit realm, above, the lightning vanished in an instant. Li Daoheng gazed up at the sky in a daze, while Zheng Yu stared blankly, momentarily stunned by the absence of thunder. How could one attain the path of the emperor without it? Suddenly, he laughed, a laughter tinged with madness. Ha ha, the thunder is gone. In that moment, the vast river of time completely collapsed. The immense feline figure appeared to express a hint of regret as it turned its gaze back, saying, You didn't seek me out, yet I've dealt with my adversaries. I shall come looking for you soon. Fighting is rather dull, but once I vanquish them, they can transform into fish. I shall leave some for you, so we may feast together. With a thunderous crash, the illusion dissipated, and silence engulfed the entire silver moon. Li Hao's very soul quivered with fear, and without a second thought, he seized the fleeting moment while the celestial bodies remained in a trance. Bursting forth from the second cat-s form and plunging into the true essence of time and stars. Not far away, Li Daoheng gazed vacantly at the heavens. And the next instant, he roared in fury, Scoundrel! Though he claimed to disdain the tribulation, how could the new emperor of the post-war era ascend without confronting it? Yet now, it was all for naught. The thunder had vanished entirely. Across the fabric of time and chaos, amidst echoes of what may have been a past vision, the celestial emperor consumed his own proof of thunderous enlightenment, instructing him to wait a few days before engaging in tribulation, lest he harm the second cat. How could this happen? Li Daoheng murmured. Li Hao, how could he possibly summon the celestial emperor? His power over time is utterly insufficient for such a feat. No matter his confidence or arrogance, he understood that even if he were to become an emperor, he would be devoured in the presence of such a being. Yet, it was inconceivable that Li Hao could summon him. Turning his gaze, he noticed a star violently rolling, causing the entire silver moon to seem to come to a standstill. The power of time surged and overflowed. All but a handful of them fell into a profound silence, staring blankly at the tumbling star. Was it this star that provided Li Hao with energy? Clearly, it too had been curious about the events unfolding. Yet, it seemed insufficient to bear the weight of the celestial emperor's presence. Li Hao, Li Daoheng bellowed, slicing his sword towards that star. Damn it! This unexpected turn of events had caught him, and indeed everyone, off guard. The apparition of the celestial emperor had shattered his hopes of ascension, leaving him in a daze, pondering how he might achieve his goal. Meanwhile, the heavens themselves were astonished. They had nearly summoned the celestial emperor. Had he truly appeared, it would have been quite the spectacle, potentially devouring the entire silver moon in one gulp. That audacious Li Hao was indeed reckless. Yet surely he would not be consumed himself. At this moment, within the celestial realm of time, Li Hao clung desperately to the star, gritting his teeth as he resisted the solidifying force of time, striving to merge himself with the star. If you want to merge with me, then I shall merge with you. The entire world of the silver moon transformed into a realm of spirit, seeking to integrate the star into his own path of enlightenment. Despite the chaos around him, Li Hao had, at last, begun to realize his plan, contingent upon the star remaining within reach. Do not flee. Let us enjoy this adventure together, Li Hao urged, speaking as if to calm a child. The time star had yet to fully ripen, disregarding everything else. He aimed to persuade it not to resist. Chapter 412. Let us play together. Subscription and monthly votes requested. The time star darted chaotically throughout the world. Li Hao, now entwined with the time star, vanished from sight. Mao remained in a state of daze, perhaps yet to fully awaken, while Tianji hastily brandished his blade, prepared to defend against anyone who might succumb to madness. In truth, someone was on the verge of insanity at that very moment. Over yonder, Li Daoheng appeared somewhat deranged. The heavenly tribulation. The emperor had no tribulation to face, yet now that it had manifested, it must be endured. But now, there were no tribulations left. Truly, they had vanished. What remained was merely the essence of the original path. He had not advanced to the demi-emperor tier, and thus, without tribulation, would he not be forever barred from becoming an emperor? All his intricate schemes had instantly crumbled. Everything had turned into a farce. What of his aspirations to rival the human king and surpass the Zheng emperor? The Zheng emperor had arrived from afar, even without traversing time. He merely cast a projection here, consuming the heavenly tribulation from a distance, or rather, the very essence of the tribulation resided within the grasp of the Zheng emperor. He proclaimed that the crossing could wait a few more days. But what did that span of days truly entail? The Zheng emperor had a notoriously short memory. Would he even recall this matter? Even if he did remember, would his days align with those of the silver moon? Ha! In this moment, Zheng Yu erupted into uncontrollable laughter, lost in the absurdity of it all. His power was rapidly dissipating, yet he laughed maniacally. Li Daoheng, let us contend. We have fought until this day. Time has reversed, and the Zheng emperor has manifested, disrupting all our meticulous plans. Li Daoheng's gaze turned frigid as he suddenly focused on the stars scattering throughout the cosmos, coldly declaring, there is still a chance. Is there? Indeed there is. The emperor's tribulation may have vanished, but the celestial stars of time remain. The dual-path universe persists. Who dares to claim there is no opportunity? If the original path cannot lead to emperorhood, then let a new path be forged to ascend. Who dares to declare there is no chance? What does Zheng Yu find so amusing? What is there to laugh about? Moreover, should I truly seize the celestial stars of time, perhaps I could reverse the past. Back to the moment before Li Hao summoned the Zheng emperor. In such a case, I might again endure the tribulation, achieving emperorhood through the original path and the new path, unifying both. He raised a hand to the heavens, grasping the chaotic river, producing a thunderous roar. Li Daoheng coldly regarded the distance. Li Hao, do you think that relinquishing the true path universe absolves you of responsibility? The chaotic river has been severed, Hong Yitong has perished. Myriad paths have fallen silent. and the silver moon has reverted to its primal state. Your divine will offers you no advantage. At this moment, simply seeding the celestial stars of time could reverse time itself, returning us to the instant before the Zheng Emperor manifested, and I would have no intention of confronting you. Though he had not attained emperorhood, his aura undeniably surpassed that of a typical demi-emperor, meeting all the standards of an emperor, save for the crossing of the tribulation to become a true emperor. At this moment, he remained immensely powerful. Even Tianji recognized that he might not stand a chance against his opponent. The latter had consumed far too much of Zheng Yu's power, and now Li Daoheng should be capable of engaging the Red Moon Emperor in battle. Though that emperor was indeed formidable, his strength had significantly waned, sealed away for many years, likely reducing him to this level. Of course, Tianji, at this juncture, was unconcerned. He gazed at Ermao, who blinked in a state of mild confusion, brimming with excitement. He was revived. Not merely revived, the Zheng Emperor had also taken notice of this place. Although he seemed to be engaged in battle and unable to come closer, or perhaps disinterested in doing so, the Zheng Emperor's attention had indeed been drawn here. No matter how proud Li Daoheng was, at this moment, would he dare to act against Ermao? The sovereign emperor could shatter his tribulation from afar. At this moment, does Li Daoheng dare to act, believing that the sovereign emperor will not come here? Meanwhile, the colossal star was wildly darting about, seemingly discontent with Li Hao. Even though Li Hao coaxed it like a child, the time star continued its frantic escape. In the distance, the ninth commander bellowed, "Li Daoheng, given the circumstances, will you continue down this misguided path? The sovereign emperor and the king of humans are still present. Even if you triumphed in the silver moon, what of it?" The sovereign emperor materialized, ready to shatter their delusions. New martial arts still existed. At this moment, there remains a glimmer of hope. Indeed, there is still a chance. Even if Li Daoheng were to annihilate the Li family, it does not mean all hope is lost. If he could locate new martial arts, these individuals could be resurrected. Once revived, if Li Daoheng acknowledges his errors, slays the Red Moon Emperor, and participates in the forthcoming battle as a death warrior, he would still be a formidable force, on the verge of attaining emperor status. As long as he survives a few battles and achieves victories against enemies, there is still a pathway forward. The sovereign emperor continues to fight, indicating that the war is not yet concluded. Once the conflict ends, then truly all hope would vanish. The ninth commander shouted once more, "You have erred. A mistake compounded only leads to irrevocable consequences. Kill the Red Moon Emperor. Take Silver Moon to seek out new martial arts. Admit your faults to the Sword Sovereign, and plead for the resurrection of those slain by you. If you can defeat several emperors, there is still a chance for survival." Li Daoheng cast a cold, piercing gaze in his direction, his eyes icy. "Survival? Why are you perpetually so foolish? What I pursue is beyond your comprehension. I am a powerful being on the cusp of becoming an emperor, while you are but a mere waste who can only shout. Were it not for the sovereign emperor's interference, I would have already ascended to emperor status. Is it fate or misfortune? What have I done wrong? Had the sovereign emperor not suddenly appeared, I would have attained the throne, consumed the dual-path universe, devoured the time star, absorbed Li Hao, this half-emperor's will, devoured Ermao, the Bloodblade, the Red Moon Emperor, and the Silver Moon Realm. Even if I am not as formidable as the sovereign emperor, I would not be a mere ordinary emperor. At that time, amidst the vast chaos, there would be no limit to my journey. To return and apologize to new martial arts? Setting aside the king of humans, would he even spare me? Even if he chose not to execute me, I would merely become a prisoner, devoid of any opportunity unless I eliminate all formidable foes. To forsake the chance to become a top-tier emperor to gamble on the mercy of the king for my brother is truly foolish. Although I have stumbled, the time star has disrupted my plans. I have yet to be defeated. I still stand as an invincible presence. Even if the Red Moon Emperor were to appear in his true form, I could still contend. Why should I apologize? I have done nothing wrong. Besides, the chaotic river of the true Tao universe, the myriad rivers of paths, rests firmly in my grasp. Where have I erred? He disregarded the heavenly extremity, ignored Ermao, and paid no heed to the ninth commander. In his eyes, they were inconsequential. Even Li Hao was beneath his consideration. This included Zheng Yu, the so-called waste, who had always been self-righteous, but in truth, he was simply unworthy of his attention. He awaited the emergence of the great Tao universe, anticipating a grand opportunity, a chance to ascend to greatness. And now, that moment has arrived. Originally, It lay right before them, yet it was marred by Li Hao, or rather, by the passage of time and the celestial star. This star, driven by curiosity and uncertainty, bestowed upon Li Hao countless temporal energies, thereby enabling the Zheng Emperor to project himself here. Otherwise, given the immense power of the Zheng Emperor, Li Hao would have been left to summon the two cats to their demise, only to face a backlash that would age him prematurely. The very circumstances serve to underscore the vast potential of this star. Though it presently lacks the capacity to accommodate the Zheng Emperor, its nascent existence in the cosmic expanse hints at boundless possibilities. As he continued to siphon Zheng Yu's strength, he simultaneously commenced the fusion with the chaotic river. Undeterred by the process, and headed straight for the star. Seizing the opportunity while the star remained feeble would be prudent. Once it grew powerful, the chance to capture it would vanish. A formidable aura enveloped the entire silver moon. Behind him, the sword materialized in an instant, slicing towards the void, which compressed under its might. Initially, the time star attempted to flee, but under the weight of that strike, it seemed to traverse mountains and rivers, drawing ever closer. At that moment, Li Hao found himself grappling with the arduous task of merging with the time star, feeling a sense of helplessness. It was overwhelmingly strong, far beyond his expectations, making the fusion exceedingly challenging. The previous summoning of the Zheng Emperor had drained considerable energy. Without that prior exertion, he might have been utterly incapable of merging at all. Yet now, a glimmer of opportunity remained. However, upon seeing Li Daoheng obstructing his path, Li Hao could no longer contain his frustration, feeling a mix of anger and disappointment. Zheng Yu, were you not the one hindering us? Did you not scheme for 100,000 years? Do you have no way to resist? Are you simply allowing him to devour you? This fellow had exuded confidence, yet now appeared utterly defeated. You must fight back. If he consumes you, then you must consume him in return. Zheng Yu, nearly drained to skin and bones in Li Daoheng's grasp, managed a wretched smile. For you, does it matter if I win or he does? The outcome remains unchanged. It seemed he had relinquished any hope of struggle, enveloped in pain and despair. The Tao sword and the earth-overturning sword were merely his deceiving pieces. I truly believed he had been reincarnated. Even that boy from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, whom you killed earlier, was a pawn in his game, leading me to mistakenly believe that reincarnation was feasible. Coughing, blood seeping forth, he lamented. The melodies I spread were not my own. They emanated from him. I pondered multiple times whether the dissemination of those melodies indicated that he was ensnared by me, forced to vent his frustrations through them. He had questioned himself, asserting that the melodies were not his doing, but undoubtedly Li Daoheng's. Now, it became evident that it was indeed Li Daoheng himself who sought to mislead him, causing him to unwittingly fall into his trap. With a hum, the long sword cleaved through the air, and Li Daoheng paid no heed to Zheng Yu's words. At this moment, his sole focus was to eliminate Li Hao and seize the star. All else was but an illusion. Zheng Yu was merely an inconsequential figure on the journey of life. Over the years, their clashes had served merely to provide amusement. One could grow weary of solitude, and Zheng Yu's presence had rendered 100,000 years far from monotonous. The time star flickered, unveiling myriad sword nets from all directions. At this moment, in the distance, the celestial pole glanced at Ermao and spoke. I will go over there to assist. Do not move recklessly, for he dares not harm you. Ermao blinked, filled with curiosity about the new world, surveyed his surroundings, and nodded obediently, lacking the cunning of the Zheng Emperor and exhibiting a certain innocence instead. Observing this, the celestial pole said no more and swiftly brandished his blade to charge forth. Though formidable, his adversary was not one to be trifled with. And now that Ermao had awakened, he found himself liberated from a mental burden. Meanwhile, the chaotic river, grasped tightly by Li Daoheng, writhed violently. Hong Yitang's visage emerged, marked by anguish, as he struggled to escape. At that moment, half of the river had already extended into Li Daoheng's being, consumed by him. If this continued, he would soon become an integral part of Li Daoheng. He had initially hoped to assist Li Hao, yet now he had become a mere resource for the powerful Li Daoheng. At that instant, Zheng Yu, also displaying a pained expression, cast a glance at him and suddenly revealed a smile. Hong Yitang was taken aback. Even at such a time, what was there to smile about? Since being engulfed by Li Daoheng, Zheng Yu had shown no resistance, a top-tier half-emperor utterly overpowered, evidently infiltrated too deeply. Driven by his own greed, he had continually attempted to merge with Li Daoheng, only to be thoroughly absorbed. In his weakened state, Zheng Yu looked at him and began to smile, a silent smile. Li Daoheng was currently manifesting his supreme sword intent, enveloping heaven and earth, intent on capturing and restraining Li Hao and the Star of Time. As for the two in his grasp, he regarded them as mere defeated foes. At this moment, a voice resonated in Hong Yitong's mind, filled with intensity and reluctance. I could not outplay him, yet he shall not easily outplay me. Deny him the opportunity for virtual and real fusion, and he shall not be so fearsome. If he could truly win me easily, he would have slain me by now, though I have not seen through him. I harbor some doubts. Of course, all of this is too late. I must seek an opportunity to escape. Zheng Yu's beaming smile was not born of a newfound conscience. He simply refused to allow Li Daoheng to triumph effortlessly. Since I could not best you, you shall not easily best me. After battling for 100,000 years, do you take me for a mere pawn? Do you truly believe you are superior to me? A slight tremor ran through Hong Yitong's heart. Just then, as Li Daoheng was ensnaring Li Hao, he felt a sudden shift in his heart and glanced down at Zheng Yu, who was smiling radiantly. At that moment, from behind, the celestial pole struck with a blade. Li Daoheng sensed something amiss. However, at this instant, the celestial pole's strike was formidable, and he could not afford to ponder further, turning to unleash a sword strike. Zheng Yu laughed, waiting for this very moment. Suddenly, within Li Daoheng, a phantom of a star shimmered, quivering slightly. It was the virtual universe Zheng Yu had previously merged with, the virtual star. In that instant, this virtual star erupted in a cascade of starlight. Among them, several stars emerged triumphantly from the multitude, and in the distance, Qian Wuliang, who was suppressing the ancient city, changed countenance. In that very moment, an overwhelming force surged forth from him. Within Li Daoheng, those stars flickered, radiating boundless and formidable brilliance. Zheng Yu laughed heartily. Let us play to the end. Boom. In an instant, stars of the void path shattered, merging into a few among them. In the distance, Qian Wuliang's aura surged explosively. Yet his physical form could not keep pace, resulting in a violent explosion, though he did not perish. A vast mental force manifested in the space, and Qian Wuliang transformed into human form, emanating a subtle tremor. What was happening? He had ventured deep into the void path universe to explore its reality and illusion, maintaining an extraordinarily low profile out of fear of being discovered by Li Daoheng or Zheng Yu, and thus had refrained from making any movement. Yet today, the situation revealed that Zheng Yu had long been aware, merely choosing to observe without interference. Whether to guard against Li Hao or Li Daoheng, he had integrated these stars deep within his cosmic river, concealing them within. At this moment, he abruptly drew forth the entirety of his cosmic river's power, merging it into these stars. He laughed heartily. The outcome I prepared for Li Hao has been seized by you. Li Hao sought to merge with the void path universe, while he aspired to merge with the real path universe. Li Hao might have left behind some complications in the real path universe to counterbalance him, and he too wished to leave Li Hao a surprise. Should he be defeated and found lacking compared to Li Hao, he would likewise consume the void path universe. He intended to infuse the power of the void path into Qian Wuliang, allowing this ambitious individual to choose whether to be devoured by Li Hao or to resist. Perhaps that would be quite entertaining. Ultimately, Li Hao abandoned the real path universe, opting out of the game entirely. Instead, it was Li Daoheng who consumed his void path universe. With a thunderous roar, the cosmic river shattered, and a few stars fled just as a long blade descended. Li Daoheng let out a muffled grunt, slightly furrowing his brow before coldly huffing, "Foolish." It was evident that Zheng Yu had prepared for failure. However, from Li Daoheng's perspective, since the retreat was made, he would not dwell on the thought of failure. Contemplating failure would only invite inevitable defeat. Therefore, he dismissed such considerations. In contrast, Zheng Yu was not like him. He perpetually pondered what to do in the event of failure. In this moment, he provided an answer. If I am to fail, I shall at least annoy Li Hao, enabling the ambitious Qian Wuliang to wield the power of the void path and stand in equal measure against Li Hao. Currently, he had not succeeded in vexing Li Hao, but he had certainly irritated Li Daoheng. With a resounding boom, the explosive sound from within his body caused Li Daoheng to stagger slightly, and as the blood blade struck down, the time stars surged forth. Li Daoheng barked a cold command, a sword descending from the heavens. To everyone's vision, a sword seemed to materialize before them. Approaching the threshold of Emperor's might, he wielded this sword with all his strength, its intent and murderous aura boundless. Yet Zheng Yu continued to smile, suddenly unleashing the last vestige of his power with a light laugh. I claimed I could be a hindrance, and since you agree, I shall drag you down once more. With a thunderous crash, the sword intent momentarily dissipated. Li Daoheng glanced down, his expression cold, as he struck down with one hand, causing an explosive sound that shattered him into countless pieces. Yet Zheng Yu remained alive, his fractured visage adorned with a maniacal smile. I have still managed to hold you back. In the moment when the sword intent shattered, several ethereal stars swiftly fled, while on the other side, the chaotic river also escaped the immense gravitational pull in an instant. At that moment, Hong Yitong transformed into human form and cast a glance at Zheng Yu, his expression laden with complexity. Zheng Yu did not come to his aid. Rather, he acted solely to vex Li Daoheng, to thwart his ambitions. After years of conflict, he found himself defeated, having believed victory was assured, only to be countered by his adversary. His unwillingness to accept this fate was palpable. Yet, it was indeed his eruption of power that impeded Li Daoheng's advance. Zheng Yu's corporeal form shattered instantaneously, yet his laughter echoed. Li Daoheng, I concede. I acknowledge my defeat. But what of you? Can you truly claim victory? You cannot. With a thunderous explosion, the moment heralded the emergence of a grand path, the very essence of his origin. In that fleeting instant, his phantom manifested, tinged with a sense of regret, though the path remains. And new martial champions may yet revive me, alas. Who amongst the betrayers of new martiality would resurrect you? If you were to return, it might spell disaster. I have played enough in this world. For all these years, I have been the master. You, Li Daoheng, are far more sinister. You have never even held the title of world sovereign for a single day, while I have ruled for 100,000 years. He erupted into manic laughter, proclaiming, at the very least, I have been the sovereign for 100 millennia, even if it was but an illusion. Yet all were aware that during these 100,000 years, he had wielded dominion over all, while Li Daoheng remained a mere rat in the shadows. You are no better than I. In fact, your plight is worse. With a cataclysmic roar, the grand path crumbled, the heavens and earth upheaved. A half-emperor severed his own origin path, and at that moment, boundless primordial power spilled forth. Zheng Yu's voice reverberated through the cosmos. Li Hao, I shall no longer indulge in your games. Consider this a fleeting dream. You have slain my kin, and I shall annihilate your entire family. Ing Hongyue was merely a pawn I nurtured. Let us consider it settled. Ha ha ha. Ing Hongyue, the embodiment of the 8 veins united, had indeed been his creation. Meanwhile, he himself was in the process of unifying the 8 veins, once confident of victory, only to be ensnared by Li Daoheng at the pinnacle of his power. Yet now, he had managed to hinder Li Daoheng, and he basked in his triumph. As if to declare, though I have lost, I have not truly been defeated. With a cataclysmic clash, the firmament split open, and the world seemed on the brink of collapse. This was the Silver Moon realm, witnessing for the first time the true fall of a half-emperor, one with great potential to ascend to the rank of emperor. In any era, an emperor is a formidable force. Initially, having survived the trials of becoming an emperor, he had the potential to ascend. Yet both he and Li Daoheng were unwilling to settle for mere emperorhood. They aspired for greater heights, seeking to surpass even the king of men, though not falling too far behind. Yet today marked the end of their fates. All grand ambitions dissolved into nothingness. The deaths of his kin, while somewhat anticipated, did not weigh heavily on him. As long as he succeeded, be it through resurrection or otherwise, he would find a way. Even if it meant seeking the king of men for revival, or aiding Hongyue in breaching the new martial realm. Moreover, having reached this juncture, he found little to concern himself with. Alas, all these hopes had turned to naught. Not far away, Qian Wuliang's corporeal form erupted violently, transforming into an ethereal visage, a manifestation of his mental prowess. In an instant, he assumed human shape, his aura surging dramatically as energy from the entire Void Dao universe flooded into his destined star. A mixture of astonishment, fear, and a hint of joy surged within him. His presence escalated instantaneously, reaching the 6th level of harmonization, akin to Hong Yitong, who had also attained this level by mastering the substantial Dao universe. Following closely behind, Qian Wuliang, like Hong Yitong, commanded the Void Dao while the latter presided over the substantial Dao, both standing at the pinnacle of harmonization. With a thunderous boom, The heavens resonated as Tianji's blade repelled Li Daoying. Meanwhile, Li Hao forcibly fused with the Star of Time, colliding with Li Daoying, who coughed up blood yet displayed no anger. His gaze merely drifted towards the sky, at the shattered great Tao, casting a cold glance. Zheng Yu, well done. I shall bestow upon you a nickname, and you've taken it to heart, delivering such a performance at a crucial moment. Li Daoying's aura waned slightly. However, with Zheng Yu's demise, the power he had previously absorbed lost its connection and obediently merged within him. Although the masters of the dual Tao universe had fled, he had previously consumed a significant amount of energy. In that moment, Li Daoying was not much weaker than before. Yet his aspirations of mastering the dual Tao universe and achieving a new path to imperial recognition were abruptly shattered. At that moment, Qian Wuliang floated from the distance, intercepting the fleeing Hong Yitong. They exchanged a glance, words unspoken. Li Daoying sneered, "You too, as individual masters of the dual Tao universe, are merely at the 6th level of harmonization, the pinnacle of the celestial king realm, and thus cannot partake in our battle. It would be wiser for you to consume each other and see who prevails. Success would surely lead to the realm of the half-emperor, perhaps granting you a share of the spoils." With the situation as it stood, he held little regard. As his words fell, both Hong Yitong and Qian Wuliang became wary of one another. Indeed, they were both at the 6th level of harmonization, and this battle of half-emperors, which approached the realm of the emperor, was beyond their reach. Yet, should they merge, perhaps they would find a path to participation. Should they succeed, they might even attain the status of emperor. Hong Yitong remained exceedingly cautious, feeling vulnerable at this moment, while Qian Wuliang, driven by ambition, had previously been suppressed by Li Hao. However, at this juncture, both Li Hao and Tianji were preoccupied, leaving them unattended. If this individual were to truly entertain such thoughts and devour him, success was a distinct possibility. Meanwhile, Li Hao indeed had no time to spare. He and Tianji positioned themselves to obstruct Li Daoying. Li Hao had taken human form, yet within him, a singular star continued to writhe, rendering his aura unstable. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Qian Wuliang. Reflecting on Zheng Yu's final choice to fortify Qian Wuliang's destined star with the power of the Void Tao, it was fittingly aligned with Zheng Yu's character. A final act of annoyance. Should Li Hao emerge victorious, he too might share a sense of dissatisfaction akin to Li Daoying's. In Qian Wuliang's earlier stages of weakness, he had displayed a sense of propriety. But now, having reached the 6th level of harmonization, should he consume Hong Yitong, he could ascend to the realm of the half-emperor. Moreover, if he could merge the dual Tao, there lay the potential to absorb the Star of Time, leading to the true Great Tao universe. At this moment, Qian Wuliang's betrayal posed significant trouble for Li Hao. Li Daoying, naturally perceptive, chuckled lightly. "Qian Wuliang, you insignificant figure, perhaps this is your only opportunity in a lifetime. While I launch an assault on Li Hao and his companions, if you manage to consume Hong Yitong and summon the stellar time, you could ascend to the pinnacle of a semi-emperor or even an emperor. At that time, I would not mind engaging in a contest with you." Upon finishing his words, his sword struck out once more. Li Hao, reciprocating, unleashed his own strike, while Tianji delivered a powerful slash. The three formidable warriors clashed violently in the void, enveloping the entire silver moon in an overwhelming pressure, rendering the weaker ones frozen in time, while the stronger ones barely resisted the force of time, filled with trepidation. At this juncture, no one else dared to intervene. Qian Wuliang glanced at Hong Yitong and suddenly spoke. "Director Hong, Li Daoying makes a valid point. Though both of us are at the 6th level of the harmonious path, it seems we may not participate in this battle. However, should we achieve unity, there may still be a chance." Hong Yitong's expression remained cold. "Do you intend to consume me?" Qian Wuliang hastily replied. "How could that be? I merely suggested a brief fusion, an attempt to support one another in vanquishing our formidable adversary." Yet, Hong Yitong remained distrustful. If the dual-path universe were to fully merge, with the stellar time at its core, it might break free from Li Hao in return, leading to dire consequences for him. Of course, if Qian Wuliang were genuinely sincere in collaboration, their unity could elevate them to semi-emperor status, potentially aiding Li Hao. However, after enduring so much, Hong Yitong had little trust left for these individuals. Even the foolish queen understood the necessity of calculating her escape from control. The seemingly astute Zheng Yu, at this moment, faced the brink of death, unable to overcome Li Daoying. The immensely powerful Tianji, if not for Li Hao nurturing the two cats, might have already perished in battle. Too fearful to resist. Even the mighty Li Daoheng had fallen victim to Zheng Yu's last-ditch effort, losing the chance to attain emperorhood. The constant shifts in this situation made it impossible for Hong Yitong to trust anyone apart from Li Hao. Would these individuals truly be content to fall behind in their quest for ascendance? Qian Wuliang, usually compliant, was now unpredictable. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Hao, who had yet to fully command the stellar time, and was barely holding his ground against Li Daoheng in alliance with Tianji. The two swords and one blade danced through the air. Crucially, he was aware of one thing. Li Hao had previously borrowed from the power of the future. Now, depleting his time energy, he appeared exceedingly worn, having transformed into a semi-emperor, but apart from the Thousand Paths sword, he did not align with his previous future self. The Thousand Paths sword could not serve as the sole measure of his potential. Should Li Hao suddenly lose his power now, it would spell disaster. In the void, the three engaged in a fierce battle. The heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Amid the conflict, Li Hao struggled to suppress the stellar time. As this unruly little creature darted about, he continuously soothed. Be good. Once I defeat this fellow, I shall summon something entertaining for you, that cat you wish to see. I'll summon it again for you to play with next time. The stars trembled, refusing to play. How terrifying. Previously filled with curiosity, now devoid of it. There lies the heart of the great path, which is also connected to that formidable and fearsome cat. The mere thought of encountering it sends shivers down one's spine. As one might easily be devoured, a flicker of emotion stirred within Li Hao. Do you not wish to play? Then comply, or I shall summon it once more to feast upon you. The stars seemed to tremble slightly, as if forgetting, or perhaps not realizing, that Li Hao, alone, could not invoke it. Before the adversary even manifested, Li Hao had already met his demise. The mere notion of that cat, capable of severing the very essence of the Long River's power, was chilling. Li Hao, momentarily distracted, felt a sharp pain as his arm was severed by a single stroke from Li Daoheng. With a swift counter, Li Daoheng repelled Tianji, his expression cold, given the circumstances. If neither of you wishes to assist me, let us engage in something far grander. Zheng Yu is dead, leaving me without a companion. At that moment, a sudden tremor resonated through the sky above Silver City. The seals within quaked, and Sword City began to shudder. The originally sealed 8 cities, with the Red Moon Emperor still trapped, could not escape. Yet now, Sword City vibrated violently, causing the sealing power to leak momentarily. Li Hao turned his head, a smile gracing his lips. Are you planning to release him? You seem unconcerned. He chuckled. Then by all means, release him, as an extra player is never unwelcome. Withdraw the 7 main cities. A fierce glint ignited in Li Hao's eyes as he commanded. Uncle Hong, Qian Wuliang, you need not engage in battle. Withdraw the 7 main cities, merge them into one, and protect the central continent. In that instant, Hong Yitong uttered no words, but swiftly entered one of the main cities. Those who were previously overwhelmed by the passage of time began to awaken, and in the blink of an eye, the 7 main cities began to relocate. Li Hao's voice rang out. King of Dali, Senior Zhang and Qian Wuliang, Uncle Hong, take Lin Hongyu and secure the 7 cities. Depart swiftly. The group dared not linger, and the King of Dali quickly flew aside, casting a fleeting glance at the now silent Lin Hongyu, silently lamenting, is she dead? Li Hao mustn't think I am responsible for her demise. She had already perished beforehand. He said nothing, hastily grasping her arm, only to be met with a surge of deathly energy, causing him to tremble slightly. The aura of death surrounding her was pervasive. He swiftly carried Lin Hongyu into the city. Upon entering, he suddenly glanced in one direction, momentarily stunned. After a brief hesitation, he flew out again, for in the void, another figure lingered in the shadows. The Queen. The Queen's silver moon power had been siphoned by Li Hao to alter the will of heaven. Though weak, she still lived. Her strength borrowed by Li Hao, yet no one paid her any mind. At that moment, the King of Dali rushed over, swiftly seizing her and retreating into the city, conveying through thought, neither you nor I are aligned with Li Hao. This king saves you once. If you survive, who knows what treachery may ensue. No time for further contemplation remained. As the 7 main cities trembled, the skies began to crack. Li Daoheng was intent on releasing that emperor, seeking opportunity, and Li Hao, aligning with his desires, allowed the 7 main cities to withdraw. In an instant, they were no longer stationary. The 7 principal cities enveloped the entire central continent in the next moment. 2 realms of existence manifested, shrouding the 7 cities within their embrace. The cities encircled the continent, instilling fear in the hearts of all, for the emperor was about to emerge. Even if the Red Moon Emperor were weak, he remained a true powerhouse among emperors, perhaps even surpassing Li Daoheng in strength at this moment. The critical question was, once he appeared, whom would he target? Li Hao? Li Daoheng? Or would he first eliminate the 2 masters of the great Tao and then consume the Tao? Judging from the strength of the adversary, it was likely that he would initially confront Hong Yitong and his companions. This was also the reason Li Daoheng chose to break the seal. Having established himself in Sword City for many years, he understood it well. Thus, the turmoil in Sword City heralded the imminent shattering of the seal. As anticipated, the seal began to crack, revealing a colossal Bagua formation. Behind the formation, the Red Moon Emperor chuckled softly, remarking, "How fascinating, truly captivating. What a splendid spectacle." Although he had been unable to emerge earlier, he had taken the opportunity to probe certain circumstances unhindered by Li Hao and the others, witnessing the unfolding events. The emergence of the Zheng Emperor had momentarily unsettled him. While Zheng Emperor expressed a degree of tension regarding the act of killing at this moment. With Zheng Emperor having vanished, he no longer cared about the external world. The seal had broken, and neither Li Daoheng nor Li Hao possessed any hope of achieving the status of emperor. Suddenly, he dominated the entirety of Silver Moon. After 100,000 years of being schemed against and trapped within the seal, today marked his official return to the world. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming pressure radiated outward, obliterating Silver City into mere dust, rendering it invisible. Before he even materialized, his aura surged to its peak. In the next moment, as he stomped down, the seal cracked with a resounding snap. A figure emerged, manifesting between heaven and earth. The Red Moon Emperor proclaimed with delight, "I have arrived." His expression was one of satisfaction as he softly declared, "I am not merely known as the so-called Red Moon Emperor. That title encompasses all emperors of the Red Moon. My name is Shirgu, and you may address me as Emperor Shirgu." With each step he took, the seal shattered beneath him with a rumble, and the 8 phantoms that had been obstructing him began to dissipate, including the phantom of the Sword Sovereign. The Star Gate above, which had suppressed him, no longer held him back. The Star Gate ascended, transforming into a portal that floated at the pinnacle of heaven and earth. The Red Moon Emperor, or rather, Emperor Shirgu, surveyed his surroundings, catching sight of the distant central continent, the 2 masters of the great Tao, and Li Hao and his companions, which brought a smile to his face. Finally, he glanced at the astonished Heir Mao, who was in close proximity, but he chose to disregard him. It was prudent for this entity to remain motionless for now. Should he inadvertently attract the attention of the new martial Zheng Emperor, despite being an emperor himself, he would likely meet his demise at the hands of that being, becoming mere fish jerky. Thus, across the entirety of Silver Moon, all formidable beings underwent the unsealing or the breaking of their boundaries. With Zheng Yu's death, at this moment, Li Hao, Tianji, Li Daoheng, and Emperor Shirgu stood as the 4 mightiest individuals in Silver Moon, with Li Hao, in strict terms, being the weakest among them. Li Daoheng's gaze was devoid of warmth. "Shijigu," he proclaimed, "I grant you an opportunity. Do not squander it. Eliminate those individuals, consume the 2 realms of the universe, and obliterate the entire Silver Moon race. The will of heaven shall collapse, paving the way for both your success and mine. We shall engage in a decisive battle once more." By annihilating the Silver Moon people, Li Hao, the embodiment of Silver Moon's celestial will, would undoubtedly suffer a grievous blow. With Li Hao and Tianji subdued, he would seize the time stars, consume the 2 realms, and regain his peak combat prowess. At that juncture, the 2 could engage in a battle to determine victor and vanquished. Everything remained within the realm of anticipation. Although this outcome was the most disastrous, it was one he had contemplated previously. Ultimately, it would lead to a confrontation with the Red Moon Emperor. The journey, however, would be more convoluted. The Shijigu Emperor exuded an aura that reverberated throughout the cosmos, chuckling softly, as if intrigued by the world around him. He glanced about and remarked, "Li Daoheng, you have confined me for 100,000 years, and now you dare to command me? The power of an emperor is beyond your imagination." Li Daoheng's expression remained indifferent. "You, the weakest of emperors, have now depleted half your strength. Even if you were to engage me now, you would hardly be my match." What is there to be so arrogant about? He held no fear of this adversary. Were it not for the entanglement with Tianji and Li Hao, he would have had a fair chance of vanquishing this foe, albeit with considerable difficulty. The Shijigu Emperor's countenance darkened. These individuals were insufferably haughty, displaying an arrogance that was hard to believe. A group of non-emperors dared to look down upon him, toying with him as if he were a mere plaything. Did they truly believe victory was assured? He swore silently to himself. Very well then, I shall proceed to eliminate Hong Yitong and his ilk, seizing the two realms. However, I shall not annihilate the Silver Moon people nor harm the celestial will. This emperor will ensure your suffering remains unspoken. Why should I destroy the Silver Moon race or severely wound Li Hao to grant you an opportunity? What are you thinking? Indeed, consuming the true realm of the universe may inflict significant damage upon the Silver Moon people, yet it would not be catastrophic. Various thoughts crossed his mind, and at this moment, he felt quite feeble. The strongest among them, Li Daoheng, was not inferior to him. Thus it was prudent to first restore his strength. He vanished in an instant, soaring towards the Silver Moon continent. An overwhelming pressure rippled across the universe. The 7 main cities trembled, with both Qian Wuliang and Hong Yitong wearing expressions of utmost gravity. An emperor, no matter how weakened, was not a foe they could contend with. Even if the two of them were to merge, achieving the 7th level of integration, they could not rival an emperor. They had initially believed that the appearance of a demi-emperor marked the pinnacle of their challenges. Now, an emperor had been unleashed upon them. At that moment, Li Hao inhaled deeply. An emperor has indeed emerged. Li Daoheng, it appears you will not relent until your objectives are achieved. Li Daoheng said nothing, drawing his sword with lethal intent. Of course, at this juncture, should I still grant you an opportunity? If Li Hao survives today, I know my troubles will officially commence. Should Li Hao succeed in capturing the Time Stars and ascend to the pinnacle of demi-emperors, it would be far more prudent to unleash the Shijigu. He feared not the emperor, yet Li Hao was far more troublesome than Zheng Yu. Even now, Li Hao remained at a disadvantage. In that fleeting moment, Li Hao disappeared once more. In the next moment, as Li Hao materialized, Li Daoheng furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Again, this cursed new Dao universe Time Star, he thought, feeling a surge of distaste and agitation. The power of time had become his most vexing concern. Li Hao, must you return once more? Each invocation is not beneficial for you either. At this instant, Tianji's countenance shifted dramatically. Do not come. My true self may be in battle. Do not disrupt anything. The Tsang Emperor just mentioned that in conflict, everyone might be fighting. Losing a mere avatar is one thing, but do not cause the demise of my true self. Damn. Indeed, at this moment, Li Hao had appeared before him, surrounded by the flowing river of time. He understood Li Hao's intentions. What a predicament. He had anticipated that entangling with such individuals would lead to nothing good. This was about to unravel his past. Damn it. His true self was likely still engaged in combat. If Li Hao were to revert to a moment when his true self extracted its power, how would he fare if he were slain? That was his essence. The death of an avatar was inconsequential, as they likely wouldn't dare to provoke Heir Mao at this juncture, but his survival was paramount. Li Daoheng's expression was equally grim. Do you think everyone is like the Tsang Emperor? The Tsang Emperor is the sovereign of the world, while Tianji is merely an ordinary emperor. If you summon his true self and borrow strength, should he perish, it would spell trouble. He is a genuine emperor, and moreover, Tianji is not the weakest of them. At this moment, he truly despised this temporal power. The invincible him was repeatedly intimidated by this force. What was ostensibly a battle in the Silver Moon world had now been altered significantly by Li Hao's manipulation of this power, continually revisiting the past. Li Hao, however, chuckled softly. Senior, you misunderstand. Tianji paused, puzzled. Isn't this about summoning my true self's power? In the next instant, the river of time rippled, and the heavens revealed countless streams. Shadows emerged from the endless flow. They were myriad versions of Li Hao, with a smile that betrayed his extreme frailty and age. Li Hao expressed, I ponder the future, where countless versions of myself exist. Each summoning represents a crisis. If I summon repeatedly, will it not yield countless crises? Regardless, having reached this juncture, do I still fear crises? Senior, delay him for a moment. Summoning Tianji? Given Tianji's evident fear of mortality, his true self, being an emperor, would be reluctant to lend strength, wasting precious time and effort, requiring consent from his true self. Why gamble on this opportunity, Li Hao? It would be better to navigate this alone. In an instant, numerous future selves materialized, as though stepping forth from another timeline. Some bore an aura of death, while others exuded formidable strength. Some appeared as pale as corpses. At that moment, all these Li Haos turned their gazes towards Li Hao's true self, and the next instant, a collective sigh echoed, playing with fire, summoning multiple futures. Even an emperor cannot guarantee safety. Li Hao hovered in the air, his smile radiant. What is there to fear? As long as I am not slain instantaneously, I shall ensure to vanquish them before my demise. In an instant, several Li Haos merged into Li Hao's being. A formidable aura surged forth, despite its ethereal nature, shattering the boundaries of heaven and earth in an instant. Over there, the bone-eroding emperor suddenly turned, his face etched with astonishment. What the hell? This emperor? Meanwhile, Li Hao was engulfed in agony. Within him, the cosmic stars of time fell silent. At that moment, a vague sense of impending demise washed over him. Continuously invoking the future was indeed a commendable strategy, yet it demanded a price for its rewards. It seemed his lifespan had reached its twilight. Not only that, but with each disruption of order, he sensed the chaotic thunderstorm drawing near. The previous chaos was perhaps not merely a result of the fusion of reality and illusion, but rather a consequence of his last invocation of his future self, which had summoned disaster. He was uncertain, yet at this moment, the answer loomed in the shadows of fate. I shall perish in this battle. A myriad of swords materialized. In that instant, they began to evolve towards an even more potent sword intent. Li Daoheng, without uttering a word, did not impede his progress. Instead, he vanished into thin air, heading straight for the Crimson Moon Emperor. Let us unite, Li Daoheng called out in a low voice. At this moment, Li Hao's strength surged to an extraordinary pinnacle. Even if his form was but a figment, it wielded immense power. This fellow had truly cast aside all regard for his life. Although Li Hao had never possessed many opportunities to begin with, he now bore a radiant smile. Undeterred by haste, he sensed the chaotic thunderstorm was indeed imminent. Previously there had been 9 bolts, yet this time, perhaps there would be even more. He would not rest until he had faced them. He gazed upward, and indeed, the celestial gates trembled. Waves of chaotic energy surged forth from beyond the gates, unstoppable in their onslaught. Not even the sealed celestial gates could contain this force. Dark clouds swiftly enveloped the entire Silver Moon realm. Meanwhile, the Crimson Moon Emperor was in agony, his head pounding, the chaotic thunder calamity. Today, he beheld the chaotic thunderstorm for the second time. Damn, this is troublesome. Li Hao was the will of heaven, the divine intent cloaked over the Silver Moon, and like before, they were all destined to confront a thunder calamity. Li Hao's aura was wild and unrestrained, boldly declaring, "Come and play. Li Daoheng, bone-eroding, join me in this game." Boom. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck down, this time without any forewarning, immensely powerful, far surpassing the previous encounter. Li Hao's actions seemed to have provoked the chaotic thunderstorm. Boom. 3 bolts of lightning descended upon Li Hao, bone-eroding, and Li Daoheng. The heavens swallowed hard. What an overwhelming force of thunder, magnitude stronger than the first. At this rate, these individuals would surely meet their end. Each one of them was more deranged than the last. It felt as though there was not a sane person among them. Chapter 413. Cataclysm. The chaotic thunder calamity had returned. Li Hao wore a carefree smile, as if relishing the moment. He had faced this thunder before and gained experience. Of course, experience was of little use. The previous encounter had been significantly weaker, yet the second strike had reduced Li Hao to ashes. Had it not been for the power of time that resurrected him, he would have perished. Yet upon seeing the 2 individuals not far from him, he felt a surge of joy. At this moment, the thunder descended with ferocity. There was no time for preparation. Boom. In an instant, it struck the 3 of them with devastating force, rivaling the might of a top-tier semi-emperor's blow. Among the 3, it is not Li Hao who appears the weakest at this moment. The formidable thunderstorm strikes, and Li Hao lets out a muffled groan, managing to endure it. Meanwhile, the other 2, Li Daoheng and the Red Moon Emperor, respond with vigor. Li Daoheng delivers a fierce blow with his sword, shattering half of the thunderstorm, while the Red Moon Emperor, with a powerful fist, nearly disperses the thunderstorm entirely. It seems that Li Hao bears the brunt of the assault. This indicates that the trio's ability to withstand the thunderstorm is significantly enhanced compared to before. Each of the three stands on the brink of becoming an emperor. While Li Hao's aura reaches that of an emperor, his strength remains somewhat insubstantial. Li Daoheng, perhaps, may seize this opportunity presented by the thunderstorm to ascend to emperorhood. The Red Moon Emperor, having been trapped for far too long, has diminished considerably in power, especially after losing two of his avatars, rendering him barely stronger than Li Daoheng. In summary, the three are evenly matched, not quite reaching the level of true emperors. Yet, if one were to argue against their emperor status, the Red Moon Emperor is a genuine emperor, while Li Daoheng is merely a step away from transcending through the thunderstorm. Li Hao, having consumed the future, also possesses an aura of emperor might. The levels of these three are indeed intricate. In the distance, Li Daoheng, with an icy demeanor, suddenly smiles. Thank you. Thank for what? For Li Hao attracting the thunderstorm. Although it is not the tribulation of an emperor, the chaotic thunderstorm is even more formidable. While it offers no tangible benefits, what it provides is a psychological leap. He firmly believes that if he succeeds in this tribulation, he will undoubtedly become an emperor. Thus, he expresses gratitude to Li Hao for granting him the opportunity to surpass this mental threshold and officially enter the ranks of the emperors. Li Hao responds with a radiant smile. You're welcome. The first strike, the pinnacle of a half-emperor's strength. At least 9 bolts. But is it truly only 9 this time? Experiencing the chaotic thunderstorm twice in a single day is unprecedented. The second strike evidently provokes the chaos. It would be no surprise if 18 bolts descend, and 27 would be quite normal. It would be expected that unless Li Hao is thoroughly obliterated, the assault would not cease. Thank you. Li Daoheng need not hold back. Perhaps only I am aware of what I will truly endure this time. Nearby, the bone-corroding emperor curses under his breath. What misfortune! Sealed for 100,000 years, frequently beaten while imprisoned, and now, just as he emerges, he encounters an overwhelmingly powerful chaotic thunderstorm. Who can he appeal to for justice? Am I truly an invader? Is there such a pitiful invader? Upon entering Silver Moon, he was immediately sealed. After managing to break free amidst others' battles, he finds himself confronted with the chaotic thunderstorm, an occurrence that may not happen again for millions of years. Yet it arrives twice in a single day. In a small world of this caliber, one would expect an emperor to reign supreme without issue. Yet here, even an emperor must play the role of a subordinate. Boom. The second bolt of thunderstorm descends instantaneously, far more powerful than the first. Li Hao once again withstands the onslaught without retaliating or defending himself, relying solely on his physical form to absorb the impact. In truth, he possesses no physical form. The entirety of Silver Moon serves as his corporeal embodiment. Within the body, the celestial time stars lie in profound tranquility, seemingly apprehensive of the chaotic thunder. The time stars, formidable and invincible, find themselves startled on 2 occasions today. The first was the appearance of the celestial emperor, and the second, the emergence of chaotic thunder. It appears to have been shaken, sensing something distinct, unlike the previous encounter. At that time, even the 9th strike merely approached the power of the emperor, requiring the combined efforts of several half-emperors to withstand it. Nonetheless, the avatar of the Crimson Moon Emperor nearly succumbed to its might. Yet now, the mere 2nd strike approaches the potency of that former 9th strike. Li Daoheng and the bone-devouring emperor, once more, take the initiative to confront the thunder. Observing Li Hao withstand it solely with his physical form raises some eyebrows. The 3 formidable beings stand beneath a sky thick with dark clouds. Nearby, the heavenly extreme swiftly retreats. Although Li Hao does not actively draw its ire, the chaotic thunder remains a source of trepidation. Its strength is formidable. As a mere avatar, he is currently the weakest among them. Sustaining a few strikes would spell his end. He hastily moves to the side of the second cat, who seems to have regained consciousness. Gazing curiously at the sky and then at heavenly extreme, feeling somewhat unfamiliar. The realm where the second cat exists comprises only projection spaces. When it perished, it had only encountered the likes of the human king, thus remaining unacquainted with the prince of the Western Emperor, heavenly extreme. However, it recognizes the aura of the Western Emperor's bloodline. The second cat glances skyward, then at the individuals nearby, sensing a familiar essence from Li Hao, recalling that he was the one who nurtured and revived it. Meow, the second cat calls, curiously regarding heavenly extreme. At this moment, heavenly extreme is too preoccupied with concern to feel joy, muttering in a low voice. It's merely a small world, yet everyone seems to have lost their senses. The human king and others could never have anticipated that this wretched place would witness chaotic thunder not once, but twice, alongside the celestial time stars and several formidable emperors. This world serves two purposes. First, to revive the second cat, and second, for the sword sovereign to devour. Thus, neither the human king nor the blood emperor truly regarded the silver moon as significant. It is a rare fortune for a local to give rise to an emperor. Yet now, who could have foreseen the emergence of not just one, but multiple emperors like Zheng Yu, Li Daoheng, and Li Hao? A minuscule world capable of birthing 3 emperors could easily cleave the new martial world, generating hundreds of smaller worlds. Wouldn't that lead to the birth of thousands of emperors? The Silver Moon world indeed harbors some fortuity. Furthermore, as the thunder rumbles, it seems the entire Silver Moon world is experiencing an elevation in status. The previous strike already hinted at such elevation, but now it is even more pronounced, as if the world itself is expanding, with its boundaries stretching. Does chaotic thunder possess such an effect? Boom! The third bolt of thunder manifests, causing Li Daoheng and the bone-devouring emperor to change countenance. While Li Hao continues to smile, gazing skyward, softly remarking, "Such power emanates from merely 3 strikes of thunder, truly fascinating." A drop of blood, infused with the chaotic essence of temporal power, gracefully descended. In an unexpected turn of events, 3 bolts of thunder struck, injuring this so-called pseudo-emperor, and grievously at that. The sword in Li Daoheng's hand shattered instantaneously. The fists of the bone-eating emperor turned ashen. Both were enveloped in an atmosphere of grave seriousness. At this moment, any attempt to act was futile, for the thunder descended with such swiftness that it offered no time for preparation. The bone-eating emperor could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. "Li Hao, if you wish to court death, do so alone. Dragging Li Daoheng down with you is futile. I entered the Silver Moon realm without committing a single act of violence. You all are the architects of your own demise. If you now send me out of the Silver Moon, I vow never to return." Boom! The 4th bolt of thunder struck, resonating with a deafening sound that echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. In that instant, Li Hao and his companions nearly simultaneously spat out blood. 3 formidable beings, each nearing the pinnacle of emperor status, found themselves injured by a singular bolt of thunder, with countless energies of the red moon dissipating from the bone-eating emperor. The power of the trio merged into the Silver Moon realm. At that moment, the entire realm seemed to undergo a transformation, triggered by the death of Zheng Yu. The arrival of dual universes, the descent of chaotic thunder, and the dispersion of energy unleashed by the trio. It felt as though the world itself was evolving. The energy they exuded and the blood they shed were wholly absorbed by the realm. In the distance, the Tsangshan Mountains grew wildly, expanding infinitely. The nearly desolate Forbidden Sea was swelling and surging uncontrollably. The entire central continent was also undergoing expansion and refinement. Li Hao maintained his radiant smile as he addressed the bone-eating emperor. "Dear Emperor, do not speak thus. It is merely 4 bolts of thunder. I firmly believe that should we successfully navigate this tribulation, there will be mutual benefits. Once we endure, we shall undoubtedly reap rewards. The status of the world seems poised for elevation, and as principal contributors, we shall all gain something, perhaps even the innate path or the power of thunder. In any case, enduring this shall yield benefits." Damn it! The bone-eating emperor spat in fury. What does the elevation of world status have to do with me? He truly felt that fortune had turned its back on him. Although he had not perceived his misfortune previously, the first act upon breaking free from his confinement was to face this tribulation, and his composure was on the brink of collapse. He had never encountered such despair. Just the 4th bolt of thunder was proving to be nearly unbearable. Boom! The 5th bolt of thunder arrived with a resounding crash, and among the 3, the bone-eating emperor was the first to be driven into the ground. The earth fractured yet swiftly mended, entombing the bone-eating emperor below. Li Hao stumbled, plummeting from the sky with cracks adorning his form. Li Daoheng's sword-intent sword, only to be directly shattered by the thunder. At that moment, a change washed over Li Daoheng's expression. The 5th bolt of thunder was even more formidable than the tribulation faced by the emperor. They were confident they could withstand the emperor's tribulation, but now, faced with this chaotic thunderstorm, even the 3 of them together were wounded, and severely at that. Yet Li Hao remained unperturbed. "Li Daoheng, will you still thank me?" Li Daoheng, ever cold and detached, replied, "Why not express gratitude for good fortune? Surviving the 9 bolts of tribulation, I shall undoubtedly ascend to emperor status, and I will not be the weakest among them, unlike that wretched bone-eating emperor. On the ground, the bone erosion emperor emerged, his expression grim. Though the words were coarse, the sentiment was not unfounded. These two individuals, while not yet on par with the emperor in his prime, still posed a significant challenge. Yet, during the tribulation, he was the first to be struck down, buried in the earth, covered in dust and shame and utter disgrace. Of course, he understood that Li Hao's strength was merely a facade. As for Li Daoheng, the fellow who had the potential to become an emperor but fell short, he chose to remain silent about it. However, a cold sneer formed in his heart. Indeed, he was no longer at his peak, but his physical body was undeniably that of a true emperor. At the very least, he would recover more swiftly than Li Hao and Li Daoheng. This was the crux of the matter. If he could endure, despite appearing more severely injured each time, he would ultimately be the first to recover. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on the impending cataclysmic thunder. In the 7 major cities, a palpable unease lingered among the populace. Li Hao's seemingly routine cultivation had inadvertently provoked all the formidable beings, culminating in the demise of the invincible Zheng Yu. Now, even the emperor was wounded and bleeding. Such developments were beyond anyone's expectations. Meanwhile, Hong Yitong remained silent, as countless life forces surged into Lin Hongyu's body, attempting to suppress the pervasive death energy within her. Yet, his brow furrowed deeper. The death energy was overwhelmingly dense. The great Li King had also drawn forth a life force, but it was not his own, and now he faced no issues. However, Lin Hongyu had summoned her own future, only to find herself intertwined with a corpse. Even if the power of the half-emperor faded, the death energy surrounding her remained suffocating. Whether she was alive or dead was a mystery even to him. Li Hao had taken away Lin Hongyu's celestial star, and at the moment she was summoned to embrace her future, he had also claimed her destined star. Now, Hong Yitong could not ascertain whether Lin Hongyu's celestial star still existed. Thus, he was at a loss to determine whether the individual before him was alive or dead. Nearby, Qian Wuliang attempted to approach for a closer look, but was repeatedly repelled by Hong Yitong's icy gaze. With a sycophantic smile, he signaled that he held no ulterior motives. He felt quite helpless. Having inherited the void Dao universe, this was beyond everyone's expectations. Now, not only Hong Yitong, but also Zhang and the great Li King were secretly watching him, wary of his actions. But was he foolish? Qian Wuliang inwardly scoffed. As long as Li Hao still drew breath, he dared not act recklessly. Just look, even the emperor had been taken to endure tribulation. Who would dare to cause turmoil now? Everyone was shrouded beneath the will of the heavens. Such thunder could obliterate them in an instant. At this very moment, anyone who dared to disrupt the order would undoubtedly meet their demise. The entire Silver Moon realm was subject to the weight of this divine thunder. 3 strikes would mean certain death. Who besides these 3 would dare to face such tribulation? The 6th thunderbolt descended. Boom. The resounding roar echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. The 6th tribulation thunder was overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing all imagination, and truly bore the force of an emperor's strike. Under this blow, Li Hao's physical form disintegrated into ash. Within him, a star began to materialize. Soon, the force of time began to operate, and the aged Li Hao re-emerged, albeit with a significantly weakened aura. This pseudo-emperor could not withstand the impending blow. Not far away, the tenacious Li Daoheng experienced a swift disappearance of his flesh and blood, only to have it restored in the blink of an eye. His bones were inexplicably infused with countless sword intents, which now began to overflow. Sword bones. Tianji, who was watching from the side, gasped silently. Li Daoheng possessed an extraordinary capability. His entire skeletal structure had been refined into sword bones, surpassing even the formidable white jade bones of initial martial strength. If this individual were placed within the realm of new martial arts, he would likely have ascended to emperor long ago. What a pity. He insisted on contending for this trivial world. Otherwise, he might have had the potential to become a top-tier emperor. Yet, the opportunity was slim, as there were too many strong figures in new martial arts. Even with exceptional talent, the chances would remain quite limited. Meanwhile, the bone erosion emperor also lay shattered. Casting a glance at Li Hao and then at Li Daoheng, he cursed under his breath. Damn, one was rejuvenated by the power of time, while the other possessed formidable sword bones. In comparison to them, he felt he lacked any remarkable qualities. Although an emperor, His physical form was merely slightly stronger, devoid of their unique attributes. Comparing oneself to others truly breeds frustration. With no time for further contemplation, he turned his gaze to the sky, where the seventh thunderstorm was brewing, and gritted his teeth. The sixth had nearly obliterated them. They would struggle to withstand the seventh. They had to join forces to resist it, lest they be left with no chance at all. He harbored doubts that the ninth bolt could annihilate an emperor. With that, he expressed his anger. Li Hao, that cat, Tianji, and the two masters of the great paths could all bear some burden. Why must he insist on accompanying them to the grave? He feared he could not survive the ninth thunder tribulation. It was better to scatter, with more people. Even if others bore less, it would still benefit him. He added, if all else fails, try summoning that cat's past once more. Although the Zheng Emperor was terrifying, should it be summoned, perhaps it could siphon off some chaotic thunder from a distance, allowing them to survive. After all, it had done so once before. As Tianji had mentioned, Li Hao, however, appeared unfazed. We are all doomed. If the three of us perish, the thunder will cease. Li Hao, the bone erosion emperor roared in fury. Do you believe I would not slaughter the entire continent right now? I do not believe it, replied Li Hao, shaking his head. The seventh thunderstorm approaches swiftly. Soon you will attack. I will impede it. Senior Tianji, along with the 7 main cities, will also provide resistance. Even a moment's delay will suffice. You will be struck down, so go. The bone erosion emperor seethed with rage. Yet, upon looking up again, he cursed loudly as the seventh bolt descended. It truly left no room for survival, nor any time to spare. The sixth bolt had barely arrived when it came crashing down again. The tribulation of an emperor was relentless. 3 colossal bolts of thunder descended in an instant. Boom. This time, all 3 suffered immensely from the impact. Li Hao's figure flickered in and out of existence, sometimes shattering, sometimes reforming. Inside him, a star obediently provided Li Hao with the power of time. Time and the stars have ceased their mischief, having been consumed by Li Hao. In this moment, Li Hao's fate is sealed. The chaotic thunder will inevitably extinguish the time star, as everything is intrinsically linked to it. In this diminutive world, within the newly birthed cosmic pathway, the emergence of time itself is nothing short of miraculous. Even formidable realms such as the primordial universe and the Crimson Moon universe have not manifested a power as astonishing as time. The ability to summon the past and the future is a true defiance of the natural order. The past, present, and future should exist as one, not be summoned at will, especially by Li Hao, who recklessly attempts to invoke forces that even the sovereign of worlds would hesitate to summon, thereby drawing the attention of chaos itself. The chaotic thunder has descended with the intent to obliterate time, which has grown far too defiant. It has no rightful place here, nor in the realm of chaos. As the 7 thunders erupted, Li Daoheng's flesh and blood were instantaneously reduced to ashes, his skeletal sword intent soaring to the heavens. It began to fracture. The sword intent flowed through the universe, revealing pathways within his body, as the primordial pathway manifested in an instant. Dual cultivation. He was indeed earnestly engaging in dual cultivation. He was also refining a new path, having devoured considerable power from both the substantial and the ethereal pathways. At this moment, a sword emerged from within his bones, clearly a manifestation of the 360 pathways. The internal long sword materialized in an instant, piercing the firmament, its sword intent unmatched. Li Hao's myriad sword techniques paled in comparison to this sword intent. This was the essence of a true swordsman. The 7 thunders enveloped him in a haze of destructive power, and he tirelessly used his sword intent to erode the onslaught, his bones mending even as they shattered. Meanwhile, the Crimson Moon Emperor was also besieged, his flesh flying apart as a vast amount of the Crimson Moon's power was instantaneously reduced to dust, transforming him into a blood-colored skeleton, silently gazing at the heavens. He found it increasingly difficult to withstand the 7 thunders. In contrast, Li Hao appeared to be faring significantly better amid the illusions. The 8th thunder was faintly visible. Li Daoheng projected his voice, shattered bone. Let us collaborate to withstand this together. He refrained from calling upon Li Hao, for he had little faith in him. Li Hao, consumed by a resolve to face death, seemed intent on dragging them down with him. He had completely lost his sanity. It was futile to discuss cooperation with someone so reckless. It would be wiser to seek out the shattered bone emperor. At this moment, he acknowledged the gravity of their situation. The ambition to transcend and attain imperial status had dimmed considerably, as the chaotic thunder tribulation proved far more formidable than anticipated. Li Hao, however, paid them no mind, merely gazing at the sky, a sword manifesting in his hand. In that instant, under the onslaught of the destructive thunder, he swung the long sword, and pathways began to materialize within him. Celestial pathways emerged once more, suspended in the high heavens. The ethereal energy within him surged into these stars, opening the pathways. In that moment, Li Hao astonishingly chose to unlock new pathways. Originally, he had opened 180 pathways, but now he commenced the process anew. The Shattered Bone Emperor, now a blood-colored skeleton, let out a cold laugh. Is it not too late to begin this now? Why have you only just started unlocking pathways? Unprepared. What are you doing? We could have discussed this calmly and waited for you. Why the insistence on conjuring chaotic thunder? Is it easy to cultivate to the level of an emperor? Coming from the Crimson Moon universe, I aimed for the pinnacle of power, yet failed to attain it. Upon arrival, I was swiftly struck down by the Sword Sovereign, nearly meeting my end. Just after entering, the Stargate closed, sealing me once more. The path to freedom is even more arduous. At this moment, the bone-eroding emperor feels as if he has truly exhausted all his fortune before arriving. A lifetime of smooth sailing led to the title of emperor. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, it is still considerable among emperors. Even in the Crimson Moon world, I held the status of an ancestor. Here I am nothing. This is merely a lesser realm. Where can one seek justice? Li Hao pays him no mind as stars begin to materialize, appearing somewhat ethereal, for the source of Li Hao's power is indeed elusive. Originally, he had condensed 180 stars. Aside from the Time Star, the remaining 179 now float in the air, enveloping the entire world. The eighth bolt of thunder appears imminent. Li Hao remains unconcerned, quietly observing the heavens. Gradually, without haste, he thinks, as long as I exist, the thunder shall not cease. Do they truly believe that the 9 bolts are the end? They likely still harbor hopes of surviving the 9th bolt. In an instant, the 8th bolt of thunder descends. Boom. Li Hao is instantly reduced to ashes, while the Time Star within him erupts with formidable temporal power, resisting the destructive force. The two powers intertwine, causing the very fabric of the universe to reverse. Not far away, Li Daoheng lets out a furious roar, embodying a sword as he pierces the heavens. Countless bolts of thunder dissipate into ashes. However, the remaining thunder still shatters his bones, some completely obliterated, leaving a half-skeletal form suspended between heaven and earth, as waves of destruction extinguish his sword intent. The bone-eroding emperor also roars in fury, his crimson skeletal form battling against the cosmos. His colossal fists unleash hundreds of strikes until they too turn to ash. Half of his body shattered, before the 8th bolt finally extinguishes. Both skeletal forms remain halved. Within Li Hao, the Time Star flickers relentlessly again and again, gradually weakening under the strain, dimming the temporal power, and ultimately quelling the destructive force. Li Hao reappears, glancing at the Time Star within. The depletion of temporal power is alarming. The 9th bolt, relying solely on the stars, may not be withstood. Damn it! The bone-eroding emperor crawls from the ground, half of his crimson skeletal body manifesting in the cosmos, cursing but ultimately sneering. For the 9th bolt, I should still have a chance at survival. There is hope. Though only half his body remains, he believes he can endure the 9th bolt. All three have suffered immensely. Yet he realizes that the prior strike of thunder has swept away the chaotic energies within him, allowing for a relatively swift recovery. For the 9th bolt, I shall surely prevail. Li Hao, you little beast, wait for me. Originally filled with animosity towards Li Daoheng, the sentiment has now shifted. The profound seal of 100,000 years pales in comparison to the devastation wrought by these 8 bolts of thunder. Had I known, I would have never emerged from my confinement. Li Hao continued to silently gather the celestial pathways, as stars materialized one after another. At this moment, more than 200 stars had already manifested in the void. Yet, it was still insufficient. He relentlessly drew upon the surrounding energies, for as one favored by destiny, he possessed the unique advantage of siphoning the power from the entire realm of Silver Moon. A torrent of energy surged, aiding Li Hao in unlocking one star after another. Such actions, in the eyes of the bone-devouring emperor, were nothing short of a jest. It would be wiser to accumulate energy to heal one's wounds. What good would a slight enhancement in power do at this juncture? Furthermore, These stars appeared to be mere illusions, forged from the essence of the future. Once that essence dissipated, the stars would inevitably crumble. What purpose would they serve? Merely to gain some experience? The critical question remained. Did Li Hao even possess a future worth discussing? Lost in thought, the bone-devouring emperor suddenly screamed, "Together, we must endure." With that, he swiftly charged towards Li Daoheng, bellowing, "Let us join forces, alternating our defenses. Otherwise, the ninth bolt will be insurmountable." This time, Li Daoheng offered no objections. Cooperation had been his suggestion, and it was evident that even the bone-devouring emperor felt the pressure mounting. A colossal bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, imbued with the power to annihilate all. Nearby, Tianji inhaled sharply, silently praying that this strike truly matched the might of some formidable emperors. It was challenging to envision the death of an emperor, yet the previous strength had seemingly vanished. Would Li Hao be able to withstand it? Fortunately, his future power had not yet completely faded. Indeed, it was a stroke of luck. Had the essence of the future dissipated at this moment, his demise would have been assured. With a resounding boom, the world trembled violently. The realm of Silver Moon expanded once more, mountains, land, and rivers frantically growing. The 7 chief cities quaked incessantly, while the grand thoroughfare of Hong Yitong emerged, exerting dominance over the earth. Yet, fissures still marred the land, and countless structures began to collapse. Thankfully, over the past year, the entire continent had undergone transformation, constructed by cultivators, resulting in relatively stable edifices. Had they been as fragile as before, they would have crumbled entirely. Moreover, with the populace engaged in martial cultivation, although their strength was not overwhelmingly potent, numerous formidable beings from various regions had risen to action, striving to stabilize the earth. As the thunder approached, the humans, bound by the passage of time, had awakened. Now, they were filled with trepidation, fearing that the world might shatter at any moment. Countless cultivators emerged, some to rescue others, while others hastened to mend the gaping chasms in the land. Earth element warriors spontaneously commenced repairs, fortifying structures, and initiating rescue efforts. The ground stretched wildly, with buildings that once stood close now suddenly separated by hundreds or even thousands of meters. The entire land was expanding at an astonishing speed. The realm of Silver Moon was evolving at an incredible pace. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Silver City, 3 powerful beings braced themselves to confront the 9th bolt of thunder. Li Daoheng unsheathed his sword, while the bone-devourer emperor unleashed a fist. 2 skeletal figures engaged in a frenzied assault, clashing against the onslaught of thunder. As the devastating power swept through, causing both to shatter and then frantically regenerate. At this moment, they employed every last resort available to them. From within the bone-devourer emperor, a blood-red orb emerged, radiating like a sun, a crimson sun that unleashed boundless power of the blood moon. This was his ultimate treasure, one he had hesitated to use until now, a culmination of countless years of accumulated blood moon energy. Without hesitation, he unleashed it entirely. Simultaneously, Li Daoheng's entire skeletal structure fractured, transforming into numerous long swords. A colossal sword formation materialized, wielding bones as blades. The sword formation swept across the heavens, continuously shattered by the thunder, as each bone sword disintegrated into ash. United in their efforts, they expended all their strength, displaying an indomitable spirit. In a nearly fatal situation, they miraculously evaded disaster, and in the next moment, they eradicated the thunder's power. In the sky, only a single bone sword remained. The red orb also shattered completely. Yet the bone-devourer emperor laughed maniacally. "Ha! At last, I have survived. That fellow Li Hao must be doomed." He turned to look at Li Hao, where the celestial time star appeared, unleashing formidable power of time, swiftly crushed by the thunder. The entire celestial time star dimmed in an instant, its internal time force nearly depleted. Moreover, the future power within Li Hao also dwindled under the relentless assault of thunder. Yet this was not enough. Li Hao persistently gathered strength from various sources, only to be instantaneously obliterated each time. Again and again, until his aura waned to its limits, the thunder finally dissipated. The bone-devourer emperor felt a twinge of regret that Li Hao had managed to survive. Nevertheless, it was nearly over. The power of time had been entirely exhausted. Good. Now he was surely finished. In the sky, that last bone sword transformed into Li Daoheng, whose complexion was ashen. Yet a smile graced his lips. He had successfully transcended the tribulation. At this moment, he sensed a profound transformation within himself. Having overcome even the chaotic thunder tribulation, he needed only a moment to recuperate. He was destined to become an emperor, free from all shackles. As for Li Hao still being alive, what did it matter? The illusory powers within him had been depleted. Even if he were to recover, without the power of time, Li Hao was now merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet, caution was warranted on the Tianji side. Just as he thought this, he suddenly noticed that Li Hao was still condensing stars, seemingly unfazed and untroubled, as once again. Stars appeared in the sky, still ethereal. The Bone Devourer Emperor sneered. Now, gathering Dao veins is futile. Li Hao, you have brought ruin upon this emperor. If you do not perish today, this emperor will not rest in peace, for you have shattered my blood moon divine pearl. As he spoke, his expression changed abruptly as he looked to the heavens. Li Daoheng mirrored this reaction, both their faces shifting dramatically. At that moment, a bolt of thunder slowly materialized, and the Bone Devourer Emperor gasped in disbelief. How can there still be more? 9 bolts of thunder have already passed. Li Daoheng, pale, turned to Li Hao and suddenly exclaimed, I understand now. If Li Hao does not die, the thunder will not perish. The 10th bolt of thunder has arrived. His complexion turned pale in an instant, unable to withstand the pressure any longer. Whether it be himself or the bone-eroding emperor, both had nearly exhausted their reserves against the 9th thunder. To withstand such a force had already been a formidable feat, yet now, the 10th thunder had indeed arrived. Gritting his teeth, he let out a low roar. Quickly, kill Li Hao before the thunder descends. We will have a brief moment during the second round. The bone-eroding emperor had also regained a slight semblance of vitality, yet his pallor was just as ghastly. Kill Li Hao. Yes, we must kill Li Hao. Only by eliminating him can we hope to survive this calamity. Damn it, had I known it would come to this. I should have made killing Li Hao my priority from the outset, instead of merely fending off the thunder. At this moment, Li Hao spoke, Senior Tianji. Assist me in holding back for an instant. Not far away, Tianji's face also paled. Why is there still more? Senior, the thunder will not target you. Please help me hold on for a while. Both were exceedingly drained, yet Tianji, maintaining his peak condition, could still provide a brief reprieve. With a determined bite of his teeth, he disregarded his reservations and charged forth with his bloodied blade, inwardly cursing, why must I heed his words? Moreover, Li Hao had been weaving the threads of the great Tao. At this moment, nearly 300 celestial orbs had coalesced in the starry sky. Could he withstand the 10th thunder? Was it of any use? Li Hao was uncertain, yet the 10th thunder was beginning to brew, and time was fleeting. He turned his gaze to the distance. His voice calm. Uncle Hong, Qian Wuyang, lend me the dual cosmic powers. In the distance, the two mighty figures shifted their expressions, but said little. Even Qian Wuyang swiftly summoned a vast amount of ethereal power. In an instant, the sky once again coalesced into radiant celestial pathways. Just a few orbs short of 360. They remained. Li Hao paid no heed to this, extending his hand to grasp, as the universe converged. In a heartbeat, a stone, a seal, and a tree surged forth from the realms of the silver moon, instantaneously forming a barrier that enveloped the stars. These three had previously been entombed within the silver moon's domain when Li Hao had manifested his celestial will. Now, they converged once more, creating a diminutive world anew. Li Hao gazed skyward, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The time star within him, drained of temporal energy, materialized at the center of this small realm, transforming into a dim celestial body located at its heart. Not far away, Tianji had already engaged in combat with the two formidable adversaries, the thunderous clashes erupting. Though Tianji was powerful, both opponents were equally drained. Yet, they were driven by a relentless resolve to eliminate Li Hao. Li Daoheng swung his sword with a roar. I will hold him back. You go and kill Li Hao. Tianji unleashed a powerful punch and slashed forth with his blade. Yet neither of these two formidable opponents were easily trifled with. Li Daoheng transformed into a sword, relentlessly pushing Tianji back, while the bone-eroding emperor surged directly towards Li Hao. If Li Hao was not eliminated, they would all meet their doom. Li Hao looked up at the sky and murmured, I still lack a bit of energy. He turned to the bone-eroding emperor. The gathered power of 360 stars was still insufficient. If only he could draw upon the almost depleted emperor, it might just suffice. Yet at this moment, his own strength was nearly exhausted, and though the opponent was weakened, he was still a formidable emperor. Could he truly slay an emperor? Suddenly, a smile broke across Li Hao's face. In an instant, a sudden tremor surged through the 8 great cities, including Sword City. In the blink of an eye, the major cities converged, and the 8 great cities quaked violently. Boom! 8 divine weapons, each extending for 100 miles, a sword, a blade, a whip, materialized before them. The main city transformed into divine armaments. As the 8 divine weapons manifested, Li Hao held the celestial sword and softly declared, "Today, the mission of the 8 divine weapons is complete. The cat has been resurrected, and now I shall borrow their power, for I have little concern for the overdraft." The 8 divine weapons instantly appeared beside Li Hao, guided by the will of heaven. These divine weapons were originally forged to seal the heavens and earth, to gather their might for the resurrection of that cat, a legacy left by the Blood Emperor. The celestial sword began to quiver violently, and Li Hao chuckled, "Consume them, and you shall inherit the sword master's humble abode. Devour them, and you will become the true divine sword." The celestial sword trembled intensely, as if stirred with excitement and a hint of fear towards the 8 divine weapons. Could I truly consume them? At this moment, Li Hao's celestial will radiated outward, causing the 8 divine weapons to tremble slightly. He gazed at the distant cat, which appeared somewhat bewildered yet curious. "Esteemed feline, I have nourished you with celestial will. Thus you owe me one favor. Now, may I borrow the 8 great cities?" Indeed, of the 8 divine weapons, aside from the sword master's star sword, the other 7 rightfully belonged to this cat. The second cat paused for a moment, nodded, shaking its large head in confusion. "Oh, okay, you can have it. I no longer require this." Once the second cat spoke, its words manifested as reality, and the 8 divine weapons, aside from the sword city which still quivered, fell silent in an instant. The celestial sword was filled with exuberance and surged forth. With a crack, it pierced through a blade, consuming the boundless power of the divine weapons. Simultaneously, Li Hao manifested his sword intent, suppressing the star sword, and softly proclaimed, "This world shall bear the surname Li." Li Daoheng cannot represent the sword master, but with the recognition of the sword tree, sword seal, and sword stone, I believe I can. The star sword trembled momentarily, and a small courtyard suddenly took flight. Without the courtyard to anchor it, the star sword quivered for a while before gradually settling down. In the next moment, the celestial sword pierced through the star sword, and the 8 divine weapons seamlessly merged into the celestial sword. In that fleeting moment, the sword emanated an unparalleled ferocity. All of this transpired amidst a storm of thunder and lightning. The bone-eating emperor, who had just arrived, suddenly sensed an overwhelming force, and his expression shifted. "Damn! This sword has attained sentience." The celestial sword, now immensely powerful, was firmly grasped by Li Hao. It began to tremble vigorously, filled with excitement, exhilaration, and a newfound sense of liberation. This sword had surpassed all divine weapons. Even among the 8 divine weapons, it included the sword master's treasured blade, highlighting its extraordinary strength. "You should not have come to Silver Moon," Li Hao murmured as the stars above converged into his being, unleashing an immense sword intent from the celestial sword, reaching a level akin to that of the sword master's eternal sword intent. In that moment, Li Hao was united in spirit, energy, and essence, standing at the pinnacle of his power, even in the absence of the force of time. At that very moment, Li Hao suddenly let out a chuckle. Just as the expression on the face of the bone-devouring emperor drastically shifted, an unexpected ripple surged forth from an unknown source. As a river of time unfolded, Li Hao's figure trembled slightly, and with a bitter smile, he remarked, "What perfect timing." The past version of himself had come, drawing strength from the present. The time was now, to borrow or not to borrow. If he refrained, he might instantaneously vanish, perishing in the previous battle. If he did borrow, the current power was limited, and the bone-devouring emperor was right before him. Indeed, this was the moment. The essence of the thousand-sword intent seemed to have merged with the future's thousand-sword intent. It was truly the right time. Li Hao shook his head, and in an instant, countless energies were siphoned away. The power he had just gathered dissipated in a blink. The bone-devouring emperor had just contemplated fleeing. But at this moment, he was suddenly taken aback, and the next second, he erupted into frenzied laughter. Retribution! Retribution! Li Hao had unexpectedly lost his strength. Ha! He feared he might perish beneath this sword. as the celestial sword, infused with the power of the stars, unleashed a presence even stronger than Li Hao at his peak. Yet suddenly it was gone. Stripped down to merely a sword, he felt no fear. At that instant, the heavens themselves seemed to shift dramatically. In the distance, Hong Yitong and the others changed expressions. How could this be the moment? Damn it! How could it be this moment? Li Daoheng was overjoyed. Having thought that the bone-devouring emperor was finished after the celestial sword devoured the 8 divine weapons. However, at this moment, Li Hao had inexplicably lost his strength, and he realized it was borrowed from himself. In this moment, if Li Hao did not borrow, he would perish in the past, and thus the present might vanish in an instant. He had no choice but to borrow. Li Hao shook his head slightly, revealing a hint of helplessness. Indeed, it was retribution. The chaotic thunder was this time's retribution. Having borrowed too much power from the future, the current loss of strength was the repayment for the last instance. Truly, there is no free lunch in this world. The bone-devouring emperor was overjoyed, and he launched a punch at Li Hao. Die you. He worried that if this fellow did not perish, he himself might truly die here. Li Hao's expression remained calm. In the previous instance, his future self, now his present self, had warned his past self that he would die in this encounter, killed by an enemy, though the identity remained unspoken. But was it the bone-devouring emperor who would kill him? With the celestial sword in hand, he struck, yet without a master, the sword remained just a sword. No matter how formidable, even the blade of the Blood Emperor could not slay a crippled emperor alone. With his strength depleted, it seemed there was no chance for a comeback. Let alone thunder, there was no opportunity left. Yet Li Hao chuckled softly. Will I die? Perhaps. But I will certainly not perish at the hands of the bone-devouring emperor. At that moment, the heavens and earth transformed. Suddenly, a figure emerged from afar, traversing the void, exuding an aura of death. Li Hao gazed at the apparition of the deceased before him and smiled gently, murmuring, "You died for me. Hence I shall pull you from the depths of hell." Lin Hongyu, I do not enjoy owing favors, and you are no exception. In that fleeting moment, the final vestiges of temporal power surged forth from within, manifesting as a star emerging from Li Hao's being, shrouded in a pall of death. Yet, it was a convergence of myriad paths. This was indeed Lin Hongyu's life star, now marred by cracks, yet encircled by a force of time, preventing its complete destruction. As the star melded into Lin Hongyu's essence, Li Hao reached out, and vitality surged from the void around them, not only from others but from himself as well. A smile graced his lips. Even in death, I shall not meet my end at the hands of my foes, nor shall I perish from decay. You died for me. I shall repay you. All remnants of life force within him instantaneously flowed into Lin Hongyu. A vibrant surge of life manifested upon her. Lin Hongyu blinked slowly, her eyes gradually opening. Though still enveloped in death's aura, she seemed to claw her way from the depths of hell, resurrected, staring blankly at Li Hao. Li Hao's smile was tinged with a bittersweet sorrow, his visage aging to an extreme in mere moments, his hair swiftly turning a ghostly white. With a flick of his hand, the celestial sword returned, landing in Lin Hongyu's grasp. Li Hao, at the brink of exhaustion, felt life slipping away, and he whispered with a soft chuckle, "Strike down the emperor." Lin Hongyu, holding the sword, gazed at the withering Li Hao, her eyes a tumult of emotions. "Do not hesitate, slay him." Li Hao chuckled lightly. "He is unworthy of my blade. You must be the one to strike." Lin Hongyu, shrouded in death's essence, gritted her teeth, turned, and with a flourish of the long sword, the myriad stars within her converged, and the last vestige of temporal power erupted forth. The celestial sword seemed to resist, but Li Hao commanded, "Obey." In an instant, the sword fell silent. Then, with a fierce resolve, Lin Hongyu unleashed a strike imbued with death's aura, vitality, temporal force, and the essence of destruction, born from her fury, grief, and hatred. This strike rivaled even Li Hao's peak prowess. Kill! The roar resounded through the heavens. The bone-eroding emperor's countenance shifted dramatically. In that moment, his sole thought was to flee. He was no longer at his zenith, nor even at half of it. The 9 bolts of thunder had depleted nearly all his energies. At that instant, he felt the looming specter of death, accompanied by a sense of reluctance and despair. He bellowed, "Impossible! I am the emperor. I am the emperor." Yes, he was the emperor. Accepting his demise at Li Hao's hands was one thing, but how could a mere woman, a lifeless corpse, kill him? An obscure figure, known only as Li Hao's fiancée, a woman of modest renown and silver moon, capable of slaying him? This cannot be real. Boom. The long sword descended. The bone-eroding emperor roared, summoning an endless surge of power for one final explosion. I shall never perish here. Bang. The sword struck down completely, unleashing boundless sword intent. The force of time momentarily stilled his opponent, and the sword cleaved down from head to toe, unleashing the might of destruction. Boom. The bone-eroding emperor was instantaneously obliterated. Countless strands of red moon energy spilling forth, gathering as if to be reborn. Yet, Li Hao raised his gaze to the heavens, suddenly laughing. Reaching out as countless strands of red moon energy coalesced into individual stars. At that moment, Li Daoheng's expression shifted dramatically. The 10th star has arrived. Boom. In an instant, Li Hao was reduced to ashes, while Li Daoheng could no longer heed the heavens. Thunder descended, annihilating him in the blink of an eye. Only for him to be reborn once more, only to face obliteration again. The primal path manifested, only to be severed anew. In the void, the boundless power of the crimson moon was engulfed by the lightning, and in that moment, anguished cries echoed forth. No, it is impossible. I am the emperor. Boom. The void shattered, and the power of the crimson moon crumbled rapidly. At that moment, a great cosmos seemed to materialize between heaven and earth, resembling a resplendent crimson moon. It was as if someone sensed something, and faintly, a voice resonated from afar. The bone-eroding chaos thunder has perished. That ethereal voice, transcending mountains and rivers, was vague and indistinct, and in an instant, the crimson moon cosmos vanished from sight. In the void, all was reduced to ashes. At that moment, the entire world was left with a single, lifeless being, standing in a daze, while the heavens themselves appeared bewildered and forlorn. In the distance, that solitary cat gazed vacantly at the sky, seemingly entranced in stupor. The emperor had fallen, Li Hao had perished, Li Daoheng was no more, and Zheng Yu had met his end. All of this felt like a grand dream. The most formidable among the silver moon had all succumbed. The bone-eroding emperor, sealed for 100,000 years, had met his demise in this cataclysm. Blood rain began to fall from the heavens, and the last vestiges of hope seemed to dissipate with each drop. The will of heaven had also perished. Lin Hongyu stared blankly into the void, silent, her sword revealing fine cracks as the aura of death spread, enveloping the entire world. Do you truly disdain me so? She murmured, gazing at the shattered void. Do you so wish to avoid a debt of gratitude? Am I not your fiancé? You pulled me from the depths of hell, only to abandon me so? Has Li Hao ever possessed a shred of compassion? It seems you have never wished to owe anything to anyone at all. Chapter 414. The Heartless One. As the thunder dissipated, the world fell into silence. In a single day, formidable beings were swept away, and the bone-eroding emperor, who had plagued the silver moon for 100,000 years, perished in this small world. The chaotic thunderstorm ravaged all, claiming even the emperor. As the entire silver moon realm expanded wildly, no other small world had suffered as the silver moon did, nearly losing the equivalent of 4 emperors in a single day. Moreover, the chaotic thunder descended twice in one day. Between heaven and earth, pure energy ascended while turbid energy descended, resembling the beginning of creation. Though blood rain continued to fall, the world began to reopen. Not far off, the Tsang Mountains stretched forth, and the forbidden sea boiled. Countless beasts instantaneously gained intelligence. In the Tsang Mountains, some great demons rapidly ascended, crossing mountains and seas, entering the sun and moon. Towering trees emerged, rising from the ground, and the plants of the demon tribe awakened. The silver moon began to give birth to demon plants as well. With the fall of celestial will twice in one day, the blood rain transformed into a conduit, nourishing all things. The demon race began to emerge, as both demon beasts and plants evolved, and as for the human race, it was needless to say that with boundless energy in the world, even without cultivation, some naturally awakened their potential. We have nearly entered an era of universal martial cultivation. In this moment, amidst the heavens and the earth, some infants, having undergone the baptism of the cosmos, awaken as if for the very first time. Born in accordance with the will of the heavens, the first awakening of the world, 21 years prior, was far less resonant than the present. That year heralded the birth of remarkable beings such as Li Hao and the Western Queen, emblematic of a new epoch. Today, with the fall of the emperor and the divine will, Accompanied by the chaotic thunder, the world experiences a cleansing. Should any infants be born on this day, they shall undoubtedly be favored by the times, a natural-born cultivator. Yet, the populace remains silent, devoid of joy. Across the vast expanse, only the roars of wild beasts and the cries of infants can be heard, while the rest of humanity exists in a state of bewilderment. Some feeling a profound sense of loss, others inexplicably sorrowful. They remain unaware of the true circumstances. However, the heavens manifest a rain of blood, an overwhelming force that has obliterated all, leading to the speculation that perhaps the noble lords and their formidable adversaries have perished together. Li Hao, a figure born of darkness, has taken countless lives in his quest for vengeance. He emerged from Silver City, traversing beyond the silver moon, relentlessly pursuing his path of slaughter. Yet, he possesses a chivalrous spirit, journeying across the land to uphold justice, vanquishing the malevolent and dismantling the corrupt ruling class. Vengeance is but one of his motives. Embodying righteousness is equally paramount. He advocates for universal education and martial arts, enlightening the masses, curbing the extraordinary, and dismantling social hierarchies. Although his time was brief, the people of Silver Moon have all benefited from his endeavors. No matter how formidable the adversary or perilous the conflict, whether it be the traitors of the new martial order or the remnants of its strength, Li Hao reigns supreme, unmatched by any, ushering in peace and a glorious era. As the 4 nations invade, the 8 cities revive, and the 3 major organizations and 7 great mountains rise. These powerful factions have all been either vanquished or subdued by Li Hao. The people's wisdom has blossomed. They are no longer ignorant, recognizing good and evil, understanding gratitude and enmity, and discerning that the current peace is inseparable from Li Hao's influence. Even as his appearances dwindle, the heroes of the world remain subdued by his presence. Ambitious figures in the city of superpowers, such as Zheng Yu and Qian Wuliang, alongside the martial masters of the Silver Moon province, fierce as celestial swords and dominating blades, along with the new martial aristocrats like Zhang Yun and Jiang Yingli, have united because of Li Hao, fighting for a common cause. Without him, who could easily unify the Silver Moon? Today, the people find themselves in a daze, some enlightened, others deeply affected. Fear is etched upon the faces of many, their hearts unsettled. Li Hao is dead. With his demise, will the realm flourish or descend into chaos? Who shall suppress the new martial practitioners like Zhang Yun? The supreme half-emperor of Tianji supports the great Dali king. Who can restrain him? The queen, a deity of the cosmos, a ruthless force who has replaced the true moon goddess. Who can confront her? Qian Wuliang, the ambitious one, who perceives the hearts of men and masters the void universe, a warrior at the pinnacle of kings. Who can tame him? Li Hao may seem indifferent, yet individuals like Qian Wuliang inspire immense fear. Who would dare to resist? Despite their youth and cunning, as the strong fall, who among them would dare to disrupt the cosmic order? But on this day, who possesses the power to subdue them? The celestial gate has been sealed, preventing the formidable warriors of the new martial arts from departing. The Silver Moon realm has undergone an ascension. What was once a minor world has now transformed into a mid-tier world, albeit not on par with the new martial arts, yet it brims with countless opportunities and fortunes. At this moment, this realm is no longer the Silver Moon world of yore. Even the emperor might find his heart swayed. With the fall of divine will and the absence of anyone to govern the path of the great Tao, 2 sovereigns stand at the helm. Will they engage in conflict? An array of thoughts swirls within the minds of the multitude. Powerful figures traverse the void, arriving from the central continent. The 2 sovereigns have come, along with the eminent saints of new martial arts, the king of Dali and the restored queen. Silver City has been transformed into an ocean. Time has weathered the land, and none believe that this place was once the hometown of Li Hao. Just days ago, it was a thriving city. Today, it has irrevocably become a sea. Even the Forbidden Ocean is now permeating through. As Hong Yitong steps forth and gazes at the sky, a glimmer of red light flickers in his eyes, as if he yearns to shed tears, though it vanishes instantaneously. The men of Silver Moon do not weep easily. Not far away, a black dog sniffs the air, its nose twitching as it picks up a familiar scent, seemingly on the verge of nostalgia. In the sky, a half-dead figure stands motionless, as if already departed. Hong Yitong's voice booms like thunder, daring to inquire of the esteemed Tianji, "Is my Silver Moon Marquis alive or dead?" A wave of trepidation ripples through the crowd. Alive or dead, Tianji remains silent. He is, undoubtedly, deceased. The cataclysmic tribulation, coupled with the instantaneous withdrawal of power and the sacrifice of all vitality to resurrect Lin Hongyu. Li Hao has achieved the unimaginable by slaying the bone-eating emperor at the final moment. No one can believe he managed to quell the chaos of the world in a single battle, despite his demise. Tianji gazes at Hong Yitong, sighing deeply. He has fallen. A prodigy of celestial proportions. In my lifetime, I have encountered only a handful who could stand alongside him. It is not that there is a lack of comparables. But who is Tianji? Having experienced the epics of initial martial arts, origin, new martial arts, and Silver Moon, he has witnessed the heavenly emperors, 9 sovereigns, 4 emperors, the deities of initial martial arts, the kings of new martial arts, and countless heroes. Many emperors do not even register in his eyes. And yet, he claims only a few can be compared to Li Hao, with the king of new martial arts being among them, revealing the rarity of such beings throughout the annals of history. However, such an answer does not satisfy the multitude. In an instant, the world falls into silence. The expressions of the powerful are grave, burdened with myriad emotions, heavy with sorrow. He is truly dead. At this moment, Qian Wuliang's countenance is somber. Might I ask, esteemed elder, has our Silver Moon realm as a whole advanced to a higher tier? Upon his utterance, some cast him irritated glances. Why inquire about such matters at this juncture? Tianji again falls silent for a moment before nodding. Indeed, it has advanced. To simplify the classification, in the chaotic universe, a world capable of birthing an emperor, with the emperor reigning as its sovereign, constitutes a minor world. In truth, the previous Silver Moon was not even classified as a minor world, as no emperor had ever emerged from its native soil. A realm that can give rise to multiple emperors, say 3 to 5, or even 7 to 8, may be considered a mid-tier world. However, a world like new martial arts, which has produced a multitude of emperors and entities surpassing emperors, such as the kings of men, the Azure Emperor, and the Solar Deity, is indeed a true grand world. He gazed at the Silver Moon and then at the gathered crowd. The Silver Moon had even transcended the confines of a minor world, advancing towards the realms of a medium-tier world. The Silver Moon world, having birthed the great Tao universe, surely harbors more than one emperor. Now that chaos has merged into the Silver Moon, expanding it, the emergence of multiple emperors from the Silver Moon world is imminent. A single step to ascend. Indeed, had it not been for the ferocity of this battle and the overwhelming might of thunder, on this very day, the 3 emperors, Li Hao, Li Daoan, and Zheng Yu, might have been born, all of whom are of the Silver Moon world. Their ancestors may have hailed from the new martial world, yet they themselves were indeed born of the Silver Moon world. Upon these words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. The Silver Moon world was progressing towards the medium world. Although still inferior to the new martial world, it had officially severed its ties with it, capable of giving rise to its own emperors, and not merely one. Hong Yitong cast a sidelong glance at Qian Wuliang, suppressing all emotions within. He then turned his gaze to Lin Hongyu, who remained silent, appearing truly lifeless. Observing the surrounding saints and powerful beings from the new martial world, he noted their bewilderment. He understood that with Li Hao's demise, chaos had ensued among the hearts of men. He could not afford to grieve. His sole thought was that the Silver Moon belonged to Li Hao, and the true Tao universe, no matter who might seek to claim it, was his, for it contained far too much. Yuan Shua Lulong and Hou Xiaoqing, those whom Li Hao cared for and cherished, were deceased, yet they still had a chance for resurrection, a chance that resided within the true Tao universe. On that fateful day, when Li Hao transferred the great Tao universe to himself, he repeatedly emphasized the true Tao universe. It was what he truly valued. Now, he stood at the 6th level of the harmonious Tao, a peak king of heaven in combat prowess. Yet, this world housed beings stronger than him, such as Tianji and Zhang Yu. The latter, who had previously allied with the great Li King to confront Zheng Yu, was no weakling. The new martial saints were numerous. Besides them, there was also the formidable Qian Wuliang and the slightly weakened, yet fundamentally strong Queen of the Devouring Moon. These individuals were all top-tier powers. Furthermore, even those who had received a modicum of Li Daoheng's residual blessings, despite being mere pawns cast aside, had attained the 4th level of the harmonious Tao, marking their entry into the realm of kings. All these figures would undeniably influence the entirety of the Silver Moon. His thoughts swirled, and he could not afford to dwell in sorrow. He quelled the restlessness, all the rage and despair, his expression remaining as calm as ever. Predecessors. The silver moon marquee embodies the will of heaven. As long as the universe endures and time flows, I believe he can return. His voice resonated powerfully. Within this great Tao universe, there still exist some stars belonging to the marquee. Thus, he can be resurrected, correct? Across the past and future. Through the ages, only the silver moon marquee transcends time. Can mere thunder extinguish him? At that moment, Hong Yitong took a step forward, his countenance serene. Therefore, I wish to call upon all of you to unite under my true Tao, summoning the masses to awaken the marquee from death. Do you believe this endeavor can succeed? Tianji's heart trembled as he glanced at him. The individuals before him were, without a doubt, somewhat unexpected. While the death of Li Hao might have evoked sorrow among them, they concealed their grief deep within, and at this moment, rather than succumbing to despair, some who typically remained aloof stepped forth, as if to rally and prevent the collapse of Silver Moon. Qian Wuliang promptly declared, "Indeed, should my feigned assistance be required, I shall exert every effort to resurrect the Lord. I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life for this cause. Elders, I beseech your guidance." At that moment, Director Zhao interjected, "It is imperative that we revive the Lord, no matter the cost. Esteemed colleagues, although the might of Silver Moon has been decimated, the realm has summoned 2 thunder tribulations, indicating significant disturbance. We may find ourselves within the confines of the Red Moon universe. If we were in the new martial realm, it would be one matter, but in the Red Moon, where an emperor has fallen, there have even been whispers of the great Tao resounding." He surveyed the assembly. "If the Lord cannot be resurrected, who among us dares to claim the strength to contend against the Emperor of the Red Moon? Not to mention multiple foes, even one alone poses a formidable challenge. I shall not remain subdued any longer. I assert boldly, perhaps some may have the potential to ascend to the realm of emperors, such as the earth-shattering sword, Qian Wuliang, or even the great Li King and the Queen of the West. You all possess opportunities. Yet I urge you to introspect. If the formidable beings of the Red Moon were to descend upon us, could any of you lead the multitude of Silver Moon in resistance?" Director Zhao's voice resonated powerfully. At this juncture, we must seize the opportunity and spare no expense to resurrect the Lord. Only then do we hold hope, whether to discover the new martial realm or for Silver Moon to rise again. The Lord has always upheld fairness. Those with ability ascend, while the inept descend. He distinguishes not between new martial and Silver Moon, nor between noble and humble. Generals and directors, regardless of their disparate origins and eras, are treated equally in the eyes of the Lord, never slighted. At this moment, Director Zhao spoke earnestly. "We, the martial artists of Silver Moon, such as the heavenly sword of the harmonious Tao, the earth-shattering sword of true Tao, the soon-to-be harmonious Tao of the dominating blade, and myself, along with old Zhou who is on the brink of harmonious Tao, and the 5 commanders of the Demon Hunter military, led by Huang Yu, all yearn for the Lord's revival, to return to Silver Moon and lead us back to our pinnacle. None but the Lord can represent Silver Moon." His tone remained calm, yet the implications within his words resonated profoundly within the hearts of those present. Who dares to usurp power? The martial artists of Silver Moon shall undoubtedly eradicate them. Silver Moon harbors no scarcity of formidable warriors. Peak combatants like Hong Yitong and core fighters such as Director Zhao and Director Zhou have all entered the realm of harmonious Tao, their prowess undeniable. At this moment, regardless of the likelihood of reviving Li Hao, there exists an unwavering determination to attempt it. Even if hope is but a flicker, even if it were merely for show, it is essential to stabilize Silver Moon during this period and seek means to reinforce the entirety of the Silver Moon realm. Director Zhao swiftly glanced at Lin Hongyu in the sky, a flicker of emotion in his gaze. Though the Lord has temporarily vanished, the lady remains. She, who with a single sword vanquished an emperor and slew the Red Moon's erosion emperor, possesses unparalleled strength and prestige. Now, I implore the lady to take command of the world, to lead all factions, and to exhaust every effort in seeking the means to revive the Lord. Director Zhao's voice reverberated like the great Tao, shaking the very heavens. "Lady, please gather your strength. The Lord, who commands the passage of time, can surely resurrect you from the depths of despair, and thus can he also emerge himself." In that final moment, Lin Hongyu, with a single sword stroke, severed the emperor. In this moment, wielding the celestial sword, the very blade that has devoured the 8 divine weapons, the aura of death surrounding her remains overwhelmingly potent. Yet, they are acutely aware that Zheng Yu still breathes. They ponder whether, in that final instant, Li Hao's command for Zheng Yu to slay the emperor was indeed a prelude to this very moment. Given Li Hao's nature, he must have devised some contingency. Perhaps Zheng Yu is, to date, the sole individual capable of contending with a half-emperor, and the one she contends with is none other than the celestial Li Hao himself. While he may be indifferent to his own demise, he would certainly not wish for the great Tao universe to fall into the hands of another, for therein lie his kin, his mentors, his friends, and his aspirations. At this juncture, the martial artists of Silver Moon direct their gazes towards Zheng Yu. Meanwhile, not far off, the redwood transforms into human form, its spirit stirring as it speaks. The Marquis shall undoubtedly return, as director Zhao has asserted. At this very moment, I implore you, my lady, to govern the realms. As the heavens shift and the hearts of men tremble, my demon plant army shall unwaveringly execute the Marquis's commands and heed your directives. The demon plant army stands as a formidable force in its own right. With the ongoing expansion of the heavens, it is inevitable that some shall ascend in rank, and within the ranks of the demon plant army, many are immortal and at the pinnacle of power. It is likely that several sages will soon achieve enlightenment. In the air, Zheng Yu seems to awaken to her surroundings. Casting a glance at the assembly, her eyes, shrouded in deathly light, instill a tremor in their hearts. Even Qian Wuliang feels a subtle quake within. Harboring doubts, has Zheng Yu truly perished? First and foremost. Secondly, what is her current strength? Thirdly, where lies her Tao? Her life star, seemingly extracted before, has now merged with her essence. What does this signify? Has she transcended the great Tao, or does she possess an alternate realm? In an instant, they find themselves perplexed, unable to decipher the enigma of her final strike that, while having slain the emperor, was acknowledged to have been against the bone-eating emperor, who at that moment was even weaker than an ordinary half-emperor. Can Zheng Yu truly unleash such a strike once more? Moreover, the question of whether Li Hao can be resurrected weighs heavily on all minds. Without certainty on this front, no ambitious soul would dare to consider themselves superior to Li Daoheng, Zheng Yu, or the bone-eating emperor, unless one is audacious enough to believe themselves more cunning. It would be prudent to retreat into slumber. If Li Hao could vanquish them, how could they hope to prevail? Qian Wuliang remains silent. He harbors ambitions, yet his aspirations are distinctly defined. Should Li Hao truly be dead, these individuals before him could not contain him, and he would have no desire to serve them. It would not be worth his while. However, if there exists even a glimmer of hope for Li Hao's resurrection, even if he were gravely weakened, even if he were to become the master of the void Tao, Qian Wuliang would not dare to defy him. From the very outset, he has refrained from opposing Li Hao, regardless of how challenging the demands placed upon him may be. The last time Li Hao summoned him into the void Tao universe, he subsequently became the master of the void Tao. Qian Wuliang even suspects that this was, in fact, Li Hao's intention. Whether Zheng Yu or Li Daoheng is in command makes little difference in Li Hao's eyes. A confrontation among these three, Li Hao, Zheng Yu, and Li Daoheng, seems inevitable. Ultimately, given the natures of these individuals, it would not be surprising for them to conspire against Li Hao, thus allowing Qian Wuliang to ascend to the position of master of the void Tao, perhaps even falling within Li Hao's grand design. Otherwise, if one were to enter the void Tao universe, Li Hao, in fact, seemed to have ceased his concern, as if he had forgotten this matter altogether. Could it be possible? Who would allow you the leisure without extracting every last ounce of your value? At this juncture, Qian Wuliang was not as ambitious as others imagined. He did not yearn to seize control of the heavens, not only because his strength had not yet reached that level, but also due to the respect afforded to Li Hao by figures like Tianji, Zhang En, the great Li King, and the Queen. Who was Qian Wuliang, after all? Should he dare to step forward to usurp Li Hao, chaos would ensue. The indifferent powerhouses of Tianji might also take action against him, as a concession to Li Hao. He was not a fool. How could he entertain such thoughts at this moment? Zheng Yu surveyed the gathering, her gaze heavy with despair. Resurrection? She looked at each powerful figure, finally settling on Tianji. In his final moments, time fell silent, the will of heaven shattered, and the vitality that surged into my body was nearly extinguished. Do you believe there is still a chance? Tianji regarded her for a moment and eventually replied, I cannot say. My knowledge of the new Tao is virtually non-existent, and the same applies to time. He continued, as for the matter of the silver moon, I wish to remain uninvolved, as it bears little relevance to me. My true self remains in the new martial realm, and my objective on the silver moon is solely to resurrect Air Mao. If he is revived, my singular thought is to open the Star Gate, depart through it, and return to the new martial realm. If the Star Gate cannot be opened, he paused before adding, then we shall wait. The Tsang Emperor is aware of Air Mao's resurrection, and my true self should also have sensed it. If the silver moon is not far from the new martial realm, perhaps soon, I shall return to open the Star Gate from the outside, and take both Air Mao and myself away. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a sense of certainty. He continued, moreover, should Beiwu wish to promote and expand the Great Li, it is of no concern to me. The Great Li is actually a legacy passed down from the descendants of the Fist God, one of the mightiest in the era of initial martial arts. He fought valiantly against the King of Men for the sake of this legacy and ultimately perished in battle. The King of Men bore no hatred towards them. Instead, he respected those deities of initial martial arts for their struggle for legacy, race, and era, and thus did not extinguish their heritage. In my time, I merely sought refuge in the Great Li for a brief respite. However, when the descendants of the Fist God learned of my intention to resurrect Air Mao following the closure of the Stargate, they harbored ulterior motives, which led to their demise at my hands, transforming them into the bones of the Forbidden Sea. That individual was indeed the ancestor of Beiwu, absorbed by his own power. Beside him, the Great Li King was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. Tianji remained unperturbed. What are you looking at me for? The truth is as such. Therefore, the first deity of initial martial arts in your Great Li is not me. Of course, the one posing as the sun god later on was indeed me. The assembly was astonished, as this revelation unearthed a piece of history. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu in the distance said with slight astonishment, but the Great Li, long ago, borrowed the name of the Overlord Emperor, being the first deity of initial martial arts, a descendant of the Fist God. How audacious to impersonate the Overlord Emperor. Tianji chuckled. That is quite normal. It may not be entirely incorrect, right? The Overlord Emperor once swept through initial martial arts, and the Fist God could be considered half his teacher, having guided him in many ways. His descendants, in order to preserve the legacy of initial martial arts, sought to don a tiger's skin. The Overlord Emperor has long since perished. Would the benevolent Iron Emperor pursue him over this matter? To impersonate the Sun God, that is true skill, in every word and nuance. It is evident that the other party dares only to impersonate the sovereign of dominance, who is deceased. The rightful heir to the sovereign is the Iron Emperor, a rather simple-minded individual who will hardly concern himself with such matters. Meanwhile, the Sun God remains alive, and it is truly the one who dares to impersonate the Sun God that embodies true valor. Of course, this is contingent upon the closure of the Stargate. Otherwise, even the heavenly extremity would not dare to act, let alone him, as even his father, the Western Emperor, would refrain from such audacity. As for future implications, one could merely claim that the intention was to draw the Sun God's attention in hopes of him locating the silver moon. What more could the Sun God possibly say? At this moment, the heavenly extremity swiftly distanced himself from any association with the Great Li King. The struggle for supremacy is a matter for them to resolve amongst themselves. Frankly, he has no desire to partake in these affairs. Even if this place were to ascend and become a medium world, it would hold no relevance for him. The emergence of several emperors changes nothing. He himself is an emperor, not the weakest among them. Furthermore, with his stature in the new martial realm, he finds no inclination to quarrel with these individuals. As for Li Hao's potential resurrection, he remains uncertain. Li Hao, being young and possessing numerous abilities, is difficult to categorically deem as completely deceased. Perhaps his current demise serves merely as a filtering process to observe who will rise to the occasion. Such actions are not unprecedented. Many sovereigns throughout history have engaged in similar tactics. Meanwhile, the Great Li King finds himself at a loss for words, pondering whether he is absorbing the essence of his ancestor, who was defeated by this individual. However, he shrugs it off. After all, it is a matter from 100,000 years ago, bearing no relation to him. The death of an ancestor from so long ago elicits little emotion. If the entire Great Li were to be considered descendants of that lineage, they have been embroiled in internal strife and warfare for years, akin to familial conflict. Thus, The demise of that ancestor at the hands of this individual elicits only a vague sense of bemusement, rather than any substantial concern. The words of the heavenly extremity unmistakably convey his stance. As the current strongest individual in the realm, he is entitled to express such sentiments. His indifference alleviates much tension among the crowd, for if he were to harbor any ulterior motives, who could possibly contend with him? His strength, while perhaps not on par with that of an emperor, is sufficient to dispatch any ordinary half-emperor with a single strike. However, Zheng Yu and Li Daoheng are not ordinary half-emperors. They are entities that come remarkably close to the level of an emperor, which slightly diminishes the heavenly extremity's apparent dominance. Previously, even the avatar of the bone-corroding emperor, injured, fell easily to his blade, illustrating his might. Lin Hongyu's eyes gleamed with a luminous spark as she addressed the assembly. So, it appears there are no objections from anyone. Henceforth, we shall unite our efforts to resurrect the Marquis, even at an immeasurable cost, including the universal path. Do the esteemed ones concur? Qian Wuliang, upon noticing her gaze, hastily responded, the ethereal universe, acquired through sheer chance, shall be at your disposal if it benefits the Marquis's resurrection. Hong Yitong regarded her thoughtfully for a moment before speaking. If it is for his revival, I have no objections. However, it may only be utilized for that purpose. There are many elements within the tangible universe that cannot be relinquished so freely. You understand this? Lin Hongyu acknowledged him with a nod, fully aware of the implications. The potential existence of certain celestial bodies, belonging to Yuan Shuo and others, is of greater significance than Li Hao's own revival. Li Hao, can she be resurrected? She does not know. Yet, she is aware that there remains a glimmer of hope, for in the final moments, Li Hao infused her own vitality, the remnants of her feeble temporal essence, into herself. Indeed, it seemed as if the entire cosmos had been stripped of temporal power. Without such force, how could Li Hao be revived? However, a trace persisted within her, a vestige deliberately preserved by Li Hao for the purpose of her own resurrection, one that even the chaotic thunder could not extinguish. At this moment, she pondered whether all of this was an unintentional act by Li Hao or a deliberate design. Vitality, temporal energy, the essence of death, life, and time. All of these elements are intertwined with the notion of resurrection. Furthermore, in her final moments, Li Hao captured a multitude of energies, including the last remnants of the bone-eating emperor's power, transforming them into celestial bodies, thereby perfecting her path of the 360 stellar roads. Yet, would the completion of the 360 stellar roads hold any significance at that point? Ultimately, it too was obliterated. Yet, in that last moment, it appeared to have succeeded. What does this imply? She gazed into the void, into the cosmos. At this juncture, Lin Hongyu felt a tumult of emotions. Had all the hopes of resurrection been placed upon her shoulders? Why, then, was it not clearly stated? Why must she speculate? Life and death, time, the universe, the great path, the 360 stars, everything seemed to have been serendipitously accomplished, yet all of it whispered that there is still hope, albeit one that only she is privy to. If you conceal your formidable prowess, having slain the emperor with a single sword, as my fiancé, you alone possess the capacity to govern the silver moon, and all would rally behind you. You scoundrel, Li Hao? Lin Hongyu murmured to herself, calling him a scoundrel. Shameless. Are you testing me? Are you using your life and death to challenge my resolve? In this moment, she comprehended much. Li Hao indeed harbored a chance for revival. Yet he entrusted this outcome to her. If you wish to resurrect, then strive with all your might. If not, then within the cosmos, that final thread of temporal essence remains with you, whether you extinguish it or not. If you do not seek revival and remain silent, no one will know. The realm of the silver moon is yours. This shameless scoundrel dares to test the human heart and the nature of humanity even at the brink of life. That is utterly absurd and profoundly heartless. Indeed, it is devoid of compassion. In that instant, Lin Hongyu regained her clarity, when all these people unanimously urged her to take command of the universe. When they all proclaimed that she could replace Li Hao, when they entrusted the hope of resurrecting Li Hao to her, she understood. Li Hao still has a chance. And this chance is known only to me. Only I can achieve it. Scoundrel. Moreover, the reason that final trace of temporal essence was not extinguished, even unnoticed by the chaotic thunder, was because at that time, my deathly aura was rampant, akin to being one of the dead. Why would thunder take heed? The aura of death concealed that fleeting essence of time. If all of this was conceived in a fleeting moment by Li Hao, meticulously orchestrated, Lin Hongyu could only curse that bastard. Even in the final moments, he exhibited a clarity that transcended humanity. He feared not death, even engaging in a game of hide-and-seek with the chaotic thunder, testing the human heart as if life and death were mere trifles. I am merely playing. How foolish of me to have felt moved. That scoundrel. He infused vitality within me, imbuing me with the power of time, perhaps all for his own grand design. And then there was the celestial sword. The blade in her hand caused her heart to tremble slightly. It seemed to merge with all the stars Li Hao had ever gathered, slaying the emperor with a single stroke. Those stars appeared to be the very essence Li Hao had condensed before. Had this scoundrel truly orchestrated everything so flawlessly? The sword contained his celestial path, while within me dwelled the power of time and life and death, each signifying that I could resurrect him. And only I knew that the celestial realm had not fully grasped the moment. It was simply too fleeting. Humph. In that instant, Lin Hongyu let out a cold snort, causing everyone to shudder. What was amiss? Hong Yitong furrowed his brow slightly. Was it her anger at his earlier remark that she would not relinquish the grand universe unless to resurrect Li Hao? Or was she issuing a warning to someone? At this moment, Lin Hongyu coldly regarded the crowd, declaring that the hope for his revival was substantial. However, I require your assistance, including the brief fusion of the real and illusory universes, to stimulate the dormant time stars, invoking them to awaken and manifest the power of time. Of course, at present, this poses considerable difficulty. She then turned to Tianji. Since you have no intention of contending for the silver moon, I shall speak plainly. I ask you to protect me, as a favor owed to Li Hao. Tianji was taken aback. Was it truly a matter of owed favors? What was happening? Lin Hongyu suddenly smiled, her face, once filled with deathly energy and murderous intent, now revealing a bewitching smile. If Li Hao is resurrected, he will owe a debt of gratitude to all. He shall repay each one. Indeed, all are owed. So, you wish to test me? Then I shall allow you to witness. I intend to make you indebted to everyone. Next time, will you still be so cold-hearted? You pride yourself on your aloofness. I shall not allow you the satisfaction. I want you to regret, in that fleeting moment of death, that you entrusted the opportunity to me. If I bring you back to life, you will bear a mountain of obligations, making you hesitate to embrace death again. In that instant, Li Hao appeared remarkably calm, as if death were but a triviality. Such a mindset instilled fear and despair within Lin Hongyu. How could you be so indifferent? In this world, do you truly have no regard for anyone or anything? Her voice boomed. This time, I require the assistance of the masses to gather the power of heaven and earth, to unite the myriad forces. All beings of the silver moon, unite with me, to resurrect the Marquis of Silver Moon with all our might. With the Marquis revived, the world shall flourish eternally. The Marquis has grand ambitions yet unrealized, to transform the Silver Moon into a vast realm, allowing all to enter the world of mountains and seas, to thrive and flourish. I believe the Marquis will not abandon us, and we shall not forsake him. In that moment, Lin Hongyu's smile radiated brilliantly. That smile bore a striking resemblance to Li Hao. In an instant, everyone felt a momentary haze, an unusual sensation emanating from Lin Hongyu. Could it be that she had been possessed by Li Hao? Why did her smile bear a striking resemblance to Li Hao's, tinged with a veneer of authenticity? Even Hong Yitong found himself slightly perplexed, stealing a glance at Lin Hongyu, whose smile now seemed laden with profound significance. While the hope for Li Hao's resurrection was dim, all unease and trepidation were concealed within their hearts. Yet, at this moment, Lin Hongyu appeared to possess great confidence. And not only that, she had unwittingly accrued a considerable debt of gratitude from so many. He was not one to relish owing favors. Was it truly necessary for the entire populace to unite in this endeavor? He was uncertain. However, Hong Yitong understood that if Li Hao were indeed to come back, it might lead to overwhelming chaos, as he would find himself in debt to everyone without even realizing it. Amidst the collective stupor, a distant cat, which had seemed lost in confusion, suddenly appeared to awaken, directing its gaze toward Lin Hongyu and letting out a meow that captivated everyone's attention. This cat, which had remained silent until now, had nearly been forgotten due to its lack of presence. At this moment, it seemed as if it had just come to its senses. Perhaps a tad slow in its reactions? The cat meowed again, this time looking intently at Lin Hongyu. To the ears of the crowd, it was merely a sound, but to Lin Hongyu, It transformed into a human voice. Innocent yet somewhat bewildered, it whispered in her ear, "Meow. If that person were to come back, the thunder would return." Lin Hongyu's expression shifted dramatically. It would return? Only he, having transcended the realms, could isolate himself from the universe in chaos, thus evading such a fate. Lin Hongyu was momentarily lost in thought. It seemed the cat held an abundance of knowledge. The cat meowed once more. Previously, he transformed the path into stars, creating a barrier between the heavens and earth. This should be known. The path conceals the sword, borrowing the 8 weapons to sever the chaos, thus surviving amidst death, a truly clever individual. The cat appeared to be reflecting, recognizing the brilliance of this person. It had only now come to understand that this person had already enacted a multitude of plans, or perhaps had been scheming all along. Remarkable. Lin Hongyu felt a surge of emotion and communicated with the cat. "Elder, what should I do?" "You? Yes, you, half alive and half dead. How peculiar. You seem to have distanced yourself from the heavens and chaos. You could envelop the world with your aura of death, concealing the skies. If he comes back, he should be able to resolve matters himself. Such a clever person." Lin Hongyu's heart stirred. So, this was the deeper meaning. "Li Hao, you rascal. Why did you not elucidate your thoughts? Must you make everyone guess your intentions? If I had not contemplated whether your revival would summon the thunder, leading to your demise once more, would I then be deemed too foolish to be worthy of your resurrection? If you were to revive him, and if concealment fails, and the thunder truly descends, I could absorb some of it. Should you require assistance, I am here to help." As the cat spoke, it seemed a bit dazed again, but perhaps he has other intentions. Once he is revived, you should inquire with him directly. "Thank you, Elder." Lin Hongyu transmitted her thoughts. Feeling a tremor within, she pondered whether the heartless Li Hao had calculated even this cat into his schemes. Truly despicable. "Humph. If I do not resurrect you, perhaps you would not care, would you?" The more she thought, the more helpless she felt. Indeed, the more capable a man, the more ruthless he tends to be. Yet, why did she increasingly find such a man to be alluring? "Lin Hongyu, you are truly shameless. You ought to seize this opportunity to master the Silver Moon and become its sovereign." As she immersed herself in Li Hao's mindset, Lin Hongyu felt a surge of confidence. Time, life and death, the 8 soldiers hiding among the stars. If Li Hao was indeed calculating, it signified that he had confidence in his resurrection. At this moment, Lin Hongyu's thoughts expanded further. Observing the gathering of individuals, including formidable new warriors, the King of Dali and the Western Queen, she cast a glance at the foolish Western Queen, who had today upended everyone's expectations, despite the numerous events that had transpired, rendering her previous turnaround trivial. It was possible that in the competition at the Emperor's level, this woman had managed to extricate herself while lending Li Hao the power of the Silver Moon. Notably, she and Li Hao were contemporaries, sharing the same age. Li Hao was merciless, having slain countless foes. Now, one could survey the world and wonder if any enemies of Li Hao remained. Ironically, the woman who had repeatedly opposed him and had even made him suffer during their first encounter was still alive, which was indeed remarkable. While Lin Hongyu contemplated these thoughts, she revealed nothing, maintaining an icy demeanor, permeated with an air of death. Coldly, she addressed the assembly. "Since everyone is united in the desire to resurrect the Lord, this saves us a great deal of trouble. Our gathering here today signifies our acknowledgement of the Lord's dominion over the King of Dali and his divine majesty." What are your thoughts? The King of Dali wore a complex expression. What thoughts could I have? I lack even a future to summon. Li Hao promised me that if I could slay a half-emperor, he would grant me a half-emperor's body. Now, all has been obliterated by thunder, so I must await his resurrection to fulfill his promise. Besides, what else can I contemplate? Did you not see how Tianji, in an effort to dissociate himself, revealed the secret of slaying his own ancestor? Without Tianji's assistance, I am merely a heavenly king. What can I do without the power of the half-emperor? Doing nothing is the wisest decision. Meanwhile, the queen, radiating an air of haughty superiority, cast a wary glance at the deathly aura surrounding Lin Hongyu. Sensing the hostility emanating from her, she responded with a measure of caution. "The vast power of the Silver Moon that Li Hao borrowed is a loan, not a gift. Naturally, I can only wait for him to resurrect and return my Silver Moon power." Both sovereigns chose to wait, biding their time for Li Hao's resurrection. As for the likelihood of success, who could say? A dead horse is treated as a live one. Regardless of the truth, Everyone needed a common objective, otherwise, contemplating Li Hao's demise would lead to dire consequences, potentially inciting widespread carnage. Upon hearing this, Lin Hongyu spoke plainly. Very well, since there are no objections. Let us unite our efforts, as we did before, and gather the wishes of the people, channeling our faith to converge upon the great Tao of the universe. Master Hong and General Qian may attempt a brief fusion to stimulate the revival of the celestial bodies and see if we can reignite the extinguished stars. Her tone turned somewhat cold as she continued. Both of you are trusted by the Marquis. You must not harbor any treacherous thoughts at this moment. Let me be clear, whether it is General Qian or Master Hong, whoever dares to devour the other now will face the inevitable wrath of the Silver Moon. Hong Yitong nodded. I would never act thus. Qian Wuliang quickly added, how could that be? My current standing is entirely due to the Marquis' support. I shall take it upon myself to revive the Marquis and would never compete with Director Hong for the power of the Great Tao. Lin Hongyu regarded him once more, recognizing his intelligence. Indeed, he was a clever man. Such clever individuals can be quite troublesome at times. Qian Wuliang displayed no signs of disloyalty despite becoming the master of the Void Tao after Li Hao's fall. Instead, he was fervently dedicated to reviving Li Hao. Should there be no way to resurrect Li Hao, it was highly probable that Lin Hongyu would struggle to retain him. Then let us each perform our respective duties. As she spoke, she suddenly raised her gaze to a portal faintly appearing in the sky, her brow furrowing slightly. It has been said that the Star Gate can be opened by the convergence of the 8 divine weapons. At this moment, can the Sky's Sword open the Star Gate? This was indeed a matter of considerable importance. The Silver Moon currently remained in a closed state, but if the Sky's Sword could indeed open the Star Gate, it might lead to complications. Of course, she could have chosen to remain silent. Yet, at this moment, she articulated her concerns, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Yu and the others as she solemnly stated, if the Star Gate opens and the external realm is the new martial world, that would be preferable. However, if it is within the confines of the Red Moon Great World, we could face dire troubles. Previously, the projection of the Tsang Emperor seemed unable to traverse distances, while the Red Moon's bone-devouring Emperor had fallen, and the resonance of the Great Tao echoed through. I suspect we might very well be within the coverage of the Red Moon Great World. Her deductions were not mere conjecture. The Tsang Emperor was formidable, yet he could not arrive swiftly, indicating a significant distance, while the Red Moon Great World had already transmitted the sounds of the Great Tao. She added, earlier, during the 2 chaotic thunder tribulations, the ascension of the Silver Moon world surely made considerable noise, even when the Silver Moon was likened to dust and disregarded. Now that the commotion is so pronounced and we find ourselves within the Red Moon sphere, could this attract the attention of the Red Moon powerhouses? They must be aware of the bone-devouring assault on the Silver Moon, with the fall of the bone-devouring Emperor now correlating with the chaos. I am increasingly concerned whether the Red Moon powerhouses have already approached the vicinity of the Silver Moon. The more pressing question is whether they can breach the Star Gate and invade the Silver Moon world. Upon these words, the expressions of the gathered individuals shifted slightly. Even Tianji furrowed his brow. Your speculation is not without merit. This was not mere random guessing, certainly. Lin Hongyu's words carried an implicit warning against the new martial world. Do not cause any disturbances now. Should the Star Gate open and it be occupied by Red Moon powerhouses, you will find yourselves in dire straits. Even Tianji, wielding the power of a half-emperor, was not afraid of death, yet he would not recklessly engage if the other side brought formidable allies. In essence, it was a warning that everyone was in danger. In truth, this greatly intimidated the new martial powers. Even if Li Hao were to perish, you would gain nothing. Conversely, should Li Hao survive, with his innate talent, strength, and wisdom, he might very well lead everyone to safety, even within the confines of the Red Moon. At this moment, Zhang Yu spoke up, his tone calm. Rest assured, we shall not take any actions nor attempt to seize the Azure Sky's Sword to activate the Star Gate. The Star Gate cannot be opened merely by the convergence of 8 soldiers. Once it opens, the aura of the Silver Moon will leak out, and even if initially undetected, it would soon be discovered. We have waited 100,000 years. If we can indeed resurrect Li Hao, would we mind waiting a little longer? He was not foolish. The group engaged in dialogue, expressing their positions and reaching a consensus. The resurrection of Li Hao had become a shared agreement among all parties. In that moment, Lin Hongyu ceased her politeness, addressing the assembly of powerful figures directly. Furthermore, esteemed Dao Sword, General Jiu, His Divine Majesty, and His Majesty the King of Dali. I have a small request. Her tone was no longer gentle. To avoid any misunderstandings, I must insist that you four powerful beings refrain from participating in the resurrection plan for Lord Ho. I trust the new martial leaders. Yet you are not well acquainted with the new path. Senior Zheng, I kindly request that you accompany these four strong individuals to Dali to comprehend the new doctrine for a period of time. This was quite straightforward. The king of Dali appeared somewhat displeased, while the queen seemed indifferent. Dao Sword slightly inclined his body, indicating no objections. General Zhou's expression was notably complex. Did Lin Hongyu have reason to exclude herself? Indeed, she did, for he was his own brother. Li Daoheng, his biological elder brother, had Li Hao not caused chaos, the realm of Silver Moon would have belonged to Li Daoheng. Zheng Yu had never been able to outmaneuver him, and the Bone Corrosion Emperor was clearly no match for him, destined to be defeated eventually. The Celestial Extremity Avatar was even less of a contender. Were it not for Li Hao, today, it would likely have been Li Daoheng standing here, wielding dominion over the entire Silver Moon, perhaps even devouring the dual-path universe, engulfing the Silver Moon, and ascending to a level stronger than the ordinary emperors. The new martial sages were no fools. Although Lin Hongyu's words were somewhat irksome, the assembly fell into silence, refraining from further comment. General Jiu also remained taciturn. Zhang nodded in agreement. Very well, Senior must temporarily withdraw your true path star. This statement elicited discontent from some. A sage of the Zhang family solemnly remarked, "This seems unnecessary, does it not? Director Zhang is a descendant of the Supreme. Having given his word, he would never go back on it. Governor Lin's actions might seem inappropriate should Lord Li be resurrected, for he never held any suspicion towards Director Zhang, maintaining a gentlemanly friendship." A thought surfaced in the minds of the assembly. This woman truly lacked the magnanimity of men. When Li Hao was present, he would never have acted in this manner. He had always treated Zhang with courtesy, even after his master perished. Li Hao had never severed ties with Zhang, merely offering a few warnings not to interfere in his affairs with the new martial realm. This had been a subtle intimidation, not publicly declared. Yet today, Lin Hongyu openly expressed her lack of trust in Zhang, which left many new martial powerhouses feeling disgruntled. Zhang spoke up. "Very well, I shall withdraw for the time being. However, the new path must adapt to the great universe, and it cannot remain in external storage for too long." "I understand." Lin Hongyu nodded. "When the time comes, you may return to the great universe." Zhang chose not to elaborate further. Lin Hongyu appeared indifferent to their approval or disapproval. If one intended to unify the realms, it was crucial to engage with others at this moment, yet she deemed it unnecessary. Thus, safety remained the priority, despite the seemingly united front. Only they understood the true circumstances. It was imperative to be cautious, just in case. Time cannot be delayed. From today onwards, we shall commence preparations for the resurrection of the Marquis. She issued her orders and concluded, "I will first scour the land of Silver Moon to gather the shattered fragments of destiny. Let us see if we can use these remnants to resurrect the Marquis." She swiftly assigned tasks to everyone, and at that moment, no one voiced any objections, promptly obeying her commands. What was lacking now was a unifying force. Since Lin Hongyu had stepped forward to prioritize the resurrection of Li Hao, whether others believed it or not, they would first proceed with the attempt. Once everyone departed, Tianji and Ermao prepared to leave as well. Lin Hongyu suddenly interjected, "Esteemed predecessors, please wait a moment. Hongyu has something to discuss." The two halted in their tracks. Tianji, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Why call for me when you are not collecting destiny?" Lin Hongyu paused for a moment before responding. Previously, when the heavens and earth were divided, the Bloodblade lingered in a small world. Both esteemed predecessors are aware and can access it. There's no time like the present. I intend to go there to revive Li Hao. I hope the two of you will provide protection. Once Li Hao is resurrected, I shall express my profound gratitude." Tianji was taken aback. "What? Is it not still unprepared?" Despite her hesitation and concern about Tianji's potential actions, Lin Hongyu pondered deeply and ultimately resolved, "That was merely a ruse. I alone can revive Li Hao." "Damn!" Tianji cursed inwardly, feeling exasperated. "Li Hao is one thing, but this woman is another. Who are you trying to deceive? At this juncture, does anyone truly dare to rebel? Do you not fear me? I trust the predecessors. And so does Li Hao." Lin Hongyu replied earnestly. If it were not for this trust, during the final thunder tribulation, Li Hao could have easily shared the burden with all esteemed predecessors. The fact that he did not annihilate all the powerful beings indicates that those who survived are the ones he trusts. However, I am but a woman. A woman's heart can be somewhat narrow, especially when it concerns the life and death of my beloved. Thus, I must exercise a bit more caution. I hope the esteemed predecessors can understand. Having said this, what more could Tianji express? She had stated clearly that her concern was not for others, but for herself. You see, I have asked you to protect me. I absolutely trust you. In reality, Tianji had dealt the least with Li Hao. What more could Tianji say? He nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. He quickly remarked, "That place is indeed remarkable. It is the true center of the heavens and the earth." The gathering of powers from all directions was indeed a remarkable feat in the past. The Blood Emperor had carved out a small space. Yet it still belonged to the Silver Moon. Reviving there might be a commendable choice. This woman possesses a sharp intellect, having swiftly determined her location. It is no simple task. However, can she truly resurrect Li Hao alone? Who can say? Furthermore, is Li Hao indeed capable of revival? Tianji, being an emperor, has seen much and hesitated before inquiring. Is it truly possible to resurrect him? I do not know. We shall find out through experimentation, came the rather perfunctory response. Tianji found himself at a loss for words. Yet beside him, Mao was quite enthusiastic. Little Tianji, your name is Tianji, correct? I seem to recall you are the son of the Western Emperor. I believe there is a possibility of revival. Tianji, feeling somewhat helpless, responded, "Please show me some respect. Do not address me so casually in front of others. In their presence, I hold considerable stature. In this new era of martial arts, I have lived for many years. If I were to calculate, I would have surpassed 200,000 years, wouldn't I? I had almost forgotten. As a dignified emperor, I am the one with the most seniority in the entire Silver Moon world, aside from yourself." Fortunately, the projection of the Zheng Emperor exhibited a different temperament. Had the Zheng Emperor been present, he would have fled long ago, rather than engaging in idle conversation. At this moment, Tianji chose not to counter and nodded. "That is good." Mao floated in the air, accompanying Tianji and Lin Hongyu as they soared towards their destination, conversing as they flew. Little Tianji. Was that chubby one earlier the great cat? Why has the great cat grown even fatter? Tianji was at a loss for a response, pondering, how would I know? Besides, the Zheng Emperor feasts heartily and indulges in everything. It would be strange if he did not gain weight. Just as he was contemplating how to respond, Mao continued. What about the teacher? Has he passed away? Tianji slightly lost his focus, casting a sidelong glance at Mao. The teacher referred to as none other than the War Emperor, the unparalleled genius who illuminated an entire era. Had he perished? Most likely, he had returned to dust, completely relinquished to the earth. It seemed he had never contemplated resurrection or rebirth. Thus, the Blood Emperor had never strived for it, as that was his own choice. In the age of the 9 emperors and 4 sovereigns, only he had been truly unencumbered, departing when he wished, remaining when he desired. No mortal could compel him, as he simply could not bear the fickleness of human hearts. So he chose to leave. A sense of nostalgia washed over Tianji, and for reasons unknown. He thought of Li Hao. He considered this seemingly weak individual, so different from the War Emperor, and yet there was a faint resemblance to him. Of course, he was not as pure as the War Emperor. However, he shared a similar nonchalance. I wish to die, so I shall. Even in death, I shall not perish at the hands of my enemies. I alone shall decide my fate. Tianji reminisced about some past events, fell silent for a moment, and then spoke. I do not know. Perhaps he has gone to another world, to live freely. Even he, when mentioning this individual, felt a profound sense of melancholy. Mao appeared untroubled, merely expressing some regret. Ah, that should be the case. I remember that day. He said he was leaving and took me along to another world for delicious food. No further words were exchanged, and a contemplative silence enveloped them. It originates from the realm of projection, having coexisted with the War Emperor since its inception. Throughout the countless years of its existence, the sole memory it clings to is that of the scholarly instructor. It remains oblivious to the reasons behind its resurrection. Is it truly a blessing? The celestial sovereign remains silent. The revival of the second cat was a decision made by the Blood Emperor, a feat that was inherently fraught with difficulty. Even amidst the Silver Moon, it was merely a gamble of fortune. Yet, against all odds, the resurrection was achieved. However, What does this accomplishment signify? The War Emperor has perished. Suddenly, it dawned upon him that reviving the second cat may not have been a wise choice, with the War Emperor gone. Does this not only amplify its sorrow? He was not intimately acquainted with this feline, yet he knew that on that fateful day, the War Emperor had drawn his bow against the Celestial Emperor, piercing through the very essence and wounding him. This cat was a part of that arrow, willingly merging into it, and the Azure Emperor had once intended to reclaim it, but it had declined. Ahead, Lin Hongyu had been listening intently. While she was not well versed in the secrets of the new martial era, she was aware that this cat was a projection of the new martial Azure Emperor, and it seemed to possess an abundance of stories. At this moment, she spoke. Li Hao will reverse time, but before she could continue, the second cat interjected, "No need." Lin Hongyu was taken aback and refrained from further comment. It struck her as peculiar. Was this cat truly one with the legendary Azure Emperor? Why did it feel as if they were entirely dissimilar? Furthermore, she could not fully discern the extent of its power. The trio, 2 individuals and 1 cat, fell into silence, soon entering the small space where the remnants of the Star Town lay. This place still existed. Lin Hongyu surveyed the area. It was quite a suitable location. Although merely a small space within the silver moon, it could conceal many things. She did not linger, for time is a fickle mistress. If too much time passed without reversing the situation, and if Li Hao were to perish completely, it would spell disaster. Though that heartless individual might not care about his own fate, how could she allow him to face demise so nonchalantly? He deserved not a moment of respite. To live or die today, it was imperative. Despite the crisis in the silver moon being resolved, the external world remained rife with turmoil. The notion of seizing a fleeting moment of leisure was but a fanciful dream. Esteemed elders, I shall obscure the heavens with deathly energy, basing my efforts on life and death, and attempting to invoke the flow of time using the celestial 8 stars as my foundation. If the deathly energy cannot shield against the chaotic thunder tribulation, the celestial sovereign shivered. Is there more? By the heavens, I long to return home. To be frank, even my true self would struggle against this. Surely, it cannot be that there will be 3 occurrences in a single day? I am but a mere half-emperor's avatar. Please, spare me this torment. I mean, what if? The celestial sovereign, feeling a headache coming on, replied, "Listen, child. If that thing truly arrives, despite being but a half-emperor, I would be utterly helpless. You witnessed it before. If that were the case, I would flee." Not a hint of embarrassment graced his words. "It is merely an avatar. Even if my true self were present, I would still declare the same. Should that entity arrive, I would escape. Let us speak frankly. I refuse to engage in pretense." Lin Hongyu was left speechless. Was this truly an emperor? It seemed to lack the audacity one might expect. Nevertheless, it was understandable why this being had endured for so long. Very well. Tianji exhaled a sigh of relief. That's good. Lin Hongyu chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, an air of desolation pervaded the surroundings. Tianji, feeling a hint of confusion, contemplated the new martial world. It is divided into yin and yang, with life existing in the yang and death in the yin. However, your state of being half alive and half dead is rather unprecedented. The disparity between the new path of Silver Moon and the new martial way is indeed substantial. Lin Hongyu shook her head, uncertain of what to say, for she herself was perplexed by her condition. It seemed that Li Hao had done something to her. She had essentially died before being drawn back by him. How he achieved this was likely known only to Li Hao. Regardless, she was aware that she should still be considered alive, despite the overwhelming aura of death that surrounded her, imparting a sense of extinction. Without further ado, as the deathly energy enveloped the small space, a sword suddenly soared into the air. Faintly, 3 treasures materialized: a tree, a seal, and a stone. Within, celestial bodies seemed to flicker into existence. The time stars appeared to be among them, albeit in a state of dormancy. As the sword manifested, Lin Hongyu grasped certain truths. The power of time within her was not the key to her resurrection, but rather a catalyst to awaken the time stars, allowing them to revive. Only then could she continuously generate more power of time. This was merely a preliminary force. Humph. Lin Hongyu suddenly snorted again, leaving Tianji perplexed. However, she pondered a troubling question. If I do not resurrect this fellow, could the true and false realms of the universe, merging together, ignite the revival of the time stars? If so, would it also signify that Li Hao could return? Was he waiting? not only for herself, but also for Hong Yitong and Qian Wuliang. If either of them harbored a desire to devour the other, he would return once more. Alternatively, if an outsider consumed both paths, he would also come back. He was not truly unable to return. He had not given up. Rather, he considered that if nothing significant occurred, he would remain uninvolved, but if something did arise, he might once again emerge from the ends of time and space. Lin Hongyu suspected she might be overthinking, yet she could not help but ruminate. The more she thought, the more she felt this man embodied such a nature. If Qian Wuliang dared to entertain thoughts of consuming Hong Yitong, he would likely be astonished to find Li Hao behind him, striking him down with a single blow. A slight smirk crept across Lin Hongyu's lips. This man truly exuded dominance. If I do not permit you to devour, then you shall not. If you dare to harbor such thoughts, I shall return to slay you. Truly, he is the man I, Lin Hongyu, have chosen. Beside her, Tianji grew increasingly bewildered by this young woman's thoughts. Was she psychologically disturbed? One moment she laughed. The next she was furious, then lost in contemplation. Was she ever going to focus on the matter at hand? Amidst Lin Hongyu's chaotic musings, a surge of vitality emanated from within her, and a feeble, yet potent power of time surged into the celestial sword. The sword quivered suddenly, deep within its core. It seemed as if a star had been ignited. In that instant, Lin Hongyu's expression altered as she gazed skyward, even though the aura of death obscured her senses. She felt the presence of celestial majesty. It was as if the igniting of the stars had once again drawn the attention of the chaotic thunder. The heavens subtly shifted in hue, a sensation that sent a shiver through him. Could it be that the third chaotic thunder tribulation was truly upon them? At that moment, Ermao lifted its plump head and gazed at the sky. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, not to devour the heavens and earth, but to exhale a unique form of energy that enveloped the small space around it. The impending celestial might dissipated in an instant. Ermao appeared somewhat weakened, stating, "Just a moment's obstruction. Though I lack the power of time, I possess the ability to isolate the realms. Previously, we lived in a realm of separation, a projected world, cut off from the outside, nearly non-existent in the present reality. Now, I shall employ this energy." Lin Hongyu hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder. Truly a remarkable cat." In this new era of martial arts, it was peculiar how everyone feared the Celestial Emperor. Yet, this cat was indeed commendable. Although it was not the Celestial Emperor, was it not of the same essence? As she pondered, she realized that there was no need for her to act. Suddenly, the celestial sword trembled violently, and stars began to materialize from the void. These celestial bodies commenced their arrangement, gradually forming an ethereal sword suspended between heaven and earth. This was the pathway of the Great Tao, composed of 360 stars, though they appeared dim. Only the central star radiated a faint glow, its luminescence originating from the time force within Lin Hongyu. The ethereal sword began to manifest droplets of liquid, each drop a manifestation of time energy, seeping into the cosmos, enveloping the stars, and creating a minuscule, nearly imperceptible river of time. At that moment, the 360 stars existed in a state of half illusion and half reality. Suddenly, it was as if the universe was reborn. The power of the Great Tao emerged, igniting certain stars that burst forth in resplendent brilliance. A flow of Tao energy surfaced within the river, intertwining with the river of time, merging into one. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, within the blink of an eye. Over 100 stars were ignited. At this moment, Li Hao had yet to appear. Lin Hongyu felt an overwhelming tension. She had not taken any action, and all of this was unfolding naturally. Indeed, as she had surmised, Li Hao was prepared, not merely waiting for someone to resurrect him. He could potentially resurrect himself, either by himself or through a dual integration of paths. This individual had truly orchestrated a contingency plan. How formidable! Stars continued to ignite. Streams of Tao energy surged into the river, and the sound of flowing water gradually became clear. Not far away, the heavens themselves trembled in astonishment. This fellow was indeed remarkably capable. All that was needed was a catalyst to reverse the cycle of rebirth. If this being could truly emerge from the silver moon, countless powerful entities would fall victim to his schemes. Setting aside other considerations, in the silver moon realm, he believed that unless someone advanced to the status of emperor, the outcome would be beyond the reach of those few. Even if Li Hao had borrowed countless future energies, he still could not be deemed an emperor. Yet, Despite this, he had still eradicated a multitude of beings. It was an unseen slaughter. In his state of agitation, he felt increasingly compelled to maintain his distance from this individual. Such a person was not to be trifled with. It was best to avoid any unnecessary entanglements, allowing each to go about their own affairs without interference. In this delicate moment, the long river suddenly stirred, reminiscent of the primordial scene of creation. Abruptly, a stone plunged to the riverbed. In an instant, the flow of the river halted, the stone covering the long river transformed into land. Lin Hongyu's expression shifted, and Tianji felt a subtle stirring in his heart. Noticing Lin Hongyu's tension, he quickly reassured her. This is the sharpening stone of the sword sovereign. It should not harm Li Hao. Mao gazed blankly for a while, before finally speaking. It's fine. This person intends to recreate the world, establishing a small realm. Just as he spoke, an incredibly ethereal figure suddenly materialized above the land formed from the long river. Emerging from an unknown source, the figure was insubstantial, with a starry imprint on its brow, indeed, the star of time. Its eyes, like the bright moon, gazed outward as if transcending time itself. Looking at Lin Hongyu, it seemed to reveal a hint of a smile. You are quite astute. Moreover, I extend my gratitude to both of you for your protection. As he walked upon the land created from the long river, his voice resonated as if traversing through time. How long have I been in slumber? Lin Hongyu had always answered Li Hao's inquiries respectfully, but today, she coldly retorted, You have been asleep for an hour. Li Hao's body momentarily froze. An hour? That couldn't possibly be enough time to address the myriad affairs of the silver moon, could it? A sword manifested in his hand, and with a single stroke, he shattered a star, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The star, once fractured, instantly transformed into the murky power of the Tao, merging into the land of the long river. He was indeed shattering the Tao. Li Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. Is that too brief? Has something occurred with the silver moon? Lin Hongyu remained composed. No. Everything is quite well. It is merely that you have encountered trouble. Naturally, I must resurrect my husband at the earliest opportunity to ensure his revival. I am concerned about potential errors, as countless lives of the silver moon are currently outside, praying for my husband with utmost sincerity, wishing for his eternal life. Master Hong and the others are preparing for your revival, abandoning their own pursuits and cultivation. Tianji and Elder Cat, without seeking anything in return, are also safeguarding your path. In short, everyone is striving for your sake. The silver moon is at peace. Li Hao gazed from afar, looking towards Lin Hongyu, and once more, he struck down a star with his sword. The star shattered again, transforming into the murky power of the Tao, merging into the land of the long river. After a moment of silence, Li Hao spoke. Given your swiftness in reviving me, you should understand that they need not assist. It burdens the people and depletes resources. Lin Hongyu replied calmly. Everyone harbors a fervent heart, viewing you as king, as deity, as master. How could one disregard their goodwill? Li Hao swung his sword to cleave the stars, shattering the celestial bodies he had painstakingly condensed, causing the entire world of the long river to expand exponentially. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. You are creating trouble for me. No, I am the foolish one. I am even inferior to the Western Queen. I do not grasp your meaning. I merely wish for your safe resurrection. Li Hao was taken aback, feeling somewhat helpless, choosing not to engage further. Are you foolish? You are not. You merely make me appear foolish. Had I known this, I would not have sought your help. Truly a divine pitfall. In that moment, a slight smile graced Lin Hongyu's lips. Have you nothing more to say? She gazed through time towards him. Why must you shatter the stars? A convergence of myriad paths suffices. Why must distinctions be so clear? Li Hao spoke. You shall converge your life star. Shortly, I will sever it with a single stroke. Lin Hongyu, undeterred, began to gather the stars within her. Li Hao turned his gaze once more, asserting, Do you comprehend the act of severance? I am foolish and ignorant. I do not quite understand. Li Hao was left speechless, muttering, Spare me the theatrics. Unable to intimidate her, he continued, You shall merge life and death. I will cleave your stars, integrating the path of life and death into the river of time. I had intended to revel in the new heavens alone. Yet the essence of life and death eludes me. By a stroke of fate, you summoned the dualities of existence. Thus, you shall amalgamate my new path. A smile graced Lin Hongyu's lips as a star gradually emerged within her, complex in nature, a blend of black and white. Tianji could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Li Hao, why does this path of life and death diverge from my new martial way of yin and yang? Yin and yang are one, while life and death stand apart." Li Hao resumed his task of severing stars, responding, "I am unaware of the true essence of your martial yin and yang. My path intertwines life and death with time. The past signifies life, the future embodies death, and the present amalgamates both, merging past and future." Tianji felt a headache coming on. Li Hao refrained from elaborating further, casting his gaze towards the heavens and then at the elder cat, saying, "Elder cat, I had anticipated that when the thunder descended, you would assist me in devouring it, yet you chose this method, creating a realm that is half real and half illusory, an experience akin to the vast universe." He concealed nothing, seemingly aware that the elder cat would aid him in consuming the thunder. Indeed, in that moment, Zheng Yu silently cursed again, realizing that this callous individual had even accounted for the cat in his plans. The elder cat, somewhat languid, offered no words but gave Li Hao a glance filled with profound weariness. Li Hao turned to the elder cat and, as if struck by a revelation, said, "If you find it dull, before locating Blood Emperor, you may explore my new heavens, traversing the realms of past and future. Although merely a phantasm, it may provide some solace." The elder cat inquired, "Is it truly possible to traverse the past and future?" "Indeed," Li Hao affirmed, "yet it is all but an illusion. The past is singular, while the future is boundless, navigating against the current of the past and with the current of the future. It consumes energy and life essence continuously. You, elder, do not mind expending your lifespan or energy, and returning reborn is preferable to merely entertaining oneself by swimming upstream." Tianji interjected, "Li Hao, do not act recklessly." Li Hao chuckled, "Follow your heart. The path is the heart's true desire. If the elder cat wishes to return to the past, it would be wise to swim against the river, revisiting the depths of memory. Should you wish to emerge, you may do so at any moment. Yet, if you choose to remain ensnared in your own memories, deceiving yourself for a lifetime, what then? Who does not understand that the past has already faded?" Upon hearing his words, the elder cat nodded slightly and, in an instant, vanished, stepping into the river of time. In that fleeting moment, it surged against the current. Feeling a tinge of sorrow, "You resemble him, yet you are not him. This cat knows that the past is irretrievable, yet I still yearn to see him." As it flowed upstream, time slipped away. The cat gradually became ephemeral, disappearing into the river before Tianji's almost crumbling gaze, as if it had plunged into the river's depths, never to return. "Li Hao." Tianji was on the verge of breaking down, exclaiming, "How could you have lured the elder cat away?" Li Hao sighed deeply. "Elder, it appears that this being is not particularly joyful. You and the Blood Emperor have resurrected it, yet it may not wish to dwell in Silver Moon at this moment. It is likely feeling quite bored. Perhaps it would be better to let it immerse itself in the past. In time, it may come to terms with its existence. If it truly finds peace, it can naturally emerge from its shadows." At that instant, at the river's end, a resonant sound of reading echoed. In the distance, an ethereal figure seemed to materialize, boundless and illusory, clad in white that was untainted by dust. A cat leaped and rolled, its tears cascading like a curtain of pearls, flowing into the long river, carrying with them profound sorrow and solitude. "Alas," Li Hao sighed again, "we beings, these entities, who says we all desire to live for eternity." This sentiment was directed towards the two cats, towards Zheng Yu, and perhaps even towards himself. If given the chance, he too would wish to swim against the current, returning to the past, to revel in that illusory world, to dwell within his own memories. Boom! The stars shattered, leaving only the celestial time stars adorning his brow. With a single step, he traversed the realms and reached out, revealing a star of life and death. Li Hao raised his sword, declaring, "If this star shatters, there will be no retreat for you." Zheng Yu gazed towards the river's end and suddenly smiled. "I desire the future, not to linger in the past. I accept the fate of marrying a chicken with a chicken and a dog with a dog." Li Hao felt overwhelmed, the fleeting solitude dissipating in an instant, replaced by endless vexation. Oh, how incomprehensible women can be. With a single stroke of his sword, he acted with decisive clarity. In that moment, the essences of life and death permeated the entire river. Zheng Yu, once shrouded in despair, transformed instantaneously into a vibrant being. This continuous transformation was painful and disorienting. Time passed, and the aura of death faded, replaced by vitality, rendering her as ordinary as any other, devoid of the essence of a cultivator. Meanwhile, Li Hao shattered the stars and, with a deep breath, gazed skyward, proclaiming, "Today, I seal the river, shatter the stars, and converge life and death into the 9th layer of harmony." Boom. A tree, a seal. The tree entered the river, taking root for thousands of miles. The great seal formed a barrier, enveloping the river. In the blink of an eye, the expanse of the river became a tunnel, boundless at both ends, fully formed. Li Hao's aura shifted from ethereal to substantial. The 9th layer of harmony, gathering 360 stars. The merging of the ethereal and the tangible, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th layer of harmony, yet still merely the peak of a semi-emperor. However, Tianji's expression shifted slightly as he gazed at Li Hao and suddenly inquired, "Is the true semi-emperor's pinnacle the 9th layer of harmony?" Li Hao turned his head, smiled, and nodded, "I suppose so. What constitutes the true pinnacle of a semi-emperor? It is one with a source, whereas the previous semi-emperors lacked such a foundation. Even the bone-devouring emperor of the Red Moon lacked the support of the cosmic Tao of the Red Moon, thus cannot be deemed a genuine emperor or semi-emperor. Of course, this can be considered so within Silver Moon. And Li Hao, having stepped into the 9th layer of harmony in a single day, could be regarded as at the semi-emperor's pinnacle, yet at this moment, his strength was not inferior to that of the bone-devouring emperor breaking free from confinement, nor weaker than the enigmatically Daoing, who was emperor-like, yet not an emperor. This was the true essence of the 9th layer of harmony. Tianji found himself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat helpless, for my 2 cats have been lost. Li Hao, that rascal, has actually entered the true 9th realm of harmony. Strictly speaking, in the Silver Moon, he could be deemed an emperor, and yet he is unable to best this fellow. How can I possibly reclaim Ermao now? It truly infuriates me. Had I known, I would not have aided him in safeguarding the path. At this moment, the ominous energy in the sky dissipated entirely, while the chaotic thunder tribulation that Zheng Yu and the others feared had yet to arrive. Li Hao chuckled, "It's fine. The new heavens are sealed. As long as I remain within the Silver Moon, even chaos won't discover anything for a while. If another chaotic thunder tribulation were to arise, he would find himself in tears." Zheng Yu suddenly asked, "Are you still a manifestation of heavenly will?" "Not anymore," Li Hao replied, shaking his head. "Heavenly will has perished. I have opened the new heavens, so how can it still be considered heavenly will? Then do you count as a human?" Li Hao paused, nodded after a moment. "I suppose so. That's good." Zheng Yu sighed in relief. "I was beginning to think you might not even count as human anymore." "Why did that sound so awkward?" Zheng Yu continued, "It seems simpler than I imagined. You merely need to shatter a few stars to succeed." Li Hao smiled wryly. "If you believe that enduring 2 chaotic thunder tribulations, along with the threats of an emperor and a half-emperor, does not constitute calamity, and that dying and being reborn is not crisis, then I have nothing more to say. It is indeed simple. The great path unfolds naturally." Zheng Yu couldn't help but want to retort, "You need to get in touch with reality. You may be youthful, yet you increasingly exude an air of age. You are even more devoid of humanity than Senior Tianji." Senior Tianji, caught in the crossfire, felt quite helpless. Li Hao, slightly taken aback, nodded. "That is a valid point. Perhaps I do lack a touch of humanity and may require an opportunity." Zheng Yu ceased her speech, as she understood the kind of opportunity needed. Those who had perished must return. Yuan Shuo, Ho Xiaoqing, and others have returned. Perhaps that would restore his humanity. Nearby, Tianji suddenly chuckled. "If you two were to have a child, you would certainly possess humanity." In an instant, he felt an overwhelming sword intent locking onto him. Tianji cursed inwardly. "This little brat dares to threaten me. He is truly insufferable, having stolen my cat, and I have yet to settle the score with him. Alas, it is better to let it go for now. My avatar truly cannot contend with this fellow at the moment." Chapter 416, A Duel of Swords, Subscription and Monthly Tickets Requested. This resurrection can be described as a natural progression, an inevitable outcome. Even when chaotic thunder descended and the Emperor's threats loomed, in that moment, Li Hao surprisingly had plans in motion. No wonder he remained calm from the very beginning, continuously opening his own path, without hesitation. The extraction of power, leveraging the crisis, instead led to Lin Hongyu's revival, all of which Li Hao deftly navigated. At this moment, the ominous energy in the sky had vanished, and the chaotic thunder had not returned. As long as Li Hao remained within the silver moon, there were no significant issues. Stepping outside posed a considerable risk of being discovered, potentially inviting another chaotic thunder. He successfully created a small world of his own. Although it was nowhere near the current silver moon, it was his own patch of land. To be able to create a world like the silver moon signifies not merely an emperor, but a supreme emperor. The essence of creating worlds and the limits of those nurtured by the heavens differ fundamentally. A creator of worlds must inevitably surpass those who are merely products of divine nurturing. In the realm of Li Hao's small world, should a new being emerge at this moment, it would likely only attain the level of the merging of the sun and moon. For achieving the 9th level of harmony is utterly impossible. The vast river cannot sustain such formidable beings. Li Hao remains relatively at ease. However, Tianji is anything but relaxed, jesting with a hint of exasperation. Will Air Mao be safe in your domain? It would truly be a nightmare. I have guarded this place for 100,000 years, and only now have I completed my task. Li Hao softly reassures, no worries. It is quite special and has a certain affinity with me. Tianji immediately becomes vigilant. This is not something just anyone can take away unless you intend to challenge the Blood Emperor, the Human King, or the Celestial Emperor. The mention of affinity leaves him taken aback. Li Hao chuckles, you've misunderstood. When I speak of affinity, I refer to its uniqueness. It is not composed of temporal power. Yet it bears a connection to time, rooted in the past and future, residing within that uncertain realm of projection, entangled with many complexities. At this point, Li Hao cannot help but inquire, is the Celestial Emperor truly dead? Indeed, Tianji confirms with a nod, he is genuinely gone. There is no need for concealment. When death occurs, it simply happens. If he had wished to return, he could have done so long ago. He simply found little in this world worthy of attachment. What a pity. Li Hao reflects. According to your words, the space where Air Mao and the Celestial Emperor once resided might have some connection to time. Extracting fragments from a corner of the past and bringing them into the present is utterly terrifying. Just as I cannot pull my past self from the river to exist in reality, even if I were immensely stronger now, it remains beyond my capability. Truly frightening. In the past, I did not comprehend this, merely recognizing it as a fleeting little space. Now, upon encountering time, I realize how formidable it is. Though I am dead, I can still seize the past and contend against the heavens and earth. Such a figure's demise is a tremendous loss. The Human King and others may possess strength, perhaps even surpassing that esteemed individual. Yet in this moment, Li Hao feels that when it comes to the Tao, the Celestial Emperor's insights are unparalleled. This is the essence of a cultivator. The Taoist is ethereal and elusive. The Human King and his ilk are merely humans, not Taoists. Of course, each possesses their strengths. It is not a matter of good or bad, yet Li Hao finds himself more inclined toward the pursuit exemplified by the Celestial Emperor, detached from worldly attachments. Choosing his own path. What significance does eternal life hold? The bone-eating emperor remarked that the Crimson Moon world once invaded a grand realm, directly consuming its sovereign. The latter could have resisted, but chose to dissipate instead, declaring that there was nothing left in this world worth clinging to. To survive is merely a torment. Such thoughts are often pondered by the elderly. Though Li Hao is still young, he harbors a desire to transcend. Since the demise of his mentors, the flames of desire have gradually dimmed. Were it not for a lingering attachment, a hope to resurrect them, perhaps he would not have retained even a trace of temporal power. The human heart is intricate, and he is indeed more complex than most. Upon hearing his words, Tianji nods slightly. That individual is indeed formidable, so do not entertain any thoughts regarding Air Mao. I won't. It merely lingers at the river's end. Immersed in the past, Li Hao smiled, fully aware of his own intentions. However, he harbored some doubts. The Blood Emperor's resurrection of it might stem from good intentions. Yet with the death of the War Emperor, bringing it back seemed to serve no purpose but to incite further turmoil. To live is to have meaning, Li Hao asserted. Shaking his head, he did not concur with Tianji's perspective. A cat, bereft of its master, which had lost its companion of countless millennia, would ultimately choose to perish alongside its owner in the final moments, a fate it would willingly embrace. Yet now, resurrecting the likes of the Blood Emperor should not be the course of action. Is it possible that the War Emperor is returning? Li Hao inquired. But Tianji shook his head in disbelief. How could that be? He dissipated all of his essence into the cosmos, merging with the new martial realm and entrusting it to the human king. The Blood Emperor and his ilk will not return. Li Hao was taken aback, then softly mused. Merged with the new martial realm, Silver Moon, birthed from it. He paused, gazing at the heavens, murmuring. Could it be that the energy of Silver Moon actually belongs to the War Emperor? Tianji was momentarily stunned, eventually replying, that seems unlikely. It is merely energy that has naturally dissipated from the new martial realm. Energy that casually flows can effortlessly create worlds? Can it forge the path of time? Li Hao questioned, reflecting on the uniqueness of time as a concept that had been born within a small world. War Heaven City, capturing fragments of the past, had indeed touched upon the essence of time, though the new martial realm had yet to grasp such a notion at that time. In that moment, Li Hao's mind was flooded with thoughts, and he sighed softly. Perhaps Silver Moon is a remnant of the War Emperor's lingering power. Thus, the resurrection of the two cats by the Blood Emperor may be an intention for them to remain by the War Emperor's side. Tianji was taken aback. Could that truly be the case? It seems improbable. He looked at Li Hao, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. You do not intend to claim the two cats for yourself, do you? You wield time, the king of Silver Moon. If this realm is indeed born from the last remnants of the War Emperor, it would not be unreasonable for the two cats to belong to you. Yet, what are the odds of such a coincidence? The War Emperor has long since perished. The power he left behind has enabled the human king and the Blood Emperor. Could it also have given rise to Silver Moon? Li Hao replied gently, do not regard me with such disdain. I am not so shameless. A small world cannot spontaneously emerge from the natural dissipation of power. If that were the case, there would be countless small worlds. I believe the birth of the Silver Moon realm is likely connected to the final remnants of the War Emperor. Otherwise, given the human king's domineering nature, how could he permit the energy of the new martial realm to leak out? Tianji frowned. That was for the Sword Sovereign. Li Hao shook his head once more. The Sword Sovereign unites all paths. The distinction between consuming and not consuming is negligible. Of course, one might interpret it differently. I merely present my perspective, which may not be correct. However, I feel that the Blood Emperor's resurrection of the two cats is rather abrupt. Even if he is reluctant, he should not take them away from the War Emperor, leaving them in solitude. That seems exceedingly selfish. Selfish? Is resurrecting it truly selfish? Tianji was left speechless. After all, he had no desire for death. Living was quite satisfactory. He did not entirely agree with some of Li Hao's assertions. Upon careful reflection, one might concede that Li Hao's conjecture holds a modicum of truth. Thus, one could infer that the source of energy for the Silver Moon world originates from the War Emperor. Suddenly struck by a revelation, he proclaimed, in the new martial world, there exist two realms of yin and yang. The yin realm has, in fact, emerged long ago, yet it remained undiscovered. Only the War Emperor recognized its existence. The human king was, in essence, extricated from the yin realm by the War Emperor. This implies that the War Emperor had already grasped the concept of yin and yang. In that era, he alone discerned this duality. Subsequently, through certain residual methods, the human king was brought into being. Li Hao nodded. Unperturbed, he possesses the ability to extract fragments from the past. Thus, it is only natural he can delineate yin and yang and determine life and death. Tianji opened his mouth, pausing for a moment before replying. That is true. I had not contemplated these matters. Nevertheless, he insisted, regardless. I will not concern myself with this. Mao does not belong to you. No matter how much you say, it will not alter the fact that Mao is not yours. He continued, you witnessed the projection of the Tsang Emperor. He invited Mao for some dried fish. Although the Tsang Emperor has a short memory, should you attempt to take Mao, you may invoke the wrath of the Tsang Emperor. Think carefully before proceeding. Li Hao chuckled. How could I possibly take Mao? It is he who has chosen to swim against the current and return to the past. Tianji shook his head. What you say is of no consequence. The Tsang Emperor is unreasonable. If he were reasonable, he would cease to be the Tsang Emperor. In any case, if you wish to take Mao, that is your prerogative. Just consider it carefully. Beside them, Lin Hongyu could not help but smile softly. That will not happen. Senior Tianji, please do not mind my impudence. I merely wish to inquire about the true strength of the Tsang Emperor. Tianji nearly rolled his eyes. What is this? Are you trying to gauge his strength for some grand scheme? To articulate his strength, he remarked, in the new martial world, once one reaches the level of Emperor Lord, distinctions become somewhat irrelevant, as it bears little significance. However, within the realm of Emperor Lords, disparities in strength do indeed exist. For instance, a formidable figure like the Celestial Emperor could effortlessly contend with 5 top-tier Emperor Lords, while the Human King managed to slay the Celestial Emperor. The Human King and the Tsang Emperor share their power, making them evenly matched, and all of this transpired during the final battle of the new martial world. He elaborated, top-tier Emperor Lords refer to those at the level of the Supreme, such as Zheng Yu's grandfather. Below the top-tier Supreme are my father and his contemporaries, the venerable 9 emperors and 4 sovereigns. Following them are the likes of Sword Sovereign and other Emperor Lords. Then comes our generation, somewhat inferior, like myself, the Human King, and the Underworld King's Sword. Further down are figures like the Huai King, who are weaker than I, as well as some Emperor Lords from Jinqing City. Lastly, there are the mediocre Emperor Lords from the previous generation, such as Li Wuqing and the Half-Emperor, the Cat Tree, who is neither fully Emperor nor not. He turned to Li Hao. This final group is roughly on par with the Bone Erosion Emperor Lord, who, previously, revealed only a fraction of his strength after being weakened and stripped of the protection of the Red Moon World's Great Tao. In his prime, he would undoubtedly be far superior. Even you, at this moment, do not measure up to the peak of the Bone Erosion. Among the Emperor Lords of the new martial world, even the weakest of them would surpass the half-emperors of that era. The Celestial Emperor and his companions stand at the pinnacle of imperial authority. When Zheng Yu compared herself to them, she deemed it unnecessary to oppose these formidable new warriors over a mere cat. Li Hao, however, chuckled. Why speak of such matters, my esteemed elder? I never claimed I would seize the cat. Besides, Elder Ermao possesses his own thoughts. He is not merely an object for me to claim at will. I am merely offering a word of caution. Tianji displayed an air of indifference, yet inwardly cursed. What if I don't warn you, and you truly lose it? Li Hao chose not to dwell on the topic, glancing outside and inquiring, there have been no unforeseen changes during my slumber, have there? None at all. Zheng Yu promptly replied, no longer opposing him. Time is too fleeting. Even Qian Wuliang has not made any unusual moves. He is a sagacious individual. Unless he is utterly certain you cannot be resurrected, he would never dare to rebel at this moment. Upon saying this, she appeared somewhat perplexed. Was Qian Wuliang's control over the void part of your design? What design? Li Hao chuckled softly. You overthink things. If everything were planned, I would be an omnipotent deity. I merely instructed him to remain hidden and to act at the opportune moment. Of course, if Li Daoheng or Zheng Yu truly cannot contend with me and wish to provoke me, that might become a possibility, albeit a slim one. The greater likelihood is that the void universe would collapse. A plan? It cannot be classified as such. It is merely one of countless possibilities, with a rather small probability. If Zheng Yu had not reached that threshold or been ensnared by Li Daoheng, such a possibility would not exist. He was merely aiming to vex Li Daoheng. Li Hao continued, Qian Wuliang will not betray us, at least not at this moment. The unforeseen changes I spoke of refer to Li Daoheng. Li Daoheng? Zheng Yu was taken aback. He is dead, struck down by lightning. His path has been severed. The bone-eating emperor has perished. How could Li Daoheng still be alive? They perished together. Li Hao pondered for a moment and gently shook his head. It is not so simple to die. Even if the path is shattered, that merely affects the source. He has cultivated a new path, or he would not be able to devour Zheng Yu's new path's power. The new path's potency is limited, hence its impact is minimal. Zheng Yu suddenly grew anxious. He is still alive? Doesn't that spell trouble? Even if he is alive, his strength is greatly diminished, Li Hao replied, and then recalled something. Let us go and see him. What? Zheng Yu was startled. Do you know where he is? Tianji also appeared puzzled. I don't know. How do you? That's sort of the path, is it his? No, Li Hao shook his head. Follow me, and you shall find out. With curiosity piqued, Tianji said nothing further and prepared to accompany him. Li Daoheng had not perished. The trio vanished in an instant. In the realm of Silver Moon, expansion continued unabated. The populace began to prepare for Li Hao's resurrection. At the very edge of heaven and earth, near the Star Gate, 3 figures suddenly materialized. Beside the Star Gate, which the others dared not approach, stood a small courtyard, Onping residence. Within this courtyard, originally left by the former king of humanity as the abode of the Sword Sovereign, sat a solitary figure, with a long sword on his back. He turned his head slightly toward Li Hao, revealing a faint smile. "You've arrived?" It seems as though it was foreseen that Li Hao would return once more. Likewise, Li Hao appeared to be certain that this individual was present here. Stepping into the void, Li Hao advanced. Behind him, Tianji and Lin Hongyu were taken aback, astonished that this person was indeed still alive. Incredible! Li Daoheng, with long hair flowing, donned in a cerulean sword robe, maintained a tranquil demeanor and commanded, "Sit." Li Hao complied and took his seat. At a stone table, the two sat apart. He neither glanced at Tianji nor Lin Hongyu. Although his aura was not overwhelmingly strong, it brimmed with the essence of swordsmanship as he directed his gaze at Li Hao. "I knew you would not easily perish." Li Hao replied, "I, too, am aware that you are not so easily defeated." A smile graced Li Hao's lips. "Care for a drink? Your wine lacks maturity." Li Daoheng produced a jar of wine, conjuring a goblet that filled instantly, which fell before Li Hao. He lifted the cup and drank deeply, an inexhaustible surge of sword intent erupting within him. He quietly sensed the atmosphere, and after a while, expressed his admiration. "Impressive. Your comprehension of the sword surpasses mine. 100,000 years, even a swine would show some progress." Li Daoheng, calm as ever, regarded Li Hao. "Yet, I find myself perplexed. Why are you so certain I would be here? You have received the true legacy of the Sword Sovereign. In today's world, there is nowhere left for you to go. The Star Gate remains unopened. If you do not come here, where else could you possibly venture? You are aware that I will not easily meet my end. It was only a matter of time before I would find you." Zheng Yu remarked that for the past 100,000 years, you have scurried about like a rat. You likely dispute that, so why not remain in Anping? Li Daoheng nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Apart from this, where else could I go?" He chuckled, lifting the wine jar and drinking it all in a single gulp. With an air of nonchalance and a hint of arrogance, he scoffed. "What is Zheng Yu? He merely believes himself to be the master of everything. Of course, I am no one of consequence either. If I truly possessed the capability, I would not have fallen to this day. The Sword Sovereign once proclaimed that those who learn from me live, while those who imitate me perish. To emerge as the Sword Sovereign from a family is both an honor and a burden." Suddenly, Li Daoheng began to speak of unrelated matters, likening it to Zhang Yin. Did he lack talent? Was his aptitude not formidable? Was he not diligent enough? In truth, it was not merely the predecessors that hindered him. The more prideful one is, the more arduous the journey becomes. If it were simply a matter of learning, then even a heavenly king, a half-emperor, or even a lesser emperor would be within easy reach. For those of mediocre caliber, like the senior Tianji, it is actually quite acceptable. One need not strive for supremacy to traverse far. Tianji felt a twinge of discontent. Yet Li Daoheng remained unfazed and continued. Conversely, individuals like us, who proclaim unmatched talent, yet cannot truly be regarded as peerless, possess lofty aspirations, but lack the foundational depth to claim to be the strongest, yet fall short of boundless strength. Such individuals experience the greatest discomfort. He turned his gaze to Li Hao. "Were I to choose to learn without changing, I could easily become a half-emperor. Perhaps I could even hope to depart with the Sword Sovereign. Yet, aspiring to be an emperor while merely attempting to learn without achieving integration may lead to today's predicament, which, barring unforeseen circumstances, would be a case of self-inflicted misfortune." This sentiment was difficult for the common person to comprehend. Yet Li Hao understood, nodding in agreement. "I comprehend. You do not grasp." Li Hao shook his head. "I do understand. My master is also a remarkably gifted martial artist. What you describe, I have indeed experienced. To follow him completely would yield substantial achievement. Yet to break free from his influence, harboring lofty aspirations and seeking my own path, becomes a formidable challenge. In truth, as I reflect upon the present, I concede that when it comes to martial prowess, I do not rank among the most formidable. Fortunately, my master possesses a singular virtue." Li Hao paused and smiled. "Though his strength is not formidable, I have surpassed him in power, shattering the constraints he once imposed upon me. Had he been as mighty as the Sword Sovereign, perpetually casting his shadow over me, I fear I would have succumbed to despair." Li Daoheng sighed and nodded in agreement. "Your assertion bears merit. Thus, in my estimation, Zhang Yin exhibits greater talent than both his elder brother and sister. Yet he has not ascended to the level of the supreme, resulting in a sort of mediocrity. As for myself, I consider that among the Li family, barring the Sword Sovereign, I possess the greatest innate ability, yet I have failed to surpass him and have been reluctant to fully emulate his path. My pride and ambition have hindered my progress, leading me inevitably toward ruin. Take the venerable Tianji, for instance. He possesses a profound self-awareness. Acknowledging that he falls short of his father and the monarch, he chooses to tread the well-worn path, seeking not to surpass, but merely to imitate, thereby achieving the esteemed rank of emperor. Tianji chuckled. That is not incorrect. Indeed, there is wisdom in such a sentiment. Li Daoheng nodded slightly. This mindset exemplifies the greatest advantage. Were I in your position, I would find it difficult to adopt such an attitude. Years ago, in this very place, the sword's sovereign imparted upon me the notion that should I transcend my limitations, the future would be boundless. Conversely, if I failed, I would remain forever overshadowed by him, facing a dismal fate. I heard his words, yet remained defiant, unyielding, and firmly believed that I could break free. With a shake of his head, he continued, reality has proven my failure. I have become ensnared in my own stubbornness, vainly believing I could succeed. Perhaps, in the eyes of the sword sovereign, I am merely a source of amusement. Li Hao nodded. Perhaps so. Li Daoheng chuckled. You are quite candid. Why beat around the bush? Li Hao laughed in return. It is simply as it is. The times are different. In terms of innate talent, it is conceivable that we are not inferior to our predecessors, yet we inhabit a disparate era. As the saying goes, epics forge heroes. Since we are not of that time, it is challenging to grasp the essence of its defining characteristics. Often, hard work, perseverance, and talent combined pale in comparison to the favorable winds of an era. Without seizing the moment, surpassing becomes an arduous endeavor. Li Daoheng pondered this thoughtfully, nodding slightly. Is this a form of consolation? Perhaps it is. He smiled and retrieved a flask of wine. Let us share a drink, though you are young. Your insights are considerable, and your mindset is undoubtedly superior to mine. Li Hao did not refuse. With another cup of wine, he savored its essence, while across from him, Li Daoheng continued to indulge. After a lengthy silence, as Zheng Yu and the others began to grow impatient, Li Daoheng spoke. I wish to make one more attempt. Li Hao, momentarily taken aback, nodded. Very well. My sword is unparalleled. Li Daoheng regarded him intently, enunciating each word. A duel. Should I face defeat once more, I shall bestow all my sword intent upon you. Whether you choose to learn or to gift it, it shall belong to you. Should I emerge victorious, he paused momentarily before adding, my sword intent, I shall regard as compensation for my inept younger brother. Victory or defeat, the outcome remains unchanged. Upon my return, he is destined to perish. There exists no notion of mutual admiration among heroes. It is an illusion. He is not a hero. Can Li Hao be considered one? Perhaps. Li Hao nodded. Indeed. At this moment, Li Daoheng's combat prowess was not formidable. He barely qualified as a semi-emperor, with certain disparities still evident. In a true battle, he would undoubtedly face death. However, in a sword duel, his opponent had immersed himself in the sword path for 100,000 years, rendering his sword skills exceptionally potent. Li Hao's sword may not measure up to his. At this juncture, Tianji proposed, allow me to act as the mediator. I shall oversee this battle. What do you both think? Li Daoheng nodded, expressing no objections, while Li Hao replied with a smile, that is agreeable. In an instant, the two vanished, and above Onping, a peculiar void materialized, with both standing opposed, each wielding a sword, their sword intent vibrant. Draw your swords. A simple command. As their blades met, silence enveloped the atmosphere. The two swords remained level, each retreating slightly. Zheng Yu and Tianji merely observed, failing to discern any remarkable nuances. It was merely fundamental swordplay. A brief contact before withdrawal. One sword, two swords, three swords. Gradually, Zheng Yu furrowed her brow. The exchanges were too ordinary, lacking grandeur. Both parties executed their strikes, only to retract them immediately. There were no cataclysmic clashes, no shattering of the void, only the mundane. At this moment, within the void, Li Hao unleashed his sword once more, the 181st strike. As the blade emerged, it seemed to embody the passage of time. His opponent also drew his sword, a strike that promised annihilation. The moment their swords collided, the heavens themselves shuddered, and Li Daoheng's sword was reduced to ash, leaving no trace behind. Your sword is no more. Li Daoheng glanced at Li Hao, a lingering smile gracing his lips as he mused. The sword of time is indeed intriguing. With that, His form began to dissipate, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. In truth, I was defeated long ago, was I not? Li Hao, you are more gracious than the king of humanity, who would not grant me such an opportunity. Li Hao observed silently, then looked down at his sword. Noticing a charred mark upon it, he spoke softly. In this duel, I concede, you need not be modest. You have absorbed the essence of chaotic thunder's destructive intent. Were it not for the absence of a superior sword, time would remain weak, inferior to destruction. Otherwise, the previous thunder could not have shattered time. Li Daoheng's form continued to disintegrate, transforming into wisps of sword intent, his voice remaining calm. In a sword duel, it is not merely the sword that is tested, but also the Dao. In truth, I have understood this for a long time. It is merely my reluctance that binds me. The sword sovereign has long transcended the realm where the sword is form and the Dao is essence, while I still pursue form, lacking the essence. A sword devoid of the Dao's foundation, cultivating the Dao repeatedly, only leads to an obsession. You see far clearer than I. You comprehend that the sword is but form, and if it does not suffice, one must relinquish it. Yet I have clung to this for 100,000 years. Had I surrendered earlier, perhaps I might have had another chance. But to relinquish early would mean I am no longer Li Daoheng. For such is my nature, unyielding for a lifetime. As he spoke, a smile graced his lips. In truth, dying by your hand is not my desire. My sole dream over these 10,000 years has been to truly receive a strike from the sword sovereign. I have always anticipated that I would be slain by him. My massacre of the Li clan was but to await this day. Li Daoheng's tone turned cold and sharp. Though the sword sovereign imparted his sword intent to me, he has never wished to strike me. I long to receive his blade. Even in death, I would have no regrets. If he does not wish to, then I shall await his strike. Li Hao frowned slightly. If the sword sovereign were to direct his blade at his own, he would cease to be the sword sovereign. You are indeed remarkably obstinate. Perhaps so. Li Daoheng's laughter echoed. There is no need to inform Li Daozong. I have perished once more. And given that I had already met my demise before, reiterating it bears no significance. Very well, Li Hao nodded. Before him, the figure had completely dissipated, leaving behind a trace of sword intent, akin to thunder. In this moment, both Tianji and Lin Hongyu were taken aback. Lin Hongyu swiftly ascended into the air, gazing at that strand of sword intent, then at Li Hao, her expression tinged with vigilance. Could he have feigned death once again? The chaotic thunder has not managed to extinguish him. The crux of the matter lies in the knowledge that Li Hao is capable of resurrection. The opponent lies in wait. And moreover, their confrontation was but a mere skirmish, devoid of grand maneuvers. Yet Li Daoheng has perished? Is there a hidden conspiracy at play? There is no feigned death. He is truly dead. Li Hao sighed and shook his head. This fellow is excessively proud, obstinate, and ruthless. Ruthless? Has he slain members of the Li family? At that moment, Li Hao's river of time suddenly manifested. Lin Hongyu focused her gaze, momentarily startled. Within the river of time, thunder raged, reminiscent of chaotic thunder. She was taken aback. What was this? It was the remnant of his final sword strike. Li Hao's form gradually disintegrated, only to swiftly recover. Within the river, the annihilative thunder was rapidly enveloped and suppressed deep within. Beside him, Tianji marveled. This individual possesses formidable sword intent. It has managed to infiltrate your inner realm. I almost overlooked it. Li Hao nodded. He has emulated the sword sovereign and achieved a remarkable pinnacle, yet his obstinacy prevents him from solidifying the eternal sword intent. With chaotic thunder manifesting, he sought to anchor his core upon it, akin to my own foundation in time. However, this approach is detrimental both to oneself and others. Had he solidified the eternal sword before the arrival of the 10th thunder, he might have had a chance to contend with me. Having said this, he turned to Lin Hongyu and elaborated. The 10th thunder represents his desperate gamble, using his corporeal form and sword bones as fuel to ignite his sword intent, shattering the fundamental path at the cost of summoning the chaotic thunder sword. In my previous strike, the 181st sword, I employed time against the thunder. Had he not suffered severe damage, this strike would have rendered time inferior to thunder. Lin Hongyu, disregarding the particulars, solemnly inquired, does the chaotic thunder permeating the river of time affect you? As for the intentions of Li Daoheng, she found them inconsequential. In the end, he would still meet his demise. To some extent, Li Hao acknowledged, gazing skyward. Initially, I had a 50% chance of provoking the chaotic thunder upon emerging from the silver moon. After his interference, That probability has risen to at least 90%. Yet it seems there is little difference, he continued. Of course, the danger appears to have escalated. However, having navigated through 2 such trials, I believe the 3rd should pose no issue. That is reassuring. She then glanced at the lingering sword intent left by the opponent's demise, pondering, how shall we address this? Devoid of chaotic thunder, it merely represented the dissipated state of the eternal sword intent. Full comprehension of it could lead to imperial aspirations, embodying balance and tranquility. Devoid of his entwined obstinacy and thunder, since his final strike triumphed over mine, it would be prudent to offer it to the 9th master as per his conditions. Zheng Yu appeared somewhat apprehensive, but that is of no consequence. Li Hao shook his head, grasping the essence of sword intent, which was indeed remarkably balanced and serene. Internally, it harbored countless sword intentions, clearly delineated and harmoniously unified. Perhaps this was the true Longxing sword. Unfortunately, Li Daoheng was unwilling to fully embrace the path of the sword master. However, Li Hao did not find this regrettable. Those with lofty ambitions often perceive themselves as unique. He too was guilty of such sentiments. Yet, some falter while others succeed, and it is precisely this indomitable spirit that allows successors to surpass their predecessors. Otherwise, they would merely rely on their elders. At that moment, Tianji floated nearby, somewhat contemplative. If I were in his position, I would either conceal myself or take a daring risk to see if I could escape through the Stargate. Remaining here, awaiting your arrival, seems akin to a fate sealed by destiny. Li Hao chuckled, but refrained from comment. Each individual possesses their own choices. Li Daoheng understood that his chances of resurrection were significant, and hiding bore little meaning. Once captured by Li Hao, the shame would be unbearable. For now, at least, he had the opportunity to duel Li Hao. In truth, when it came to pure sword intent, the opponent had triumphed. Zheng Yu remained somewhat suspicious. Genuinely frightened by these individuals, perhaps I should investigate the 9th master and Dao sword, even Master Hong. I believe it is prudent to do so, if only to prevent the possibility of our adversary seizing control or invading our bodies. This Li Daoheng, having survived 10 strikes from the Chaos Thunder, still managed to confront Li Hao again. She truly believed he might still have a chance at resurrection. Li Hao shook his head. He is truly dead. Who can say for certain? Just as Zheng Yu was about to respond, Li Hao interjected. He is truly dead. If he survives this time, he would no longer warrant my concern. A swordsman who has reached this juncture, I have fulfilled his desire for a swordsmanship exchange. If he has forsaken even his own condensed chaos sword intent, then such a Li Daoheng has relinquished his essence. In life or death, there is little distinction. Zheng Yu appeared to grasp, yet not fully comprehend, as Li Hao smiled. To put it simply, it is about the root of the Tao. The great Tao must have its source. If you abandon the very roots and origins of the Tao, your existence loses its significance. Just like you. Your source of the Tao is not life and death, nor chaos, but rather the most primal desires and aspirations within your heart. If you forsake even this, you cease to be Zheng Yu. Even if you live, it is akin to being dead. The most primal desire? Zheng Yu pondered. What is my most fundamental wish? Before she could voice her thoughts, Li Hao remarked, I do not know. Perhaps you do not know either, but ignorance can also be a form of happiness. Li Daoheng is aware, and thus he suffers. The elder Tianji knows as well, yet living brings comfort. The source of Tianji's Tao is to remain undisturbed, to enjoy life, and to seek immortality. This source and root of the Tao are, in essence, quite simple and profoundly joyous. Beside them, Tianji rolled his eyes in exasperation. Why must I be involved in this? What manner of person do you think I am? This brat has become quite audacious. If my true self were present, I would wish to deliver a decisive blow. Such flattering words. Yet he insinuates that I am merely fearful of death. Zheng Yu was still pondering, while Li Hao cast a glance at Onping residence, choosing to disregard her. He surveyed the courtyard and lamented. The Li family lineage now has only the 9th commander remaining. Li Daoheng deliberately spared him. Otherwise, he would have severed all ties without hesitation. He should have eliminated the 9th commander at the first opportunity. Are you suggesting he has shown mercy? Zheng Yu interjected. He is not at all merciful. He is a villain. Do you really think, judging by Li Hao's demeanor, that he has shown leniency? Li Hao shook his head once more. It is not that he has shown mercy, nor that he is a good person. Rather, he does not even have faith in himself. How can he expect to prevail? If he believes that annihilating the Li family will truly change anything, then why pursue such a futile endeavor? If one must act, it should be with resolve. Hesitation serves no purpose. From the outset, his failure was inevitable. Upon hearing this, Tianji could not help but cast a glance in his direction. At that moment, he began to contemplate that this young man was genuinely ruthless. Had he been in Li Daoheng's position, perhaps he would have obliterated the Silver Moon eons ago. Such a simple statement sent shivers down his spine. Li Hao spoke with ease, yet Lin Hongyu failed to grasp the deeper implications. However, Tianji, being seasoned and astute, discerned certain truths, feeling a chill at his core. This young man, appearing gentle and unhurried in his actions, seldom raised his voice, yet he was indeed a biting dog in disguise. Previously, he had likened Li Hao to the War Emperor, but in an instant, he realized his mistake. The War Emperor, at his core, was not ruthless. Li Hao, in stark contrast, was the embodiment of that trait. Let us depart. Li Hao looked downward, neglecting the star gate above, and, while traversing the void, remarked with a smile. Even a nationwide prayer should not be in vain. It is the perfect opportunity to undertake something meaningful, such as attempting to resurrect my mentors. In this way, I would owe them a debt of gratitude, which would be worthwhile. Lin Hongyu was taken aback. Is it truly feasible? Previously it was impossible. But let us give it a try now. Though long past, if we can seize upon certain traces, it may yet be achievable. Li Hao mused with a hint of nostalgia. They have slumbered for far too long. I hope they can return. With the assistance of the esteemed second cat at the end of Time's river, I might attempt this. Otherwise, the cosmos is fragile, and complications may arise. Tianji rolled his eyes. Good grief. Are you trying to lure the second cat into the river of time for your own schemes? Just to gain its aid in suppressing time? If that is the case, it can only be said that this rascal is truly devious. The precise strength of the second cat was uncertain even to Tianji, at least, from the final battle of Ur. The second cat transformed into an arrow and wounded the heavenly emperor, a figure of immense stature capable of annihilating ordinary emperor-level beings with a single blow. The second cat's ability to inflict harm upon him, albeit under the War Emperor's guidance, attested to its formidable prowess. At this moment, with its presence anchoring the river, it would indeed be extraordinary. Li Hao sought to resurrect his master, requiring a reversal of time to capture elusive threads from the past. With the presence of Air Mao, the challenge was indeed significantly diminished. The more he pondered, the more he felt the need to distance himself. In the next instant, Tianji spoke. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. Senior, Air Mao is still here. But Tianji had already vanished in an instant, his voice lingering. There's no rush. I will return to rest for a while, as my injuries are severe. Until next time. Yet in his heart, he silently vowed never to return. Li Hao was truly a source of anxiety. Li Hao chuckled softly, and Lin Hongyu could not help but laugh as well. This senior is truly amusing. Amusing? Li Hao echoed with a smile. It was not mere amusement, but genuine fear of death. A dignified emperor, and yet such a person existed. No wonder he had lived so long. To achieve the status of emperor was indeed a testament to his unique path. Chapter 417. A word decides, subscription and monthly tickets requested in the central continent. The populace prayed fervently. With Li Hao's fall, they hoped for his resurrection, as nearly every Silver Moon citizen wished for his revival. With him around, they felt emboldened. What would become of Silver Moon in the wake of Li Hao's demise? The overwhelming thunder and the chaotic world, teeming with ferocious beasts, left the Silver Moon people distrustful of others. Before Li Hao's rise, the celestial star had languished in feudal darkness for centuries, with no one able to reverse the tides, whether the 9 divisions or the Silver Moon warriors. Ultimately, they remained unchanged. When Li Hao ascended, the 9 divisions, royal families, 3 major organizations, 99 provinces, 7 sacred mountains, ancient relics, and remnants of new martial arts were all swept into oblivion, an invincible existence. Thus, on this day, upon learning of Li Hao's battle death, the hearts of the masses trembled. Fortunately, the prospect of his resurrection brought them some comfort. However, countless individuals still harbored concerns about potential failure in his revival. They also feared that with Li Hao's death, those proud and fierce warriors might rebel. This was a pattern seen throughout history. In Tianqing City, anxiety crept into the hearts of the people. At the governor's office, Hong Yitong, Qian Wuliang, and others gathered. deliberating on how to harmonize the dual paths of the universe to ignite the celestial stars of time, thus providing an opportunity for Li Hao's revival. Of course, it seemed that the celestial stars of time had been utterly extinguished, shattered by chaotic thunder. Whether they could be reignited remained uncertain. As the assembly discussed how to expedite Li Hao's revival, a figure materialized silently within the hall. Initially, no one paid attention, except for the usually listless Black Panther, which suddenly turned its head, its gaze filled with astonishment and joy. Li Hao chose not to conceal himself or observe from the shadows, for he felt no need to do so. Even in his fall, it was merely a case of out of sight, out of mind, hoping to rest peacefully for a time. However, Zheng Yu had resurrected him prematurely. As for whether Qian Wuliang and the others would rebel, he truly did not care. Since he was indifferent and possessed the power to sweep across the world, why hide? There was no necessity for such concealment. Woof! The silhouette of the Black Panther darted forward, causing all those engaged in conversation to turn their heads. In the next moment, they were struck dumb. Some wore expressions of terror, while others radiated joy, and disbelief hung in the air. The terror stemmed from the instant doubt about whether this person could truly be Li Hao. How could he possibly reappear after having been struck down? The resurrection plan had yet to commence. Qian Wuliang's expression shifted dramatically, and an overwhelming joy washed over his face as he exclaimed, "The Lord has returned." He sprang to his feet and hurried forward, overwhelmed with elation. The Lord has been resurrected. It was only then that the others began to regain their senses. As they noticed Zheng Yu trailing behind, they collectively exhaled, each momentarily dazed. Hong Yitong wore a puzzled expression as he scrutinized Li Hao, questioning whether this truly was the man they had witnessed perish by lightning. Although he possessed the ability to return from death, they had not been prepared for his resurrection. Li Hao offered a slight nod and a smile, remarking, "It has only been a few hours. Do you not recognize me?" Director Zhao quickly approached, casting a glance at Li Hao before shifting his gaze to Zheng Yu, momentarily suspecting that she had procured a substitute to fortify her position. However, upon observing Li Hao closely, despite the lack of any imposing aura, he instantly recognized him. In truth, Qian Wuliang had confirmed from the very beginning that this was indeed Li Hao. The mere presence of Li Hao exuded a sense of pressure and even suffocation that no other entity could evoke. Under Li Hao's gaze, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, as though calamity loomed. Though he had never contemplated betrayal, a flicker of apprehension lingered in his heart. If Li Hao could not be resurrected, he would certainly refuse to bow to Zheng Yu. This concealed sentiment had never been voiced. Yet at that moment, upon seeing Li Hao, it felt as though Li Hao could see right through him, igniting a realization that perhaps he was merely overthinking. Nevertheless, the fact remained that he was genuinely unsettled. Even after attaining the pinnacle of the void path and the 6th level of the harmonious path, his heart was still fraught with unease. "Congratulations, my lord." Director Zhao quickly spoke, his earlier anxiety dissipating. He had genuinely feared that Li Hao might not return, knowing that such a scenario would inevitably lead to complications, conflicts between the dual sovereigns, clashes between the Silver Moon warriors and outsiders, as well as tensions between the Silver Moon people and the new warriors. Without Li Hao to maintain order, no one else could suffice. With Li Hao's resurrection, a wave of relief washed over him. Li Hao smiled once more. "Thank you all for your hard work." He stepped forward with an air of calm and composure, making his way towards the throne above. Everyone took their seats, curiosity mingling with a sense of relief as previous tensions dissipated in an instant. The once palpable atmosphere of hostility vanished without a trace. Li Hao cast his gaze around and noted the absence of many, particularly the new warriors, who seemed to have been excluded by Zheng Yu's decision. He chose not to comment, preferring not to provide a second explanation. At that moment, the void seemed to solidify as Li Hao extended his hand, and the very heavens appeared to fracture. In an instant, a grand palace emerged before them, the royal palace of the great Li. Li Hao extended his hand to the heavens, as if plucking an object from a mirror. His colossal palm descended upon the royal palace of Li with a resonant command, "Do not resist." At that moment, numerous individuals were gathered within the palace, primarily the new martial artists. Zhang Yin's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he was about to strike, he suddenly heard the voice and, with a flicker of his gaze, decided to forego his defense. The countenance of the Dali king transformed instantaneously, unleashing a punch that was futile to obstruct. The queen, too, morphed into a beam of moonlight, attempting to flee. Yet, in that fleeting instant, all things in the world were ensnared in his grasp. Whether it be the fist or the moonlight, both were captured in the blink of an eye. The onlookers felt an enveloping darkness, as though they had transcended space itself, traveling thousands of miles in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the formidable figures within the royal palace of Dali vanished, only to be replaced by a group of individuals who materialized in the grand hall. They stood in a state of utter disbelief. Zhang Yu's eyes flickered as he turned to Li Hao, a hint of admiration escaping his lips. Congratulations. Terrifying. In that moment, he could not shake the notion that Li Hao had ascended to the status of an emperor. Had he truly become an emperor? The Dali king's fist remained poised in the act of striking, and upon seeing Li Hao, he was struck dumb with incredulity. You were supposed to be dead. Yet, here he stood, alive once more. The Dali king was rendered speechless. What on earth is happening? Wasn't it said that resurrection is a daunting task? We had only just arrived at the royal palace of Dali, and you have returned to life? Are you even human? It seems the bone-eating emperor and his kin perished in vain. The queen, ever astute, remained silent, her eyes darting around as she surveyed her surroundings, seemingly searching for an escape route. Suddenly seized by Li Hao, she felt that this individual was more formidable than ever. There was no doubt in her mind. Li Hao was undeniably real. If he were an imitation, the authenticity of his portrayal was strikingly remarkable. Judging a person does not necessitate an assessment of their aura or strength. Merely observing their eyes and listening to their tone suffices, as some individuals do not require such judgments based on energy. As the Dali king, momentarily taken aback, glanced around, he inquired, "Is this Tianqing? Qinqing City, the governor's mansion?" Li Hao spoke, gesturing with his hand, and numerous chairs materialized. "Please, have a seat." Zhang Yu said nothing further and settled into an empty chair. Others, wishing to speak, fell silent and complied, taking their seats. The crisis within the silver moon was temporarily averted, and as for my resurrection, it warranted no excessive astonishment. After all, I possess a modicum of control over temporal forces, making my demise rather elusive. The silver moon realm is currently advancing, benefiting all, whether they be new martial artists or citizens of the silver moon, as it is not solely one individual who reaps the rewards. Resurrection warrants no undue alarm. A jest. Previously, your revival was merely a matter of instantaneous death and revival. However, this time, you were obliterated to ashes by the chaos thunder. Your very essence scattered across the cosmos. How can this even be resurrected? Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that you have, without harnessing the power of the future, captured these individuals from the far reaches of Dali with a mere grasp. While the Dali king, a titan among sovereigns, struck without causing even a ripple. What do you call this? It is difficult to speak for others. But the great Li king straightforwardly inquired, "Have you advanced again?" Li Hao chuckled, "I suppose so." "What do you mean by suppose?" The great Li king pressed for clarity. "You managed to summon us from such a distance at will. Have you perhaps attained the status of an emperor?" "Not quite. Not quite." "How can you say that when even a half-emperor pales in comparison to you? That hardly qualifies as not quite." Although the great Li king wished to inquire further, he noticed that everyone was gazing at him, leaving him momentarily speechless. He refrained from asking again, and simply remarked, "You've caught enough of them. Why bring me along? I am not your subordinate." "Just a formality," Li Hao replied with a smile. "You are the master. If I hadn't brought you along, would you not think everyone had left without a word?" "What nonsense is this?" the great Li king exclaimed. Li Hao chose not to jest any longer and continued. "Since everyone mistakenly believes I am deceased and requires resurrection, I cannot squander their goodwill. I wish to revive some individuals." The crowd fell silent, their hearts tightening. The Silver Moon martial artists were somewhat agitated. Was he referring to Yuan Shua and the others? Since the battle at Boundless City, Bei Quan had worn a fierce expression, far from the previous camaraderie. At this moment, the ferocity in his gaze momentarily dissipated. "Who will you revive?" Li Hao looked at him and replied, "Just as you surmised." Bei Quan's eyes sparkled with hope. "Is that possible?" Uncertain, he felt a fleeting gloom but soon reignited his enthusiasm. "You can do it. You must. If you could revive after being struck down by the chaotic thunder calamity, then they can too." Meanwhile, the members of Hong Yitong were also lost in contemplation. Could they truly bring back Yuan Shua and the others? To be honest, ever since those individuals fell in battle, the Silver Moon martial artists seemed to have lost their vitality, their actions muted, laughter a rarity. The insults had ceased, such as from Nan Quan. The coughs had vanished. Like those of Ho Xiaoqing. The bravado was gone, as exemplified by Yuan Shuo. The stoic faces had disappeared, including that of the formidable Jin Chang, regarded as a benchmark of strength. No one spoke of the 36 heroes anymore, only 35 rendered obsolete. No one mentioned, our minister can do anything. Ho Xiaoqing ultimately did not marry Yu Luocha, leaving behind endless regrets. Yao Si had also departed, and no one spoke of him again. During his time, the Silver Moon martial artists had yet to be born. All these events had transformed the atmosphere among the higher-ups of Tianqing. Yet today, when Li Hao announced his intention to attempt the revival of the fallen, the Silver Moon martial artists' eyes gleamed with excitement. Meanwhile, Qian Wuliang and the others exhaled softly. In truth, some had long regretted their past decisions. Regretted what? Regretted not saving those individuals back then, especially Yuan Shuo, despite the difficulty, almost impossibility of it. However, ever since Yuan Shuo's demise, those following Li Hao had felt a constant sense of trepidation. The previous Li Hao bore no resemblance to the aloof, indifferent, and ruthless figure he had become. Even his previous smiles, though tinged with insincerity, carried some degree of warmth. Now, his smile seemed merely a facade of emotional management, devoid of any warmth, leaving only an endless chill. At that time, Li Hao would jest with Nan Quan, tease Yu Luocha with playful glances, occasionally provoke Ho Xiaoqing, and display a hint of childlike innocence in front of Yuan Shuo, even unleashing a torrent of invectives upon Yao Si. In those moments, he truly epitomized the essence of youth. Yet now, although he remains unchanged, he is undeniably different. Reflecting on this, Qian Wuliang mused that he should have risked everything to bring back at least one, if not Yuan Shuo, then perhaps save Nan Quan. With Nan Quan around, that thick-skinned fellow, well acquainted with Li Hao and possessing a generous disposition, could withstand Li Hao's cold demeanor even if Yuan Shuo were gone. Others would falter in comparison. Hong Yitong could be a possibility, but he was often more reticent than Li Hao himself, making reliance upon him a dubious endeavor. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Li Hao. He began to speak. Reviving them presents several challenges. First, their natal stars, the most powerful among them, are likely shattered, and we must ascertain whether any weaker remnants remain. Second, the multitude of stars is staggering. The vast cosmos is filled with countless stars, many yet untouched. The crux lies in identifying their specific stars. Third, even if we locate some stars that indeed belong to them, we must question whether the dormant stars can facilitate revival. I have never attempted this. Divine resurrection hinges upon the activation of stars. It's that straightforward. Fourth, Li Hao paused, gazing at the assembly. This endeavor will necessitate the invocation of temporal powers, which may very well precipitate the re-emergence of chaotic thunder. Should such thunder manifest while I strive for resurrection, the two masters of the great Tao might meet their demise. Qian Wuliang's expression was resolute. Revival must take precedence. If they truly perish, there will still be opportunities for resurrection in the future. The crowd turned to him, questioning his sincerity. Li Hao chuckled. Wuliang, you are indeed a remarkable individual. Was this a compliment or a jest? Qian Wuliang found it difficult to discern. Yet he felt it sufficed as a declaration of his intent, dismissing further contemplation. Li Hao continued, let us proceed, then. If Wuliang has no objections, should chaotic thunder arise, I shall rely on the void Tao universe to seal the silver moon, sustaining it for a while. Qian Wuliang inwardly cursed. Again, it's me? I knew it. Had I remained silent earlier, I wouldn't be in this predicament. If I encounter that thunder, will I not be struck down? Li Hao added. Furthermore, if I cannot locate the true Tao universe, I shall venture into the void Tao universe to search. However, many of the shattered void stars may be lost, leaving little hope. Thus, the true Tao universe remains paramount. In succinct terms, he turned to Lin Hongyu, continued to lead the mass prayers, urging everyone to activate their Tao veins. Once the Tao veins are ignited, I can eliminate a portion and classify some dormant stars through connection. The remainder should consist of the stars left behind by the deceased. Li Hao elaborated. Naturally, many will remain, making them difficult to locate. And this task may require considerable time. In any case, I ask for your diligent efforts. An obligation we shall embrace. The crowd responded in unison. Observing this, the great Li King, feeling it did not pertain to him, prepared to speak of his departure when Li Hao suddenly called out, "Greatly King, what brings you here?" He almost replied casually, downplaying himself, but quickly added, "I am the King of Dali." Li Hao chuckled, saying, "This time, I need your assistance." "What?" the King of Dali asked, puzzled. "What does this have to do with me? Your vitality is exceptionally robust. Even my own vigor pales in comparison. You have cultivated the initial path of martial arts. Lend me some of your life force to reconstruct my physical form." Li Hao explained, "If I can truly resurrect, it will lay a strong foundation for them. Your vitality has even absorbed the remains of a top-tier martial artist. Just lend me some of your life force." The King of Dali was somewhat speechless. "How much do you need?" "All of it." "What?" The King of Dali instantly became wary. "What are you saying? You want to kill me?" "All of it." Li Hao nodded. "Indeed, all of it. You intend to kill me?" "Not at all." Li Hao shook his head. "I aim to save you. Previously, you summoned the future. Although you did not bring it forth, you did invoke the powers of the Overlord Emperor or the Iron Emperor. Still, you have become entangled in fate. Now, as you undergo this rebirth, you have no future to speak of. Perhaps you can avoid these entanglements. Then won't I be rendered useless?" The King of Dali questioned, his vigilance heightened. "Why do I feel as though you are deceiving me? When I helped you before, you didn't return the favor." Li Hao shook his head. "How could you be useless? This will also help you refine your body. You have indiscriminately consumed various energies, resulting in a chaotic vitality. Your rapid advancement is not beneficial for you. Is that so? Am I not faster than you?" The King of Dali felt skepticism. Yet there was a hint of credibility to Li Hao's words. "If my life force is depleted, how will I recover?" "Simple." Li Hao smiled. "It's not to harm you. It is to compensate you. Previously, I asked for your assistance, and now it is time to repay that debt. I will wash you clean with the river of time, consuming a bit of your lifespan, and you will be reborn with new vitality. Since you have no future, you shall become your own future. Is this feasible?" The King of Dali scrutinized Li Hao with some caution. "Are there any drawbacks?" "As I mentioned, your lifespan will be slightly diminished." "How much is slightly?" "I cannot say. It depends on how quickly you can fully recover. 10 years means a 10-year consumption. 100 years means 100. The King of Dali frowned and inquired, "Then after recovery, will I possess pure vitality? Will all previous drawbacks be eliminated?" This seemed quite advantageous. As for lifespan, he considered himself young. Reaching this stage, living for 100,000 years should pose no difficulty. What does it matter if 100 years are consumed? It appears feasible. The previous drawbacks will naturally be nullified. Those issues are insignificant in the face of time. The King of Dali felt a sense of relief and nodded, about to agree, when suddenly his expression shifted. "Wait, if the previous drawbacks are eliminated, aside from lifespan, will there be other issues?" Li Hao pondered for a moment, then nodded. "You may be struck by chaotic thunder." The King of Dali wanted to curse. "Get lost." Li Hao stated earnestly, "This is for your own good. After all, you have been touched by time. Being struck by lightning is not an immediate concern. It pertains to the future. This also serves to mitigate potential issues for you. I have calculated the moment you will be struck by lightning. It will be on the day the star gate opens. If the star gate does not open, you will not be struck. As long as you can withstand that day, you will have a clear path ahead. Is that true?" He thought swiftly, feeling a headache as he realized he could not outsmart this individual. What is the truth? Are there no further questions? None. The King of Dali was deeply conflicted. He was not particularly afraid of gambling, but it seemed that he had never reaped substantial rewards. Li Hao spoke eloquently, yet most of the time, he merely painted illusions for him. However, this time, Li Hao spoke earnestly. "You are currently at the level of a heavenly king, and advancing further will be challenging. Nevertheless, your vital essence is now pure, and with the current ascension of the heavens and earth, you should seize this opportunity. On the day of your complete ascension, you will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the heavenly king, or even ascend to the status of a half-emperor. Once the Stargate opens and you undergo another transformation, you will at least become a genuine half-emperor, and with a stroke of good fortune, there lies the possibility of achieving the status of emperor." Enough of this. The King of Dali was skeptical, yet the prospect of becoming a half-emperor intrigued him. After some internal conflict, he nodded. "Fine, I agree. But do not deceive me with your vital essence." At this point, he was uncertain how to threaten Li Hao. If he were deceived, what could he do to him? Li Hao chuckled. "I assure you, that will not happen." He then turned to the queen, who instantly felt uneasy, her eyes filled with caution. Li Hao, however, maintained a gentle smile. Queen, do you have a true name? None. The queen replied curtly. Li Hao smiled again, undeterred. Previously, I borrowed the power of the silver moon to divine the will of heaven, and I mentioned that there would be a return. This time, I bestow upon you another opportunity. The queen quickly interjected. No need, I do not require it. On the contrary, the debt I owe must be repaid. Li Hao stated categorically. This is also an opportunity. You, like the king of Dali, have consumed too much foreign power, resulting in a chaotic blend of strength. The power of the moon goddess is, in fact, rather muddled. The queen replied gravely. What do you mean, lordly? Within you, there exists a considerable amount of faith power, which is also quite disordered, having been formed by the gathering of tens, hundreds, or even more souls. Without the cleansing of the chaotic path, it remains tangled. Li Hao continued. Your issue can be resolved quite easily, and it does not even require the passage of time. A simple swim in the river of chaos will suffice to wash away these impurities. Li Hao smiled. This time, I grant you the opportunity to traverse the river of chaos under the stewardship of Master Hong. Generally, such an opportunity is not extended to outsiders. The queen pondered quickly, asking, what must I sacrifice in return? I have stated that it is to repay the debt of gratitude. He replied. Really? I do not need to do anything. The queen considered this and thought it might be worth a try, but the truth was, trusting Li Hao was quite difficult. The king of Dali had sacrificed his vital essence, which felt more reliable. She felt uneasy about contributing nothing herself. The queen promptly responded, that will not do. Previously, I merely borrowed a bit of strength, which is inconsequential. The river of chaos is of great significance, and I am unwilling to owe anyone a favor. State something I can do to assist you. The queen was overly courteous. Li Hao smiled and sighed. In that case, it would be impolite to refuse your generous offer. Before my demise, I spoke of the silver moon, devoid of celestial intent. The queen consumed the power of the silver moon, embodying the sole deity. Yet she too is a manifestation of the heavens, born of divine will. Unexpectedly, she has temporarily usurped the position of celestial intent. A flicker of alarm crossed the queen's mind. Li Hao continued, of course, it matters not. With a cheerful demeanor, he added, what the queen must do is simple. Once the individual is resurrected, gather the celestial forces of the silver moon to forge my bones and establish my foundation. After my passing, retrieve some of the dissipated and fragmented celestial intent. Your current absorption is far too chaotic. Dispense a portion to the resurrected one. As the silver moon's realm seeks to ascend, their absorption will yield beneficial advancements. The queen remained silent for a moment, nodding without uttering a word. Li Hao, aware of all, chose to remain taciturn. Indeed, since Li Hao ceased to embody celestial intent, she has consumed a vast amount of silver moon power, becoming the singular deity of existence. Now, with no new celestial intent born, could she possibly refuse to relinquish a fragment? No, she could not. This fellow is astutely aware. To dare to refuse would invite peril, and given that the silver moon's realm is on the verge of elevation, opposing it now might even preclude her from the benefits of ascension. I have no objections. Li Hao nodded, smiling. The queen understands the larger picture. However, regarding the massacre of countless silver moon inhabitants, the queen's countenance shifted. Her followers were all denizens of the divine realm. How could they be labeled as silver moon residents? Yet, such a statement could hold merit. In truth, it was solely advantageous for Li Hao. These zealots posed a significant liability, and the queen had swiftly resolved the issue within the divine realm, nearly annihilating the fanatics. This greatly aided the dominion of the celestial star over the world. But now, Li Hao added, this matter is complex, and I do not wish to delve deeply into it. However, the wanton slaughter of so many ordinary beings is indeed a transgression. The divine realm has already fallen under the sway of my celestial star. If left unaddressed, it would surely chill the hearts of the people. Let it be at the cost of the divine. Once there are no more deities in this world, the day my mentors are resurrected shall also mark the end of divinity. Li Hao gazed at her. Shall we incinerate all faith within you, reflecting upon the heavens, ensuring the deities are unparalleled? Is this agreeable? The queen's expression flickered, and after a moment, she nodded. It is acceptable. The issue is not overly burdensome. Save for one drawback, it will be increasingly difficult to gather faith in the future. It is for your own good. Deities have no future. Li Hao smiled. The queen shall undoubtedly possess a grander destiny. It is better to absorb less of the power of faith Consider it a token of my regard. Get lost. The queen refrained from further comment, silently cursing. Meanwhile, the others remained speechless, secretly astonished at his ruthlessness. From the outset, he had managed to subdue these two sovereigns entirely. The crucial point is that his repeated assertions of acting in their best interests sounded somewhat plausible. Who could discern whether it was truly for their benefit? Consequently, blood became the blood of the celestial king, and bones became the bones of the cosmos. Should these individuals truly be resurrected, they would possess a more formidable foundation. With remarkable ease, Li Hao had resolved the majority of the matter. Finally, he proclaimed, the true path and the illusory path diverge into two, yet unity is essential. Only in unity can the path be deemed complete. Upon hearing this, Qian Wuliang's expression changed dramatically. However, it was swiftly suppressed. Li Hao remarked, Qian Wuliang's mastery of the void path is a matter of serendipity. Just as Master Hong's command of the substantial path is also a stroke of fortune, it would be inappropriate for either to depart. With a glance at the two, he continued, after much contemplation, I realized that the heart of the great Tao, represented by the celestial time star, has been taken by me, and the opportunity for the convergence of the void and substance paths has been lost, which does present certain drawbacks. He sighed, noting that the silver moon was on the verge of ascension. The void path and the substantial path represent two facets of the universe. The heart lies in between. What shall we designate as the heart to achieve unity once more? Let us consider the silver moon world as the heart. What does that imply? The crowd stirred with curiosity. Li Hao elucidated. On the day of the silver moon world's ascension, the two of you shall descend into the great Tao universe. With the silver moon as the heart of the Tao, effectively encircling it, each shall govern their respective realms. Yet, through the silver moon, the void path and the substantial path will be interconnected at this nexus. At this point, Zheng Yu could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, if that is the case, does the great Tao universe still count as unified? Indeed, Li Hao affirmed, not only does it count, but it also possesses an additional advantage. With both of you governing the two paths, the populace may cultivate in myriad ways, whether in the substantial path or the void path, all within a single universe. The void path will integrate, and the substantial path will also harmonize, attuned to the hearts of the people, observing the benefits of promotion and the inclinations of the populace. With a beaming smile, Li Hao continued, if the masses favor the substantial path, the substantial universe flourishes. If they lean towards the void path thrives. Should the populace abandon the void path, it will perish, and the substantial path will prosper. Conversely, if they forsake the substantial path, it will be extinguished, and the void path will flourish. Do you understand my meaning? Qian Wuliang's expression was one of deep concern, appearing utterly distressed and conflicted, exclaiming, Lord, currently the void path is exclusively a realm of mental cultivation. My world is entirely focused on the substantial path. How many are truly devoted to the void path? Alas, does this not mean I am destined to be a mere pawn for someone else? This is too harsh. Li Hao, however, shook his head with utmost seriousness, declaring, that is a misconception. The substantial path is certainly inferior to the void path. Yet, it demands your own effort and advocacy. How shall you promote it? The key lies in divine writings and influence. In the past, when the populace lacked enlightenment, they could only practice the rudimentary substantial path. Yet now, they have barely begun to awaken their understanding, which presents an opportunity for you. The more they awaken, the clearer it becomes that the substantial path is coarse, primarily focused on close combat. In contrast, the void path embodies the essence of cultivation. He turned to Qian Wuliang, stating, promote the void path and elevate its significance. If the populace thrives, so shall you. If the populace falters, so shall you. The greater the challenge, the more substantial the reward. Should you succeed in making the void path the mainstream, even Master Hong would be compelled to acknowledge your prowess. Hong Yitong chuckled and nodded. Indeed, the potential of the void path is immense. This is beyond dispute. Yet Qian Wuliang felt utterly helpless, lamenting, it sounds simple when spoken, yet the execution is fraught with difficulty. The entire populace is familiar only with the methods of the substantial path. The void path is ethereal and elusive. Furthermore, the cultivation of influence is truly no easy feat. However, Li Hao is correct in one respect. The substantial path is crude, while the void path is profound. The more powerful individuals tend to delve into the intricacies of the void path. A single strong individual can equal tens of thousands of weaker ones. By rallying a group of strong practitioners to cultivate the void path, like the formidable Ba Dao, one can achieve much. However, he also understood that this was a form of favoritism from Li Hao towards Hong Yitong, and it would be unjust to claim Li Hao was in the wrong. If he truly possessed the ability, there was indeed an opportunity for a reversal. After all, compared to Hong Yitong, he fell somewhat short. Li Hao's granting of this opportunity was indeed an act of benevolence. Were it someone else, yielding would invite dire consequences. As Qian Wuliang pondered this, he suddenly remarked, "The Lord mentioned that if the people are strong, we too shall be strong." Li Hao seemed to anticipate his thoughts and nodded, "Treat the populace well. Once the silver moon ascends and the star gate opens, I may have to depart from Silver Moon. You and Master Hong might very well become the sovereigns of this realm. Cultivating the Tao requires winning the hearts of the people. It is not devoid of emotion. In truth, there are numerous benefits. If you share in the people's urgency and concerns, in due course, the focus will shift from intentions to actions. What harm is there in becoming a sage? Whether one is hypocritical or sincere, when one attains such a status, accolades will abound. And no one will care whether your intentions were genuine." Qian Wuliang fell silent. "So, from this point forward, I must be a paragon of virtue? An utterly good person? Is that what you mean? To serve the people? Is that the implication? Consequently, if the populace is strong and places their trust in me, while they cultivate the Tao, I shall be invincible? It seems simple, yet it feels as daunting as climbing to the heavens. I am an ambitious individual. How did it come to this?" In a moment, he felt that mastering the void Tao might not be such a blessing after all. The foundation lies in the real Tao, while the void Tao lacks any grounding, entirely relying on him to carve a path. The others were equally taken aback. They empathized with Qian Wuliang, realizing that despite the apparent abundance of opportunities for these Silver Moon warriors, such a path would mean a loss of freedom, a curtailment of their desires. Then so be it. In truth, mastering the void Tao is not without its merits. I am grateful to the Lord for his guidance. At that moment, Qian Wuliang felt a mix of joy and sorrow, offering his complex gratitude. At the very least, he remained the master of the void Tao universe, albeit with added burdens. Li Hao smiled and said, "There is no need for thanks. Strength or weakness ultimately rests in your own hands. The two universes, with Silver Moon as their nexus, can indeed fortify it further." Zhang Yu inquired once more, "Does that mean we must leave Silver Moon to achieve this?" Li Hao shook his head, "Not at all. Internal division will suffice. In the future, as the great Tao universe expands, we can extend it at will. For now, venturing beyond the confines of Silver Moon may not necessarily be advantageous." He then turned to Zhang Yu. "The Star Gate will open." Understanding Zhang Yu's concerns, he offered reassurance, adding, "The condition is that when the Star Gate opens, we will have the opportunity to venture forth. However, should the Emperor of the Red Moon universe block our path, or if the Chaos Thunder Tribulation were to strike us relentlessly, we would have little to ponder." "Very well, that is a valid point." With that, Li Hao manifested a gleam of sword intent in his hand, casually tossing it towards Master Jiu. "This is a fragment of sword intent I preserved after Li Daoheng was slain. He was indeed your elder brother, and now, you are the sole heir of the Li family. Accept it, Master Jiu." Master Jiu's expression was complex as he received the sword intent, his heart tightening slightly. So formidable. Glancing around, Li Hao turned his gaze towards Dao Jian, who had spoken little thus far, and said, "Dao Jian, do not burden yourself too heavily. You are among the most gifted individuals of this era. Li Daoheng's use of you is, in fact, your opportunity. Otherwise, you would find it difficult to catch up with others. If Minister Yao were to be revived this time, he would undoubtedly wish to witness your progress. Near the Stargate, there exists a small courtyard where you may find inspiration. It was once the abode of the Sword Master, and is also the place where the King of Humanity inscribed his words. I hope this proves beneficial to you." "Thank you, Lord Ho. The Tao sword appears somewhat intricate, and I have merely acquiesced." Li Hao did not pursue the matter further, nor did he scrutinize him closely. Had it not been for Li Hao's intervention at that moment, he might have been slain at the instant of his ascension. Li Hao refrained from discussing this any longer, rising with a smile. "All right, that will suffice for now. Everyone, prepare for the revival of my master and the others. Should this endeavor succeed, I shall undoubtedly reward the world. No one will leave empty-handed." The crowd acknowledged his command. At that moment, a sense of nostalgia enveloped them. and only Li Hao could elicit such unity. Any suggestion he made met with unanimous agreement. Li Hao did not linger, vanishing in an instant, and his whereabouts remained unknown. Chapter 418. Revival. Where has Li Hao gone? Into the river of time. Within the currents of time, shimmering waves converge, brimming with sword intent. To reverse is to dwell in the past, while to flow forward is to embrace the future. In this moment, Li Hao cannot truly reverse time. The past is merely a realm of submerged memories, and the future is but one of countless possibilities. He is incapable of mastering time or defying fate. Presently, Li Hao has only grasped the surface of this concept. At the upstream's terminus, a cat dances joyfully, while the downstream is engulfed in endless darkness. Shrouding the river in uncertainty, an unknown future, an unpredictability of what the next moment may bring. Li Hao ascends against the current of the river of time. This place is, in fact, a repository of memories. Each individual who enters leaves their memories buried here. It is a veritable ocean of recollections, not a true realm of time. As he once expressed to Mao, we are all aware that this is illusory, merely memories. Yet, we choose to dwell within it. As Li Hao swims upstream, a familiar small courtyard materializes before him, one that has been destroyed, a remnant of his city and hometown, now lost within the vast expanse of existence. Everything has vanished. He descends into the courtyard. Inside, an elderly man with white hair practices martial arts. Turning to him, he beams with a hearty laugh. Little Hao has arrived. Teacher. Li Hao slightly bows, gazing at the familiar visage, momentarily lost in thought. Revival? There is something he has not articulated. Is a truly revived individual still the same as before? The core of their very essence has exploded. Even if remnants remain, they are merely fragments, unawakened stars. Thus, is the revived individual truly whole? If he brings back his teacher and Nan Quan, are they still the same as they once were? These thoughts linger within him, causing profound anguish. Hence, he has come. Teacher, I have a matter I wish to consult you about. He directs his voice toward the figure within the river of memories. Yuan Shuo gestures for him to sit, wiping sweat from his brow with a towel, as genuine as ever. It is no wonder Mao became entrapped in this reality, reluctant to step outside. Pray tell, what troubles you once more? In my recollection, Yuan Shuo remains as composed as ever. During his tenure in Silver City, he was a figure of authority, a professor, a cultured individual, capable of everything and knowledgeable in all matters. He was not the infamous Yuan Laoma, notorious for his violent deeds. Rather, he was a revered educator, a kind and approachable mentor. Li Hao, momentarily lost in thought, quickly regained his composure and inquired, Teacher, it is said that the strong are capable of anything. I ponder, if a strong person's loved ones were to perish, could they be resurrected? In such a case, their flesh and blood, their essence, would be mere fabrications. Even their spirit and thoughts would be reborn anew, albeit based on their original memories. Would such a being still be considered your kin or friend? Yuan Shuo appeared momentarily taken aback, glancing at Li Hao. Resurrection? What do you mean? Li Hao chuckled softly. I merely seek clarification. Focus on your studies. Much of it is illusory, Yuan Shuo advised. Li Hao sighed. I understand that. But the crux of the matter lies in whether you believe that the resurrected individual is still the person they once were. Yuan Shuo stroked his beard and shook his head. Perhaps not. Li Hao felt a twinge of melancholy. The teacher's words seldom went astray. Yuan Shuo continued, Of course, this is a profound topic. If the original person is truly gone, then I believe the resurrected being should be regarded as such. In comparison to the original, what do you perceive as the greatest difference? Li Hao pondered. I am uncertain. Perhaps everything remains the same, yet something vital may be missing. That would be the experience of illness, Yuan Shuo interjected. If the original person is no longer present and one is revived, I would still consider them the same individual. Even if there are discrepancies, one could view it merely as an ailment, missing limbs, for example. You cannot dismiss them as not being that person simply because they have suffered. However, if the original individual still exists, then such a being would be a mere puppet, a counterfeit. Yuan Shuo chuckled. Resurrection poses a deeply intricate and somewhat paradoxical question. Consider this. If you were to die, and a year later I resurrected you, then 2 years later, and again 3 years later, would these 3 incarnations of you be identical? It is not merely a matter of similarity. The critical question is, how do you perceive it? Is the you from a year ago, or 3 years ago, the same as your current self? Yuan Shuo smiled. Ultimately, it hinges on the mindset of the one resurrected. For them, everything freezes at the moment of death. If you find them unfamiliar, they too may find you a stranger. And perhaps one could regard it as a revival from a comatose state. Both parties require a modicum of time to adjust to one another. Reviving a comatose individual? Li Hao felt a stirring in his heart. Did the teacher imply that if resurrection were possible, it should indeed be pursued? Of course. Yuan Shuo responded cheerfully. If it can be accomplished, why not pursue it? Yet, it is essential to consider your own convictions. If the cost is too great, one should deliberate before making a decision. With that, Yuan Shuo stroked his beard once more. Resurrecting ancient civilizations seems to have been a subject of legend. The fabled underworld is said to be a realm where souls linger after death. What prompted you to delve into such profound topics? I merely asked out of curiosity. Li Hao smiled, and Yuan Shuo looked at him, suddenly stating, "You don't seem to be my student." Li Hao was taken aback. Yuan Shuo continued, "But it appears you are. Could it be that you are a resurrected being?" Once again, Li Hao was startled. Yuan Shuo gazed at the sky, pondering. "Could it be that you died and I brought you back to life? Therefore, you are now confused about whether you are truly alive? However, if you were dead and I resurrected you, shouldn't it be I who asks you this? Am I the one who died, and you brought me back to life? How could that be possible? I am the foremost among the Silver Moon's heroes, and you, a mere insignificant one, should not be the one to resurrect me. Can a mere figment of memory still think in such a manner?" Li Hao fell into contemplation. Whose thoughts are these, Yuan Shuo's or my own? Can a mere shadow from memory, a fragment of existence, pose such profound questions to my soul? It is truly hard to believe. The power of time is exceedingly mysterious. Yuan Shuo, seemingly deep in thought, suddenly exclaimed, "If I were to die and you were to resurrect me, would you then grapple with whether or not to revive me? After being resurrected, would I be your teacher? You, my dear boy, have a rather dark heart, haven't you noticed? Do you not understand the importance of respecting one's teachers? I am still young, with many things yet to accomplish, and have yet to enjoy life. How can you even entertain such chaotic thoughts?" Once more, Li Hao faced Yuan Shuo's probing of the soul. He chuckled, "Teacher, I did not speak of you. The moment you shift, I know what you intend to do." Li Hao truly laughed. "Teacher, I was merely asking casually." "Casually asking? Then let me say, I am the foremost among the 36 heroes of the Silver Moon, yet you showed no reaction whatsoever. This indicates that you must have known. The key is, I have never mentioned it to you." Li Hao was stunned. Is this my thought or the genuine sentiment of the person from my memory? Is it so vivid? Yuan Shuo stroked his beard once more, muttering, "So, the future unfolds in a rather peculiar manner. I find myself inferior to you, and you have reached the point of being able to resurrect others. How terrifying. In that case, I should treat you with greater respect. Would you like me to impart the core techniques of the 5 animal secret arts to you?" Li Hao was taken aback. Yuan Shuo continued, "How intriguing. In the future, I die, yet you are able to find me now. What kind of strategy is this? It seems I have taken on an extraordinary student. Very well. Tomorrow I shall teach you the 5 animal secret arts." Li Hao was left in a daze. Yuan Shuo gazed at the sky again. Is this a segment of the past? For you, it is a moment gone by, yet for me, it is the present unfolding. So, did I first teach you the 5 animal secret arts, or did you first influence me, making me feel I should treat you better? Li Hao remained silent, somewhat dazed. Yuan Shuo finally looked at Li Hao. "It feels like a grand dream. Young man, do not casually interfere with the past, even if it has already transpired. I advise you, do not recklessly meddle. The pinnacle of martial cultivation, what is it really? It's difficult to articulate. You can transcend time. Everything is possible. Do not disrupt this process any further. If you are to resurrect me, then do it. Why hesitate? Be well." Li Hao stared blankly, contemplating the singularity of the past. "I find myself immersed in the memories of the past, but can one truly interfere with what has already transpired? The teacher has been benevolent, imparting to me the secret techniques of the 5 animals. Is this due to the disturbance we are experiencing, or was it always destined to be shared? How intricate it all is. Time, indeed, is profoundly complex. If this place holds no significance, let it be destroyed, as if it were merely a fleeting dream." Yuan Shuo remarked, "For you and me, this encounter may disrupt many facets of our existence. Perhaps it would be wiser to obliterate this place entirely and refrain from attempting to navigate the paradox of the past, present, and future, a cycle that eludes our comprehension. I cannot fathom it, and neither can you. In this moment, I might indulge in a grand dream, believing that I should treat you with greater kindness. And that alone suffices. Li Hao momentarily lost his train of thought, uttering no further words. In an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving behind a shattered courtyard. Within the courtyard, Yuan Shuo remained remarkably calm, gazing up at the sky, seemingly unfazed by any extraordinary occurrences. Meanwhile, Li Hao, stepping out of the small courtyard and into the river of time, felt a lingering confusion. I am merely exploring the past within my memories. Can it truly influence what has already occurred? It is utterly astonishing. Does this imply that individuals from the past can indeed be drawn from the river and transformed into reality? For instance, the War Emperor, a mere fragment of the past, coexisting with Heir Mao in a unique space. Could this extraordinary realm bear some resemblance to my own river of time? The teacher from my memories seemingly perceives my distinct essence. The crucial question is whether this stems from my own deep-seated consciousness or if, in a fleeting moment of the past, I truly made contact with the teacher. Li Hao felt nearly driven to madness by his own musings. Fortunately, he soon set aside these thoughts and suddenly exclaimed, "How intriguing! I must resurrect the teacher. The sooner, the better." I am eager to inquire whether, prior to imparting the 5 animals technique to me, he encountered this event, dreamt of it, or experienced some form of interference. If so, that would indeed be fascinating. Although the teacher from my memories has not fully elucidated my previous uncertainties, he did utter a profound truth. Resurrection is far preferable to oblivion. Let us consider him as if he were merely unwell, even if there are some discrepancies from before. The absence of his former self means he is no longer a mere puppet, but a living being, requiring time to acclimate. The prayers of the masses have commenced. The great Tao is in turmoil. The stars shine brilliantly. A vast river floats between heaven and earth, illuminated by countless twinkling stars, while innumerable others, dim and obscure, traverse the universe, lacking luster. These represent the unopened paths of the Tao. The silver moon human race numbers in the tens of billions. Even if each individual possesses at least 360 Tao paths, that amounts to over 30 trillion stars, with only a fraction having been activated. The truly dim and insignificant stars, akin to dust, are the norm. Nevertheless, for cultivators, there exists a silver lining. If one's strength is formidable, even if other Tao paths remain dormant, one's potential may still surpass that of ordinary individuals. If we liken the unopened Tao path stars of a cultivator to searching for a needle in a vast ocean, at least there remains a single needle. There is still hope to be found. However, if one has not practiced at all, it is no longer akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Rather, it becomes a quest for a single drop of water, seamlessly merging into the sea. Ubiquitous, yet utterly elusive. A needle, after all, possesses certain distinct characteristics. If one were to drain the ocean, there remains a glimmer of hope for retrieval. In contrast, the non-core celestial bodies that Yuan Shuo and his companions pursue are akin to that needle, challenging to locate, yet not entirely devoid of hope. As for others, they might merely represent a drop of water, forever lost to the void. The heavens tremble, the forces of the great Tao permeate the cosmos, and the river of chaos flows through the realms. In this moment, no adversaries stand in the way. All is serene. Despite the emergence of numerous demon clans and beasts, who would dare to impede the might of the Silver Moon's champions at this juncture? Countless stars shimmer above the river, and at this moment, atop the celestial current, stands Li Hao. With a mere gesture, Li Hao delineates the myriad stars that glitter with brilliance, systematically eliminating them from his search. This is an easy task indeed, the simplest to accomplish. The remaining celestial bodies, those dim and lackluster, can be excluded if they bear any connection to the twinkling stars, thus minimizing his efforts. Li Hao persistently pushes aside each star, while Hong Yitong oversees the categorization of these cast-off celestial bodies into designated regions, leaving behind a multitude of stars yet to be excluded. In the void, even the celestial being Tianji, who had returned home to rest, could not resist the allure of the commotion and found himself drawn back. The spectacle was simply too captivating. Though he had no intention of intruding, the ruckus was undeniable. He could observe from home, yet given the silver moon's current tranquility, he thought it wiser to witness the unfolding drama firsthand. He had witnessed resurrections before. In the latter stages of the new martial era, the human king established the realms of yin and yang, allowing countless fallen warriors to emerge from the netherworld, all revived. Yet what was the strength of the human king? The former human king could easily vanquish the present Li Hao with but a breath. Now, Li Hao sought to resurrect beings as well, employing the method of searching for a needle in a vast ocean, unlike the human king, who commanded the essence and the seed worlds, enabling him to effectuate such reversals with ease. In the void, he was not the only one intrigued by the spectacle. Li Hao did not deter the onlookers. Rather, he welcomed their camaraderie in celebrating the potential resurrection. As for the likelihood of success, Li Hao remained steadfast in his belief that it was achievable. Should it prove otherwise, a good thrashing of the spectators could serve as a consolation. Anticipation and curiosity filled the air. Observers gasped as Li Hao effortlessly waved his hand, causing myriad stars to fracture. The king of Dali, puzzled, communicated with Tianji, esteemed elder, what is this fellow's current strength? It seems that even the master of the great Tao appears insignificant in his presence. Hong Yitong wields the true essence of the universe, yet it feels as though Li Hao could dispatch him with a mere slap. Indeed, it is roughly so. Tianji replied telepathically. This fellow is technically still a semi-emperor, yet in terms of power, the previously sealed bone-eating emperor, if engaged in combat, would likely be defeated by him on the spot. You must remember, the strength of the Silver Moon's champions at this stage is still far from comparable to that of the new martial era. The disparity is considerable. They must be unified and diminished by a tier to stand a chance. The great Li King understood this point clearly. Yet he remained somewhat perplexed. Was it not said that upon reaching the level of the Scarlet Moon Emperor, one would no longer be significantly affected? They had all assimilated the Tao source, becoming formidable beings, while the Bone Erosion Emperor was merely a weakling. What was he in comparison to a true emperor? Very well. The Bone Erosion Emperor may be a weakling, yet you too cannot contend with him, can you? Otherwise, 10,000 years ago, you would have likely intervened and vanquished him. Could Li Hao succeed? The great Li King felt a twinge of anxiety. He intends to borrow all my vitality to forge his physical form. Elders, I can't shake off the feeling that there lies a pitfall within. He recounted previous events, and Tianji cast him a sidelong glance, eventually transmitting, in truth, he speaks wisely. This is advantageous for you. However, there are two critical points to consider. First, the matter of lifespan consumption. Currently, the great Li King may not mind, but in the future, he may find himself lamenting. Second, the issue of the chaotic thunder tribulation. Clearly, that rascal Li Hao does not harbor benevolent intentions. Upon exiting the Stargate, he will inevitably confront the thunder. The agreement of the great Li King signifies his willingness to share the risk of being struck down by lightning. It is a matter of luck. Of course, he did not wish to elaborate further on these two issues. Upon hearing Tianji state that it was still beneficial, the great Li King felt a measure of reassurance. It seemed this endeavor might not be a loss, though he had indeed grown wary of being deceived. Tianji chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. At this moment, as Li Hao began to delineate, countless stars were categorized to one side, yet an immense quantity remained. The critical point was that with so many, even a fleeting glance over 1,000 would be a considerable task. Moreover, the celestial bodies of the great universe were not all present here. In some areas, though they appeared desolate, countless stars might be congregated, their small size rendering them invisible to the eye. In the sky above, Li Hao gazed at the innumerable stars, feeling a headache coming on. It was indeed a challenging endeavor. Regrettably, had he possessed today's strength back then, he would have certainly sought out those non-natal stars while they were still alive, which would have simplified matters greatly. A sense of helplessness welled up within him. Li Hao did not linger on the thought. He activated the techniques within him, proficient in all Silver Moon martial arts and breathing methods. At this moment, the Five Beasts secret technique was set into motion. A surge of energy emanated, akin to the rhythm of human breath, as though the entire Silver Moon realm began to breathe in unison. The colossal force of the five elements swept across the heavens and earth. A mighty tiger materialized once more, roaring through the mountains and forests, seemingly patrolling the surroundings. However, amidst this vast expanse of stars, there were simply too many. The stars of the deceased responded far less effectively to the breathing technique than before. Had they been alive, they would have sensed it instantly. Li Hao attempted to employ simpler methods to locate individuals, but it soon proved to be exceedingly difficult. Given this, He had no choice but to adopt a more complex approach. Taking a deep breath, in an instant, a long river appeared, waves surging and the heavens trembling, as if invoking a response from the great universe. Within the river of time, a star emerged, shimmering at the center of Li Hao's brow. In that fleeting moment, Li Hao appeared as a celestial being. He reversed the flow. With a low shout, Li Hao's long sword suddenly erupted with a resplendent brilliance, and scenes began to manifest from the blade. At that moment, the sword seemed to quiver, as if gripped by a sense of trepidation. Suddenly, 8 divine weapons emerged in the imagery, one of which was the 9-section whip transformed from Boundless City. Li Hao reached out for the 9-section whip, as if grasping into the fabric of time itself. The river of time trembled, and at its farthest end, a cat abruptly turned its gaze, seemingly aware of Li Hao. As if it could see through him, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in the cat's eyes. However, upon glancing at the surrounding phantoms, the cat emitted a reluctant meow, its colossal form exerting dominion over the cosmos and the river, bringing stillness to the turbulent waters. Not far away, Qinji cursed under his breath. "Damn you, Li Hao." Li Hao did not respond, merely lifting his gaze toward the star gate imprinted in the sky. Within the portal, faint wisps of dark clouds appeared, prompting Li Hao to raise an eyebrow. A thought struck him. The Silver Moon world must surely be shrouded in these clouds. The chaotic thunder calamity had not dissipated. This could be both a blessing and a curse. The blessing lay in the fact that even if formidable beings from the Red Moon approached, they would likely hesitate in the face of the chaotic thunder calamity, for even the Emperor could not withstand its wrath. The curse was that should he venture out, he would undoubtedly be struck down. Moreover, the clouds obscuring the Silver Moon might completely conceal its existence, making it exceedingly difficult for either the new martial artists or the Red Moon to locate the Silver Moon world. Qian Wuliang. At that moment, Li Hao called out. Qian Wuliang, with a resigned expression, instantly transformed the stars into pathways, manifesting an ethereal cosmic avenue that floated in the air, shielding the world from view. The dark clouds spilling from the star gate seemed to lose their target. Nevertheless, some clouds continued to gather slowly, causing Qian Wuliang to feel a surge of trepidation, fearing he might be struck. This force was indeed not to be trifled with. Figures like Shirgu and Li Daoheng had already fallen to its might, underscoring its terrifying nature. At this juncture, the 9-section whip had already materialized in Li Hao's grasp. With a firm shout, he commanded, "Reverse. Return to the past." To the day those warriors fell. The river of time shook violently, the 2 cats suppressing its end. The fluctuations intensified, and once more, the 2 cats turned their gazes toward Li Hao, who reciprocated their glance. "I wish to resurrect my friends and family, as my esteemed predecessors immersed themselves in the past. Could you lend me your strength?" The 2 cats, gazing from the edge of time, ultimately remained silent, their forms growing ever larger, dominating the entire river. The tumultuous waves were fierce, threatening to sweep away even a half-emperor, yet under the weight of the 2 cats, the river stood resolute, testifying to the cat's formidable power. Before Li Hao, time flowed backward. In an instant, images of that fateful battle emerged, the silhouettes of the Silver Moon martial artists becoming vivid. At this moment, time froze. Li Hao's expression turned grave as the river of time surged toward him, his long hair billowing yet gradually falling away. Suddenly, a hand reached into the scene, striving to pull the past warriors back into the present. By the power of humanity over the stars, the countenance of Tianji transformed dramatically as he raised his gaze to the heavens, recognizing the audacity of those who dared to defy fate. In the realm of the Void Path universe, concealment was futile. Indeed, as Li Hao seized an individual from the past, ominous clouds gathered overhead, shrouding the sky and casting an oppressive gloom. Qian Wuliang trembled slightly, overwhelmed by an unbearable sense of suffocation, as if death were imminent. What a shock! The thunderous tribulation was approaching. Below, Li Hao furrowed his brow, looking up. Although the river of time remained steadfast, this impending tribulation seemed intent on obstructing him. Yet, how could he allow such interference? In an instant, a surge of thunderous sword intent materialized within his river, a remnant of the power left behind by Li Daoheng. The long sword re-emerged in his grasp, the celestial sword. The thunderous sword intent swiftly merged with the celestial sword. "Go!" The sword held forth, transforming into a manifestation of Li Hao, its intent soaring to the heavens, piercing through the cosmos. racing toward the very edge of existence. Suddenly, thunder crackled in the air as the celestial sword also radiated thunderous sword intent, cleaving the sky with a single strike. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the universe. Without lifting his head, Li Hao grasped another individual, who appeared bewildered as they emerged from the temporal void, only to be instantly reduced to ashes that seamlessly integrated into the Great Path universe. In that moment, amidst the myriad stars, an exceedingly dim star flickered to life. Li Hao's heart leaped with joy. There it is. He reached out, capturing the star nearby. Initially intending to revive it swiftly, he suddenly glanced skyward. Time was of the essence. It was better to revive them all at once. He reached into the past once more, but this time, his hand decayed in an instant. Undeterred, he seized another individual. Onlookers widened their eyes, recognizing it as Nan Quan. As Nan Quan materialized, he too transformed into ashes, merging back into the Great Path universe. And again, another star gleamed brightly. Li Hao's expression radiated elation. He scarcely paid heed to the impending thunderous tribulation above, reaching again for the Great Path universe. And yet another star was drawn to his side. Thus, in a series of 3 attempts, phantoms were pulled forth and integrated into the Great Path universe, appearing deceptively simple. However, the celestial sword above could no longer withstand the chaotic, thunderous tribulation. The sword's body displayed signs of scorching damage, and it was evident that the thunder was about to strike. Qian Wuliang suddenly shrieked in despair as a surge of thunderous power permeated the Void Path universe, nearly shattering him. This was still a concealment of heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, chaotic, thunderous tribulations would not target unrelated individuals, yet now, the celestial sword bore the power of thunder, and Qian Wuliang, standing as the Tao Master, found himself ensnared within the range of the attack. Below, Li Hao was drenched in sweat, surrounded by floating stars. Many had perished in the last battle. Yuan Shuo, Ho Xiaoqing, Lu Long, Yu Luocha, Nan Quan, Yao Si, Jin Chong, Pile of Thunderlegs, Kong Jia, Mad Demon Blade, and Thunder Punch, the previous generation of Iron Cloth. All had fallen, leaving the Silver Moon martial world severely weakened. At this moment, everyone was enveloped in tension. They had glimpsed the phantoms of some individuals merging with the stars, signifying that their destined stars had been found. Yet, some faces turned ashen, even pale with dread. Yuan Shua's star had not been located. Or rather, Li Hao has yet to uncover Yuan Shua's past, for at this moment, Yuan Shua possesses formidable strength. Li Hao has been preoccupied with capturing others, and as the storm approaches, he finds himself unable to seize Yuan Shua, causing palpable tension among the crowd. To put it bluntly, while others may afford a brief respite, Yuan Shua cannot. This individual must be resurrected. At this juncture, Li Hao furrows his brow slightly, acknowledging that Yuan Shua is at his most potent during this period. Capturing him would yield profound repercussions. The eruption of time grows ever more intense. Thus, the thunderbolts would surge correspondingly. The celestial sword cannot withstand this, nor can Qian Wuliang. Tianji and his cohort, untouched by causality, find themselves powerless against the chaotic tribulations of thunder. Yet, failing to capture Yuan Shua makes it exceedingly difficult to locate the corresponding star. Capture is imperative. Once more, Li Hao extends his hand to grasp, when suddenly, a bolt of lightning pierces through the void of the universe, hurtling directly toward the scene, as if aiming to obliterate the past. A fierce glint ignites in Li Hao's eyes. In an instant, he raises his gaze. The onlookers below remain oblivious, but Qian Wuliang above perceives everything clearly, paralyzed by terror. Unable to utter a single cry, overwhelmed by an abyss of fear, in that moment, he seems to witness the resurgence of a malevolent spirit. The demonic gaze nearly rends the fabric of the void. Time and again, Li Hao issues a cold command. Suddenly, the river of time ripples from its lower reaches. One after another, Li Hao emerges, prompting a shift in the expressions of the upstream 2 cats. Each Li Hao that materializes radiates immense power. Each wields a sword. One man, one sword. The swords cleave through the heavens. The thunderbolts are severed, their might extinguished, and Li Hao seizes the dissipating power, forcibly drawing it into the lower reaches of the river, where thunder erupts anew, causing the entire river to tremble. Meanwhile, Tianji gasps in disbelief. Madness. This lunatic has completely lost his mind. Such actions will surely invite trouble in the future. He cannot restrain himself from shouting. Do not court disaster. Fear not. Li Hao replies with an air of tranquility. It is inevitable that I shall be struck by lightning. It is merely a matter of time. This is but a gathering of tribulations, nothing to dread, but an opportunity for reckoning. With that declaration, more Li Hao stepped forth, ascending toward the heavens, each wielding a successive sword. The bolts of lightning are cleaved asunder. At this moment, Li Hao has successfully captured Yuan Shuo, who instantly shatters and merges with the cosmos. In the next heartbeat, a star twinkles in the depths of the universe. Li Hao exhales, concealed so deeply, yet you underestimated my resolve. He swiftly vanishes into the void, soon returning with a star in tow. Thus, all stars have been located. It has been relatively smooth sailing. As the crowd exhales in relief, their gazes shift warily to the skies, where the relentless thunderbolts continue to be severed. Just then, Li Hao unexpectedly rewinds time once more. Tianji is taken aback. Time flows backward, bit by bit. The lightning that had previously extinguished suddenly begins to re-emerge, even as future Li Haos fall victim to its strikes. Tianji bellows, "What are you doing?" Li Hao remains silent. Time continues to reverse. Suddenly, a city comes into view. Silver City. Gradually, clarity emerged, while Li Hao grew increasingly aged. As time flowed backward, before long, an ancient academy materialized, and the crowd was overwhelmed with anguish. In the air, countless bolts of lightning manifested at the end of the river of time, and Air Mao could no longer contain himself. "Do not return." Li Hao bit his lip, and in the next moment, a golden light flickered in his eyes. He beheld a familiar figure, a person deeply etched in his memory, and reached out to grasp him. "Do not act recklessly," Air Mao exclaimed in alarm. Yet, in an instant, Li Hao's hand pierced through, his arm withering completely. Within that temporal scene, a young man appeared, fierce and spirited. As Li Hao's decaying arm reached out, attempting to pull him back, the young man shattered before his eyes, leaving Li Hao momentarily stunned. The fragmented young man suddenly glanced upward, as if noticing Li Hao's hand, and a smile graced his face. He gently shook his head, his gaze unchanged, reminiscent of years past, as if urging him to depart. The image began to crumble, unable to withstand the weight of the past. That young man seemed beyond retrieval. An ordinary person, yet to awaken any pathways or apertures, an unremarkable soul, akin to dust. Amidst the disintegrating scene, only those eyes remained, just as they were back then, consumed by the crimson shadows, struggling to escape the dormitory, looking at Li Hao, conveying with their gaze, "Flee. Do not concern yourself with me." At that moment, thunder roared. The celestial sword was struck down, and the void of the universe momentarily fractured. As those who emerged from the river of time, one by one, Li Hao's essence shattered, as if devoid of future. Within his withered palm, the young man transformed into a wisp of green smoke, dissipating entirely from the scene. Li Hao stared blankly, questioning, "Is it impossible? Back then, you looked at me in the same way. On that day, I could only watch helplessly, and now, is it still impossible? I have already arrived at the end of the silver moon." Boom. The scene shattered completely, and a fierce gleam ignited in Li Hao's eyes. In a heartbeat, he seized the fallen celestial sword, rising into the air, and with a single stroke, he rent the heavens asunder. Li Hao ascended with sword in hand, thunder crashing down, as the long sword radiated boundless ferocity. In this moment, destruction and time intertwined, myriad swords manifested in the cosmos. Li Hao resembled an ancient titan, his wrath suffusing the world, as if no one had ever witnessed such fury from him. The heavens beheld the true anger of Li Hao for the first time. "Kill." The voice of the Tao resonated, the sound of the universe echoed, and the intent to slay surged forth, surpassing even the intent of the eternal sword. In that moment, a single man, wielding a sword, cleaved through the cosmos. Countless bolts of lightning were obliterated, suppressed deep within the river of time. Li Hao remained suspended, continuously unleashing his blade. The heavens crumbled, the firmament split apart, until he reached the end of existence. A door appeared, shimmering with starlight. Li Hao, sword in hand, prepared to break through, when a voice thundered from behind. "Teacher Yuan, will you not be resurrected?" Lin Hongyu looked skyward, pursuing through the void, her voice ringing out in fury. "Teacher Yuan, they are still waiting for you." Boom. With one strike, he cleaved the starry gate, dispersing the dark clouds. The star gate trembled slightly, and in an instant, the storm clouds vanished, the thunder ceased. Li Hao turned his head, the fierce glint in his eyes dissipating into nothingness. He gazed at Zheng Yu, whose eyes were filled with apprehension. Gradually, his expression cleared as he nodded, acknowledging his earlier lapse in composure. Zheng Yu, panting heavily, remained silent. It seemed as if Li Hao had instantaneously regained his calmness. He surveyed the surroundings, where powerful figures were advancing toward him, and spoke once more. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. The thunder has departed, and revival begins. He uttered no more, returning to tranquility. However, even the heavens trembled slightly. The sudden fury he had displayed, that moment of bloodlust and madness, had instilled a profound sense of trepidation in all. The human king was indeed formidable. Yet, the human king had always been thus. One became accustomed to it. But Li Hao, a cultured man, had exhibited a momentary rage that seemed to strip him of reason. His murderous intent eclipsing the world, instilling sheer terror in the hearts of those who witnessed it. At that moment, the heavens contemplated the gravity of inciting his wrath. Should one truly provoke this individual, it would undoubtedly lead to a most harrowing outcome. Li Hao's confrontations with Li Daoheng and the bone-devouring emperor had never elicited such fury. He had treated all his adversaries with a nonchalant demeanor. Who was that young man? Some had already begun to surmise. A group of Silver Moon martial artists stood in eerie silence. They were acutely aware of the identity of that individual. Li Hao's history was not extensive, yet they understood well. He had lost a childhood companion at the hands of the Red Moon organization. Before succumbing, that friend had crawled out of the dormitory, seemingly transmitting a message to Li Hao in a state of spontaneous combustion under the influence of the shadow. Today, Li Hao had forcibly reversed time, returning to that moment. Yet he had failed to retrieve what was lost. Looking at Li Hao now, he appeared to have regained his composure. The prior rage and madness seemed not to belong to him. This sudden transformation only deepened the chill in people's hearts. They hoped that the revival of Yuan Shuo and the others would render this individual a touch more rational, preventing anyone from provoking him further. Qian Wuliang emerged from the void, battered and bruised, unable to meet Li Hao's gaze for fear of incurring his wrath. His heart raced with trepidation. While others had not perceived it clearly, he had seen the truth. In that fleeting moment, Li Hao had embodied the most malevolent of fiends. The failure to retrieve Zhang Yuan had unleashed a terrifying intent that seemed poised to obliterate heaven and earth. Yet Li Hao now wore a radiant smile. Very well. Everyone return to your positions. Do not scatter. The events of the past are behind us, and revival commences. As he spoke, he turned toward the end of the long river, nodding slightly to Mao. I apologize for the inconvenience, esteemed elder. Mao regarded him intently, but said nothing, vanishing instantaneously into the river's depths. This feline, too, sensed the madness within this man and chose to refrain from further discourse. Having accompanied the war emperor for countless years and witnessed many a human king, Mao had seen too much. Yet, it was Li Hao's madness, tempered by an extraordinary level of reason, that truly chilled the soul. That moment of emotional control led Mao to conclude that lingering in the past might indeed be preferable. Meanwhile, below, Li Hao's smile shone brilliantly. Greatly, King. May I borrow your vitality for a moment? The King of Dali remained silent, his aura rapidly dissipating. I fear you not. Take what you will, he declared, without a hint of hesitation. Li Hao, it seemed, required the combined might of the demon sword and the Silver Moon Duke. The Silver Moon Duke was a benevolent soul, while the demon sword, Li Hao, was the true embodiment of darkness. The greatest demon of the Silver Moon may not be Li Daoheng and his ilk. Perhaps it is this very individual. With a hearty laugh, Li Hao proclaimed, Today, my master shall be resurrected. The joy of the Silver Moon awaits as my master's return. Let the world rejoice. Boom. Stars began to hover in the air, countless essences surging into them. Each star ignited in an instant, and shadowy figures began to materialize. The preceding scene seemed to have been thoroughly forgotten, yet those who witnessed it held the memory close, their hearts racing with trepidation at the thought of a failed resurrection. Chapter 419, A Flourishing Era. As the stars ignited and figures emerged, the King of Dali infused his essence into the process. At that moment, energies from all directions converged. Nearby, the Queen, without needing Li Hao's prompting, displayed her own discernment. The earlier scene had startled her as well. She quickly ignited the fire of faith, setting the heavens ablaze. The fire of faith, a collective heartbeat of the masses, represents a form of the Great Path's power, a manifestation of the chaotic way. Coupled with the silver moon's divine power, it served as the foundation. In an instant, the figures solidified into an incredibly powerful foundation. Was it sufficient? Not nearly. In their previous battles, the strongest among them was Yuan Shuo, who could barely contend with the saints, relying merely on the powers of the sun and moon. The others were similarly bound to the same celestial forces, with few having ascended to the level of harmony. Should they be resurrected now, their foundation would still be superficial, lagging far behind others. Currently, the warriors of the Silver Moon boasted formidable mid-level harmony practitioners, with the weaker among them at least at the late stage of the sun and moon. Even Wang Ming and his companions had crossed into the late phase of the sun and moon, nearing harmony. If the masters were to revive at merely the mid-level of the early sun and moon, they would miss numerous opportunities, making it difficult to catch up. The power of the masses gathered. Rivers upon rivers of essence surged forth from the chaotic river, a manifestation of the chaotic path's force. Not far away, Qian Wuliang, quick to comprehend the situation, conjured a vast amount of illusory power, merging it into the figures. At that moment, he was more perceptive than anyone else. Meanwhile, from the river of time, streams of sword intent surged forth, transforming into a unique power that flowed into the bodies of the crowd. The figures became increasingly distinct. Simultaneously, Li Hao conjured enormous stars from thin air. These stars swiftly merged into the chaotic river, which cleansed them. Soon, these stars connected to the figures above, becoming their life stars. Many were left astounded by this spectacle. Li Hao had exerted tremendous effort to resurrect these individuals, not merely to bring them back to life, but also to ensure they would not fall behind. He utilized the king of Dali's essence, the queen's silver moon power, the forces of both reality and illusion, and the strength of the river of time. Furthermore, he personally crafted their life stars. Witnessing all of this stirred a sense of envy among the onlookers. And this was only the beginning. Li Hao cast another glance at the queen, who appeared somewhat exasperated. A unique force emanated from within her, a manifestation of the shattered will of heaven from before. In that fleeting moment, this power coalesced into several silhouettes, as if these beings were the progeny of the universe itself. Though they had yet to be resurrected, energy surged from all directions, as if they had garnered the favor of the heavens. This had been previously agreed upon. Yet, the queen felt a pang of sorrow. Initially, she reveled in the dominion of the cosmos alone, pleased that Li Hao had relinquished his claim. However, now she found herself sharing more than half of her silver moon and celestial power, which finally deterred Li Hao's gaze from her. The silhouettes, their consciousness still dormant, radiated an aura that instantaneously reached the levels of the sun and moon. Li Hao observed silently for a moment. Suddenly, the celestial sword trembled, emitting a mournful cry, a hint of reluctance and pain. Li Hao turned toward the sword and softly urged, "Release the 8 divine weapons. There will be ample opportunities ahead. I shall bear them to aid their path to enlightenment. If you refuse, you may depart on your own." The celestial sword was filled with helplessness. Having consumed the 8 divine weapons to forge the mightiest weapon of the silver moon, it now faced the demand to relinquish them. Yet, in this moment, who would dare to resist? The 8 divine weapons, once swallowed, were now gradually regurgitated. Li Hao nodded slightly as the 8 divine weapons converged, suddenly transforming into a grand array of the 8 trigrams. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to manifest a colossal formation, a monumental seal. The 8 divine weapons intertwined, enveloping the entirety of existence. Even the celestial extremes inhaled sharply, marveling at the grandiosity of it all. When the Blood Emperor executed such grand designs, it was understandable, given his status as a supreme emperor. Yet here was Li Hao, not even an emperor, casually discarding the 8 divine weapons. At this moment, the river of time materialized. Time washed over the scene. The 8 divine weapons quivered. Li Hao's voice resonated like a great bell. The mission of the 8 weapons has been fulfilled. The 8 trigrams of the cosmos shall forge the foundation of the heavens. Boom. The 8 divine weapons, corroded by the force of time, gradually began to decay, transforming into a liquid essence that cascaded from the heavens. Like spring water, it surged into the bodies of the silhouettes, which grew increasingly formidable. Those surrounding them were left in awe, truly astonished by the generosity displayed. The 8 divine weapons were indeed the pinnacle of divine artifacts, now transmuted into the 8 great cities, wielded by saints capable of rivaling the heavenly kings. Yet, Li Hao had directly refined them into essence, replenishing the fallen warriors. This could be seen as a form of compensation. As the silhouettes grew stronger, their auras, once merely at the threshold of the sun and moon, now began to ascend into the mid-levels, despite their consciousness still being dormant. Furthermore, their physical forms were robust, posing no hindrance to their forthcoming advancements. Forged from the 8 divine weapons, the will of heaven, the power of the silver moon, the essence of initial martial vitality, and faith as the fire, such a physique was inherently powerful. Across the vast expanse of the world, perhaps only Li Hao possessed the willingness to part with such treasures, and only he could extract such an abundance of artifacts. The stars had aligned, and the thunder had passed. This was merely the process of laying the foundation. As for the revival of will, it poses no significant challenge for Li Hao. The most arduous times have already passed. He yearns to bestow upon these fallen warriors the utmost and most exquisite benefits, even if the melting of the 8 soldiers would lead to a slight decline in his sword's power. The celestial sword devours, yet it cannot return everything. It merely restores a portion. Observing the bodily essence of these individuals reaching the mid to late stages of the sun and moon realm, Li Hao let out a soft sigh. At this moment, he merely awaited their awakening and the revival of their will, hoping to seize the opportunity for cultivation. Pondering whether anyone might have the chance to step into the Tao, a feat that is quite formidable, particularly since the Tao did not manifest at their time of demise. Aspiring to the Tao is akin to scaling the heavens. However, achieving the 9-fold of sun and moon is feasible, and the Tao would not remain too distant. Onlookers surrounded them, some filled with anticipation, awaiting the revival of their comrades. The awakening of their will is, in fact, a straightforward endeavor. Restoring their natal stars will awaken their dormant spirits, guided merely by mental strength, rendering it not particularly difficult. At this moment, even the queen recognized that resurrection posed no issues. She was familiar with this process, akin to restoring divine beings. Awakening them was simply the task at hand. Yet, Li Hao found himself in a different predicament. At that very instant, the river of time re-emerged, and amidst the realms, divine inscriptions began to surface from the waters. In the next moment, a tome of the great Tao materialized, inscribed with divine symbols. Zheng Yu was momentarily taken aback, and at that moment, time appeared to reverse once more. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished. Soon, the boundless city reappeared. Scenes of battle were reenacted as Li Hao found himself encircled by the river, a tome of the great Tao manifesting in his hands. In that instant, not only Li Hao, but all present seemed to be drawn into the currents of time. Within the boundless city, combat erupted anew. All gazes were momentarily dazed, as if they had returned to the fateful day. Simultaneously, familiar faces emerged around them. The voice of Nan Quan erupted with exclamations. Didn't I die? Why am I still here fighting? Was I merely dreaming? How can one be so distracted while in battle? Quite vexing. From within the city, Nan Quan materialized, his expression a mixture of confusion and frustration. I distinctly remember perishing, yet here I am, still engaged in combat. Was my prior experience merely an illusion? Am I still alive? Around him, figures began to materialize. Ho Xiaoqing, puzzled, surveyed his surroundings. With a lance drawn, he struck forth, only to feel a sense of disquiet. His gaze shifting towards the distant Yu Luocha. He rushed towards her, recollecting her demise. Why, then, did she remain here? Yu Luocha, brimming with ominous energy, also expressed her confusion. Was I not dead? But Ho is still alive. How splendid. One powerful figure after another emerged from all directions, engaged in fierce combat. At this moment, they felt a sense of disorientation, akin to a grand dream, unsure why they suddenly perceived themselves as deceased. At that moment, Li Hao's voice resonated from above. Fight with assurance. The enemy is formidable, conjuring illusions to confound us. Break through the illusion and do not be distracted. Illusion? Understood. In an instant, each warrior felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. At this moment, beside Nan Quan, someone emerged. Bei Quan gazed at Nan Quan, his eyes filled with joy, tinged with disbelief. He casually struck down an opponent, feeling a slight thrill. Xiaohe. Nan Quan sent another adversary flying with a punch, turning to face Bei Quan, frowning. What is it? Did you see the illusion? Bei Quan asked, excitement bubbling within him. Nan Quan furrowed his brow. I saw it. What of it? What did you see? What did you see? I foresee that I shall vanquish all foes. This battle is destined for victory, with me being invincible. Nanquan continued to exude arrogance, observing Baiquan. Is that enough for you? You didn't see it, you're doomed. Baiquan retorted. TCH. Even if you perish, I shall not. Nanquan cursed vehemently, feeling vexed. I did see it, but why should I tell you? It's merely an illusion. Yet, as he regarded Baiquan, he felt something odd. This old man seemed to be taking things lightly amidst such fierce combat. Damn, this scoundrel, is he concealing his strength? Why do I feel that those formidable foes are no match for him? Nanquan mused, cursing inwardly. Is he attempting to secretly belittle me? With a powerful punch, he struck out, growing ever more emboldened, sensing his own prowess heightening. Baiquan was brimming with excitement, sending a golden-armored opponent flying before vanishing, only to reappear before Minister Yao Si, grinning. Minister Yao, did you see the illusion? Yao Si nodded slightly, delivering a punch that swept across the battlefield. He witnessed the brutal combat, the sight of comrades falling, and the imminent downfall of Baiquan. Despite his own mastery of martial arts, he had to concede that Baichuan's technique was unparalleled. He attempted to save Baiquan, but was struck down by an enemy on the spot. However, it was merely an illusion. Discussing such matters bore no significance. He only wanted to caution Baiquan. Be careful. This battle is perilous. Understood, understood. Baiquan replied, exuberant and spirited. The old man moved through the fray, delivering powerful punches, his once murderous intent replaced by a grandiose aura, exploding forth with each strike. In that instant, the crowd sensed something amiss. Among the combatants, the warriors bore unusual expressions. Baiquan was on the verge of a breakthrough. He had recently entered the realm of harmony. Yet now, his aura surged, hinting at an imminent ascension to the second or even third tier of harmony. Of course, he managed to suppress it. Not just Baiquan. Many others were also moving about, including the Bai Guang sword, which had remained low-key since Yuan Shua's demise, now roaming the battlefield in search of traces of Yuan Shua. One by one, the powerful figures were astonished. They understood where they were, within time, in an illusion, in memories, in the past, within the scenarios of their battles. Creating illusions was not difficult. When Li Hao had attended Yuanping Martial Science University, he had once been drawn into one by Zhang Yu. Yet at that time, it was unmistakably an illusion. At this moment, regardless of the realm of understanding or the status of a sage, it felt as though they were truly on the battlefield. Identical to the scene that had unfolded previously, save for the presence of themselves, a mix of warriors and mere bystanders. Li Hao's voice resonated in the ears of the assembly. Do not divulge any information. Allow time to flow naturally, enabling them to partake in every battle, every moment of enlightenment, ensuring their seamless return without any discontinuity. Everyone, cooperate with me to perform this play well. Those who dare to expose our plan will meet their demise prematurely, cast out from the river of time. Baiquan, if you continue to run amok, I shall be the first to expel you from the fray. Instantly, the battlefield fell silent under Baiquan's presence. The others were likewise perturbed. In order to prevent any of the stragglers from falling behind or becoming confused, Li Hao astonishingly reversed time, orchestrating this entire sequence within the river of time. The interval until their demise was not far off, merely a little over 6 months. Yet, this brief span was also marked by the greatest upheaval. Numerous characters and formidable beings emerged in quick succession. To reenact all this would indeed be a formidable task. Each powerful figure rapidly contemplated how to perform, as reliving such experiences would be quite troublesome, though undeniably intriguing. Meanwhile, Tianjian, who had maintained silence, suddenly spoke. Ho Xiaoqing, I just witnessed an illusion where you seemed to be calling out for the Jade Rakshasa. Is that true? Ho Xiaoqing was taken aback. What? You all saw it too? Could it be that everyone experienced the same illusion? Nan Quan's expression shifted slightly, muttering under his breath, it can't be the same illusion, can it? If so, this Baiquan fellow is intentionally provoking me. He's truly insufferable. At that moment, a figure emerged from the void, Yuan Shua. He appeared somewhat dazed as he looked towards Li Hao, who had just repelled the sage from Hanjiang with a single sword strike. Li Hao declared, Master, this battle is destined for victory. The illusion merely aims to undermine our confidence. It is insignificant. I have gained insights, and in this battle, I shall surely ascend to a deeper level. Yuan Shua, still in a state of bewilderment, glanced at him. then at the others, who were engaged in their arduous struggle. Yet, it felt different. Bei Quan, Tian Jian, and Di Fu Jian were present, but the adversaries appeared relatively feeble, easily vanquished by them. Even the disciple before him seemed altered. While battling a formidable opponent, he suddenly withdrew. Li Hao was taken aback as Yuan Shuo allowed Zheng Gong to pierce through him. Turning to Li Hao with a slight furrow of his brow, "What on earth is happening?" Li Hao remained silent. Yuan Shuo shook his head. "This is peculiar. It seems reminiscent of an experience I once had in a dream. You had visited me in the past. How strange, it feels akin to today." Li Hao was momentarily stunned. "Is it truly embedded in your memory?" Yuan Shuo massaged his temples, surveying Li Hao and then the sky, the surroundings. Everything appeared genuine. A stirring in his heart prompted him to gaze at Li Hao. "It seems I have suddenly acquired additional memories. You insufferable creature, have you meddled with me? Am I truly dead?" Li Hao remained mute. "Are you resurrecting me? Why are you toying with these things?" After a pause, Li Hao replied, "To experience it once more." Yuan Shuo understood, finding it somewhat peculiar, and nodded. "That is fair enough. But are you even human? So, we all remain in the dark. While those fellows are in the know, correct?" "Indeed," I remarked, "there is something rather off about those individuals." Li Hao, feeling helpless, asked, "How did the teacher discern that?" "The moment you raised your bottom." Li Hao fell silent. Those words sounded eerily familiar, echoing from the past. At this moment, a smile broke across Li Hao's face, filled with some confusion. "Does the teacher imply that you suddenly recalled something from your memory, that I had sought you out?" "Previously unclear. It seems to have crystallized this time. It appears you did seek me out, though not in the present, but long ago, before you had even begun your martial training." Li Hao pondered, questioning whether this was a newly formed memory or something that had always existed. It was too convoluted for him to comprehend. He expected the teacher to see through it so easily, leaving him at a loss for words. "So, shall the teacher continue?" "Of course." Yuan Shuo nodded. And suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted from him, hurtling downward toward the azure light sword with a piercing roar. "Do not harm the azure light, or you shall seek death." Li Hao was momentarily stunned. The azure light sword was also taken aback, but in the next instant, it transformed into a feeling of deep emotion. Yuan Shuo, at such a moment, did not forget himself. It was truly difficult to articulate anything further, leaving Li Hao to embrace the peculiar warmth. This man is so domineering. Meanwhile, Yuan Shuo, with a face full of resolve, bellowed, "Victory is ours in this battle. The Silver Moon Martial Master is invincible in the world. Follow me to slay." In the skies above, Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly laughed. A laughter tinged with bewilderment and helplessness. How could this be? A domineering CEO? What on earth is my teacher doing? Since you are aware, why not inquire about what has transpired, what has changed, and what the current situation is? You care not at all, yet you hasten to flirt with the ladies. I truly wish I could punch you back to where you came from. Li Hao felt exhausted. With so many matters at hand, is there nothing you care about? If the teacher is so, then so is Nan Quan. As if having witnessed himself perish in a vision, at this moment, he too struck with unmatched ferocity. Roaring, "Come and face me, grandfather he, who claims the new martial arts are invincible. The Silver Moon Nan Quan, he Yong, is unparalleled." His voice rang high and mighty, filled with curses, relentless. Not far away, Ho Xiaoqing embraced Yu Luosha, exchanging smiles, as if having shattered something. The fire phoenix spears swept across the heavens, killing enemies with formidable strength. Yu Luosha also played in harmony, delivering palm strikes one after another, dispatching powerful foes. Further away, Lu Hong wielded an axe, slaying a formidable enemy, and looked up at the sky, somewhat perplexed. Are we seeing merely illusions? Can we truly win this time? I do not know. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a figure appeared, Zhang Yu. The crowd rejoiced. This person had arrived. There is hope for this battle. Zhang Yu too carried a blend of curiosity, confusion, and an indescribable sensation, now manifesting here, and he shouted, "New martial arts rebels, execute the new martial arts." Last time, such an opportunity did not present itself, yet this time it seems to have returned. How intriguing. Meanwhile, Li Hao bellowed, "Director Zhang has arrived. Victory in this battle is assured. Charge." The grand conflict erupted once more. However, some individuals were aware that this was a facade. The practitioners of Northern Fist encircled their Southern Fist counterparts, engaging in trivial banter, occasionally desiring to inquire or converse. Were it not for the overwhelming aura of impending doom, they would have wished to chat further. Li Hao was meticulously observing them. Any exposure would result in expulsion. Consequently, none dared to reveal themselves. How amusing. These few individuals remained concealed within the drum. In the days to come, there would be ample opportunity for amusement. How delightful. We have spent our time in trepidation, and it is only fair that they experience the same. Simultaneously, Li Hao stepped forth from the river of time, leaving a doppelganger behind. The waters of the river continued to flow, and they seemed to be ensconced within its depths. Tianji had not entered. His formidable strength could potentially disrupt the entire fabric of temporal change. At this moment, Tianji exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible! This resurrection technique, this awakening method, I must say, it is superb." Yet he glanced at Li Hao, slightly furrowing his brow. Is it worthwhile? Why not simply awaken them and inform them? If necessary, create an illusion. Why must you draw them into the flow of time? Your lifespan is waning, is it not? Utilizing time incurs a cost. Li Hao was nearly balding. His long hair was on the verge of vanishing, an indication of the passage of time. Yet, Li Hao remained unfazed, sporting a faint smile. What is there to rush? Soon, I shall emerge from the silver moon realm. If I am struck down by lightning, so be it. If I survive, I shall ascend to the status of emperor. The lifespan of a half-emperor is at least 300,000 years, while an emperor's is a minimum of 1,000,000 years. What I am expending now is merely that of a half-emperor. Once struck, if I survive, I will most likely become an emperor. With an additional 700,000 years to spare, what do I have to fear? Tianji sensed a shift. This fellow seemed to have shed much of his hostility. A positive development. Previously, Li Hao's malevolence had been overwhelming, causing Tianji to hesitate in approaching him, but his curiosity had compelled him to draw closer. He refrained from further comment and gazed at the river's waters, which flowed gently, as if all within were experiencing everything. At this moment, he could not help but chuckle. Do you require my involvement in the upcoming grand battle? No need. Li Hao replied with a smile. You should rest, esteemed elder. If a half-emperor were to enter, I fear I would be depleted before the waters even reached me. Seeing Li Hao's relaxed demeanor, Tianji laughed. Your teacher is quite amusing. He turned his gaze toward the flowing water, where it appeared Li Hao's mentor was taking liberties. Li Hao sighed, waving his hand to obscure the river. My teacher has a gentle disposition. He is merely assisting Master Bai Guang in healing. Tianji chuckled heartily. Who would believe that? Healing, while groping about. Though he was unfamiliar with Li Hao's teacher, he had begun to take note, surprised to discover the old lecherous man. Yet, in his eyes, they were all mere children. How long will this take? He inquired once more, and Li Hao glanced over, responding. The waters of the long river are in motion, and soon. We shall converse for a few moments. Their battle has concluded. In approximately 3 to 4 days, we shall return to reality. This method is truly extraordinary. Tianji could not help but exclaim again. In this manner, not only will there be no rupture among this group, but others who enter will also experience and comprehend once more, perhaps even reclaiming opportunities previously missed. If one were to cast an unsuspecting individual into this scenario, they might very well believe they have been reborn. Rebirth. Perhaps it is indeed so. Should someone enter, aware of all significant past events, yet not privy to Li Hao's immediate circle, intriguing situations might arise. They might perceive themselves as having been reborn to a time before Li Hao had fully ascended. Li Hao chuckled. It is not so simple. The tide of fate is irreversible. Besides, I am observing closely. If these individuals truly reverse the current of fate, I would find it difficult to maintain control. I can only correct the course. If Bai Quan and the others dare to disrupt the original trajectory, I must confront them and administer a lesson. Tianji paused momentarily. If you are indeed powerful enough to uphold changes in fate, does that imply a genuine ability to alter the past and future? Li Hao contemplated for a while before nodding. There is hope. If I can withstand the reversal of fate, what more do I need to change? The course of fate is immutable. Should it shift at this moment, the river of time will diverge, and I must rectify it. Otherwise, I cannot control the unfolding situation. Moreover, currently, only a portion of the individuals are real. The majority are mere illusions. To truly reverse the tide of fate, all must be resurrected, their memories erased, leaving only a select few in the know. This is the essence of true rebirth, including the billions of Silver Moon inhabitants. Having reached such a juncture, I am no longer the mere semi-emperor of now. Even an emperor's might is insufficient. Tianji was unfazed by this, merely reflecting. That indicates you have attained a level of strength capable of such feats? It seems a distant prospect. However, as per the words of my predecessors, if I can sustain it, it is indeed possible. Impressive. Tianji mused. Truly remarkable. This power of time is unparalleled. Li Hao nodded in agreement. At this moment, he turned his gaze once more to the long river. As time flowed on, the atmosphere within the river became alive with laughter and chatter. The Silver Moon warriors were no longer silent, and someone was playfully teasing Nan Quan, who retorted with colorful language. A sudden spark ignited within Li Hao, and with a smile, a pair of gauntlets materialized out of thin air, plunging into the long river. In an instant, Nan Quan was struck upon the head by an object. The following moment was one of disbelief and uncontainable joy. Iron Emperor's gauntlets? How could this be? And the legacy of Iron Fist? My heavens! I've struck it rich. How could this be here? Tianji, observing from above, was left speechless, glancing at Li Hao, pondering whether this fellow was simply idling away his time. Li Hao, grinning with delight, found this moment rather entertaining. Master Nan Quan had long harbored a desire to fiercely contend with Bei Quan, yet his prowess still fell short. Now, as Bei Quan was on the verge of entering the second or third realm of harmony, Nanshuan's unexpected surprises were akin to the sun and moon. I yearned to witness the spectacle of him, in his misguided belief of surpassing Bei Quan, challenging it only to be soundly defeated once more. How utterly despicable! Kinji laughed, genuinely amused. How intriguing! Li Hao was nothing short of a lunatic, or rather, a split personality. The former Li Hao was deeply unsettling, while the current one was astonishingly immature. Which of his personas truly reflects his essence? Meanwhile, Li Hao beamed with a radiant smile, observing silently. How fascinating! Within the river of time, akin to a cinematic reel, snippets and scenes unfolded, each passing moment captured in his eyes and cherished in his heart. Nan Quan faced defeat again. Ho Xiaoqing and Yu Luocha shattered that thin veneer, drawing closer in their relationship. Old Ho even spat, shamelessly. As for his own master, he was shameless to the extreme. Pretending to be oblivious to the situation, he nearly coaxed the Bai Guang sword into contemplating the idea of having Li Hao a little junior brother. Truly absurd. I intended for you to gain insight, not to engage in romantic entanglements. Why does this river evoke the stench of putrid dog food? The consumption of longevity is not without its price. Yet, Li Hao chuckled once more. How delightful. Such ease and grace encapsulated the Silver Moon martial arts team. Otherwise, returning to the drudgery of the past would be most unfortunate. His smile grew ever more radiant. At this moment, the cosmos remained enveloped by the great Tao, with only Li Hao, Tianji, and a few others present. Some powerful beings, such as the earth-overturning sword, Qian Wuliang, and the Queen, remained outside, as did the formidable Lin Hongyu. The burden of hosting such strength exacted a significant toll. Unbeknownst to them, a group gradually lightened their spirits, unconsciously gathering above Li Hao's river, each gazing down at the unfolding changes with smiles gracing their faces. Within the river, they had reached the stage of annihilating the desolate beast and slaying Zheng Yu's father. The resurrected individuals exhibited considerable advancements in strength. Lin Hongyu expressed her confusion. Can their enhanced power be carried forth? At this moment, these resurrected souls experienced rapid growth. The foundation was remarkably solid. Li Hao nodded. It is indeed possible. Otherwise, I could merely conjure illusions rather than create a river of time reversal. Potential cannot manifest from thin air. From whence does it arise? At this point, she paused, regarding Li Hao. Although his exterior showed little change, a hint of decay lingered about him, prompting her to furrow her brow. Are you all right? I'm fine. In an instant, Lin Hongyu came to a realization. The source of these individuals' enhanced strength stemmed from Li Hao, a pinnacle half-emperor's power. Although these souls were not particularly strong, their modest gains were insignificant to Li Hao. Yet they essentially deprived him of his strength while empowering themselves. Lin Hongyu contemplated speaking, but ultimately refrained. As for Li Hao, his happiness was paramount. At least in this moment, Li Hao was indeed joyful. This marks the first time since the Battle of the Boundless City that Li Hao is seen smiling genuinely. A true expression of joy. Yet, she is acutely aware of the lingering regrets, such as the vast distance and the fate of Li Hao's parents. However, All of this is beyond her control, and she chooses not to dwell on it any longer. Can I manipulate the inner self? She suddenly inquires. Li Hao nods affirmatively. Indeed, just as the words leave his lips, the situation shifts. Zheng Yu takes control of her own reflection in the river and approaches Li Hao. He turns to glance at her, but Zheng Yu remains impassive, not even sparing him a look. After observing for a moment, Li Hao gestures with his hand, obscuring the river's surface. Boring woman. We are but projections here. Do you truly wish to accomplish something? At this moment, Li Hao is in high spirits, surveying his surroundings before finally addressing the king of Dali. Come in and wash up. It will do you good. The king, already inclined towards this notion, does not hesitate, though he expresses some concern. It won't consume too much of my lifespan, will it? Not at all. Go ahead. Without further ado, the king of Dili plunges into the river. In an instant, the power of time washes over him. He feels no pain. In fact, he feels rejuvenated, and his vital energy begins to surge. How delightful. So pure. Previously, he had absorbed energy passively, but now he is actively cultivating it. And this energy is no longer reliant on Li Hao's support. It is a transformation of his own lifespan. His mentors have yet to arrive, and the king of Dali has nearly restored himself to his peak, even feeling as though he has ascended to a new level. With his vitality refined, he senses that he might have the potential to reach the true pinnacle of kingship. Time passes, and the king wishes to remain in the river a while longer. But Tianji can no longer contain himself. Come out. The king of Dali is taken aback, quickly exiting the river. The next moment, he slightly stumbles, shaking his head in discontent. Predecessor, I am only at the late stage of kingship. I believe that if I stayed a little longer, I would achieve the true pinnacle. This progress is exhilarating. Why did you call me? Tianji rolls his eyes, reluctant to meddle, yet finds this fellow rather foolish. With a hint of irritation, he replies, the pinnacle of kingship? Stay any longer, and you'll age into dust. The king of Dali is momentarily stunned. After feeling around, he senses nothing amiss. Tianji, exasperated, while Li Hao merely smiles, unconcerned. It matters not. Even if you reach the pinnacle, you could live another year or two. Right now, you can still live for decades, which I believe is excessive. The king of Dali is taken aback. A king should live at least 100,000 years, right? Even saints can live that long. Immortals can manage it, although they often spend most of that time in slumber. Surely, a king could live 100,000 years without difficulty? Li Hao gazes at him. You are consuming your own lifespan. That's why your progress is so swift. If you had merely returned to the initial stage of kingship, you wouldn't have expended so much. At this moment, the king of Dali comprehends and feels an urge to curse. Li Hao chuckles. Well, you'll outlive me. Before you pass, I will afford you an opportunity. As long as we both advance, everything will be manageable. Trading lifespan for strength is a bargain, and I won't grant that chance to anyone else. The great king of departure was at a loss for words, feeling utterly deceived once more. This fellow was truly insidious. Nevertheless, his strength had indeed increased. Having previously comprehended half of the emperor's power, he now advanced to the late stage of the heavenly king realm. Without significant drawbacks, only a sudden sensation of aging washed over him. Truly bizarre. Amidst the laughter of a few, the long river continued to flow. Suddenly, the waters stilled. In the next moment, the entire river rippled, and Li Hao chuckled, filled with nostalgia. They have returned. In an instant, the world spun around. The river shattered. Abruptly, a multitude of individuals were expelled. As they emerged, the boisterous voice of Nan Quan echoed throughout the heavens, brimming with excitement. I've advanced to the realm of harmony, unrivaled in the world. Bang! Bei Quan, witnessing his own emergence, unleashed a punch that sent Nan Quan flying to the ground, motionless and bewildered. In the following moment, Li Hao laughed, a surge of power radiating outward, causing the resurrected individuals to experience a shift in their consciousness. Gradually, Nan Quan became dazed, muttering, was that previous experience not an illusion? Did we truly perish? How is it that we are being revived now? He rubbed his head. Wait. Wasn't it said that the earth-subduing sword was to be revived? Indeed, the outcome of his experiences had been the demise of the earth-subduing sword. This time, however, it was also a revival. Yet, it was meant for the earth-subduing sword. Nearby, Hong Yitong chuckled, casting a glance at him. You perished, but I cannot. As the master of the true path, how could I possibly die? Nan Quan was taken aback again. Wait, Isn't the master of the true path that fellow Yuan Shuo? He turned to Yuan Shuo, who smiled but soon appeared perplexed, shaking his head. I don't know. It seems I was deceived. The crowd looked at him, questioning why he seemed to possess knowledge. At this moment, Li Hao's laughter resonated across the heavens. Having experienced all, I have gained clarity. The resurrected souls have merely changed among themselves during our trials. Everything unfolds as it originally did, thus saving me the trouble of elaborating. With that, Li Hao addressed the heavens and the earth. I have been revived, and my masters have also returned. Thank you, all beings, for your support. In the next instant, boundless energy surged from all directions. Not only that, but at that moment, countless long swords hovered in the sky, illuminating the world. Li Hao's voice echoed. This is the sword of the bright moon. One sword, one path. Every living being may comprehend the way of the sword. Do not be greedy. One is sufficient to grasp the essence of martial arts and gather the literary spirit. The true path can be cultivated, and the illusory path may also be refined. Achieving one leads to the path of harmony being within reach. This is the path I, Li Hao, have comprehended, available for all to learn. A grand celebration for the silver moon. In an instant, across the lands, billions of beings were left in awe. The sword path of the bright moon. The path of the silver moon marquee. Can this truly be shared? Not only them, but those formidable beings nearby Li Hao were also left dumbfounded. This was Li Hao's sword path. Or perhaps it was not merely a sword path, but rather his unique way. Is he willing to share this openly? Li Hao wore a warm smile, gazing at the crowd with gentle words. Welcome back, everyone. I have missed you. In that moment, even the restless Nan Quan felt a complex swirl of emotions. He missed us. With a resounding thud, the southern fist struck him, causing him to stagger momentarily before embracing Li Hao, grinning widely in delight. Nearby, Ho Xiaoqing chuckled with restrained amusement, clearing his throat while drawing closer to Yu Luocha. The latter whispered softly, a true man indeed. Taken aback, Ho Xiaoqing paused for a moment, glancing down with a flicker of fire in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yuan Shuo beamed radiantly, gazing across the lands and murmuring, My disciple is unparalleled, truly without equal. Among the heroes of Silver Moon, my disciple reigns supreme. And none can contest this. The demon sword Li Hao, the foremost hero of Silver Moon. At this moment, countless beings across the world simultaneously conjured a single thought. Li Hao, the unrivaled champion of the realm. The path to greatness lies before you. A single step can elevate one to the heavens. An emperor, not merely in title but in strength, stands ready at the threshold of greatness. For ordinary folk, such an opportunity is within reach. Throughout history, how many have achieved such heights? In this instant, millions of cultivators raise their gazes to the heavens, beginning to comprehend the path. The Silver Moon era flourishes, martial prowess thrives. Chapter 420. Discussion. The sword of the full moon arced through the skies, heralding an era of martial prosperity. As Silver Moon ascended, fallen heroes were revived, ushering in an era of peace and flourishing splendor. At this moment, we can declare it the zenith for the people of Silver Moon, and indeed for Li Hao himself. He swept through the realm unchallenged, vanquishing all formidable foes. Not a single soul could rival him. Laughter and joy filled the air, and there was no shortage of smiles. Were one to remain comfortably ensconced in the prosperity of Silver Moon, a fleeting period of splendor could be enjoyed, free from worry. But could this dream be realized? Amidst the laughter, only a select few sensed the overwhelming pressure and encroaching darkness. Li Hao's time was running short. Only by stepping beyond Silver Moon, overcoming the chaotic thunder tribulations, and ascending to emperor status, could there be hope for rejuvenation. Time may resurrect you, yet it cannot extend your lifespan. When your days are spent, time itself cannot rescue you. The transient peace of Silver Moon would inevitably be shattered once more. Li Daoheng and Shirgo, both formidable in their own right, were but small players in the grand tapestry of the universe. Beyond Silver Moon lay the vast cosmos, the chaotic realms, and countless worlds. The presence of emperors and masters of the universe was not uncommon. Numerous new martial emperors and countless strong individuals remained indifferent to Silver Moon's plight. Were they truly lost? Or did they simply lack the strength to engage? Or were they ensnared in the throes of battle? No one could say, though the Zheng Emperor had appeared momentarily. If he could be summoned, perhaps the two cats would awaken, and the Zheng Emperor would have already arrived instead of merely manifesting briefly before vanishing. In the central continent, Tianqing City thrived with the diligent cultivation of its citizens, vibrant energies coursing through the air. Some ventured into the mountains and seas, while others traversed the sun and moon. As martial prowess became a national endeavor, yielding visible results. At the governor's mansion, laughter and merriment reigned, rendering one oblivious to the outside world. Resurrected heroes engaged in lively conversations with friends, recounting tales of their experiences beyond death, though these were often mere fabrications, for the afterlife was shrouded in silence, devoid of any experiences worth sharing. In the back courtyard, snowflakes drifted down as another harsh winter descended, with time moving inexorably toward the year 1732. Heavy snow fell in a flurry. Yet, the winter is not as frigid as before. This year's season is far more bearable than the last. Last year, Li Hao had just resolved the conflicts with the 9 sires and the royal family, grappling with both internal strife and external threats. In the previous year, countless refugees roamed the continent. However, this year, the continent has united as one. Only Dali remains, a divine nation suspended in isolation. Nevertheless, Dali boasts its own king and heavenly extremes, with the queen having also journeyed to the divine realm. With such formidable individuals present, this bitter winter seems less daunting. On a stone table, a pot of warm wine exudes a fragrant aroma, as a group of individuals gather around. Li Hao, Yuan Shuo, Hong Yitong, Nan Quan, Ho Xiaoqing, Lu Long, Yu Luocha, Bai Guangjian, Lin Hongyu, along with the recently returned Hong Xiu from the west, and the steadfast Hong Qing and Lu Yin who insist on standing guard at the periphery. There are 5 families present, or perhaps 6 if we include Nan Quan. Among them, Yuan Shuo serves as the mentor, Lu Long as the leader, and Ho Xiaoqing as the minister, while Nan Quan and Hong Yitong are esteemed uncles who have offered support on numerous occasions. They constitute the core of Li Hao's entourage during the Silver Moon era. Pivotal in his rise to prominence, Lin Hongyu rises to pour wine for everyone. The cups brim with the rich liquid. Li Hao raises his cup, a smile illuminating his face. I raise a toast to you all. Everything is encapsulated within this wine. The Silver Moon warriors are all fond of their drink. In the world of martial arts, one cannot truly consider themselves a Silver Moon warrior without indulging in wine. Yuan Shuo chuckles, lifting his cup, and soon others follow suit, draining their cups in unison. The wine does not intoxicate, yet all become enraptured. After downing one cup, Li Hao fills another and drinks heartily. My heart burns with fervor at your return. The endless battles, day and night, gnaw at my very soul. He does not shy away from expressing his sorrow, sighing deeply, like 1,000 arrows piercing my heart, day and night. I close my eyes only to envision the fall of countless heroes, blood splattering against the heavens. I, Li Hao, lost both parents 5 years ago, and my brothers met a cruel fate 3 years past. Thankfully, I was favored by my teacher, and Lu Long risked his life to protect me. Entering the White Moon City, advancing to the Battle Heaven City, I was sheltered by the minister, guided by Master Hong, and aided by Uncle Nan Quan. Thus, I weathered the most arduous times, unbroken and unyielded by hatred, ultimately avenging my foes. The crowd listens intently. Even the loquacious Nan Quan refrains from speaking. At this moment, everyone reflects on the past. They recall a time when mere adversaries of the 10th realm nearly claimed Li Hao's life, when the Red Moon organization struck, and a formidable 3rd-level superpower almost annihilated them all. Today, there are countless warriors of the 10th realm and beyond. At this moment, the women merely assist in pouring wine. Not a single voice interrupts, as they quietly listen to the most powerful individuals in the world reminisce about the past. My journey to this day is indebted to your unwavering support, Li Hao expresses, with a hint of melancholy. After the demise of the bone-corroding emperor and the others, my greatest wish was to resurrect you all. I have finally succeeded. It is as though my desires have been fulfilled. Yuan Shuo lifts his cup, taking a sip and smiling, as if basking in a spring breeze. As long as the outcome is favorable, the process is of little consequence. This is a necessary path in the journey of growth. You have achieved the unification of Silver Moon with remarkable swiftness, vanquishing formidable foes and quelling foreign invasions, accomplishing what others have failed to achieve over millennia. To speak candidly, even if we cannot be resurrected, what of it? I have reached the venerable age of 70. Should I not cultivate, it would be entirely normal for me to meet my end at this point. Among those present, only Lu Long belonged to the younger generation. slightly younger than the rest, who were not significantly younger than myself. Life is unpredictable. The ability to cultivate and attain longevity is indeed a blessing. Yet, what significance does it hold if one were to perish at this moment? He glanced at Li Hao and remarked, all gatherings must eventually disband. In my youth, I lost many friends, dear companions, and even my master, along with my mentors and their kin. Yet, I did not succumb to despair nor lose hope. A person's life is a continuous journey of progress, forging new friendships along the way. One must not dwell endlessly on the past. He gestured broadly, critiquing Li Hao. You are still too young. As you mature and gather more experiences, you will come to realize that we are merely a harbor along your life's voyage, not the destination itself. Nan Quan wiped the remnants of wine from his beard and chuckled. That is not quite accurate. I do not concur with old Yuan's sentiment. I believe we hold considerable significance. If I were to perish again, I trust you will resurrect me. There is no need to rush. Take your time. This time, you were too hasty. Nan Quan laughed heartily. I was not even sufficiently rested or satisfied before you brought us back. Li Hao also smiled. This gathering felt akin to a family reunion, and everyone spoke freely. Li Hao refrained from elaborating further, stating, currently, there are no major issues in the Silver Moon. The most pressing concern is the ascension of the world, which requires more time. Furthermore, I harbor two worries regarding the ascension. First, the Red Moon universe should still exist. Will their formidable beings locate Silver Moon and attempt an incursion? Second, we are enveloped by chaotic thunder. Should we venture forth or remain hidden? If we step outside, the thunder will surely descend. Conversely, if we choose to hide like quails, deceiving ourselves into believing that the enemy cannot reach us, perhaps we might evade detection for another 100,000 years. Li Hao continued. Additionally, there are some internal trivialities that are not worth mentioning. My current hesitation lies in whether, if we venture out, it should be I who steps forth, or shall I take a group with me? What is the true state of the chaotic universe? Is it suitable for exploration? If we choose to remain secluded, will we attract the attention of formidable foes? In the past, if it were merely a small world, and unrelated to the new marshal, they might not concern themselves with us. However, we now exist as a medium-sized world. Which brings us to our second point. We possess the great Tao universe. According to the elders of the heavenly extremity, the great Tao universe is a phenomenon exclusive to large worlds. Indeed, not every world is graced with a great Tao universe. Silver Moon did not possess one previously. Cultivation was limited to the paths of other worlds or, in some cases, to mere self-cultivation. Only with the advent of the great Tao universe do we gain the opportunity to ascend to a greater world, to carve our unique path, thus defining our direction. Such worlds are imbued with immense potential. Great worlds are not ubiquitous. It is said that some small worlds remain quite primitive, with an exceedingly low level of civilization. Silver Moon stands out due to the profound inheritance of a new marshal. As Li Hao pondered this, he added, with the emergence of the great Tao universe, will it attract the attention of certain civilizations or worlds? Where exactly do we find ourselves? Silver Moon is now enveloped in chaos. Where do we truly stand? And what is the current state of the chaotic world? We remain in a state of ignorance. The atmosphere among the crowd grew somewhat solemn, yet Hong Yitong remained unperturbed, asserting, we must venture forth. It is inevitable. In the pursuit of cultivation, one cannot remain perpetually isolated. Moreover, our Silver Moon currently lacks even a single true emperor. When compared to a genuine medium world, even a minor world boasts an emperor. Without engaging with formidable beings or high civilizations, we are destined to lag behind. We have indeed benefited from the legacy of the new martial era. Without it, Silver Moon would find it challenging to attain its current state. He turned to Li Hao and continued, we understand that you would not content yourself with a lifetime confined to Silver Moon. However, do you possess the confidence to withstand the chaotic thunder tribulation? We have witnessed the previous tribulation, where even emperors were struck down. This was within Silver Moon. The external challenges may be even more formidable. Not to mention, what if an emperor from the Red Moon arrives during the external tribulation? Gazing at Li Hao, he proposed, thus, I suggest we bide our time. One must forge their own strength. Silver Moon is on the verge of advancement, and both Qian Wuliang and I have recently experienced growth in our powers. The entire populace is enhancing their capabilities, which is beneficial for the path of the great Tao. We shall soon ascend to the 7th level of harmonization, approaching the semi-emperor tier. Additionally, he remarked, the king of humanity and his comrades must lead a vast army into battle. Why is it necessary to bring an army into war? For an emperor, 1,000,000 soldiers can be swept away in an instant. Yet, considering the might of the king and his allies, why this need for such numbers? In my view, there are several reasons. First, to train troops. Strong individuals emerge from the ranks of the weak. One cannot be born strong. Training soldiers fosters the emergence of more powerful beings. Second, to plunder. Strong beings conquer, their armies ravage, attacking worlds to seize the fruits of civilization, wealth, technology, and talent. Third, to broaden horizons. A person confined to a small village can only perceive its limited expanse. It is only upon visiting a city that one comprehends its vastness. And by venturing to the continent, one realizes the enormity of the land. It is only by exploring beyond the world that one grasps the immensity of existence. Expanding one's perspective is often the key to greater achievements. By leading an army of over 100 million, the training is genuine. And it is indeed about exposing these individuals to the vastness of the world, igniting their ambition. Hong Yitong expressed a desire to assemble a grand army, embarking beyond Silver Moon collectively, rather than leaving Li Hao to forge ahead alone. The sentiments of Li Hao were well understood by all present. No one was oblivious to his thoughts. In this moment, as he articulated these ideas, the others comprehended that he might be urging them to remain or perhaps bidding farewell. It was conceivable that he might vanish quietly the following day. Anything was possible. After Yuan Shuo and the others were revived, Li Hao felt a considerable sense of relief and newfound freedom. His solitary departure from Silver Moon could be for exploration or perhaps a one-way journey. Should Silver Moon face no significant threats, he might not return. At this juncture, the reticent Lu Long spoke up. A strong man requires 3 allies, regardless of your capabilities. I believe some assistance is necessary. Conversing, lending support, as long as they do not hinder progress. Do you truly understand the nature of chaos? Are you aware of what lies beyond? Having someone by your side to confer with, even if they lack martial prowess, can provide a sense of security. The days of leaving one's homeland are never easy. Li Hao chuckled. Boss, what are you worried about? Lu Long spoke candidly. You might not return. How could that be? This is Silver Moon, my homeland. Why not? Lu Long gazed at him. Once the red moon falls, it should not have perished. You would be like a kite with its string cut, no longer tethered. The others listened, feeling a twinge of resonance. It seemed indeed to be the case. Li Hao couldn't help but smile. Am I truly so unworthy of your trust? The group ignored him. Ho Xiaoqing pondered for a moment and said, let us not discuss whether you will return. The key concern now is that you know nothing of chaos. As it stands, we still have enemies within chaos. Although we have yet to venture out, having killed the bone-devouring emperor, you have slain a sovereign of a great world. They will not let you off lightly. Furthermore, whether it be your river of time or our dual path of reality and illusion, including a medium world, there exists no emperor in any realm. Should they harbor intentions of invasion, they will surely set their sights upon us. He turned to Li Hao. Currently, the individuals most knowledgeable about chaos should be the 2 elders, Tianji and Zhang Yu, both of whom have traversed chaos. If we could find the new marshal, that would be ideal. The new marshal possesses formidable strength. If you could seek refuge under their aegis, you would have more freedom. Of course, one must remain vigilant. Although we share a common origin with the new marshal, it is wise to take precautions to avoid any mishaps. You should engage in more dialogue with these 2. Li Hao nodded. Before I depart, I shall communicate with them. Teacher, do you have any good advice? Yuan Shuo stroked his beard. As for advice, I have none to offer. You have grown wings and can now soar on your own. However, I wonder if, having absorbed the dual path of reality and illusion, you could directly ascend to the rank of emperor? I believe it would be prudent for you to attain the level of emperor before venturing forth. He continued, there is indeed a gap between us and the new marshal. You are currently at the 9th level of harmonization. Is there a level beyond harmonization? Yes. But how should one cultivate? You have already opened 360 channels, and they are of both reality and illusion, yet the result remains merely the 9th level of harmonization. In comparison to the emperors of the new marshal, how should one cultivate and assess the path forward? The 360 channels, being of both reality and illusion, are almost a limit. While the human body can harbor more than this, at Li Hao's level, opening additional trivial channels bears little significance, as the enhancement would be minimal. Ascending to emperor is undoubtedly a monumental transformation. The emperors of the new martial, at this level, embody the great Tao within their essence, merging with the primordial stars. This is the essence of the new martial's emperors. The realms of the new martial are distinct, with the boundaries clearly defined by the breaking of spatial layers. In contrast, the path of Silver Moon, now at the 9th level of harmonization, appears to have no further avenues for advancement. Without Li Hao ascending to emperor, the others are uneasy about his departure and his undertaking of tribulations. However, persuading Li Hao is a formidable challenge. His desire to leave is not solely out of curiosity. Those who witnessed his revival know well that Li Hao harbors regrets, such as the absence of his companions and the revival of his parents. Yet, Zheng Yuan's death occurred 3 years ago. 3 years have passed since the demise of those who can never be resurrected, and considering that his parents departed 5 years ago, the hope dwindles even further. The force of time is not omnipotent. Moreover, Li Hao's understanding of it is still rather superficial. Thus, his journey may very well be an endeavor to discover better methods, to enhance himself more swiftly, and to gain deeper insights into the path of time. This could very well be the reason behind Li Hao's insistence on forging ahead. In contemplation of the Tao, Li Hao spoke after a moment of reflection. The ninefold Tao, represented by the 360 stellar pathways, comprises various levels including the genuine practitioners of the tangible Tao, the ethereal Tao, and the unity of both. It is the unity of both that signifies true strength. If we consider the standard sevenfold Tao, it may struggle against the half-emperor of the new martial realm. However, a sevenfold Tao that embodies both paths can undoubtedly rival a half-emperor, the true source of a half-emperor. That is, turning his gaze towards the assembly, Li Hao continued, "To be honest, I have some thoughts regarding the realm above the Tao, though they remain somewhat undeveloped." Yuan Shuo interjected, "Please, do share your insights. Although our understanding pales in comparison to yours, perhaps we could glean something beneficial from your words, even if they may not prove useful." At present, he too had ascended to the Tao, yet the chasm between him and Li Hao had only widened. He ceased to doubt Li Hao's capabilities, for Li Hao now surpassed him in knowledge, experience, and combat prowess. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao articulated his thoughts. "My notion is that beyond the ninefold Tao, once the Tao stars enter the body, intertwining in cycles, are 360 stellar formations. Despite their cyclical nature, have yet to achieve complete integration with our essence. I wonder, if we were to achieve complete fusion, would that not equate to assimilating the Tao into our being? Would it not signify that, akin to the original emperor, I am the Tao, and the Tao is me, thus transcending to the level of the emperor?" The crowd frowned slightly, pondering, "Doesn't your river of time already signify such integration?" Li Hao nodded, then shook his head, "Not quite. The river of time represents a mere superficial fusion. It does not embody total integration. True integration means that time is me, and I am time." Li Hao furrowed his brow, stating, "However, I have yet to discover such an opportunity. This is solely my perspective." He then turned to Master Hong Yitong. "Master Hong, there is no need for concern. Your focus should be on the assimilation of myriad paths. As you integrate these paths, the strength of the masses will bolster your own, and you will inevitably ascend to the rank of emperor in due course. This is a gradual process. There is no need to rush. For those beyond the two Tao lords, the path to becoming an emperor remains fraught with challenges." Li Hao had not yet fully crystallized his own path, but had formulated some thoughts regarding others. For instance, Master Nan Quan, who practices the way of the fist, will ultimately converge the 360 stellar formations. Ideally, he should strive for the fusion of the tangible and intangible 360 stars, culminating in the manifestation of the fist star, the domain of the fist, branching out from the great Tao, and establishing tributaries in the river of time. By grounding the great Tao in the river, he could unify the essence of all martial arts, thereby achieving the status of emperor. However, this approach carries a potential drawback. It may lead to a scenario where the next practitioner of the fist, unless their source of Tao differs, may find it exceedingly difficult to become a second emperor. Li Hao possessed a clear understanding of their respective paths. He further remarked, "At this level, according to the new martial perspective, it is acceptable to refer to oneself as an emperor. However, from my viewpoint, calling it a Tao Lord is equally appropriate. The essence of mastery lies not only in the strength one wields, but also in the degree of understanding and the potency of the tributaries one forges. These elements are pivotal in determining the might of a Tao Lord or an emperor. Master Hong, indeed, can be regarded as the sovereign of the great Tao or the Lord of 10,000 paths. Li Hao, however, has profound thoughts regarding conventional paths, albeit he currently treads an unconventional route. Listening intently, Yuan Shuo and the others pondered deeply. It was evident that Li Hao had attained significant insights into the great Tao. Aside from forging tributaries to become a Tao Lord, are there alternative approaches? Yuan Shuo inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Li Hao replied, one could assimilate the Tao into one's being, thereby creating one's own universe. However, this path can complicate matters significantly and does not necessarily imply greater potential. It merely indicates a slight liberation from certain constraints. At the very least, Master Hong cannot bind me. What of your current temporal Tao? What are your reflections? Yuan Shuo pressed. Li Hao sighed. Having established my own small realm, I now find progress exceedingly challenging. Yet, there exists a fundamental method. I could continue to develop the Tao veins within me, opening all paths and integrating them into the river of time, thereby augmenting its flow. If I manage to unlock and comprehend them all, I could be recognized as an emperor. However, even should I achieve mastery over the entirety of the great Tao, I might still fall short of reaching the level of the human king, for my core essence revolves around the power of time. The critical challenge lies in how to enhance my temporal Tao. He lamented, this is indeed a conundrum. Throughout various eras, the concept of the temporal Tao has been scarcely explored. Others lack even the capacity to amplify time, which is the most arduous task. Thus, even if I were to amalgamate all paths and ascend to the pinnacle of emperor, it is highly improbable that I could attain the stature of the human king. The assembly fell into silence, realizing that Li Hao was not incapable of becoming an emperor, but rather felt that he could not reach that echelon due to the limitations in enhancing his understanding of time. After a lengthy silence, Lin Hongyu finally spoke. Your past and future incarnations in the realm of time, despite their drawbacks, if approached through the method of infinite summoning and fusion, could this not also be considered a form of the temporal Tao? Li Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, it qualifies, but the drawbacks are significant. The more powerful one becomes, the more challenging it is to summon. The crux lies in the fact that what you summon may not surpass your own strength. He recognized that this was not a fundamental principle, but rather a clever shortcut, one fraught with peril at every turn. Yet, it was not a sustainable solution. The key remained in how to fundamentally enhance the essence of time. At that moment, no one could provide him with the clarity he sought. Even Yuan Shuo, despite Li Hao's hopeful gaze, wrestled with uncertainty. Ultimately, not wanting to disappoint his disciple, he conceded, I, too, am at a loss. My understanding is limited. Yet I am aware that the top-tier experts outside might possess insights into this matter. Should you truly venture forth, you may engage with some of these eminent figures. The complexities of time are profound and elusive, a subject that defies easy explanation. Li Hao could only nod in response, refraining from further discourse. His expectations of his teacher were habitual. However, recognizing that his mentor had only recently begun to comprehend the Tao, it was evident that he could not offer superior guidance. However, Yuan Shuo proposed an intriguing idea. Engaging with supreme beings carries immense danger, yet I have a notion. What if you could traverse back in time? Given your ability to reflect upon the past, should you encounter formidable entities without provoking them, it might be advantageous to delve into their histories. To observe or even interact with their pasts, perhaps there lies some benefit therein. Reflecting upon another's past, Li Hao felt a stir within, albeit with a slight frown. It is exceedingly challenging for me to revisit the past of others. I can only reflect upon my own. I believe it is indeed possible. Yuan Shuo asserted earnestly. I previously mentioned that I had a dream. Whether it was before, I cannot recall, but since my awakening, I distinctly remember having such a dream. This suggests that what you encounter is, in essence, the true me. Li Hao's heart quickened at this revelation. This implied that the power of time could also be wielded upon others, enabling the retracing of their pasts. Yet, the complexity of this task must not be underestimated. Or perhaps, those etched in one's memory could be revisited. A cascade of thoughts surged forth. If this were the case, does it not imply that the more powerful beings I encounter, the greater the likelihood of gleaning invaluable insights, thereby utilizing their strengths to aid my cultivation? He chose to remain silent, continuing to share drinks and engage in light-hearted conversation with the others. Yet, within, he recognized the urgency of preparing himself to open the star gates and depart from the silver moon. Otherwise, while striving to ascend in the silver moon, he risked the grave possibility of perishing before the opportunity to enter the realm of the emperors. The middle realm is indeed sufficient for the emergence of an emperor. The crux of the matter is that time is not on his side. At that very moment, the entire silver moon began to expand amidst their casual discussions. The pace was swift. The barriers of the silver moon world expanded significantly outward, increasing its territory by approximately threefold. Previously, the central continent, which housed billions, felt rather congested. Yet now, the central continent had grown considerably, alleviating the crowding among the billions of inhabitants. The Zheng mountain range, once modest in size, now appeared colossal. Even more so than the Zheng mountains of the new martial realm, as the latter was not known for its grandeur. While Li Hao and the others engaged in their conversations, within the divine hall, a few were also discussing various matters. Zheng gazed toward the heavens with a sense of wistfulness and contemplation, remarking, "Senior Tianji, while the silver moon faces few internal troubles, external threats still loom. The new martial realm remains elusive, and the silver moon may genuinely lie within the domain of the red moon world." The previous chaotic thunderclaps and the fall of an emperor, coupled with Li Hao's encounter with the colossal phantom of the Zheng emperor, suggest that both the new martial and red moon realms are aware that the silver moon still exists. Moreover, with the world advancing, it is no longer concealed as it once was. Tianji continued to gaze upward, seemingly oblivious to the discourse. Zheng could not restrain himself, stating, "Senior, after all, you are a fragment of the new martial emperor. I am but a mere avatar." Tianji replied, at a loss for words. "What would you have me do? I possess but a fragment of my essence, a mere semblance of an emperor's might, which, devoid of its original source, merely equates to the pinnacle of the celestial kings beyond. Should I encounter a formidable being from the red moon, do you truly believe I could vanquish them? That is not my intention." Zheng interjected, "Navigating through chaos is no simple task. Once the stargate opens, Li Hao will inevitably face a tempest. My vision is that, in this realm, only the senior and I remain, having distanced ourselves from the world, traversing through chaos. I wish to accompany you, esteemed elder, through the stargate into the chaos, to seek new martial paths. As long as we can sense the original source, we shall proceed in that direction. If we can tear through the fabric of the original universe, the sovereign of the source will undoubtedly perceive our presence. This way, whether we return with the silver moon, or the silver moon exists as a subsidiary realm, or even as an independent world, the silver moon and the new martial paths originate from the same essence and are unlikely to face annihilation." Tianji felt a headache coming on. "You mean for me to accompany you into chaos? Do not be so reckless. Chaos is far too intricate. To put it bluntly, your grandfather could manage, but my true self would struggle, let alone my current fragment. With you, a weakling, it would be even more precarious. If we deviate even slightly, we might unwittingly wander into the lair of the red moon." He had no desire to venture forth. As for remaining behind, naturally, it meant waiting. The sovereign would be aware of their presence here, and perhaps would arrive shortly. Zheng understood his temperament and felt somewhat helpless. Are you not aware of the sovereign's nature? Forgetfulness aside, if he were to suddenly enter slumber, he might sleep through the arrival of the red moon. Furthermore, if locating the silver moon were so easy, it would have been found long ago. The king of men is also rather impetuous. Despite the silver moon's lack of significance, there are still numerous new martial practitioners here. And if the king could have found it, he would have done so by now. It is far too perilous. Tianji continued to shake his head. "It is not that I underestimate you. Once you enter the chaos, any slight disturbance could spell your doom. Moreover, should we encounter some wandering stronghold of chaos or chaotic beasts, we would surely meet our end. Do you believe that without the power of an emperor, one can survive in chaos?" Seeing him fall into silence, Tianji added, "If worst comes to worst, let Li Hao venture out on his own." Zheng furrowed his brow. Can he endure such trials? Even if he can, he is not well acquainted with the new martial paths and may not seek them out. Given his nature, he might simply take whoever he encounters, either engaging in conflict or maintaining a mutual distance. It would be quite difficult to compel him to actively search for the new martial paths. This was indeed true. The elder was merely a fragment. Zheng continued, "Even if that fragment were to perish, it would simply be a loss. now that the two cats have been absorbed into the current. The elder's task is complete, and would you truly mourn for a mere fragment? Tianji waved his hand dismissively. It is not that I am attached to the fragment. Rather, it serves as a coordinate point. My true self remains with the new martial paths. Only with my fragment present is there hope of discovery. Once my fragment departs, the prospects grow dim indeed. The silver moon has certainly detached from the new martial paths and may be quite distant. You are not a fragment. So relying on your grandfather to locate you would be exceedingly difficult. It is only with my fragment here that there is any hope. Zheng contemplated this, recognizing the validity in his words. Yet, given Tianji's reluctance to traverse chaos, he found himself at an impasse. Although he had previously ventured into the world, it had always been under the guidance of powerful leaders. He was never the one at the forefront. At this moment, Tianji remarked, in truth, exiting the silver moon is not the most crucial matter. Rather, it is the impending ascension of the silver moon world that holds significance. The elevation of a world is no trivial affair. While the broader universe may remain oblivious, certain formidable entities wandering the chaos are likely to take notice. Even if the Crimson Moon world remains unaware, I am concerned that there may be some chaotic wanderers nearby, which could spell trouble. A world on the brink of ascension, coupled with the vast cosmos, presents an irresistible temptation for many. After all, the strongest among them are not merely the emperors. Has Li Hao adequately prepared for such a scenario? Typically, the ascension of a world occurs when a sufficient number of powerful beings are on the verge of advancement, facilitating a collective elevation that ensures the world is not devoured. However, the ascension of the silver moon appears to be somewhat premature. Not only is it swift, but there is also an absence of even a single emperor here, leading to a significant gap in power. Under such circumstances, those capable of traversing the chaos are generally of emperor-level strength. Weaker emperors find it challenging to navigate. Of course, if one is indifferent to losing their way, then even a heavenly king could venture out, provided they survive. Zhang En's expression shifted slightly. Will this attract the attention of those entities? The likelihood is high. He must alert Li Hao. Zhang En felt a weighty concern, while Tianji remained unconcerned, stating, the Star Gate is secure. It has been crafted by several emperor-level beings. If Li Hao does not proactively activate it, remaining inside, although perilous, carries limited danger. Naturally, those outside will undoubtedly wish to enter. His worries were not so much about the external dangers as they were about the potential commotion attracting even more powerful beings, which is the crux of the issue. Zhang En, equally troubled, finally spoke, I should consult with Li Hao, and furthermore, Senior, perhaps you should contemplate accompanying me to scout the way. Seeing Tianji unmoved, his frustration deepened. This entity, merely a manifestation, seemed excessively cautious. What harm would befall him if the manifestation perished? It was utterly incomprehensible, leaving one exasperated. Returning home today coincided with a writer's block, a day of rest before preparing for the new year, to avoid taking leave later. Conveniently, I will return home. Wishing everyone a joyous new year. Chapter 4:21. Chaos. The past and the chaotic universe. Distance and time are unknown. A haze of confusion reigns, devoid of sky and land. Countless worlds, like seeds, are embedded throughout the chaos, thriving in their freedom. The distances between them are infinitely vast. Amidst the dark chaos, a world akin to a crimson moon, shimmering with a red luminescence, is the renowned Crimson Moon Great World, a place of formidable repute within the chaos. Characterized by a strong desire for conquest, the Crimson Moon Great World is immense and unfathomable. It is also a well-known powerful realm within the chaos. Yet the atmosphere in the Crimson Moon Great World has grown tense. 50 years prior, the Crimson Moon's sovereign intended to launch an assault on another renowned world within the chaos, the Inyang world, also known as the New Martial World. However, the Crimson Moon Army had yet to reach the Inyang world. The New Martial Army, a colossal force, has taken the initiative to launch an assault aimed at obliterating the Red Moon Great World. As both realms rank among the pinnacle of great worlds, countless others possess sentience, either retreating or evading the impending confrontation. The impending clash between the two factions was palpable, yet unexpectedly, the New Martial Army vanished for several years, lost in chaos. The resurgence of news regarding New Martial left the cosmic realms in a state of bewilderment, as they suddenly found themselves behind the Red Moon Great World. encountering another notoriously famed realm within the chaotic expanse, the blissful Great World. Before the conflict between New Marshall and Red Moon could escalate into a large-scale war, a brutal engagement erupted with the blissful Great World. Both sides committed over 100 emperors to the fray, with the king of New Marshall personally leading the charge, fiercely assaulting the heart of blissful Great World and decimating over 10 emperors, almost slaying the Lord of Bliss. Fortunately, the news of the New Marshall blissful conflict spread rapidly, prompting the Red Moon world to dispatch formidable warriors for assistance, albeit at a great cost of lives, managing to temporarily repel the aggressive onslaught from New Marshall. Moreover, the king of New Marshall, in a fit of audacity, boasted of his intention to annihilate adversaries indiscriminately, declaring that whether 1 or 100, he would quell the chaos of the realms. A multitude of New Marshall emperors, following their king, flitted about haphazardly, often appearing in unexpected locations, turning what was initially a duel between two great worlds into a sprawling conflict involving over a dozen realms amidst 50 years of chaos. The spokesperson for New Marshall, the esteemed Zheng family patriarch, publicly implored the various world leaders not to provoke the king, asserting that he had merely lost his way and bore no intention of disrupting the chaos or the peace among the realms. He earnestly requested that if any world encountered the king, they should inform him of the precise location of the Red Moon world and, if convenient, accompany him to ensure he does not stray further. Yet, who would believe such nonsense? None of the world leaders were swayed, nor dared to trust. While the king continued to sporadically appear across various realms, exacerbating the conflict and widening its scope, New Marshall reiterated that the king was merely passing through. Chaos knows no time, space, or direction, and indeed, he had strayed inadvertently, never intending to invade. Unsurprisingly, their reassurances fell on deaf ears. The New Marshall king, immensely powerful and notorious, posed a challenge even to the ordinary rulers of great worlds, known for his sudden assaults on realms. Who would dare to let him approach? His name became synonymous with tyranny, arrogance, and recklessness. As time progressed, what began as a mere conflict between two great worlds, with only a slight skirmish resulting in minimal losses, transformed into a sprawling war. Over 50 chaotic years, the surrounding great worlds dwindled in number, with several medium and small worlds vanishing entirely. This area had become a forbidden zone within the chaos. In the midst of chaos, one could encounter the New Marshall king at any moment, which contributed to the heightened anxiety within the Red Moon Great World. Several years prior, it was rumored that a chaotic wanderer spotted the New Marshall king near Red Moon, alone and seemingly lost, seeking directions and nearly terrifying the nearby chaotic wanderers, who fled in panic, scattering in all directions. Subsequently, the New Marshall sovereign vanished once more. In the Red Moon realm, after years of investigation, not a single clue was uncovered, leading the ruler of Red Moon to ponder whether this New Marshall sovereign had stealthily infiltrated their world, despite numerous explorations yielding no results. This only heightened their vigilance. Bold enough to launch an assault on the Enyang Great World, the Red Moon realm was certainly not feeble. It was home to countless formidable beings. However, the New Marshall sovereign acted unconventionally, wandering alone and sporadically appearing in various locations, stirring up trouble, even provoking some of the most elite chaotic wanderers. Presently, it is said that there are over 10 such eminent beings, akin to solar deities, either pursuing this individual or seeking opportunities for revenge. The outcome is that wherever the New Marshall sovereign lingers for an extended period, a cataclysmic battle inevitably ensues. While these elite beings suffer little loss, their extraordinary conflicts have wreaked havoc across numerous worlds over the years, inflicting severe damage or outright annihilation. Consequently, the number of those hunting the sovereign has proliferated, and the scope of war has expanded. However, once war breaks out, it is often the surrounding worlds that bear the brunt of the devastation, with countless minor worlds either obliterated or vanishing into the vastness of the cosmos. At this moment, within the grand palace resembling a divine court in the Red Moon Great World, beings of immense power stood suspended in the void, their voices resonating thunderously. Our sovereign. Does the New Marshall sovereign truly exist within our Red Moon domain? Even before the conflict between both sides formally erupted, several world rulers had already perished amidst the chaos. The rulers of various great worlds have begun to question the legitimacy of the Red Moon's motives in the Enyang conflict. Is it truly a conspiracy? If not, why have the top entities from both sides had so little interaction and incurred minimal losses? While their unresolved confrontations have led to the shattering of many worlds and the demise of several world rulers in this vast universe, the Red Moon continues to consume smaller worlds, while the new martial sovereign is equally engaged, with the greatest losses befalling third parties. Who would believe that it is unintentional? Moreover, an unparalleled entity proclaimed with a voice like thunder, now. Chaotic wanderers have conveyed news that some great worlds are preparing to form an alliance to collectively resist Red Moon and Yin Yang, establishing a coalition intended to counterbalance both the Red Moon and the new martial sovereign. This coalition is dubbed the Double Destruction Alliance. We are both targets of their extermination. Some were left speechless, unable to articulate their grievances. The objective of the Red Moon Great World indeed centered on the new martial sovereign, advancing toward them while the new martial sovereign simultaneously surged forth. A great battle seemed imminent, yet unexpectedly, the new martial sovereign went mad, turning to attack others instead, defeating one opponent after another. Presently, the new martial sovereign has gained infamy amidst the chaos, and ironically, it is the Red Moon that suffers collateral damage, becoming the target of widespread condemnation, accused of colluding with the new martial sovereign under the guise of a false front. In truth, this situation feels profoundly unjust. Yet, should one voice this sentiment, no one would believe it. Why should the chaos be entangled in the conflict between both sides, as both worlds advance toward their respective goals? Why is it that the new martial sovereign suddenly deviated from its course, lost within the chaos, and appeared in various locations? The sovereign repeatedly insists that it is all a misunderstanding, that only a fool would believe otherwise. Can a dignified world ruler truly become so easily disoriented within the chaos? At the end of the Grand Hall, a figure radiating brilliance akin to the blazing sun spoke with an ethereal voice. Do as you wish. The new martial king has chosen his own demise. What can be done? Presently, countless pursuers trail behind him. Yet the most crucial task remains. He must be eliminated beyond the realm, for we cannot allow a war to erupt within the domain. Otherwise, not only would our adversary be immensely powerful, but those pursuing him, though also formidable, are convinced he has colluded with the Red Moon to engulf the surrounding grand worlds. Should they become incensed, they might very well obliterate the Red Moon realm alongside him. A handful of losses would not concern the Lord of the Red Moon. If he were unable to contend with several top-tier entities, he would not initiate an assault on the new martial king. The latter has, at the very least, provoked over 10 such formidable beings, and it is imperative he stirs some turmoil. In the chaos, he exudes an overwhelming dominance, as if he is the mightiest being in existence. Even the Lord of the Red Moon occasionally finds himself questioning whether he truly allied with him to eradicate the formidable forces and seize control of the chaos. Otherwise, what audacity drives this madman, as the new martial faction stands against numerous others? The Lord of the Red Moon refrained from elaborating further, stating instead, "Yesterday, I sensed the fall of the bone erosion, which had previously attacked the Silver Moon, a domain affiliated with the new martial realm. Several imperial dignitaries perished, and only bone erosion managed to enter the Silver Moon, after which it vanished without a trace. Now, with bone erosion fallen, its position likely resides in the northern regions of the Red Moon, where the Silver Moon emerged from the new martial realm. Presently, the Yin Yang world, alongside the new martial emperor, wanders through the chaos, its whereabouts unknown. Should we manage to locate the Silver Moon world again, we might be able to pinpoint the Yin Yang world and lure the new martial king back, preventing him from meandering aimlessly through the chaos, his movements unpredictable and elusive." The voice of the Lord of the Red Moon resonated powerfully, yet there was an undertone of resignation. Initially, the Silver Moon had been thrust into chaos due to fierce battles, flung away by the Sword Sovereign, vanishing into the abyss. The Lord of the Red Moon had intended to continue searching, but before he could, the new martial king arrived, compelling him to prepare for battle. Consequently, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the adversary diverted to the blissful realm. Once the conflict in the blissful realm had nearly concluded, he thought it was time for a decisive confrontation, only to find the adversary had vanished yet again, pursuing other worlds. Time and again, he waited in his stronghold, filled with anticipation. Each time, he felt war was imminent, rallying the forces of the Red Moon, preparing for annihilation, Yet to this day, not a single shadow has appeared. The more he pondered, the more he found himself at a loss for words. Was the new martial king truly deranged, or was it, as the new martial sovereign suggested, merely lost? Yet who would believe such a notion? He himself found it hard to accept, especially given that the new martial faction had inexplicably provoked so many powerful enemies, now threatening to unleash their wrath from all directions, joining forces to eradicate him, with the Red Moon entangled in the fray. The Lord of the Red Moon felt a sense of grievance. The Red Moon realm, driven by insatiable desires, invades various territories, but each action is justified. Each motive has its rationale, and every incursion is backed by pretexts. For instance, they might actively entice an opponent to attack, or exploit dissent within the enemy's world, or provoke through various factors. It is never a mere whim that initiates an invasion. The preparations for an incursion into the new martial realm also serve as a pretext for the sun god's invasion of the Red Moon. After all, the chaos is vast, and the worlds are countless. Without substantial reason, the other great realms of the world would not simply stand by. Yet, the new king of martial arts relentlessly pursues a singular aim: to seek the path below. An unparalleled powerhouse interjects. Does my sovereign mean to revisit the lost domain of Silver Moon? However, Silver Moon has been untraceable for many years, and the new martial realm has made no effort to seek it. It may well have severed its ties with the Yin-Yang connection long ago. Now, with the new king of martial arts nearby, is there truly a necessity to search for Silver Moon? If the connection has been lost, that realm is scarcely more than a minor world. What purpose would there be in seeking such a place? The new martial realm holds it in disdain, and so does the Red Moon. Consuming a minor world is utterly devoid of significance. That realm is hardly conducive to the birth of an imperial sovereign. To expend time seeking it, requiring both manpower and resources, would be an endeavor fraught with futility, especially now, when one might encounter the new king of martial arts at any moment. Well, at any moment has been quite a few years now, and he has yet to cross paths with us. It is a lamentable situation. After all these years, they have not come, they have not found us. Nor can we seek out the new martial realm, rendering it all quite absurd. At times, others suggest relinquishing the pursuit, as there are myriad chaotic worlds, and one need not remain fixated on the new martial realm. Yet, it is not merely the Red Moon's decision to abandon the quest. The new martial realm has made its intentions clear by seeking retribution against the Red Moon, stirring the pot amongst all factions. Should the Red Moon withdraw, it would only solidify the notion that they have allied with the new martial realm to invade other worlds. The Lord of the Red Moon ponders for a moment before speaking. There remains a necessity. Though the bone erosion is weak and has severed its connection with the path of the Red Moon, it is still an imperial sovereign that fell within the realm of Silver Moon, and there is an ominous aura of thunder that may be the chaotic thunder. The chaotic thunder is seldom unleashed unless a peerless treasure manifests or the order of chaos is disturbed, as is the case with the new king of martial arts, who can whimsically reverse life and death, resurrecting those who have perished in battle, thereby attracting the chaotic thunder. This realm of Silver Moon cannot be considered a mere world. How could bone erosion provoke the chaotic thunder? Thus, it is plausible that some upheaval has transpired in Silver Moon. Perhaps the emergence of a peerless treasure or an extraordinary individual, or the advent of a universal path, or even a world ascension. He speculates further. Silver Moon is derived from the new martial realm, sharing a common lineage. If one aims to thoroughly eradicate the new martial realm, Silver Moon must also be vanquished. Moreover, the fall of bone erosion, a death of an imperial sovereign, is a direct provocation to the Red Moon. If the connection has not been entirely severed, it may still reverse the heavens and earth, breaching the Yin-Yang world and compelling the king of martial arts to return. Upon hearing this, the audience, initially skeptical of the need, now considers the implications of the chaotic thunder, and some minds begin to stir. Though it may not even be classified as a minor world, its origins trace back to the new martial realm. Should any treasures re-emerge, they would surely be of significance. The Yin-Yang world is no feeble domain. The ability to reverse life and death is a capability not possessed by many grand worlds. The new king of martial arts, with his brute strength and limited understanding of the great path, nevertheless commands the world and possesses profound mastery over the methods of life and death. Perhaps Silver Moon may have inherited some of this power. My king, I am willing to embark and investigate. A formidable warrior boldly offers to undertake this task, deeming the risk negligible. The crux lies in avoiding the triggering of the chaotic thunder. When the bone devourer perished, it was a testament to his weakness. Having succumbed within the confines of the silver moon, severing his connection to the red moon's grand pathway. Consequently, his combat prowess was significantly diminished, rendering his death inconsequential to others. However, the Lord of the Red Moon nodded, directing his gaze towards the speaker, acknowledging that this individual posed no significant threat. While not among the elite, he was formidable nonetheless. Provided he refrained from provoking the chaotic thunder tribulations, the silver moon presented no considerable challenge. Moreover, encountering the chaotic thunder tribulations was not a matter of mere desire. In the Grand Hall, the others remained silent. For them, even the emergence of a supreme treasure typically bore little utility. However, should the silver moon give rise to its own cosmic pathway, the scenario would be markedly different. Albeit such a possibility was reserved for the grander worlds, the silver moon scarcely qualified as a minor world. At that moment, another voice emerged. The guardian of the silver moon is the sword master of the Yin-Yang realm. His swordsmanship is unparalleled. 30 chaotic years ago, he cleaved the ruler of a mid-tier world, annihilating its very essence. With the resurgence of the silver moon, it is uncertain whether he will make an appearance. If he does, one must exercise utmost caution. Upon hearing this, the individual who had accepted the task visibly paled. This indeed warranted vigilance. Yet the Lord of the Red Moon interjected, "No need for concern. As far as I am aware, the Sword Master has remained sequestered since his annihilation of the world 30 years ago, likely engaged in the assimilation of his gains. It is improbable that he will venture into the domain of the Silver Moon." That is reassuring. The earlier speaker sighed with relief. Although the ruler of a mid-tier world was not as fearsome as that of a grand world, the obliteration of such a realm by the Sword Master was undeniably terrifying. At the very least, he was not someone to provoke. After a brief discussion, the formidable warrior departed, following the clues towards the northern expanse of the Red Moon. The chaotic coordinates were often disordered and challenging to pinpoint. Nevertheless, the fact that the Lord of the Red Moon could perceive them indicated that they were not too distant, likely within the cosmic coverage of the Red Moon. Otherwise, such awareness would be elusive. In the northern territories, after a short passage of time, there lay a world, somewhat indistinct yet discernible amidst the chaos. It shimmered like stars adorning the void, encircled by a dense shroud of calamity clouds. The entire perimeter of this world revealed a portal standing in the void, preventing the calamity clouds from permeating. This was the Stargate, once an exceedingly dim world. Akin to dust, it had become subtly prominent amidst the chaos. Now, chaotic energies surged towards it, enveloped in clouds of tribulation, marking a notable distinction. The entire realm resembled a sword, emanating a faint silvery glow. Time held no meaning in chaos. Just as the clouds thickened, a colossal beast, akin to a planet in size, sensed an intriguing aroma from afar. It gazed into the distance, catching a glimpse of flickering light. The chaotic energies around it stirred, suggesting that a world was in the process of ascension. The gigantic creature pondered, "Ascension? In this forsaken place?" This place lies within the radiance of the Red Moon Great World. Under ordinary circumstances, even if one were to ascend to a higher realm, this location would not be chosen for such a transformation. It is said that the new Martial King traversed this area in previous years, rendering it fraught with peril. Could it be an uncivilized domain? If so, it is somewhat understandable, having never encountered chaos. One might be unaware of its dangers and ascend recklessly. This has been the downfall of many worlds. The colossal beast altered its trajectory, heading towards the flickering light. Although its speed was terrifying, it seemed alarmingly slow against the vastness of chaos. The distance, though not great, appeared exceedingly far. Originally, the beast intended to venture elsewhere, where several great worlds were purportedly convening to discuss significant matters and form alliances to vanquish their foes. It, too, desired to join the fray against the new martial sovereign and the master of the Red Moon. However, it lacked both the inclination and the strength. Regardless of whom they were to vanquish, the fierce battles among the powerful presented an opportunity for these chaotic wanderers, whether to invade worlds or to consume the remnants. Each scenario offered a chance for advancement. Yet, with time still on its side, it resolved to investigate further. Should it encounter an ascension of worlds, perhaps it might indulge itself. If this endeavor bore no fruit, It was prepared to depart from this restless and unsafe region. The new martial sovereign was frequently said to have taken wrong paths, a notion widely regarded as deliberate, a means of gathering strength. Recently, many chaotic beasts and wanderers within this realm had fallen to the martial king's might, with reports of him even barbecuing chaotic behemoths amid the chaos, a fearsome act that shattered the unspoken accord of the chaotic realm and disturbed its tranquility. In the Silver Moon world, Li Hao and his companions remained oblivious to the happenings outside. Within the entirety of the Silver Moon world, aside from a few new martial practitioners, no one had ever ventured beyond its confines. They were unaware of the vastness of chaos, the number of worlds, or the multitude of powerful beings. The passage of years beyond their domain was a mystery to them. All they knew was that the Silver Moon was at peace, its martial arts flourishing, ushering in the most glorious era in 100,000 years. The world was in a state of ascension, and the swordway of the Silver Moon Marquis enveloped the heavens, allowing the populace to comprehend its essence. With a population of billions, there were inevitably some prodigies who seized the opportunity, leading to a continuous stream of ascensions in recent days. Both the true path and the virtual path experienced significant enhancements. Those who grasped the essence pursued the virtual path, while those who could not resorted to the true path. Amidst myriad pathways, each individual found their own suitable path. Mountains, seas, sun, and moon manifested in endless variations. Although the path of harmony was rare, some began to venture into it. Yet no one had yet successfully merged the virtual and the real. During this rare period of tranquility, the powerful did not squander their time. Qian Wuliang and Hong Yitong were particularly proactive, spreading teachings far and wide, even engaging in discourses on the nature of martial arts at various academies. Debates arose regarding which path was superior, the virtual path or the true path. Some institutions even began to specialize in a singular path. Through it all, no one intervened. As Li Hao stated, each should showcase their abilities. As long as matters remained above board, whether in debate, discussion, or friendly competition, such exchanges were harmless. With formidable adversaries vanquished, the world enjoyed a serene peace. A group of monks, brimming with vitality, might indeed stir greater trouble if even sparring were to be prohibited. Naturally, Li Hao was not idle. At this moment, he engaged in casual conversation with another, occasionally caressing the tome of profound principles in the other's possession. After several attempts, Zheng Yu could no longer contain himself. "Are you even listening to me?" Li Hao nodded, a smile gracing his face. "Indeed, I am listening. What do you think? Opening the Star Gate to let you venture forth would merely invite your demise. Should you perish, your grandfather would come seeking vengeance, which would only harm our own kin." Li Hao's demeanor was considerably warmer and more talkative than before. He continued, "You need not worry about me, nor about Silver Moon. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten. I do, however, have a rather peculiar request." "What is it?" "I wish to borrow not only the tome of profound principles, but also your esteemed self." "Me? Indeed." Li Hao's smile held a deeper significance. "You, my esteemed elder, have existed since the dawn of the new martial era. Would you be interested in accompanying me to explore the past, allowing me to witness the new martial world through your eyes?" Zhang Yun's expression shifted slightly. Li Hao continued earnestly, "Recently, I have sensed an increasing difficulty in my own advancement, primarily due to my limited perspective. I have not truly experienced the might of genuine powerhouses. Even though I have glimpsed them in illusions, I have yet to truly comprehend them. I have not lived through such an era. Thus, I yearn to journey into the past alongside you." Li Hao gazed at him. "For you, Director Zhang, this could also be beneficial. Your understanding is overly cluttered, too chaotic, too vast. You have seen too much and have lost your own direction. Let us together explore your past, from the vantage point of an observer, from a third-party perspective, to reassess yourself. In this way, I shall not alter the past, nor disturb it, ensuring your safety remains intact. Your identity is crucial, and none would intentionally seek to extinguish my life." "Extinguish you?" Zhang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Li Hao nodded. "The new martial powerhouses are numerous. Through your history and records, at least several can sense certain anomalies, such as the later monarchs of humanity, the earlier celestial emperors, and even the consciousness of the world, the seed of awareness. Even if we merely traverse the illusory past, we could provoke their lethal strikes." Li Hao's countenance turned grave. "All of this is exceedingly plausible. These beings are far too formidable. Thus, through your perspective, I may be able to evade numerous crises. Moreover, I could seize the opportunity to glimpse into the past of these powerhouses. Silver Moon, being the realm most deeply intertwined with the new martial era, knows the strongest epic, namely, the new martial era. Of course, Red Moon might also be considered, but with Red Moon's utter destruction, seeking it has become nearly impossible. Through oneself, to observe the past. Zheng Yu was astonished by this notion, casting a glance at Li Hao, lost in contemplation. Li Hao urged, "Do not hesitate any longer. Esteemed elder, your overthinking hinders you. I harbor no intent to harm you. Our aims align, as I seek to study the strong, while you may once again reflect upon yourself. You have now stepped into the realm of the celestial kings, mastering both the new path and the essence path. Yet this cannot last forever. Zheng Yu is indeed not lacking in talent and possesses a broad perspective. There are few in the realm of the new martial arts who are more knowledgeable than he. However, this very breadth has led him to an overly eclectic approach to learning. He has studied various doctrines, ranging from the Great Way to the path of the human king, as well as the teachings of his grandfather and the philosophies of numerous esteemed emperors, resulting in a chaotic amalgamation that he has been unable to fully integrate. Consequently, during his era, those contemporaries of his either advanced swiftly to the rank of heavenly king or ascended directly to the status of emperor. Zheng Yu, however, remained at the pinnacle of the sage level until recently. His grandfather, in terms of stature, ranks among the top 5 or 3 in the entirety of the new martial realm. While the sister of the human king has become an emperor, Zheng Yu still lingers as a sage. Now, although he has ascended to the rank of heavenly king, it is merely due to the enhancement of the new path rather than a significant breakthrough stemming from his own foundational teachings. Upon reflecting on Li Hao's words, Zheng Yu, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Are you certain you wish to traverse my past? I understand that this journey may demand a considerable sacrifice of your lifespan. And do you possess the luxury of such time to expend?" Li Hao felt as though he were on the brink of aging into oblivion, his essence bearing a somewhat decayed quality. The thought of traversing time genuinely filled him with dread of potentially perishing along that temporal pathway. However, from the perspective of an observer, it does not equate to a genuine revisitation of the past, but rather a deeper exploration of memory, indeed, a more profound endeavor than mere recollection. Li Hao elucidated, the past and the memories of the past are not synonymous. If one were to truly retrace the past, it would imply that all individuals from that time would become aware of me, perceive me, and recognize my presence. In contrast, the depths of memory may only attract the attention of a few truly invincible entities who might discern certain nuances. Moreover, the former is a feat beyond my current capabilities. I am merely at the 9th level of the harmonized path, not yet able to manipulate time at will. Zheng Yu pondered this for a moment before nodding. It is indeed possible. I believe that those genuine powerhouses are not overly concerned with being discovered by others in their past. However, I must emphasize that you must not intrude upon my privacy. Privacy? Li Hao glanced at him with a smile. What sort are you referring to, senior? The pursuit of beauty or something else? Zheng Yu shot him a sidelong glance, unwilling to elaborate further. This fellow could be quite irksome at times. Observing Li Hao's apparent indifference to external matters, he reiterated, the ascension of the Silver Moon realm is imminent. It may indeed attract the attention of some formidable beings traversing the chaos. Those who can navigate the chaotic realms freely, and especially those who walk alone, are not merely ordinary emperors. Li Hao nodded in understanding. Thus, I must grow stronger. You do not believe that merely worrying will suffice for me to gain strength. Do you, senior? He chuckled, somewhat helplessly. I realize your concern, yet action is requisite. Talk is but a shadow of action, is it not? Zheng Yu was taken aback for a moment before agreeing with a nod. He had indeed lost sight of the essence. Li Hao then cautioned, Senior, it is wise not to overthink matters. Sometimes, decisive action is necessary. Your excessive contemplation may stem from the influence of your grandfather, that supreme being. However, since you cannot become a figure of his stature, it may be more prudent to seek a more attainable path, perhaps learning from the elder of the heavenly extreme, embracing simplicity or adopting a more laid-back approach, which may unveil a potential avenue for success. Zheng Yu, aspiring to emulate his grandfather and the esteemed supreme, dreams of becoming the strategist of the new martial realm, perhaps even a guiding light for the human king. His ambition is commendable. Envisioning himself as a versatile and omnipotent figure, However, reality is often unforgiving. In the new martial realm, there exists but one supreme, a truth not everyone can grasp. Zheng Yu remained silent, yet nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of his own shortcomings. Nonetheless, he recognized a certain truth in Li Daoheng's remarks, despite their apparent differences. They shared a subtle resemblance in character. Having witnessed much and believing in his own talents, Zheng Yu felt compelled to surpass his peers. Even if he could not eclipse them, he could not allow himself to fall short either. With a singular focus on transcending limitations, Zheng Yu pondered the paths laid out by his grandfather, the human king, or other esteemed emperors, hoping that their guidance might lead him to a semi-emperor status, should he fail to achieve the lofty title of emperor. And yet, here he stood, caught in a limbo, neither ascending nor descending. Li Hao offered little commentary. Yet Zheng Yu understood the implications. These individuals were acutely aware of their circumstances, yet felt powerless to alter their fates. Zheng Yu's agreement brought some solace to Li Hao, who viewed it as an opportunity to experiment with his own temporal abilities and their potential influence on others. To peer into another's past is, in essence, an invasion of privacy. Yet, from Zheng Yu's perspective, it was merely an exploration. If one were to gaze upon the apex of power, Li Hao might hesitate, for such an endeavor could lead to peril. To witness the true essence of the new martial realm, even its past iterations, could yield profound insights. A tome titled Zheng Family Education Record had imparted valuable lessons to Li Hao, merging with his own experiences to refine his path. Shall we begin? Zheng Yu inquired, casting a glance at Li Hao, who nodded in affirmation. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Yu expressed, "If you are resolute and untroubled, I shall proceed. I too wish to reflect on the choices I have made over the years." The most challenging perspective to discern is often one's own. He had always measured himself against the likes of the human king and the blood emperor, Iron Emperor, all contemporaries of his generation, with mere years separating them. Yet, the reality was disheartening. The chasm between them only widened, never truly drawing nearer. Li Hao offered a smile. "Then let us embark on this journey, hoping for fruitful revelations before the ascent of the silver moon." As he spoke, a river of time materialized, encircling Zheng Yu. He exhaled, initially intending to counsel Li Hao to exercise caution while seeking insights into the new martial realm, yet somehow, he found himself on a shared quest to confront his own past. In that moment, as the river enveloped him, a star appeared in Li Hao's brow, radiating brilliance. This true time star had nearly fused with Li Hao, creating a unique union. In the next instant, time began to reverse. Memories swirling back into the depths of Zheng Yu's mind. Some recollections too painful or forbidden to be uttered now resurfaced, as if unmoored from gravity. They both plummeted from the river of time. At this moment, Li Hao found himself inhabiting the body of Zheng Yu, who, in turn, was drawn into the depths of his own memories. Yet, he did not take control. Rather, he observed his recollections from a third-person perspective. Suddenly, Li Hao's vision shimmered, and a towering figure materialized before him, exuding an unparalleled strength. Though the aura was not overwhelmingly powerful, it enveloped Li Hao in an immense sense of oppression. This sensation stemmed from Zheng Yu's own trepidation. "Grandfather." The voice belonged to the possessed Zheng Yu, and in that fleeting moment, Li Hao comprehended the identity of the figure, the new martial supreme. He had never anticipated that, right from the outset, he would encounter this new martial supreme. What an extraordinary coincidence.